Reborn before the launch of Twilight of the Gods, a fresh opportunity has arisen to rectify past regrets. The dormant talent that lay undiscovered for a decade in my previous life has been awakened, and with the aid of my former memories, I have obtained a divine-level talent awakening stone, unlocking an extraordinary talent. With each basic attack, my health increases permanently by 1 point. Each attack inflicts true damage equivalent to one of my maximum health. With such a talent, who could possibly stand in my way? Chapter 1. Divine Talent. Hand of Divine Retribution. Brother Hao, wake up. The launch of Twilight of the Gods is at 9 o'clock. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss it. Twilight of the Gods. Launch. Lin Tianhao abruptly opened his eyes, taking in the familiar yet alien surroundings. Is this the Dream Chaser Club? Wait, wasn't I betrayed and killed by that scoundrel Wu Xiaodao while exploring the ruins of the gods? What is happening now? Grabbing his phone, Lin Tianhao was startled to see the date, May 20th, 2032. Seeing Lin Tianhao's intense reaction, Zhou Xiaoping quickly reassured him. Brother Hao, don't panic. The brothers will find a way to help you raise the money. Your sister will be fine. As memories flooded back, Lin Tianhao suddenly recalled that at this time in his previous life, his sister had been struck by a car, resulting in a brain hemorrhage. The surgery cost 300,000, and the driver had fled the scene. There were no surveillance cameras, and the police had been unable to identify the culprit. The burden of that 30,000 in surgical fees fell squarely on Lin Tianhao. Although his friends had tried to help, they could only gather 260,000, even with loans included. Lin Tianhao had knelt in the hospital, pleading desperately, but with a mere 40,000 still needed, the hospital refused to perform the surgery, and ultimately his sister passed away on the operating table. The memory of her cheerful and endearing figure clenched Lin Tianhao's fists. Sister, fret not this time. I will save you. His gaze resolute, Lin Tianhao declared, having been granted this second chance, I am determined to alter my fate and prevent this tragedy from recurring. Looking at Zhou Xiaoping before him, Lin Tianhao suddenly beamed. Fatty, let us enter the game. Our destiny shall be crafted by our own hands. Relieved to see Lin Tianhao returning to his normal self, Zhou Xiaoping encouraged him. Brother Hao, go for it. Upon entering the game pod, Lin Tianhao felt a tumult of emotions. Twilight of the Gods, a groundbreaking virtual online game, was publicly touted as a collaborative creation from over 100 nations' second world. However, having experienced his past life, Lin Tianhao understood that this game was not a product of nations, but rather a divine creation by the galactic overgod, utilizing the powers of ancient gods from Earth. A game designed for the impending cataclysm 5 years hence. In 5 years, the Alethea star system would launch an offensive against the galactic system, heralding the onset of disaster. Having survived the cataclysm in his previous life, Lin Tianhao was acutely aware of the significance of amassing power within the game. In my last life, I failed to awaken my talent this time. I shall discover what my talent truly is. Most players in his previous life skipped the promotional video, fearing that the 8th-hour duration would widen the gap between them and others. However, Lin Tianhao chose not to bypass the trailer. For the first to complete, it would receive a divine-level talent, Awakening Stone. Talent is a unique feature in Twilight of the Gods. Each individual possesses a different talent, classified by tiers: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. To awaken one's talent, a talent awakening stone is required. In his past life, Lin Tianhao had obtained a saint-level talent awakening stone, but ultimately failed to awaken his talent. This indicated that his talent was an exceedingly rare divine level one. Those in his former life who possessed divine-level talents were unparalleled powerhouses. In this new life, he too would awaken a divine-level talent. Coupled with his memories from the past, Lin Tianhao was confident in reaching the pinnacle and defeating the Alethea star system. As time ticked by, the long 8 hours finally drew to a close. Congratulations! You are the first player to finish the promotional video for Twilight of the Gods. You have received 1 divine-level talent awakening stone. Just as I thought, a satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face, and in the next instant, he found himself in the character creation hall. Class: Archer, nickname: Snow Emperor. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao declared his choices from his previous life. Ding! Class creation successful. You are about to enter Novice Village number 10086. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao appeared in Novice Village number 10086. Each Novice Village could accommodate 10,000 players, indicating that over 100 million players had already entered the Twilight of the Gods, underscoring its immense popularity. Lin Tianhao ventured to a secluded corner, retrieved the divine-level talent Awakening Stone, and silently invoked Awakening. Ding! Due to your exceptionally high talent, The divine level talent Awakening Stone can only awaken a portion of your talents. Ding! You have awakened the talent. Hand of Divine Retribution. Lin Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The Divine Awakening Stone could only awaken part of his talent? In astonishment, he promptly examined his talent. Hand of Divine Retribution, Super Divine Level. 1 star. Effect 1. Each basic attack inflicts true damage equal to 1 of your health. Effect 2. Each basic attack permanently increases health by 1 point. Proficiency 01000. Note: only damage inflicted on living beings will accumulate health. Lin Tianhao stood dumbfounded. Super Divine. In his previous decade, he had never encountered the existence of Super Divine. Moreover, this talent was extraordinarily potent, permanently increasing health. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Tianhao instinctively opened his attribute panel. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 10100. Class: Archer. HP: 100100. MP: 5050. Attack: 9. Magic Power: 5. Armor: 3. Magic Resistance: 1. Attack Speed: 0.63. Movement Speed: 3.1. Physical Penetration: 0. Magic Penetration: 0. Special Attributes: none. Free Attributes: 0. Luck: hidden. Talent: Hand of Divine Retribution, Super Divine Level. Skill: Rapid Fire 1 star. Equipment: Novice Longbow. If not for the Hand of Divine Retribution, this attribute panel would be quite ordinary. Yet, due to the existence of the Hand of Divine Retribution, his potential was formidable. Time to level up. Lin Tianhao understood he had already wasted too much time. Emerging from the novice village, he found the area outside teeming with level 1 Reed Rabbits. Reed Rabbit Ordinary, level 1. HP: 9090. Attack: 5. Skills: none. With average attributes, as long as he wasn't too inept, he could easily hunt them alone. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao shot an arrow to 8 like a T the same time. He noticed his health had increased slightly. With this talent, he was practically invincible. While hunting Reed Rabbits, Lin Tianhao steadily increased his health. His attack speed was currently slow, taking nearly 1.5 seconds to shoot an arrow, which was a far cry from the 13.5 attacks per second he had achieved in his past life. Ding! You have slain a Reed Rabbit. Experience gained: 1. Chapter 2. Being dismissed for watching a promotional video? Indeed, the red-eyed rabbit is easy to hunt, yet the experience it yields is dismally scant. Primarily dropping only the quest item, the red-eyed rabbit's eye, with copper coins being a rare find. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao persistently engaged in the hunt, for his primary objective remained the accumulation of health points. As his health increased, so too would his attack damage. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao was aware of a hidden reward within the novice village by submitting the quest for the red-eyed rabbit. The originally required 100 red-eyed rabbit eyes could be augmented to 10,000, bestowing upon him a special skill that would extend the range of his basic attacks, purportedly enhancing it by 50% at its maximum level. While this may seem somewhat trivial for classes such as mages or priests, for Lin Tianhao, an archer, it was nothing short of extraordinary. With his attributes amplified and the acquisition of this range-enhancing skill, his subsequent plans could finally come to fruition. Ding! You have slain a red-eyed rabbit. Experience gained: 1. Ding! You have slain a red-eyed rabbit. Experience gained: 1. In 3 seconds, he could accumulate 2 health points. In a minute, that amounted to 40 health points, discounting the time spent maneuvering in the intervals between monster deaths. Lin Tianhao could average an increase of 30 health points per minute. Initially, he required 12 arrows to slay a single red-eyed rabbit, but this soon diminished to 10, then 8, and finally 5. Once he reached the point of needing merely 5 arrows, the system notification chimed. Ding! Your talent, Hand of Divine Retribution, has been upgraded to 2 stars. Hand of Divine Retribution, Super God Level, 2 stars. Effect 1. Each basic attack inflicts 2 true damage to self. Effect 2. Each basic attack permanently increases health by 2 points. Proficiency 0-100,000. With the upgrade of his talent, Lin Tianhao now required only 3 arrows to hunt the red-eyed rabbit. It was fortunate that over 8 hours had passed since the game commenced, leaving no other players in the vicinity of the red-eyed rabbits. Otherwise, he would have likely attracted a crowd of onlookers. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Tianhao successfully leveled up twice, earning 5 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to attack speed, raising it from 0.63 to 0.73. Though this represented an improvement, it was but a drop in the bucket. Equipment and free attribute points were what he truly lacked. Lin Tianhao mused as an arrow flew forth. striking a red-eyed rabbit not far away. With the enhancements to his health and talent, Lin Tianhao's basic attack damage had become quite formidable. He could now dispatch a red-eyed rabbit in 3 arrows, thus increasing efficiency, yet this also necessitated frequent assaults on new red-eyed rabbits, thereby hindering his attack progress. Originally capable of 30 basic attacks per minute, his current output had dwindled to 20. Fortunately, with the talent upgrade, each basic attack granted an additional 2 health points, culminating in a total of 40 health points gained per minute, surpassing his previous increments. However, Lin Tianhao now faced a dilemma. Level 2 players do not receive experience points for hunting level 1 monsters. In the realm of Ragnarok, apart from dungeons and a few exceptional wild creatures, slaying monsters below 1s level yields no experience points. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lin Tianhao chose to continue hunting the red-eyed rabbits, solely for the unique skill that enhances attack range. 2 hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao remained at level 2. However, his health had remarkably surged from the original 100 points to an impressive 800 points. This was undoubtedly a staggering enhancement. In Ragnarok, the attribute point boosts differ across various classes. For instance, for archers, a single attribute point increases attack speed by 0.02, while for other classes it is merely 0.01. Warriors gain 20 health points per attribute point, whereas other classes receive only 10. Specifically, warriors excel in health, armor, and magic resistance, all of which receive double enhancements. Archers focus on attack speed, and critical hits. Assassins specialize in attack, movement speed, and critical hits. Mages prioritize magic strength, mana, and movement speed, akin to priests who share similar focuses. Thus, the allocation of free attribute points diverges based on class specialization. However, relying solely on the attribute points gained from leveling up is insufficient. One must also consider the enhancements provided by equipment to achieve a comprehensive boost in capabilities. Glancing at his inventory, Lin Tianhao noted he had amassed over 1,600 red eyes, still a considerable distance from his goal of 10,000. Nevertheless, he felt no concern, as he could now dispatch a red-eyed rabbit with a single arrow, making future collection significantly easier. At that moment, Lin Tianhao received a notification from an external device. Checking the in-game time, he realized he had been playing for over 10 hours and surmised it was time to log out for a meal. Exiting the gaming pod, Zhou Xiaopeng exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother Hao, this game feels so real. It's just like a second world." As they spoke, the two made their way to the dining hall. The Dream Chaser Club is one of the 3 major gaming clubs by the coast. Both Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng were mere gold farmers within the club, positioned at the lowest tier. However, for Zhou Xiaopeng, the perks of free meals and accommodation, along with the opportunity to play games, rendered this experience immensely enjoyable. In the dining hall, a dozen or so fellow gold farmers were present, all members of the Dream Chaser Club. Once everyone was assembled, a corpulent middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a long-legged secretary clad in black stockings. The general manager of the Dream Chaser Club, Li Haitao, also known as Li the Blabbermouth, was notorious for his lack of gaming talent and incessant chatter. Today marks the launch of Ragnarok, and you have been in the game for 10 hours. From left to right, please report your levels and earnings, he commanded. Level 4, 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. Level 4, 32 copper coins. One by one, they began to report their status, nearly all settling at level 4. Finally, it was Zhou Xiaopeng's turn. He boasted, level 5, 2 silver coins. Initially indifferent, Li Haitao's gaze snapped to him in surprise. After a moment, he nodded and remarked, "That will have to suffice." Lin Tianhao lowered his head to eat when Zhou Xiaopeng nudged him, "Brother Hao, it's your turn." At level 2, he had amassed a mere 15 copper coins. The drop rate for the level 1 red-eyed rabbit was truly disheartening, despite slaying over 1,000 of them. Lin Tianhao had scarcely earned a handful of coins. Upon hearing this, Li Haitao slammed his palm down on the table. "Lin Tianhao, what on earth is wrong with you? Everyone else is at level 4, and you're still at level 2. It took some time to watch the promotional video," Lin Tianhao replied candidly. "Promotional video? Are you unaware of how precious time is in the early stages of the game? How could you waste it on that?" Li Haitao berated him harshly. "Lin Tianhao, our club does not tolerate idlers. We do not need someone like you, a mere internet addict. Pack your things and get out." Chapter 3, The Revival Ring. Zhou Xiaopeng quickly stood up. "Manager Li, Brother Hao watched the promotional video to better understand the game. Besides, I earned 2 silver coins today. Can I give one to Brother Hao?" "Absolutely not." Zhou Xiaopeng wanted to say more, but Lin Tianhao raised his hand to stop him. "Fatty, let it go. But your sister needs money for her surgery, and now you've lost her job. Don't worry. I can earn enough for her surgery. Lin Tianhao rose and turned to leave the dream-chasing club. Stepping outside, he felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, he had squandered too much time here, pouring energy into grinding for gold. Zhou Xiaopeng chased after him. Brother Hao, there's still 20,000 yuan in this card. Take it for now. Once I earn money, I'll give you some to help cover Qingqing's surgery costs. Lin Tianhao was deeply touched. Fatty, Shouho, and Glasses were his three best friends, who had selflessly supported him during his most trying times in his past life. Fatty, let's leave the dream-chasing club and start our own studio. We'll be our own bosses. Zhou Xiaopeng was taken aback. Brother Hao, if you're saying this, I'm all in, but your sister. I understand your concern. Just give me 3 days. I'll earn enough for her surgery in that time. Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. Even without a godlike talent, he believed he could still find a way to earn the necessary funds for his sister's operation through his gaming experience. All right. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't question Lin Tianhao. Then I'll call Shouho and Glasses to join us. Sound good. He had resigned without receiving a single penny, but it didn't matter. He trusted Lin Tianhao. This was brotherhood. Although Shouho and Glasses were not in Binhai at the moment, Zhou Xiaopeng had already messaged them, and they both expressed their eagerness to join. Heading to the sale point for the Dusk of the Gods login devices, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng spent 20,000 to purchase 2 game pods. Back at their rented apartment, Lin Tianhao refrained from visiting his sister in the hospital. It wasn't that he didn't care. He simply understood that making money was his utmost priority at this moment. Fatty, once you enter the game, focus on leveling up. After reaching level 10, don't rush to the main city. Understood. Re-entering the game, Dusk of the Gods was directly linked to their irises, so after changing the login device, there was no need to create a new account. They retained their original profiles. 5 hours, fleeting as a moment. 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. At last, it suffices. With a total of 10,000 red eyes, I am finally ready to submit the task. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao sought out the village chief. He first accepted the quest to gather red eyes and subsequently submitted the 10,000 he had collected. O great adventurer, your perseverance is truly remarkable. I shall bestow upon you a special reward, the old village chief said with a satisfied smile. Ding, you have completed the red eye quest. Reward, 1,000 experience points, 5 silver coins, and a skill enhancement for basic attacks of 1. Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly learned the skill. Basic attack enhancement, passive skill, 1 star. Effect, increases your basic attack range by 5. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0-1,000. Indeed, brave adventurer, your tenacity is unparalleled in my lifetime. Should you manage to slay 10 more, I shall grant you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. 10? What kind of divine promotion task was this? He had anticipated some continuation of the quest, but nothing so outrageous. Ding! The old village chief has issued you a new quest. Hunt down 10 twisted treants in the novice village. Quest penalty, deprivation of your skill, basic attack enhancement. Quest reward, unknown. Will you accept? Accept. The task of hunting aligned perfectly with his upcoming plans. To earn money, one must inevitably consider hunting. Departing the novice village, Lin Tianhao made his way directly to the domain of the level 10 twisted treants. He needed to level up first, otherwise his attack speed would be insufficient for hunting. Twisted treant, normal, level 10. 1900. Attack, 32. Skills, Vine Spin Revive. Whoosh. Lin Tianhao swiftly released a feathered arrow. For 24. After hunting red-eyed rabbits, his health had risen to over 21,000 points. Although his attack power could not breach the defenses of the twisted treants, the passive damage from the Hand of Divine Retribution was not to be underestimated. A health pool of 1900 could be reduced with just 5 arrows. Ding! You have slain a twisted treant, gaining 90 experience points. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. The experience rewards for defeating enemies of a higher level were indeed substantial. Normally, slaying a regular twisted treant would yield only 10 experience points. Yet now he received a full 90, coupled with the 1,000 experience points from the previous quest completion. Lin Tianhao now needed to hunt down merely 20 twisted treants to level up. Moreover, defeating higher-level twisted treants also increased the drop rate. Ding! You have slain a twisted treant, gaining 90 experience points. Ding! You have slain a twisted treant, gaining 90 experience points. Ding! You have reached level 3, earning 5 free attribute points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed. His original attack speed of 0.73 rose to 0.83. After hunting 20 twisted treants, he finally received a piece of equipment. Revive ring normal. Level requirement 10. Effect restores 2 health points per second. Durability 100. To think it was a ring, Lin Tianhao was taken aback. This was, after all, the most elusive ring to acquire in the twilight of the gods. However, its effect was rather trivial for him. A mere 2 health points restored per second. Quite underwhelming. Nevertheless, while it held little value for him, he was certain there would be others willing to purchase it. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao promptly listed the item on the trading market, opting for a bidding format with a minimum price of 500 and a bidding duration of 5 minutes. Had he been in an earlier novice village, he would have set the price at 10,000. For those guilds eager to gain an advantage in the early game would undoubtedly pay a premium. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. Player Futu Shield Mountain has purchased your equipment. Another notification followed. Ding. Player Futu Shield Mountain requests to add you as a friend. Futu Guild? Upon seeing this prefix, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise. The Futu Guild ranked among the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. Logically, they should not have entered the game so late. Snow Emperor, may I inquire what quest you completed to acquire this resurrection ring? I am willing to pay. Chapter 4. Move within the hologram. It dropped from a monster. What? Snow Emperor, do you know of a spot where one can farm level 10 monsters without taking damage? Futu Shield Mountain's astonishment was understandable. Lin Tianhao was only level 3 and could not possibly engage level 10 monsters head-on. No. Futu Shield Mountain, upon laying eyes on the newly acquired ring, revealed a grin. You're not going to tell me, are you? I'll find out for myself. The level 10 monsters were the Twisted Trance, information that the Futu Guild's exploration team had uncovered as soon as they entered the game. Thus, Futu Shield Mountain swiftly made his way to the spawn point of the Twisted Trance. At that moment, he spotted an archer ahead, engaged in monster farming. 426. Even the members of their elite team, equipped as they were, barely managed to exceed an attack power of 100. Lin Tianhao's shot causing over 400 damage while battling a monster of a higher level was nothing short of astonishing. Snow Emperor, Futu Shield Mountain, immediately knelt, for he had entered the game late due to certain circumstances in real life, and his progress was severely lagging. For someone who had previously dominated in various games, this was utterly unacceptable. Snow Emperor, shall we form a party? I am willing to pay for your assistance. Initially, Lin Tianhao had no intention of engaging with Futu Shield Mountain, as he did not wish to squander his time. However, he reconsidered, thinking of his sister who was still in the hospital, and changed his mind. Very well, but I will require 300,000. 300,000? Futu Shield Mountain nearly erupted in indignation upon hearing this. To level him up to 10 for 30,000? He could find those gold farming teams who would charge no more than 20,000. I can get you to level 10 within a day. Futu Shield Mountain paused, regarding Lin Tianhao with skepticism. Although it was only 4 in the morning and there were still 20 hours left, the prospect of reaching level 10 within that time frame without food, drink, or rest seemed utterly absurd. Yet even so, the price felt exorbitant. He had money, but he was no fool. I understand it's steep. What if I also included a complete set of elite level 10 gear? Upon hearing these words, the breath of the towering shield, known as Floating Pagoda Mountain, quickened. Snow Emperor, you jest, do you not? Not at all. Of course, this is contingent upon having sufficient luck. However, if one engages extensively, it can indeed be achieved. Very well, I shall provide you with a deposit of 50,000. No, 300,000. I must receive the funds first. Floating Pagoda Mountain hesitated, but upon witnessing Lin Tianhao's remarkable speed in monster hunting, he pondered briefly before acquiescing. All right, I will transfer the money to you. The game Dusk of the Gods possessed a transfer function, negating the need for a separate bank card number. Soon, Lin Tianhao received notification of the 300,000 arriving in his account. The money was in hand. Lin Tianhao sent a message. Please wait a moment. With that, he concealed himself behind a large tree and logged out of the game. Floating Pagoda Mountain exclaimed, "What the hell? Have I been deceived? You took the money and logged off? Damn it. After I trusted you so much, is this how you repay me?" Though Floating Pagoda Mountain was not lacking in finances, at that moment, he felt as if he had ingested something utterly repugnant, filled with discomfort. Lin Tianhao, however, was not fleeing. With funds now available, he promptly directed the money to the hospital to pay for his sister's surgery. Observing Lin Qingqing lying on the hospital bed, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He vowed to rectify the regrets of his past life. Upon logging back into the game, he found himself in the novice village of 10,086. Floating Pagoda Mountain was experiencing frustration as he sought assistance from a few players to help him grind the level 4 Windhounds. Suddenly, a message from his friend popped up. Level 10 Twisted Trance, come over. Alright. Despite having cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors numerous times in his mind, upon hearing that Lin Tianhao would assist him in leveling up, he hurried over with enthusiasm. Without further ado, Lin Tianhao sent a party invitation, simultaneously setting the loot to be exclusively collectible by himself. Floating Pagoda Mountain hesitated to express his thoughts, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Yet, in the next moment, he discovered something quite absurd. The experience points were distributed at a ratio of 90 to 10. Lin Tianhao received 9, while he received 1. What the hell? Is this how you assist me in leveling up? Snow Emperor, is there a mistake in the experience point distribution? Not all. With a single shot, Lin Tianhao dispatched a Twisted Trance, and even though his attack speed was not particularly swift, he accomplished the kill within 10 seconds. At a minimum of 6 kills per minute, that amounts to 360 in an hour. Moreover, Lin Tianhao's health continued to rise steadily. Floating Pagoda Mountain watched in astonishment as Lin Tianhao relentlessly hunted Twisted Trance. If Lin Tianhao's damage output were merely high, he might suspect that Lin Tianhao had acquired some hidden equipment or had awakened a talent early. However, Lin Tianhao's technique was exceptionally smooth. The Twisted Trance barely approached him before being eliminated. One should not underestimate the complexity of movement in this immersive virtual game. As a member of the Floating Pagoda Guild, Floating Pagoda Mountain was acutely aware that maneuvering in this environment was far more challenging than in traditional games. The process involved 4 steps: movement, knocking an arrow, aiming, and shooting. If even a single step falters, the entire movement appears rigid. Even the top-tier marksmen in their guild still struggle to achieve fluidity in their movements. This is nothing short of an art form. He intended to share this with the members of the Floating Pagoda Guild, so that the elite marksmen could learn from it. However, at this moment, Lin Tianhao was not concerned with such matters. For him, movement had become second nature, and he perceived it as merely a basic skill. Xuidi, what was your previous experience? With your level of movement, you are certainly not an insignificant player. Movement? Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Such movement techniques, during the age of Cataclysm, were attainable by nearly all marksmen. The true challenge for a marksman lies in achieving infinite critical hits and controlling the battlefield. 100% critical hit rate equates to infinite critical hits, but relying solely on attributes to enhance criticals is a futile endeavor. Nonetheless, attacking techniques can indeed facilitate infinite critical hits, even with a mere 5% critical hit rate. This leads to devastating attacks. For instance, targeting the core of a Twisted Trance or the vital areas of humanoid monsters, such as their heads or hearts, significantly increases the likelihood of landing a critical hit. As for battlefield control, this is arguably the most challenging maneuver for an archer, especially in a team fight, where it becomes exceedingly difficult for a single archer to maintain control. However, at this moment, he lacked the inclination to explain all this to the Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain, as he continued to hunt Twisted Trance. While hunting, Lin Tianhao advanced. The experience gained from ordinary Twisted Trance was minimal. To level up a burdened player to level 10 within a day, elite Twisted Trance must be hunted. While Lin Tianhao was engaged in this task, Shield Mountain had already sent the recorded video to their guild leader, Floating Pagoda Godwolf. The guild leader, currently leveling up, received the video at this time. Why send me a video instead of focusing on leveling? Leader, take a look. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Chapter 5. Is Lin Tianhao an ancient deity? Floating Pagoda Godwolf slain the flame serpent before him and opened the video. Such high damage. This was his immediate reaction. However, he soon became stunned. Godwolf himself was an archer, one of the top-tier technicians among archers, fully aware of the difficulties in achieving fluid movement in the game, Dawn of the Gods. Which guild is this player from? We must find a way to recruit him into our guild. I can offer an annual salary of 10 million. After a brief moment of shock, Godwolf began to entertain thoughts of recruitment. All right, leader, I'll inquire. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was swiftly harvesting Twisted Trance. The drop rates in Dawn of the Gods were indeed disheartening. Even after defeating so many Twisted Trance above his level, he had only just obtained the previous resurrection ring. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as an item dropped. Trance shoulder pads, ordinary. Requires level 10 for all classes. Effect, health 200. Durability, 100. Should I take this? Lin Tianhao glanced towards Shield Mountain. It is indeed the renowned Snow Emperor. The price of this equipment surely cannot compare to that of a ring. 3,000. Lin Tianhao spoke calmly. Shoulder pads are common gear, relatively easy to acquire, and thus cannot be priced as highly as rings. Deal. In truth, currency will hold little value in the future. Lin Tianhao's need for money is merely to accommodate his upcoming necessities. Once he has amassed sufficient funds, he will contemplate exchanging equipment for items within the game. At that moment, a system notification echoed through the air. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Blade of the Mad Warrior for being the first to reach the main city. Reward. 500 gold coins, 1 black iron grade set for this class, 1 skill book for this class, and 50 free attribute points. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive harder. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Blade of the Mad Warrior for being the first to reach the main city. Reward. 500 gold coins, 1 black iron grade set for this class, 1 skill book for this class, and 50 free attribute points. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive harder. Goodness. Floating Shield Mountain glanced at the time. It was astonishing that Blade had already reached level 10. The key point was the lavish reward for being the first to leave the Novice City. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed. Such rewards were trivial in comparison. The Novice Village, after all, was a treasure trove. Countless individuals in his past life had regretted their ignorance of the hidden benefits within the Novice Village. Snow Emperor, keep pushing forward. By the way, which guild does such an exceptional player like you belong to? A lone wolf. A lone wolf? Floating Shield Mountain was taken aback. Lin Tianhao's skills did not seem characteristic of a solitary player. Yet, in an instant, he grasped the reason. Lin Tianhao must be an ancient master. In the past, he dominated PC gaming. Many ancient masters possessed exceptional game awareness, with clear techniques and strategies. However, as age caught up, their reflexes waned, leading to their gradual obsolescence. Since God's Dusk is a fully immersive virtual MMORPG, everything is data-driven, thus unaffected by reflex speed. Seeing Lin Tianhao engrossed in combat, Floating Shield Mountain wisely chose to remain silent. Ding! You have reached level 4, earning 5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, enhancing it by 0.1 to reach 0.93. Simultaneously, his health increased by over 1,000, further augmenting his basic attack damage. 448. At present, this damage still required 5 arrows to defeat a Twisted Treeman. However, he was steadily approaching the threshold of defeating them with 4 arrows. Beside him, Floating Shield Mountain could only silently envy Lin Tianhao's progress. The bulk of experience points were concentrated on Lin Tianhao, making his own ascent quite challenging. Finally, he emerged. Lin Tianhao beheld the Twisted Treeman ahead, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Twisted Treeman, Elite, level 10. Health, 5,700. Attack, 49. Skills, Revival, Whip Spin, Whip Bind. The Elite Twisted Treeman had acquired an additional control skill. Snow Emperor, would you like me to tank a few hits for you? The Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain adopts a pure melee approach, augmented by substantial financial resources and a few low-tier pieces of equipment. In his eyes, his attributes appear quite splendid. With a stable output of 449, it still requires 13 arrows to vanquish an elite-level Twisted Treant. Furthermore, under Lin Tianhao's kite-flying strategy, the Treant is dispatched before it can even close the distance. Ding! You have slain an elite-level Twisted Treant, earning 321 experience points. A satisfied smile graces Lin Tianhao's face. Hunting elite monsters yields significantly greater experience. Even the Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, who is in a party with Lin Tianhao, receives 32 experience points. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao's health steadily accumulates. At that moment, server-wide announcements began to chime in succession. Various guilds boasted players reaching level 10 and entering the main city. Alongside a handful of independent players, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain could only watch enviously, feeling helpless. This loss is rather substantial, isn't it? Lin Tianhao maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Just then, another piece of equipment dropped. Treant Armor, Elite, level 10. Effect 1, Magic Resistance 10. Effect 2, Health 500. Durability 100. Impressive. Oh, Snow Emperor, is this one of the sets you mentioned? Lin Tianhao nodded and tossed the equipment to Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Indeed, by slaying enough elite Twisted Treants, one could acquire an entire set of Treant gear. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's eyes sparkled. Snow Emperor, you are truly generous. Earlier, when you logged off, I feared you might abandon us. Lin Tianhao, feeling a twinge of annoyance, chose to remain silent and continued hunting monsters. This grinding session persisted for an entire hour. The Novice Village has its merits, particularly the rapid respawn rate of monsters. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain Lin Tianhao's relentless slaughter. Ding! You have leveled up to level 6, earning 5 free attribute points. In merely an hour, Lin Tianhao advanced from level 4 to level 6, while his attack speed surged from 0.93 to 1.13. Simultaneously, he acquired 3 additional pieces of treant gear, all of which he bestowed upon Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. A player can equip a maximum of 13 items: a main weapon, boots, a heart guard, armor, a helmet, a cloak, rings 2, a necklace, shoulder pads 2, and leg armor 2. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain now possesses 4 pieces, leaving 9 more to complete the set. This ensemble can be deemed the most formidable shield warrior set available before reaching level 20, unmatched by any other. Chapter 6. Precise Shooting, Interrupting Skills. Even those 20-level multi-hour sets pale in comparison to this trance set. Once 10 pieces of the trance set are assembled, the set effect is triggered, a restoration of 50 health points per second, immune to interruption from attacks. This is an exceptionally overpowered effect in the early stages of the game. Moreover, upon collecting all 13 pieces of the set, a second set effect will activate. All physical damage endured will automatically reflect 10. With the enhancement provided by the trance set, a formidable shield warrior emerges, boasting remarkable recovery, damage, and resilience. The floater shield can be acquired for the price of 300,000, an undeniably exceptional value. Suddenly, a notification echoed in the air. Due to your extensive hunting of the Twisted Trance, you have incurred the wrath of the Twisted Trant King, who will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. Both Lin Tianhao and the floater shield received this system alert simultaneously. Has it finally arrived? The floater shield, equally alerted, felt a rush of excitement. Snow Emperor, it has emerged. Shall we engage? Lin Tianhao nodded in response, prompting the floater shield to receive yet another notification. You have been kicked from the party by Snow Emperor. What do you mean, Snow Emperor? You're not bringing me along? Lin Tianhao merely nodded, advising him to keep a distance. Is this how you treat your benefactor? The floater shield lamented inwardly. Snow Emperor, isn't this a bit unfair? I only agreed to guide you to level 10, not to share the spoils. Each first kill offers unique rewards, and solo achievements yield even greater riches. Bringing the floater shield, a liability, would only hinder his own reward acquisition. Just as the floater shield was about to protest, he noticed a colossal figure advancing towards them. Twisted Trant King, Black Iron, level 10. Health, 116, 800. Attack, 325. Skills, Summon Trant, Revive, Binding Vines, Thorn Shield, Vines Prison. Goodness, even if Lin Tianhao could inflict 500 damage per hit, it would take over 200 basic attacks to bring it down. This is utterly absurd. The floater shield instinctively recoiled, yet a sense of satisfaction crept in. With such outrageous attributes, this Twisted Trant King would be a daunting challenge. It is crucial to note that the Twisted Trant King is a magical creature, possessing hidden magical power, significantly surpassing its attack attributes. Just as the floater shield assumed that Lin Tianhao would retreat in the face of this challenge, a swift arrow flew forth, accurately striking the Trant King's core. 501. A damage figure appeared. The critical hit rate was 0. Even striking a weak point could not yield a critical damage result. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, yet he remained undaunted. As the arrow was released, he swiftly maneuvered, unleashing another arrow. 501. The damage was still commendable. However, the Twisted Trant King's movement speed, attack speed, and range were incomparable to ordinary wild creatures. A lengthy vine lashed out, striking Lin Tianhao. 319. The basic attack inflicted over 300 damage, leaving the floater shield speechless. Having just reached level 6, his health barely exceeded 700. With such an attack, he could withstand at most 3 blows. Yet in the next moment, the floater shield witnessed an astonishing sight. After Lin Tianhao lost over 300 health points, his health bar barely registered a slight decrease. Goodness gracious! At this moment, the emotions of the character floating Stupa Shield Mountain can only be described with a single exclamation of astonishment. If it were not for his understanding of the game Twilight of the Gods, he would undoubtedly proclaim it to be a blatant cheat. Yet, this sensation feels even more outrageous than any hack. Lin Tianhao, unfazed by the astonished floating Stupa Shield Mountain, intentionally tested the attack of the Twisted Trant King. The basic attacks felt like mere pinpricks. Of course, the skills were still overwhelming. With this realization, he deemed it unnecessary to evade basic attacks that would detract from his damage output. With a newfound strategy, Lin Tianhao ceased dodging the basic strikes and began to confront the Twisted Trant King head-on. This spectacle left floating Stupa Shield Mountain utterly speechless. Who was this extraordinary individual? After recovering from his shock, floating Stupa Shield Mountain activated the recording function, confident that if their guild leader witnessed this scene, he would be equally astonished. However, it was Lin Tianhao's subsequent maneuvers that truly left floating Stupa Shield Mountain dumbfounded. As the twisted Treant King prepared to unleash a skill, a feathered arrow from Lin Tianhao struck the Treant's wrist, abruptly interrupting its incantation. Was this a precise strike? Having considerable gaming experience, floating Stupa Shield Mountain grasped the principle behind it instantly. Yet, knowing the theory and executing such a feat amidst a myriad of vines to hit the Trent's arm and disrupt its casting was a challenge even an Olympic champion archer might struggle to achieve. With every attempt the twisted Treant King made to cast a skill, Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows skillfully interrupted the spell. What kind of extraordinary being was this? The combination of high stats and such incredible skill left floating Stupa Shield Mountain pondering deeply. How had Lin Tianhao emerged as such a formidable creature? The formidable black iron seemed to be toyed with effortlessly, unable to retaliate. Its attack power, seemingly substantial, merely felt like a scratch against Lin Tianhao's formidable defense. With Lin Tianhao boasting over 25,000 health points, he could endure 300 basic attacks without faltering, especially as he continued to maneuver adeptly. This prodigy, such a marvel, must be recruited into our guild. Floating Stupa Shield Mountain resolved silently. He was not only a member of the elite team, but also a young heir of the Floating Stupa Guild. As the twisted Treant King's health dwindled to a mere 5%, victory appeared imminent. Yet, to Floating Stupa Shield Mountain's surprise, Lin Tianhao suddenly halted his assault. Puzzled, he then witnessed Lin Tianhao shoot an arrow toward the empty air behind the twisted Treant King. Swish! The feathered arrow sliced through the air. Clang! A faint sound echoed as a dagger emerged from the void, cleaving Lin Tianhao's arrow in two. Goodness, there was an assassin. Chapter 7. First Blood, Lightning Leap. Fu Shunzhan was taken aback once more. He had been so captivated by Lin Tianhao's maneuvers that he failed to notice an assassin stealthily approaching. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fu Shunzhan quickly realized that the formidable Snow Empress intended to make a move. Lin Tianhao, however, paid no heed to Fu Shunzhan, and instead turned his attention to the assassin. The latter was already adorned with an impressive array of equipment. His gaze was sharp, imbued with a murderous intent that set him apart from ordinary players. Moreover, he had just skillfully severed Lin Tianhao's feathered arrow with a dagger. Such a feat, while more common in the later stages of the game, was remarkable, especially on the very first day of its release. Join my party, and we'll split the spoils. The assassin stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Lin Tianhao shook his head in refusal. Upon hearing this, the assassin fell silent and retreated, re-entering stealth mode. What the hell does he mean? Just logging in? Does he think he can snatch the kill while cloaked? Fu Shunzhan felt a surge of anger. You little brat. Let me warn you. I am a member of the Fu Guild, and I advise you to leave quickly, or else. Watch out. Before Fu Shunzhan could finish his warning, Lin Tianhao shouted. As his voice echoed, one of his feathered arrows soared forth. With a swift motion, the assassin materialized behind Fu Shunzhan. Instead of employing the novice skill of backstab, he opted for a lethal throat slash. A crimson critical hit appeared, 642 damage. Bleeding, 90. In the next instant, Fu Shunzhan collapsed to the ground. What a staggering amount of damage, even with a critical hit. Such an attack would require an offense exceeding 300. He was only level 8. Even with all his attributes invested in attack power, it should have been around 80. This meant that his equipment or certain passive skills must have granted him an extraordinary boost in attack power. Assassins possess passive skills that enhance attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. Indeed, each class has its own unique skills. Fu Shunzhan resurrected at the altar in the novice village, staring blankly at his loss of a level and a piece of level 5 equipment. What in the world was this? Instantaneously slain? Fu Shunzhan felt as though his entire gaming worldview was shattering. How could a tank like him be eliminated so swiftly? Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao coldly regarded the assassin. What is this? Are you trying to showcase your skills to me? With a decade of gaming experience in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had no intention of engaging in a contest of skill. The assassin beckoned to Lin Tianhao with a finger and then vanished into stealth once more. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao immediately drew his bow and unleashed a rapid-fire skill. 2 feathered arrows sliced through the air, forcing the cloaked assassin to reveal himself. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao refused to relent. Having drawn him out, he would not allow him to vanish again. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained composed. His arrows continued to fly, while the assassin skillfully deflected them with his dagger. calm and composed, Lin Tianhao maintained a consistent attack frequency, delivering a staggering damage exceeding 500 points. Although the game mechanics allowed for the deflection of arrows, the sheer power of Lin Tianhao's arrows proved overwhelming. The durability of the assassin player's dagger was simply insufficient to withstand such force. As anticipated, after severing over a dozen arrows, the assassin's expression darkened. Faced with the relentless barrage of Lin Tianhao's arrows, he chose not to continue defending with his dagger. Instead, he executed a backflip, narrowly evading the incoming projectile. Seeking death, Lin Tianhao scoffed, launching another arrow that struck the assassin squarely in the abdomen. Almost immediately, a second arrow followed suit, dealing 502 damage. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed with excitement as the assassin dropped a pair of boots. Concurrently, he observed another detail. This assassin had a surprisingly high health pool. A conventional level 8 assassin would have been felled by a single arrow. The brutal boots, elite, were level 7, boasting the following attributes. Effect 1, movement speed 0. 5, effect 2, critical hit 1, durability 100. The attributes of these brutal boots were indeed quite suitable for him. However, they regrettably lacked an increase in attack speed, which he desperately needed. The faster his attack speed, the more his health would accumulate, thereby enhancing his normal attack damage. Stowing away the brutal boots, Lin Tianhao resumed his assault on the twisted Treant King. Unimpeded, the Treant was but a plaything in Lin Tianhao's hands. Originally, the Thorn Shield, a skill capable of reflecting all damage, would have posed a challenge. Yet, Lin Tianhao's adept marksmanship prevented the Treant from utilizing its abilities. This was further aided by the fact that the novice village lacked any control immune skills. Ding! You have defeated the twisted Treant King beyond your level, earning 250 experience points. Ding! You are the first player to achieve this kill. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your name? No. In this new life, a first kill was hardly a reason for Lin Tianhao to hide his identity. Moreover, he sought fame and prestige. For only then could he aspire to stand at the pinnacle of power. To combat the Arat star system, relying solely on individual strength, was but a futile endeavor. Thus, Lin Tianhao aimed to seize control and command the entire landscape. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for achieving the first kill of the Twisted Treant King. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to slay in the Twilight of the Gods, receiving 50 free attribute points. A skill book for your class, a primary weapon for your class, and 100 gold coins. A smile crept across Lin Tianhao's lips. Indeed, the rewards for soloing were extraordinary. He allocated all 50 free attribute points to attack speed, elevating his initial speed from 113 to an impressive 213. This level of speed could undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled. Lightning Leap, passive skill, 1 star. The effect of your basic attack has a 50% chance to trigger a lightning jump, allowing you to leap to 10 target units within a radius of 20 meters. The damage inflicted by the lightning jump constitutes 10% of your actual damage. There are no cooldowns or costs associated. Proficiency is at 0-1000. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill piqued his interest. If the skill level were to increase, could the damage potentially rise to 90%? Would the range of the lightning jump and the number of units it could target also improve? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. His damage output was already exceedingly formidable. The only drawback had been the inability to efficiently clear groups of monsters. However, with this skill, that singular flaw had been rectified. Chapter 8. Trance Set Skill Revival. While Lin Tianhao was examining the attributes of his skills, many players were astounded by the server-wide announcement regarding him. Who on earth is this? How can someone be so monstrous as to solo the novice village? Shuedi? I've never heard of this name before. Does anyone know which guild he belongs to? Aren't the triggering conditions for the novice village rather stringent? How did he manage it? I've heard there are 10 novice villages, yet none have been triggered until now. Lin Tianhao paid little mind to the commotion. After learning the skill, he once again examined the weapon he had received as a reward, the Thunderbow of Silver. Requirements for wearing: none. Class limitation: Archer. Effect 1, attack 300. Effect 2, critical hit rate 15. Effect 3, attack has a 15 chance to inflict paralysis. Effect 4, attack has a 15 chance to splash damage onto surrounding enemy units. Upon seeing the properties of the Thunderbow, Lin Tianhao was left utterly dumbfounded. The attributes were disappointingly lackluster. Indeed, he perceived the most useful aspect to be the paralysis effect, yet its probability was dismally low. As for the attack power, he believed that as long as his health points increased, The precise attack value mattered not at all. In essence, this weapon seemed only useful within the novice village. Moreover, it was a silver weapon, which left Lin Tianhao feeling somewhat disheartened. Was it too much to ask for a 1-second attack speed? This was an instance of the system's absurdity. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Tianhao directed his gaze towards the twisted Treant King. Ding! You have obtained the Treant King necklace. Ding! You have obtained the skill revival. Ding! You have obtained the Treant King helmet. Ding! You have received 5 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained the heart of the Treant King. As Lin Tianhao surveyed the valuable items in his possession, he realized that, aside from the gold coins, nothing seemed immediately useful. Wait, the revival skill appeared to be quite promising. Revival 1 star. Effect: restores 1 health point per second, uninterrupted by attacks. No cooldown. No cost. Proficiency 0-1000. Proficiency is equivalent to health points. Note that there is no upper limit to the skill's star level. Initially indifferent towards the revival skill, Lin Tianhao was taken aback upon reading the proficiency description. Could this be a pleasant surprise from the system? His inherent talent, the Hand of Divine Retribution, allowed for an unlimited accumulation of health points. This skill aligns perfectly. Lin Tianhao immediately embraced the learning of this ability. Resurrection, passive skill, at 3 stars. Its effect restores 50 health points per second, uninterrupted by attacks. There is no cooldown, no cost. Proficiency stands at 2513-010-0000. Proficiency equals health points. Note that there is no upper limit to the skill's star rating. With this skill, Lin Tianhao felt a significant increase in his safety quotient. Eager for the resurrection to activate, he pondered upgrading it. Lin Tianhao muted private messages and friend requests, sending a message to the floating tower Shield Mountain. In the meantime, he commenced leveling up. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao equipped the Thunderbow and struck an elite-level Twisted Trent's core with a single arrow. A massive crimson numeral emerged, 1524. A critical hit. Simultaneously, an arc of electricity leapt from the elite Twisted Trent, jumping to 5 surrounding Trants. 152, 152. Damage numbers surged forth. All 6 Twisted Trants, now wounded, began to converge on Lin Tianhao. However, he remained unfazed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Critical hit, yet another critical hit. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao executed a weak point strike, amplifying the critical damage. What would have required 12 arrows to vanquish the elite Twisted Trant now only demanded 4. Moreover, due to the electric leap, after defeating the first Twisted Trant, the others lost 608 health points. As Lin Tianhao drew in more Twisted Trants, he realized that the electric jump was a double-edged sword. Drawing so much aggro could lead to his downfall if he couldn't withstand it. Observing the horde of Twisted Trants trailing behind him, Lin Tianhao felt a mix of despair and humor. Fortunately, with his astonishing attack speed of 4 arrows in 2 seconds, he could easily dispatch a Twisted Trant. Additionally, thanks to the electric leap, he now only needed 3 arrows, or even 2, to take down the trailing Trants. Ding! You have leveled up to level 7, earning 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to increase his attack speed, boosting it from 213 to 223. Snow Emperor, here I come. Just then, the floating tower Shield Mountain arrived, witnessing Lin Tianhao's terrifying monster-slaying speed. Snow Emperor, you have grown stronger. Lin Tianhao sent a party invitation. This time, the experience was still a 90-10 split, with floating tower Shield Mountain receiving the larger share. The upcoming tasks involved first completing the quest for the floating tower Shield Mountain, and then preparing for subsequent endeavors. With the support of a 223 attack speed and the electric leap, Lin Tianhao elevated the floating tower Shield Mountain to level 10 in just 3 hours. Moreover, after hunting a considerable number of elite Twisted Trants, the Trant set Lin Tianhao had promised to the floating tower Shield Mountain was also acquired. Donning the Trant set, floating tower Shield Mountain was left utterly speechless at the transformation of his attributes. The Snow Emperor, this set of armor is truly remarkable, particularly with its 2 set effects, which are simply extraordinary. I possess 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, dropped by the Twisted Trant King, which, when worn, do not interfere with the set effects and can enhance attributes. How much? Although my time with Lin Tianhao has been brief, Futu Dunshan has already discerned his nature. 50,000 for 1 piece. Futu Dunshan smirked slightly. Lin Tianhao was indeed bold in his demands. After a moment's hesitation, Futu Dunshan acquiesced. It was only due to his substantial wealth that he could afford to spend 100,000 on such transitional gear. No matter how excellent this set may be, it is still merely level 10. In a week's time, this armor will undoubtedly become obsolete. Upon receiving the 100,000 transfer, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. A pleasant collaboration. I should be able to produce more equipment in the future, allowing for continued partnership. Chapter 9. Beware of your sister. Snow Emperor, wait a moment. Futu Dunshan, noticing Lin Tianhao's intent to log off, immediately called out to him. Is there something else? Snow Emperor, I am the young master of the Futu Guild, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us, with an annual salary of 10 million. Futu Dunshan, possessing his own insights into the game, recognized that Lin Tianhao's skills surpassed those of any professional players he had encountered. With such talent, he is worth a salary of millions. Not to mention Lin Tianhao's formidable attributes. I appreciate the offer, but I've already formed my own team. Lin Tianhao shook his head, expressing gratitude for the kindness. Oh, I see. However, we could still become long-term partners. That sounds agreeable. Lin Tianhao nodded, but suddenly halted his steps. You mentioned you are the young master of the Futu Guild? Yes, what of it? Given our acquaintance, allow me to offer a word of caution. Be wary of your sister. 3 months after the launch of the game, news broke of a major upheaval within the Futu group. The young master, while driving, suffered a brake failure and was involved in an accident, rendering him disabled. Half a year later, it was revealed that the mastermind behind the tampering of the brakes was none other than the young master's sister. Beware of my sister? Futu Dunshan furrowed his brows, perplexed. What do you mean? Just remember what I said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, feeling that a single warning was sufficient given their acquaintance. As for Futu Dunshan's ultimate fate, it was of no concern to Lin Tianhao. This time, Lin Tianhao did not log off in the wilderness. Being ambushed by an assassin would not be worth the trouble. After logging off, Lin Tianhao glanced at the time. 8 in the morning. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game. Lin Tianhao chose not to disturb him, opting instead to open the refrigerator and prepare breakfast. Dusk of the Gods. As a groundbreaking MMORPG, possesses a fascinating aspect. One's body receives ample rest while in the game, and even one's spirit feels rejuvenated. Some experts later emerged to explain that this phenomenon is akin to sleeping in the game. However, this assertion is not entirely accurate. It was only later in the game that players discovered the correlation between leveling up and attribute enhancement. Although reality may not manifest physically, it has the capacity to elevate the soul, enhancing one's spiritual essence. The corpulent individual, known as Xiaopeng, has just logged off to partake in a meal. Due to budgetary constraints, Lin Tianhao and his companions are utilizing merely standard gaming pods, rather than the premium nutritional capsules. It is said that the highest grade nutritional pods, once filled with sustenance, allow one to remain offline for up to half a month, ensuring the body's nutritional needs are met. Upon his recent logout, Xiaopeng cheerfully remarked to Lin Tianhao, Brother Hao, you were right. It is quite easy to earn money independently. Today, I crafted a level 7 piece of equipment and sold it for $12,000. There are indeed many affluent players in this game. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally, suggesting that it is not the abundance of wealthy players that is the issue. In fact, the number of individual affluent players is relatively scarce. The true forces driving the inflation of equipment and skill books are the guilds, consortiums, and government factions. Recognizing the explosive popularity of Twilight of the Gods, guilds are acutely aware of the immense financial opportunities that lie ahead. After all, the online gaming industry can reach hundreds of billions. Thus, the potential for Twilight of the Gods could soar to trillions. Likewise, the consortiums and government factions are well aware of the essence of Twilight of the Gods and the significance of becoming stronger within it. Lin Tianhao understood the reason behind Xiaopeng's early success. He had chosen the warrior class and, upon exiting the novice village, encountered a bard. Upon hearing the bard's nonsensical poetry, Xiaopeng decided to impress him with the ancient verses of Dragon Kingdom's esteemed sages. This act not only failed to displease the bard, but instead garnered Xiaopeng a great deal of admiration, prompting the bard to seek apprenticeship under him. The reward for this mentorship consisted of 3 passive skills designated for warriors. Leveraging these 3 passive skills, Xiaopeng excelled tremendously in the later stages of the game. The skills in question were double armor, double shield, and double slash. The effects of these skills are as follows. Double armor reflects a percentage of all incoming damage back to the opponent. Double shield grants a protective barrier equal to a percentage of the user's health each time a control skill is executed. Double slash allows for multiple effects with every attack, including skills, equipment effects, and potion effects. The benefits of reflecting damage, gaining shields, and dealing damage make these skills remarkably versatile, especially since they are all passive and can be triggered infinitely. Moreover, double slash and double shield can stack synergistically. For instance, the warrior's charge skill, classified as a control skill, triggers double shield, and if double slash activates multiple effects, the shield can also be multiplied. Brother Hao, I am already level 9 and have acquired 3 passive skills. I am certain I will be able to secure even higher level equipment soon. Lin Tianhao nodded and replied, Xiao Pang, there is no need to rush. I have already paid for my sister's surgery. You have? Indeed. Lin Tianhao produced the payment receipt, stating, I was fortunate enough to acquire a significant sum. Oh my goodness, Brother Hao, are you the Snow Emperor? Lin Tianhao nodded and said to Xiao Pang, let us eat. Later, I will compile a guide for the novice village, as there are many hidden rewards to discover. It is as I thought. Brother Hao, you are truly formidable. If Li Haitao were to learn of your current accomplishments, he would surely regret his choices. The hidden rewards in the novice village are well suited to each profession. Fatty, venture to the tavern in the novice village and procure 2 bottles of the finest spirits. Then head to the blacksmith to have him forge the most powerful weapon for a warrior. Upon doing so, you will receive a chain quest, the completion of which will yield increasingly bounteous rewards. Very well. Without inquiring how Lin Tianhao came by this knowledge, Zhou Xiaoping readily agreed. After the meal, Lin Tianhao provided Zhou Xiaoping with 2 strategies, tailored for the monkey and the bespectacled character respectively. Fatty, you enter the game. I shall go check on Qingqing. They ventured to the hospital together rather than having Zhou Xiaoping enter the game alone. Due to Lin Tianhao having settled the payment, the hospital was preparing for the surgery. In the hospital room, Lin Tianhao gazed at the unconscious Lin Qingqing, his expression softening considerably. Doctor, when will my sister's operation commence? Lin Tianhao inquired. It is already being arranged. The surgery can take place this afternoon. You may sign here. Very well. Lin Tianhao nodded and affixed his signature to the surgical consent form. Chapter 10. Initiating the instance Twisted Jungle. Once again online. Lin Tianhao did not venture to the level 10 monster area, but instead made his way toward the steep cliffs behind the novice village. Beyond the customary monsters, there exists a hidden instance in the novice village, the rewards for which are particularly generous upon its first completion. Arriving at the location, he found no monsters present, and given the sheer cliffs, it is unsurprising that no players would frequent this area. In his previous life, it was not until a week into the game that someone inadvertently unlocked this instance. The conditions for opening this instance are quite simple. One must eliminate a single treant located in the vicinity. Among the many towering trees, one of them conceals the treant. At first glance, it is easily overlooked. I have found you. Disguised treant, normal, level 10. Health points, 2,100. Attack, 32. Skill disguise. A notably feeble creature. Lin Tianhao raised his hand to attack. Although he did not target its weakness, it took merely 3 arrows to vanquish the disguised treant. Ding. You have defeated the disguised treant, gaining 43 experience points. Ding. As you have slain a hidden monster in the novice village. The hidden instance, Twisted Jungle, is about to be unlocked. Ding. You are the first player to unlock this instance. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully unlocking the hidden instance, Twisted Jungle, in the novice village, becoming the first player in the entire server to do so. As a reward, you have received 10 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, and 1 piece of black iron equipment. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for successfully unlocking the hidden instance, Twisted Jungle, in the novice village, becoming the first player in the entire server to do so. As a reward, you have received 10 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, and 1 piece of black iron equipment. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements. As the server-wide announcement resonated, the Twisted Jungle dungeon materialized in all novice villages. Lin Tianhao allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to attack speed, subsequently setting his gaze upon the coveted black iron weapon reward, the Twisted Jungle Longbow. With no equipment restrictions, it was designated for archers, boasting an attack power of 65, a health boost of 500, and a lifesteal effect of 2, with durability at 100. Lin Tianhao sighed, lamenting yet another inadequate weapon. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Could there not be a weapon that enhances attack speed? Truly a lamentable existence. While Lin Tianhao perused his attributes, players erupted in excitement, particularly those who had already departed from the novice village, filled with regret. What? There's a dungeon in the novice village? Had I known sooner, I would never have left, exclaimed one. Fortunate for me. I level up slowly. I can still partake in the dungeon. The initial completion of the dungeon promised substantial rewards. Is anyone forming a party? The Dream Chasing Guild is recruiting formidable tanks. At this moment, Lin Tianhao arrived at the dungeon entrance. The difficulty levels for the Twilight of the Gods dungeon were categorized as easy, hard, nightmare, and hell. The Twisted Jungle at level 10 offered greater rewards for higher difficulties. You shall do hell level. A notification chimed, warning that the hell level dungeon was not recommended for solo entry. Are you sure? It inquired. Absolutely. Despite the daunting challenge posed by the hell level dungeon, Lin Tianhao felt no trepidation. Fortune favors the bold, though his attributes did not ideally equip him for soloing such a formidable challenge. His prowess from a previous life remained intact. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao immediately encountered a multitude of Twisted Treants. Twisted Treant, Elite, level 10, boasting 500 health points and an attack of 129, with skills including Regeneration, Whirling Vines, and Thornbind. The attributes of these elite Twisted Treants surpassed those of the elite Treants he had previously faced. Whoosh! Critical hit. 1812. Simultaneously, a lightning leap erupted, inflicting damage upon the surrounding Twisted Treants. 362. 362. With each arrow striking as a critical hit, it took merely 5 arrows to dispatch a single Treant. Moreover, with the lightning leap enhanced to 2 stars, the damage, area, and number of targets struck increased significantly. A notification chimed. You have slain an elite Twisted Treant, earning 351 experience points. The experience gained was quite substantial, as it was a level-up kill in conjunction with the dungeon's elite monsters. Utilizing the increased range from his basic attacks, Lin Tianhao maintained a safe distance from the Treants, ensuring that they could not strike him. Particularly, the Thornbind skill posed the greatest threat should he be ensnared. Ding! You have leveled up to level 8, earning 5 free attribute points. Upon leveling up, he again allocated all points to attack speed. Concurrently, he successfully cleared the first stage of the dungeon. Passing through the Luminous Gate, Lin Tianhao advanced to the second stage of the dungeon. However, upon entry, he was immediately confronted by dozens of Twisted Treants advancing towards him. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also encountered 10 Tree Man leaders here. Tree Man leaders, Elite, level 10, with a health pool of 35, 280, and an attack power of 412. Their skills included Thornbind, Revitalize, Vine Spin, and Frenzied Strike. While they possessed an additional skill, their attributes far surpassed those of the elite-level Twisted Treemen. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao continued his unadorned assault, skillfully evading these tree men, striving to remain outside the range of their Thornbind attacks. For this, he was truly grateful for the skill that amplified his basic attacks. It was precisely this skill that extended the range of his basic attacks, providing him with sufficient conditions to maneuver against these tree men. However, his movement speed remained a significant drawback. Simultaneously, 3 Tree Man leaders unleashed their Thornbind upon Lin Tianhao. The damage numbers appeared: 823, 821, 823. Enormous figures materialized, simultaneously ensnaring Lin Tianhao. He sensed impending doom. And indeed, the subsequent attacks were relentless. 123, 421, 423. The damage numbers continued to rise, and before he could escape their control, another Thornbind ensued. In a mere 2 seconds, Lin Tianhao lost over 13,000 health points. The only solace was that the intelligence of the Twisted Tree Men was not particularly high. They merely executed whatever skills they had at their disposal. Furthermore, the Twisted Tree Men behind lacked sufficient range to strike Lin Tianhao. Otherwise, had they synchronized their control perfectly, he would have succumbed to their relentless grasp. Lacking a control-breaking skill was a severe detriment, and his low movement speed compounded the issue. Lin Tianhao resolved to reposition the moment the control ended, creating distance. Just then, an arrow struck, interrupting one of the Tree Man leader's mid-cast. He exhaled a breath of relief. He had narrowly escaped peril. A mere level drop would be trivial, but should others claim the first clear of the dungeon, he would truly regret it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao remained acutely focused. Previously, he had concentrated more on inflicting damage, but now, he needed to dodge skills and interrupt the Tree Man leader's abilities, necessitating keen awareness of his surroundings. Chapter 11. Hell Difficulty, Hydrobark. The Thornbind skill was not a strong control skill, but rather a targeted cast. In other words, it could be evaded through adept movement. Lin Tianhao had been struck previously due to carelessness, compounded by the simultaneous casting of Thornbind by 3 Tree Man leaders, which effectively blocked his escape route. Now, With heightened concentration, he anticipated any raised arms signaling Thornbind and moved away in advance. Coupled with his substantial output and the damage from Lightning Leap, the number of Twisted Tree Men continued to dwindle. As the number of Twisted Tree Men decreased, Lin Tianhao found himself thriving in the monster-slaying endeavor. Finally, all Twisted Tree Men in this level were vanquished. Ding! You have reached level 9 with 5 free attribute points. Leveling up a tier within a dungeon was indeed a terrifyingly swift progression. Moreover, with the enhancement of the skill resurgence, Lin Tianhao's health has now been restored to its maximum. At this moment, within the conference hall of the Floating Tower Club, a video of Lin Tianhao soloing the Twisted Tree King is being showcased. A young man stands at the head of the conference room. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf immediately rises, displaying an exceptionally high damage output. However, it is his skills that are truly formidable. Even with reduced damage, his expertise allows him to solo this encounter. Could you assist me in evaluating how much I should invest to recruit him? Previously, I offered a salary of 10 million, yet he declined without hesitation. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf furrowed his brow. Such skills could not belong to an obscure individual. He might have commanded a salary of 10 million during the era of traditional gaming, or even higher. After all, there was once a legendary marksman in that era whose salary exceeded 80 million. Given the current popularity of Dusk of the Gods, his skills, coupled with his attributes, justify a salary of 100 million. When considering the overall influence on our guild and the capacity to drive early game engagement, the salary could even reach between 150 to 200 million. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf spoke with commendable insight. As the president of the Floating Tower Guild, his own salary is merely over 20 million. Yet, Lin Tianhao's skills have indeed impressed him. All right, I understand. The Floating Tower's Shield Mountain nodded. President Divine Wolf, please organize for the members still in the Novice Village to challenge the Twisted Treant dungeon. Additionally, if possible, every player in the Novice Village should attempt to tackle the level 10 Twisted Treants. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf acknowledged affirmatively. After uttering this, the Floating Tower's Shield Mountain cleared his throat. Furthermore, let me show you my current attributes. He proudly displayed the attributes of his Treant set. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf was astonished upon seeing the set's attributes. Total health increased by 5,008, with both armor and magic resistance significantly elevated. Alongside the set's additional characteristics, the Floating Tower's Divine Wolf couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Young master, how much did you spend on this equipment? For 100,000, which also included leveling me to 10. Initially, it was 300,000, but I added these 2 pieces of black iron equipment. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf was left dumbfounded. So cheap? Indeed, it is inexpensive. A single level 10 elite piece of equipment is valued at around 20,000. These 13 pieces could individually fetch 40,000. The key lies in the set bonus, and it even comes with the additional benefit of reaching level 10. Did the Snow Emperor sell this to you? Yes. It seems he is not lacking in funds. Otherwise, he could have sold it for a better price. The Floating Tower's Divine Wolf instinctively thought that Lin Tianhao was unconcerned about money due to his wealth. Little did he know, Lin Tianhao was in urgent need of funds, which is why he did not haggle. Furthermore, 5 years later, the Great Catastrophe would render real currency virtually worthless. Twisted Forest. Lin Tianhao entered the 3rd level. Here, there were a total of 4 Twisted Treant Kings. Twisted Treant King, Black Iron, level 10. Health, 186, 800. Attack, 598. Skills, Summon Treant, Resurgence, Vine's Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine's Cage. The skills may not have increased, yet the attributes have significantly risen with the presence of 4 entities. Upon glancing at his current health, Lin Tianhao launched an attack. Whoosh! A critical hit. 1685. Truly deserving of its title in the hellish difficulty dungeon. The Black Iron possesses formidable defense, rendering Lin Tianhao's Enhanced Thunderbow, which adds 300 points to his attack power, insufficient to deal substantial damage even under critical conditions. The majority of the damage inflicted is still attributed to Lin Tianhao's hand of divine punishment. Moreover, it is worth noting that the binding vines of the Twisted Treant King differ from the entangling skills of ordinary treants. This skill approaches the realm of strong control, as the binding vines emerge directly from beneath the player's feet, making it exceedingly difficult to react. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he can interrupt at most 2 Twisted Treant Kings simultaneously. However, he now faces 4 of them. The battle is on the verge of erupting. The 4 Twisted Treant Kings, having gained a modicum of intelligence, begin to encircle Lin Tianhao. Simultaneously, the skill Vine Cage has been cast. Regrettably, The casting of the vine cage is the slowest and most prone to interruption. Lin Tianhao easily disrupts the skill of the Twisted Treant King. Nonetheless, as all four Twisted Treant Kings unleash their skills simultaneously, they effectively block Lin Tianhao's escape route. Rather than retreating, Lin Tianhao advances, which plays right into his strategy. 598, 597, 598. Lin Tianhao steps forward, entering the attack range of the Twisted Treant Kings. All four strike at once, inflicting over 2,000 damage upon him. As the effects of the Twisted Treant King's skills dissipate, he retreats again to create distance, while continuing to move forward. As long as he avoids being ensnared by their binding vines, given Lin Tianhao's current health and the resurrection skill, the likelihood of being instantaneously killed is negligible. As he progresses, the first Twisted Treant King falls. The remaining battle becomes considerably easier. Before long, the three remaining Twisted Treant Kings are defeated. The rewards for clearing the dungeon in the Twilight of the Gods are calculated only upon completion. Prior to that, defeating wild monsters yields only experience points, not loot. Stepping into the fourth level, he arrives at the final stage of the Twisted Jungle Dungeon. No sooner had he entered than Lin Tianhao beheld a towering tree, reaching a height of over 100 meters, adorned with countless vines swaying in the breeze. It appeared to be no ordinary tree. Hydra cypress, bronze, level 10. Health 15. 280,000. Attack 1358. Skill, Withered Wood revives in spring. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened slightly. It possessed merely a single skill. Chapter 12. First clear of the dungeon. Withered Wood revives in spring. Lin Tianhao would not underestimate his opponent merely because it had a single skill. In fact, such foes are often the most challenging to confront. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao struck first. 785. A critical hit did not occur, yet the damage was still respectable. However, in the next instant, Lin Tianhao grasped the true terror of the Hydra cypress. 1355. 1355. Two consecutive vines lashed against him, deducting over 2,000 from his health. This is utterly outrageous. Moreover, Lin Tianhao has uncovered a troubling issue. The tendrils of the Hydra cypress seemingly encompass the entirety of this level. In other words, evading its basic attacks through maneuvering is simply impossible. This is truly frustrating. The Hydra cypress unleashes two tendrils with each assault, and with his health barely exceeding 30,000. He can only withstand a handful of strikes. While his mind races with thoughts, Lin Tianhao's hands remain relentless, continuously assaulting the Hydra cypress. As the tendrils lash out once more, he quickly rolls to evade the attack, successfully dodging it. A glimmer of hope ignites within him. Just as he had anticipated, the tendril strikes can indeed be evaded. Now that evasion is an option, vanquishing the Hydra cypress is merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, Lin Tianhao equips the jungle longbow, which not only enhances his health, but also provides lifesteal, an aspect that becomes crucial. After all, the multitude of tendrils means each basic attack originates from a different one. Although his reflexes allow him to evade, achieving a perfect dodge remains somewhat unrealistic, especially since his movement speed has not been augmented. 50, 16, 16. Gradually, Lin Tianhao's health begins to restore, while he seeks the Hydra cypress's weakness. Every creature possesses a vulnerability. Targeting these weak points increases the likelihood of critical strikes. Even though his critical rate, after changing weapons, is a mere 1% with the brutal boots, precise hits on these weak points can still yield consecutive criticals. He has found it. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao was unaware of the Hydra cypress. At that time, he was diligently leveling up and farming gold, heading to the main city the following day. Later, when this dungeon opened, others attempted it at hell difficulty, but no players from the novice village could succeed. As the game progressed, with level 15 and 20 dungeons emerging, players lost interest in this novice village dungeon. Thus, this was Lin Tianhao's first encounter with the Hydra cypress. Whoosh! Another arrow flies as Lin Tianhao deftly maneuvers. He is truly pushing his evasion to the limit, dodging even basic attacks. He has found it. A spark of realization illuminates his mind as he spots 9 blood-red tendrils behind the Hydra cypress, each adorned with a dark crimson head. One head, in particular, faces Lin Tianhao with a sinister grin. Whoosh! Critical hit. 1574. A vivid critical damage appears, igniting excitement within Lin Tianhao. He has identified the weakness, making his subsequent attacks significantly more manageable. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air is incessant, as the blood-red tendrils, animated by their heads, attempt to evade. Yet, With Lin Tianhao's extensive experience, such evasive maneuvers appear trivial. Critical hit. Critical hit. Yet another critical. This is the extraordinary aspect of targeting weaknesses. Even a 1% critical rate can inflict substantial critical damage. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a smile. The critical hits not only dealt considerable damage, but also enhanced his lifesteal. Upon discovering the method to counter his adversary, he unleashed a rapid succession of arrows, draining the life of the Hydra Ba with a remarkable speed of 2 shots per second. At last, the Hydra Ba's health dwindled to 10%, teetering on the brink of defeat. Yet, in the next instant, a green glow enveloped the Hydra Ba, and its health astonishingly reverted to full. Lin Tianhao felt a wave of despondency wash over him. This was incomprehensible. What kind of divine skill was this? Such absurdity was unfathomable. This was merely a novice village. He was not battling a level 200 creature, but a mere level 10 bronze foe. Why was this happening? Although a torrent of frustration surged within him, Lin Tianhao resolved not to concede defeat and opted to continue his assault. With the knowledge gained from prior encounters, he now maneuvered with ease. 15 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. You have slain the bronze-level Hydra Ba. Experience gained. 31,280. Another notification followed. Ding. You have completed the first clear of the dungeon Twisted Jungle. A server-wide announcement will commence. Would you like to hide your name? No. The server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first clear of Twisted Jungle. We commend all players to strive for excellence. This unexpected announcement left many players still battling within the dungeon utterly flabbergasted. What? It's that Shwedi again. Did he truly solo clear the dungeon? How is that even possible? They speculated, could he have awakened some hidden talent in this novice village? Perhaps he possesses a hidden class. But even if that were the case, what one-star talent could be so formidable? Numerous players were left in disbelief, with many from various guilds beating their chests in frustration. The rewards for a first clear of the dungeon were indisputable. Ding. You have completed the hell-level first clear of Twisted Jungle. Rewards are being calculated. Ding. You have received the Black Iron Level Treatment Set 1. Ding. You have acquired Skill Book 13. Ding. You have obtained Treatment Heart 4. Ding. You have received 35 pieces of Elite Level Equipment. Ding. You have earned 350 gold coins. Ding. You have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding. You have received a quest scroll 1. The flurry of system notifications left Lin Tianhao dazzled. The rewards were astounding. The Black Iron Level Treatment Set was usable by him, aside from the main weapon, especially since he had achieved the first clear and faced no level restrictions. However, the set was most suited for a shield warrior, making its use somewhat awkward for him. As he glanced at the 32 pieces of elite equipment, he noted that most were tank gear, which he donned more out of necessity than efficacy. When his gaze fell upon the skill book, his interest piqued, for he discovered the skill Withered Wood Revived. Withered Wood Revived, passive skill, 1 star. Effect: when your health drops below 10%, you will instantly recover 10% of your health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Cost none. Proficiency level 0-10. The calculation method for proficiency is based on the sacrifice of skill books. Each skill book sacrifice grants 1 point of proficiency, while certain special skills may yield multiple points. Chapter 13. The Rankings of Levels and Equipment. Lin Tianhao paused momentarily. It was no wonder that the Hydra Ba had only this singular skill. All others have been sacrificed. During this dungeon run, retaining the skill Withered Wood Rebirth, Lin Tianhao still possessed 12 skill books, all dropped by the distorted trance, which offered minimal assistance to him. Learning Withered Wood Rebirth. Sacrificing skill books. Lin Tianhao sacrificed 10 skill books from the trance, successfully elevating Withered Wood Rebirth to 2 stars. Withered Wood Rebirth, passive skill, 2 stars. Effect: when your health drops to 10%, you will instantly recover 20% of your health. Cooldown, 12 hours. Consumption, none. Proficiency level 0-100. The calculation method for proficiency is based on skill sacrifices. Each skill book sacrifice grants 1 point of proficiency, while certain special skills may yield multiple points. As Lin Tianhao had anticipated, elevating the skill by 1 star increased the recoverable health by 10% and significantly reduced the cooldown period. This enhancement was undeniably substantial. Furthermore, with this skill, his survivability was vastly improved. Not only that, but Withered Wood Rebirth restores health based on a percentage, which means that even in the late stages of the game, it would undeniably be regarded as a formidable skill. Currently, Lin Tianhao's total health exceeded 30,000 points, making 20% a recovery of over 6,000 points. But what if Lin Tianhao's total health were 3,000,000, 30 million, or even higher. He would still be able to recover based on the percentage. Lin Tianhao glanced at his experience bar. He was halfway to level 10. With this experience bar, if he desired, he could reach level 10 in no more than half an hour. However, Lin Tianhao sought more than mere leveling up. He opened the level rankings, intending to review the current standings. 1. Demon Lord Shura, level 11, 25 points. 2. Dream Chaser Yinwei, level 10, 95 points. 3. I Don't Love Money, level 10, 91 points. 4. Divine Wolf of the Floating Pagoda, level 10, 90 points. 5. I Really Have 20 centimeters, level 10, 88 points. The discrepancies in the level rankings were not significant, and Lin Tianhao was familiar with most of these players. 3 of the top 5 were high-ranking guild members, while the other 2 included a top-tier rich heir from Longhua whose level was bolstered by wealth. The key point was that this individual not only possessed wealth, but also fortune and a certain degree of skill, making him an exceptional player. As for the 5th contender, he bore some resemblance to Zhou Xiaoping. He had an early game opportunity that allowed him to shine. Nevertheless, as the game progressed, the initial advantage gradually diminished, leading to his eventual disappearance from the public eye. In addition to the level rankings, there existed an equipment leaderboard in the realm of Twilight of the Gods. Lin Tianhao opened the equipment rankings. 1. Golden Scepter, Gold Grade. 2. Thunderbow, Silver Grade. 3. Hydra Shield, Bronze Grade. 4. Hydra Pauldrons, Bronze Grade. 5. Hydra Cloak, Bronze Grade. Among the top 5, apart from the Golden Scepter of the first place, all others belonged to Lin Tianhao. Indeed, it was reminiscent of his past life. Lin Tianhao amused himself that this golden scepter was bestowed by dreaming smoke and snow. It was a summoning staff, imbued with a singular effect, the ability to summon 6 level 10 black iron creatures. In the early stages of the game, this was quite an ordinary occurrence. A single level 10 black iron could dominate the realm, let alone 6. Speaking of which, Dreaming Smoke and Snow was the owner of the Dreaming Club he once belonged to. She was rather attractive, but unfortunately, her nepotism plagued the club with corruption, as many of her relatives held high-ranking positions. However, such matters were inconsequential now. With his extraordinary talent, Lin Tianhao was confident he would surpass Dreaming Smoke and Snow. He allocated all 50 attribute points from the first completion reward into attack speed, raising it from 263 to 363. During this process, Lin Tianhao contemplated whether to invest some points in a movement speed, but ultimately decided against it. The most compatible attribute with his judgment hand was still attack speed. As long as his attack speed was sufficiently rapid, he could accumulate health points at an accelerated rate. Lastly, there was the task scroll. Such scrolls were exceedingly rare, for the tasks within were not ordinary, but those bestowed by the gods. Completing these tasks might grant divine blessings, which could range from attribute enhancements to permanent traits. Unfolding the task scroll, Lin Tianhao was taken aback by the task that appeared. Beneath the novice village lay a sealed drought demon, and should it emerge, it would bring devastation upon the living. The task required the annihilation of all beings within the novice village and the destruction of the altar, ensuring that all interdimensional adventurers would be reborn only in the main city, forever barred from re-entering the novice village. There are no penalties for failure, and the rewards remained unknown. Upon reading this, Lin Tianhao's expression darkened to an extreme. This task was absurd beyond belief. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had encountered a myriad of peculiar quests, but this? To destroy the novice village? Was this truly a task, or was it a decree for self-destruction? In the past, players had attempted to provoke the village, and even the Taverness minor staff could deal over 1,000 damage with a mere gesture. As for the village chief and blacksmith, their attributes were likely even more outrageous. Stowing away the task scroll, Lin Tianhao did not immediately accept the task. Although there were no penalties, he wished to deliberate further. Exiting the dungeon, he found a throng of players gathered at the entrance. We are in need of a powerful priest. Any healer with sufficient healing power, please join. With a strong duo in our ranks, our damage output will be formidable. The duo referred to archers and mages, a steady damage dealer and a high burst damage dealer. It had been quite some time, aside from the esteemed Snow Emperor. Had no other players managed to clear the dungeon? I am looking to purchase equipment. I have more money than sense. Lin Tianhao glanced at the crowd, not paying them much heed. Here lies the novice village of 10,086, where true gaming virtuosos are scarce. It is presumed that most of them congregate in the more prominent novice villages. Departing from the instance, Lin Tianhao ventured in another direction. According to his calculations, the task given by the village chief to slay 10 creatures would yield richer rewards with a higher level. Notably, there was something peculiar in the novice village. the bard encountered by Zhou Xiaobang. It is said that his true form is that of a yellow weasel which, due to a stroke of fortune, has assumed human shape. Yet his inherent nature remains unchanged, and it seems he is scheming something within the novice village. Previous guides did not elaborate extensively, and Lin Tianhao possessed only a vague understanding of this matter. At that moment, Lin Tianhao's gaze shifted slightly, and he swiftly wielded his thunder bow as a blade, slicing through the air behind him. Indeed, it was not the act of drawing and shooting an arrow, but rather utilizing the bow as a weapon to counter an imminent threat. The attack, while not immensely powerful, was sufficient to thwart an unexpected crisis. Suddenly, a dagger clashed against Lin Tianhao's thunderbow, producing a shower of sparks. "You again." Lin Tianhao frowned. The assailant was none other than the assassin who had previously sought to rob him. Although the player's nickname was concealed, their appearance was difficult to disguise. The assassin remained silent, rotating their dagger 180 degrees before lunging at Lin Tianhao once more. Leaning back, Lin Tianhao donned the black iron-level trance set. As soon as the trance set was equipped, his defenses were bolstered, and his health significantly increased. In the meantime, Lin Tianhao executed a sideways roll to evade the assassin's attack. However, upon narrowly escaping, he was taken aback, for the assassin had vanished. It was not a matter of stealth. Lin Tianhao sensed the assassin lurking just behind him, yet he saw nothing. Were an observer present, they would note that the assassin had been positioned within Lin Tianhao's blind spot, rendering him invisible. Shadow step? Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. Shadow step was not a skill, but rather a technique that involved maneuvering to obscure one's presence from the opponent's sight, as if hidden within the shadows of the enemy itself, hence its name. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao articulate the technique he employed, the assassin displayed a hint of surprise. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Tianhao seized the opportunity to act. With a swift motion, an arrow soared through the air. This time, he did not turn around, but instead drew the bow with his leg, shooting an arrow backward. The assassin, skilled in combat, was momentarily caught off guard by Lin Tianhao's peculiar maneuver. An arrow struck true, dealing a critical blow of 1352 damage, and the assassin was instantaneously vanquished. Regrettably, no equipment was dropped this time. "It seems this assassin has set their sights on me once more," Lin Tianhao murmured to himself, initially believing that his conflict with the assassin player was merely a trivial matter. However, he was taken aback when the assassin launched a sudden ambush without uttering a word today. In a novice village, amidst the resurrection altar, the shadow assassin bore a grave expression. With swift reflexes, formidable damage output, and remarkable combat skills, he was well versed in the art of shadow stepping. It was he who had first attempted to snatch the opportunity, prompting Lin Tianhao to retaliate and eliminate him. This time, however, it was the assassin who instigated the confrontation. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained oblivious to these details. He had now located the bard within the novice village. Dressed appropriately, with a distinctive handlebar mustache, he appeared somewhat comical. The bard was at level 15, with health and attack stats undisclosed and skills unknown. This bard, wandering near the novice village, was rumored to possess unexpected benefits. Such annotations led many players to believe that the bard harbored quests or was selling valuable items, but that was not the case. He was merely a wise humanoid of modest rank, classified as iron grade, yet endowed with peculiar skills. Initially, he was subdued through the concerted efforts of thousands of players in the novice village. Let us go was merely the most fundamental technique of an archer. Previously, Lin Tianhao had utilized a thunder bow to block the assassin's ambush in close combat, which could also be considered a skill. Taking refuge behind a large tree, he drew his bow. As the energy arrow took shape, he began to rotate the bowstring, twisting it into a slender braid. However, Lin Tianhao's aim was not directed at the bard, but rather to the left. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air. Not far away, the shadow assassin furrowed his brow, suspecting Lin Tianhao's intention to hunt the bard. Yet, the trajectory of the arrow seemed off. What transpired next left the shadow assassin utterly astonished. The arrow shot by Lin Tianhao inexplicably curved mid-flight, ultimately striking the bard standing at a distance with unerring accuracy. 925. A colossal damage figure materialized. The bard, caught off guard by the sudden assault, was momentarily bewildered as Lin Tianhao remained concealed behind the tree, never revealing his position. This was one of the archer's shooting techniques, the twisted string arrow method. By rotating the bowstring, the arrow could be launched in a spiral. With precise control over force and angle, the arrow could be made to curve. Furthermore, the arrow would spin rapidly in the air, granting it heightened penetration effects upon impact. resulting in increased damage. Whoosh! Another arrow was loosed. Found you. The bard, witnessing Lin Tianhao's renewed assault, although unable to discern his position, noticed the direction from which the arrow was approaching. He leapt into the air, determined to charge towards Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! Yet, while still airborne, the arrow struck him. The tremendous force from the twisted string arrow method sent the bard reeling back over a meter. Following swiftly were the second and third arrows, each imbued with formidable impact. Immediately, Shadowkill witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. The bard was suspended in midair, unable to descend, after being struck by Lin Tianhao. Just as the bard began to show signs of falling, Lin Tianhao shattered his hopes with another arrow, forcing him back once more. The trajectory of the arrow was masterfully executed, propelling the bard further into the air as he was repelled. Shadowkill, typically an exceptionally composed assassin, found himself at a loss for words, struck by the sheer audacity of Lin Tianhao's maneuver. Nevertheless, his extensive combat experience informed him that achieving such a feat was incredibly arduous, bordering on the impossible. For the initial arrow to hit the bard, one must already have contemplated the landing point of the third arrow. Otherwise, such a seamless series of aerial blows could not be attained. Moreover, in the realm of Ragnarok, once an opponent is launched into the air, they endure a barrage of continuous damage. Typically, only warrior-class characters possess skills to launch enemies into the air and then chain other skills to inflict successive damage. Yet here was Lin Tianhao, an archer, executing an astonishingly improbable series of hits. With a fierce roar, the bard's form swelled rapidly, transforming from a mere minstrel into a hulking creature over 3 meters tall, covered in coarse brown fur, a ferocious yellow weasel. Simultaneously, the bard's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Enraged yellow weasel, black iron, level 15. Health points, 10, 125, 000, 12, 530. 000, attack, 813. Skills, Huangshan illusion, shadow shift, invulnerability, frenzy, soul extraction, soul control. Lin Tianhao had never faced this yellow weasel before, yet he possessed some knowledge regarding its skills. The invulnerability and frenzy skills were commonplace in the main city, found on nearly every character. Invulnerability negates all forms of control, excluding curses and certain specialized suppression skills. Frenzy sacrifices a portion of dual resistances to significantly boost damage output. Some formidable foes can increase their damage by tenfold in this state. Huangshan illusion is an illusionary skill associated with mental fortitude. Those with resilient minds experience diminished effect from such skills. Soul extraction and soul control, however, represented the true monstrosity of this yellow weasel's abilities. Soul extraction forcibly deprives opponents of a portion of their soul, rendering them weak and causing them to bleed continuously. The most outrageous aspect is that this bleeding persists for a full 24 hours. If the yellow weasel is not vanquished, the enemy will suffer continual damage for that duration, leaving them no choice but to remain at the resurrection altar to survive, relying on its restorative properties. As for soul control, it is even more formidable, possessing a chance to dominate an enemy's soul, thereby manipulating their combat actions. This control also lasts a full 24 hours. Absurd indeed. However, since Lin Tianhao had made his move, it was clear that his intent was to vanquish the yellow weasel. Suspended in midair, the weasel could not descend without activating its invulnerability. Typically, one would unleash their ultimate abilities in a state of low health, executing a desperate counterattack. However, this yellow-skinned creature is unlike any other. It possesses an intelligence that rivals that of an average adult. In the early stages of the game, players often underestimated it, treating it as a mere rudimentary program, and many suffered significant defeats as a result. Twilight of the Gods is far more than a simple game. The moment the yellow-skinned creature's health plummeted to 1 million, it unhesitatingly activated its ultimate ability, as Lin Tianhao had anticipated. In this state, the repelling effect of arrows was rendered ineffective, allowing the creature to regain control and land. Barely touching the ground, it raised its hand to unleash a skill toward Lin Tianhao. Yet, it hesitated, lowering its hand once more. Its casting range was insufficient. Most monsters, despite their skills, have a casting range comparable to that of an archer's basic attack. However, due to Lin Tianhao's skill enhancement, his attack range exceeded that of a typical archer by 10%. This advantage allowed him to precisely control the casting distance, constraining the yellow-skinned creature's attack. Lin Tianhao had employed such tactics during his time on PC games, where seasoned players could manipulate attack ranges to maximize their damage output. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was a significant drawback, vastly inferior to that of a yellow-skinned creature. Within mere seconds, the creature had closed the gap. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he realized the creature was poised to unleash its skill. In its ultimate state, there was no way for Lin Tianhao to disrupt the yellow-skinned creature's casting. Most critically, the Soul Siphon skill was a targeted attack that could not be evaded through mere movement. Nearby, Yingsha revealed a smile, anticipating Lin Tianhao's imminent downfall. Yet, in an instant, that smile froze on his face. Lin Tianhao swiftly switched to his primary weapon, equipping a shield, thereby completing the black iron trance set. This weapon change elevated both his resistance and health. The attributes of the black iron trance set were even more remarkable than those of the elite trance set, allowing for a health regeneration of 200 points per second, in addition to reflecting 20% of damage taken. Furthermore, there was a third set effect, granting an increase in 10 points of resilience. The Soul Siphon skill inflicted a weakening effect, and this enhanced resilience could mitigate its impact. A vivid crimson number, 2254, appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, followed by 102, and then a forced health deduction. With his primary weapon replaced, he continued his assault. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's revival skill, he was able to restore 150 health points per second, effectively countering the Soul Siphon skill. However, the weakening effect was indeed formidable. Lin Tianhao's attack speed plummeted from 363 to 241, a reduction of nearly one-third. This occurrence was due to Lin Tianhao's switch of weapons. Upon witnessing the recovery numbers springing forth from Lin Tianhao, Shadowkill was momentarily taken aback. He was regaining over 100 health points per second, and, astonishingly, the damage inflicted by the Yellow Weasel's soul extraction had not even diminished a tenth of Lin Tianhao's health. I shall assist you. Shadowkill, pondering something unknown, ceased to be a mere spectator and instead appeared behind the Yellow Weasel. In one swift motion, he delivered a kick to the creature's back, leaping up to swiftly slash its throat. The damage was 215, accompanied by a bleeding effect of 25. Shadowkill's sudden intervention caught Lin Tianhao off guard. However, the Yellow Weasel still boasted over 900,000 health points. Acting now did not seem like an attempt to steal the kill. We'll discuss matters later. I will withdraw once its health reaches 10%, so you need not worry about me taking the kill. Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished, wondering if this assassin player had been frightened into submission. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. As long as the assassin was willing to draw aggro, the situation appeared secure. The duration of the invulnerability was limited. Although he had forgotten how long the Yellow Weasel's invulnerability lasted, it was unlikely to be excessively formidable, given it was a novice village creature. The assassin seemed to have anticipated this, leaning back to narrowly evade a fierce claw swipe. He even managed to slash the Yellow Weasel's wrist with his dagger, inflicting a mere 121 damage without any bleeding effect. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Tianhao unleashed a barrage of arrows. 3 arrows per second. Each arrow bore significant damage, targeting the creature's weak point at the base of its skull. Damn it! The Yellow Weasel roared, and in the next moment, an eerie light erupted from its form. Suddenly, the Yellow Weasel that had been before Lin Tianhao vanished, replaced by a stunning beauty clad in a sheer gown, with curves that captivated and skin as pale as snow, her long legs accentuating her allure. With a seductive smile, she beckoned Lin Tianhao, "My lord, come play with me." Chapter 16. Breaking the Illusion. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. It was evident that this was an illusion. Naturally, if one's mind was not resolute, one could easily become ensnared in such a mirage. To dispel the illusion, one must remain steadfast in heart and mind. There exists a rather straightforward method: mental juxtaposition. By merging the vision of this enchanting beauty with that of the over 3-meter-tall, hairy, and grotesque Yellow Weasel, the situation could be perfectly rationalized. Lin Tianhao gazed once more at the alluring figure, involuntarily recalling the Yellow Weasel's lewd antics before him. Ugh, he nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. Just the thought of it made his stomach churn. It was utterly revolting. The alluring beauty, witnessing his reaction, paused momentarily. Could it be that this fellow preferred men? In an instant, the illusion shifted. A handsome youth leaned against Lin Tianhao, effortlessly playing basketball with fluid movements, his body rising and falling rhythmically. Ugh! Lin Tianhao felt humiliated by the yellow-skinned creature. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air, striking true. A staggering damage number of 1028 appeared, shattering the illusion. To Lin Tianhao's surprise, however, Shadow Killer had already broken the illusion before him. With a swift maneuver, Shadow Killer glided almost effortlessly between the yellow-skinned creature's legs, then thrust a blade forward. A howl erupted as the yellow-skinned creature's legs clamped tightly, letting out a cry of anguish. Though the attack lacked significant force, it was laden with humiliation. Lin Tianhao understood that Shadow Killer was drawing aggro, aiming to delay the creature's invulnerable state for him. As expected, after its cry, the yellow-skinned creature turned and pursued Shadow Killer. Whoosh! As it chased after Shadow Killer, Lin Tianhao unleashed his full attack speed without hesitation. Each arrow struck the back of its head, inflicting substantial critical damage. A furious roar erupted from the yellow-skinned creature. It realized it had been toyed with. Observing the dwindling time of its invulnerability, it activated its berserk skill without a second thought, drastically increasing its speed. Though Shadow Killer was quick to react, the yellow-skinned creature raised its hand, unleashing a soul extraction that instantly eliminated Shadow Killer. Lin Tianhao facepalmed. This marked Shadow Killer's third demise today, twice at his own hands, and now for the sake of saving him. After slaying Shadow Killer, the yellow-skinned creature turned its gaze toward Lin Tianhao, casting a soul control spell. Lin Tianhao felt a sudden stiffness in his soul as a chilling presence began to invade. In the next moment, he sensed his control over his body slipping away. In this dire situation, Lin Tianhao swiftly switched his equipment from the Thunderbow to a shield. If he failed to withstand the ensuing attack, he could be annihilated in an instant. Moreover, he feared the yellow-skinned creature might manipulate him into self-harm. Thus, the shield was the optimal choice. Once it had ensnared Lin Tianhao, the yellow-skinned creature dashed toward him, delivering a heavy blow to his helmet. Critical hit. A colossal damage number of 1512 appeared, followed by a barrage of attacks raining down upon Lin Tianhao. Swish! The yellow-skinned creature's claw slashed across Lin Tianhao's throat, revealing another staggering damage number, 1626. Blood loss, 300. 300. This assault inflicted bleeding damage upon Lin Tianhao, who was desperately resisting to break free from the shackles. Even so, he suffered a loss of 20,000 health points before narrowly escaping the soul control spell. Once liberated, Lin Tianhao kicked the yellow-skinned creature's knee, leveraging the momentum to perform a backflip, evading its attack. String-twisting archery. Whoosh! At that moment, the creature's invulnerability finally wore off, and Lin Tianhao unleashed his powerful string-twisting archery aimed directly at the creature's throat. However, in a state of frenzy, the yellow weasel's speed increased significantly, managing to catch Lin Tianhao's feather arrow with its paw. Lin Tianhao was astonished, but remained composed. Arrows flew out one after another. Without the protection of its hardened body, the yellow weasel became much easier to deal with. Lin Tianhao continuously released arrows using the twisting string technique. Initially, the weasel was able to withstand 1 or 2 strikes. However, as Lin Tianhao's angles of attack grew increasingly cunning, a slight miscalculation on the weasel's part resulted in it being pushed back by the immense force of the arrows. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Tianhao's eyes as he shot another arrow, striking the weasel's left leg, which caused it to lose its balance and tumble forward. Following this, Lin Tianhao's second arrow found its mark at the weasel's brow, the combined force momentarily lifting the creature off the ground. This was precisely the effect he sought. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Now that the weasel was airborne, the ensuing actions would prove considerably easier. Devoid of its hardened body, the weasel could not descend under Lin Tianhao's floating technique. Not far away, a player approached, broadcasting live. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Brothers, you all must have headed to the twisted jungle by now. But did you know there's a bard over here? I suspect this bard holds an extraordinary quest. If I can complete it, perhaps I could become as formidable as the great Snow Emperor." As he spoke, Hu Gujiang Cheng Fenggu made his way toward Lin Tianhao. However, upon arriving, he found himself frozen in disbelief. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Because the live stream was focused on him, the viewers were equally perplexed. What had the host witnessed? Could it be that players were engaging in a real battle in the wild? Our certain club boss mentioned wanting to transfer their industry into the game, but it seems one needs to possess a shop or territory to do so, or else face penalties. Host, show us. Is it human versus beast? Who could be so savage? Hu Gujiang Cheng Fenggu swallowed hard and then turned the camera toward Lin Tianhao. The livestream fell into a brief silence. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!" The chat exploded with similar expressions of shock. What am I witnessing? That archer has incapacitated the weasel mid-air. I recall archers have a hit detection system. I play as an archer myself, and sometimes arrows miss their targets completely. My mother asked why I was kneeling to watch the livestream. She came to see and kneeled beside me. The chat erupted with excitement as they witnessed Lin Tianhao employing the twisting string technique to keep the yellow weasel suspended indefinitely. Just as Hu Gujiang Chengfenggu was engrossed in his livestream, the screen suddenly went black, and he perished on the spot. Behind him, an assassin emerged. Chapter 17. Major clubs compete to recruit. Lin Tianhao had indeed noticed the scene unfolding beside him. However, he chose to remain silent, continuing his relentless assault on the enraged yellow weasel. After eliminating the streamer, Yingsha did not resort to stealth again. Instead, he stood nearby, seemingly providing support for Lin Tianhao. 8 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding! You have slain the hidden enraged yellow weasel in the novice village, earning 15 for 195 experience points. Another notification followed. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the enraged yellow weasel. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. The announcement echoed across the server. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the enraged yellow weasel. We commend all players to strive for further accomplishments. Wow, another first kill? What exactly is this enraged yellow weasel? Is it from the main city? I don't know. It seems there isn't one in the novice village. Shwedi hasn't made it onto the level rankings yet. I checked the list of level 10 players, and Shwedi is not among them. He is still in the novice village. Countless players began to speculate. Meanwhile, Hu Gujiang Chengfenggu, who had just emerged from the resurrection altar, also heard the system notification. Is that Shwedi? Impressive. I must share this. I actually have footage of Shwedi soloing. With that thought, he forgot his earlier defeat and quickly edited the video for online publication, titling it, Shwedi soloing the hidden novice village. A super sensation. As the video was posted on the forum of Dusk of the Gods, it immediately soared to trending status. Most ordinary players simply watched the spectacle, unable to discern the intricacies of Lin Tianhao's infinite floating technique. It was akin to a layperson witnessing a nuclear explosion, merely observing the mushroom cloud without grasping the underlying technical complexities. In just 5 minutes, a meeting was convened by the Dream Pursuit Club. Dream Pursuit Yin Shui called for an urgent assembly. In the conference room, 3 analysts, along with General Manager Li Haitao and several experienced archers, were present. Cousin, I believe Shwedi must be employing some skill that enables him to continuously launch enemies into the air. What do you know? Dream Pursuit Yin Shui snapped. And remember to address me as boss in the company. The 3 analysts trembled, acutely aware that the game's launch had been too recent for them to fully grasp the data. Boss, his bow drawing technique is incorrect. Look closely. His arrows are spinning rapidly in midair. He is undoubtedly utilizing some combat technique. And you lot? Dream Pursuit Yin Shui turned to the archers. One of them replied gravely, Boss, this is indeed a game technique. I once encountered a hunter who employed a similar method. He could keep a puppet suspended in midair. According to his explanation, it requires precise anticipation. The first arrow must be shot with the third and even fourth arrow's positions in mind. Otherwise, a single misfired shot will disrupt the floating sequence. Upon finishing, the skilled archer sighed. Ever since Dusk of the Gods launched, I imagined such techniques could be applied in-game, but I never expected someone would master it so adeptly. Upon hearing the eloquent explanation from the skilled archer, Dreaming in Snow nodded in agreement, as I had anticipated. This game is a holographic virtual experience, wherein many combat techniques from reality can indeed be realized. Remarkably, due to the enhancement of attributes, certain combat skills that are unattainable in the real world may be executed within the game. Li Haitao, however, seemed rather indifferent. Boss, no matter how formidable he is, he's merely at level 9, which pales in comparison to your prowess. Dreaming in Snow cast a cold glance at Li Haitao before turning back to the group of archers. How long would it take you to practice such techniques? The archers fell silent, and after a considerable pause, the previously analytical player finally replied, with deliberate practice. Approximately 5 years. What? Dreaming in Snow was taken aback. 5 years? Boss, mastering archery heavily relies on talent. For those with exceptional innate ability, it might take only 3 months to achieve a rapid ascent, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Moreover, to execute seamless aerial combos like the Snow Emperor, even 10 years might not suffice. Dreaming in Snow maintained a serious demeanor, understood. With that, she re-entered the game. In truth, it was not just the Dreaming Club that arrived at a rather alarming realization. Lin Tianhao's level of skill was astonishingly unreasonable, almost unfathomable. A normal individual could never replicate such maneuvers. A server-wide announcement echoed. The Dreaming Club cordially invites the Snow Emperor to join, offering an annual salary of 100 million, with additional benefits negotiable. This proclamation resonated throughout the entire server, akin to a public announcement that everyone could hear. Since Lin Tianhao had disabled friend requests and private messages from non-friends, it seemed the only way to reach him was through the server-wide announcements. Despite holding a substantial amount of gold, how many could truly emulate Lin Tianhao's style? Yet, scarcely had the Dreaming Club's announcement faded than another server-wide message rang out. The Shura Guild cordially invites the Snow Emperor to join, offering an annual salary of 110 million, with immediate appointment as vice president, with further benefits negotiable. Following that, the Bloody Battle Guild also announced. The Bloody Battle Guild cordially invites the Snow Emperor to join, offering an annual salary of 110 million, immediate vice president status, along with a luxurious villa, with additional benefits negotiable. The successive server announcements sent the entire network into a frenzy. Am I hearing this correctly? An initial salary of 100 million. This can't be real money, can it? This must be some kind of joke. A level 9 player, commanding such attention and competition among major clubs. Was it not too good to be true, like a fleeting dream? One shouldn't speak without understanding. The Snow Emperor's infinite aerial maneuvers are feats that some might not achieve, even in a decade. The clubs are not naive. Their willingness to offer such a price undoubtedly reflects the true value of the Snow Emperor. Countless individuals were left astounded, while Lin Tianhao was presently engaged in looting corpses to check for rewards. Chapter 18, Special Operations Team Shadow Kill. Ding! You have acquired 45 skill books. Ding! You have acquired 65 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained 500 gold coins. Ding! You have completed a hidden first kill, granting you 10 free attribute points. Ding! You have received 1 quest scroll. Ding! You have obtained 1 mysterious key. Lin Tianhao smiled. These rewards were truly delightful. This yellow-furred creature was once a bard, possessing a wealth of valuable items. After a cursory glance at the creature's equipment and skill books, it appeared that there were indeed some learnable skills, albeit not many. Out of a total of 45 skill books, Lin Tianhao carefully selected 3 that were suitable for his class. One was a skill that enhanced attack power, which was better than nothing. The second one increased movement speed, a boon for Lin Tianhao, whose current weakness lay in his mobility. The skill, Dash at level 1, promised to elevate his movement speed by 0.5 for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes and a cost of 10. The proficiency system allowed for an increment of 1 proficiency point with each use of the skill. An increase of 0.5 in movement speed felt somewhat trivial to Lin Tianhao, especially since it was a fixed enhancement rather than a percentage increase. In other words, the skill, while it could be learned, would not provide substantial assistance and could lead to distraction. Sometimes, having too many skills can be counterproductive. With an overwhelming number of options, players might hesitate or even falter when attempting to execute a skill. In a previous online game, there was a character capable of learning hundreds of skills, leaving players bewildered about optimal configurations and situational appropriateness. Thus, Lin Tianhao chose to retain this skill without immediate learning. The third skill suitable for him was Invincible Body at level 1, which would render him invulnerable for 0.5 seconds. With a cooldown of 24 hours and a cost of 100, this was undoubtedly an exceptional skill. Despite its brief duration, the invincibility could undoubtedly be enhanced over time. However, the expenditure of 100 mana points posed a dilemma for Lin Tianhao, who currently possessed only 50 points. In other words, upon learning this skill, he would be unable to use it at all. An absurd predicament. Should he allocate his free attribute points to increase his mana? To be frank, Lin Tianhao was reluctant. While he could justify allocating points to enhance his movement speed, increasing mana felt somewhat inappropriate. In truth, many players grappled with mana issues during the early stages of the game, especially mages who heavily relied on skills and thus had higher demand for magic power and mana. Although many mage equipment pieces could augment mana and magic power, archers primarily benefited from enhancements to attack power, movement speed, attack speed, and lifesteal, with items that increased mana being exceedingly scarce. After defeating the yellow-furred creature and receiving 10 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao did not immediately invest them in attack speed. With an attack speed of 363, he felt adequately equipped for the time being. His pressing concerns were movement speed and, critically, mana. Even though the Invincible Golden Body skill is currently unusable, one can still enhance proficiency. However, the lack of mana renders even this impossible, causing a headache. Yet, this moment of hesitation was fleeting, as Lin Tianhao promptly allocated his attribute points to increase his mana. Attack speed and movement speed could be enhanced later. Thus, augmenting mana was essential not only for utilizing the Invincible Golden Body skill, but also for other skills that would require consumption. With 10 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao devoted them all to mana, elevating it to 100. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly activated the Invincible golden body, gaining a modicum of proficiency. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon an assassin player not far away. At that moment, Shadowkill took a step forward. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shadowkill, an external member of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department." Lin Tianhao was astonished. Shadowkill. This was a renowned god-level assassin from his previous life. Indeed, he was an assassin with divine talent, hailing from a special division of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. It was said that he had once been a notorious mercenary, having survived countless battles before being enrolled and rising through the ranks. His combat skills were exceedingly rich, and with his divine talent, he became one of the strongest among assassins. He had the potential to become the ultimate assassin. Regrettably, he had acquired a holy level hidden profession, which limited his potential. Had his hidden profession been divine as well, combined with his skills, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the pinnacle of assassination. "What is it?" Lin Tianhao inquired calmly. Shadowkill solemnly addressed him. "We, the War Department, are forming a special operations team within the game and would like to invite you to join." Lin Tianhao recognized this special operations team. In his previous life, during the Cataclysm, it had become a backbone force against the Elite Star system. It was precisely because of the existence of this team that he and many others of considerable strength could lead relatively stable lives. I still need to think it over. However, should he choose to join, it would necessitate being part of the management or even the leadership of this special operations team. Otherwise, he had no intention of joining. "Aren't you going to inquire about the benefits?" Shadowkill assumed Lin Tianhao was declining and could not help but ask again. Lin Tianhao smiled and shook his head. "No need. I have some matters to attend to." Furthermore, this was not the opportune moment for him to negotiate terms with them. What he had revealed thus far was insufficient to truly garner attention. However, to gain substantial power within the War Department, it was still far from adequate. "All right, what I can tell you is that the benefits of the Special Operations Team are significantly better than those of clubs and guilds." "Understood." Lin Tianhao gestured, indicating comprehension. Shadowkill turned to leave, but Lin Tianhao called out to him. "Wait." Lin Tianhao shook his head. "Previously, your attempt to rob me was understandable in the wild. Such actions are expected. However, your subsequent intent to kill me was unjustifiable." Shadowkill's gaze sharpened. "What do you intend to do?" Whoosh! Lin Tianhao unleashed his arrow. As Shadowkiller instinctively prepared to retaliate, he noticed the incoming arrows and ultimately chose to relinquish his dagger, succumbing to Lin Tianhao's 2 shots. In his final moments, he remarked, "This settles our score, doesn't it?" Lin Tianhao remained non-committal. After vanquishing Shadowkiller, he retrieved a quest scroll obtained from the Yellow Weasel. This new scroll proved intriguing. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor perished and transformed into a drought demon, battling against Qiyu on behalf of the Yellow Emperor, only to be sealed beneath the novice village by Qiyu. The quest's objective was to liberate the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. The penalty for failure entailed that all subsequent fire tribute damage would be doubled. The reward for the quest remained unknown. This task stood in stark contrast to the previous quest scroll acquired from the Hydra Bai, which aimed to destroy the novice village to prevent the emergence of the drought demon. Conversely, this scroll sought to release the demon. Moreover, Lin Tianhao discovered a loophole. The quest scroll dropped by Hydra Bai did not explicitly state that the drought demon needed to be sealed or the seal reinforced. The mission merely required the destruction of the novice village and the obliteration of the revival altar. Thus, the objectives of the 2 quests did not conflict, allowing Lin Tianhao to potentially complete both simultaneously. Chapter 19. The Blacksmith's Quest. However, either of these quests was undeniably absurd. Furthermore, based on Lin Tianhao's understanding of the game, it was highly plausible that a 3rd quest scroll existed, likely demanding the extermination of the drought demon. If this were indeed the case, he could simultaneously undertake 3 quests. First, destroy the novice village. Second, release the drought demon. And third, defeat the drought demon. Of course, the existence of this 3rd quest was merely Lin Tianhao's conjecture. As it stood, he was unable to fulfill any of the quests, so he opted not to accept them for the time being, intending to complete the Old Village Chief's promotion quest first. He had already hunted 3 of the 10 required creatures, having slain Hydra Bai, the Twisted Treant King, and the Yellow Weasel. Now, he aimed to hunt additional monsters ranging from levels 3 to 10. If Lin Tianhao proceeded with this plan, he could eliminate 6 more. However, with a focus on targeting higher-level foes, he was disinclined to pursue weaker creatures. He sought to uncover other hidden elements within the novice village. Yet his current attributes rendered his efforts somewhat futile. Thus, he needed to elevate his level to 10 while simultaneously enhancing his talent, Divine Punishment, to 3 stars. Currently, he was close to achieving level 10, yet there remained a considerable distance to reach 3 stars in Divine Punishment, necessitating a staggering 100,000 basic attacks, which would require considerable time. Once again at the level 10 Twisted Trent's respawn point, he found the area devoid of players. Level 9 players typically did not train here, as most players reaching level 10 ventured into dungeons. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, striking with critical damage. 2288. A colossal damage figure materialized, and the ordinary Twisted Trant fell before Lin Tianhao, unable to withstand even a single basic attack. The lightning jump was triggered. A multitude of over 10 Twisted Trants was drawn forth, and with no suspense whatsoever, each Trant fell to a single arrow, swiftly dealt with in succession. This rapid rate of monster spawns might be commendable for the average individual. However, for Lin Tianhao, it proved somewhat inadequate. The reason was simple. He needed to enhance his health pool through basic attacks. With each Trant dispatched in a single strike, he found himself unable to land additional hits. After more than 10 minutes of battling the Twisted Trants, Lin Tianhao's health had scarcely improved, yet he had accumulated enough experience to meet the requirements for leveling up. Ding! You have reached level 10, earning 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have met the required level to leave the novice village and may accept the departure quest from the elder villager. Lin Tianhao paid no heed to this so-called departure quest. Instead, he allocated all 5 of his free attribute points to movement speed. With increased speed, it would be easier for him to lure wild monsters. If he were to undertake the hunting quests in the novice village, enhanced movement speed would prove invaluable. With the 5 points added, Lin Tianhao's movement speed increased by 0.5, a modest enhancement. Next, he contemplated hunting the 4th Trant, having already devised a plan. The hidden elements of the novice village extended beyond just the bard. This forthcoming endeavor held the potential to eliminate the remaining 7 Trants in one fell swoop, thus fulfilling the elder villager's quest. The struggle for leadership in the novice village was palpable. Blacksmith Wang had long coveted the position of village chief, tirelessly working to undermine the elder villager. Stealthily, he sought to rally players in the novice village. Lin Tianhao had dispatched Zhou Xiaopeng to undertake quests at the blacksmith shop, which involved aligning with Wang. The final task at the blacksmith shop required assisting Wang in defeating the elder villager. Supporting the emergence of a new village chief would yield substantial rewards. It was this quest that illuminated the feasibility of completing the task of dismantling the novice village. Whether aiding the elder villager in vanquishing Wang's faction or assisting Wang in overthrowing the elder's followers, a significant reshuffling of power in the novice village was imminent. Particularly enticing would be a scenario in which both factions suffered mutual destruction, allowing Lin Tianhao to reap the benefits as an opportunist. Nevertheless, he had accepted the elder villager's subsequent task of slaying 10 foes, which, as it appeared, would necessitate Wang's demise. Yet before that could transpire, he needed to extract some advantages from Wang first. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao first visited the tavern to purchase 2 bottles of the finest spirits before heading to the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing the fine liquor in Lin Tianhao's possession, Blacksmith Wang inquired with a smile, "Adventurer, what brings you here?" Lin Tianhao placed the 2 bottles before Wang and proclaimed, "I have heard that you are the mightiest blacksmith in existence, and I wish to request your craftsmanship in forging the strongest weapon in the world." Flattered by Lin Tianhao's praise, Blacksmith Wang began to feel a sense of pride swell within him. Discretion is key, knowing is sufficient, and there's no need to vocalize it. With that, Wang the blacksmith unobtrusively tucked away 2 bottles of strong liquor. Crafting weapons undoubtedly requires financial resources. The mightiest weapon depends on the quantity of gold you can provide. Lin Tianhao laid all his gold before Wang the blacksmith. Is this sufficient? The blacksmith's eyes widened in astonishment. He had spent years forging in this novice village and had never encountered such a wealth of gold. It is enough indeed. However, mere gold will not suffice. I require 10 pieces of bronze-level equipment, 50 pieces of black iron-level equipment, and 200 pieces of elite-level equipment as raw materials. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued you a quest. The quest demands 10 bronze-level items, 50 black iron-level items, and 200 elite-level items. Should you fail, the gold and liquor you provided will not be refunded. The reward for successful completion is a golden longbow with no restrictions for use. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially anticipated a mere silver-grade weapon, but to his surprise, it was indeed golden grade, a truly remarkable outcome. I shall gather these items promptly. For other players, amassing such a plethora of equipment would be an insurmountable challenge. However, for Lin Tianhao, it merely required a few more runs through the hellish difficulty of the Twisted Trant. Having accepted the quest, Lin Tianhao ventured once more into the Twisted Forest without a hint of hesitation, directly opting for the hellish difficulty to commence his solo journey. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao surveyed the equipment in his backpack, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The quest from Wang the blacksmith was complete. A golden grade weapon. Moreover, it was rumored to be a custom grade weapon. With this unrestricted custom grade weapon, coupled with his talent for divine punishment, his forthcoming growth rate could only be described as formidable. Wang the blacksmith, I have gathered all that you required. Lin Tianhao returned to the blacksmith shop. Chapter 20, Opposing Quests. Wang the blacksmith was utterly astonished. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Tianhao, revealing a contemplative expression. Very well, hand over the materials, and in 10 hours, you may return for your weapon. Lin Tianhao presented all the requested equipment to Wang the blacksmith. Ding! You have completed Wang the blacksmith's quest, earning 9,085 experience points. However, as you have not yet left the novice village, you cannot gain experience points. They are forfeited. Lin Tianhao felt no disappointment. He was already aware of this from his previous life. Adventurer, I see you possess extraordinary talent. If you can procure 3 more items, I may be able to assist you in elevating your golden grade weapon to platinum grade. However, he likely suspected what the next quest entailed. What are those items? Lin Tianhao inquired. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the confrontation quest between the blacksmith and the village elder had been initiated. This so-called apprentice betrayal was, in fact, a scheme orchestrated by the village elder, placing a spy beside the blacksmith, who had stolen and fled upon being discovered. On the surface, Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief had yet to sever their ties. Thus, Elvos could only flee into the wilderness. Should other players be fortunate, they might receive a quest from the old village chief to protect Elvos. Very well, Wang the blacksmith, I shall endeavor to find Elvos. I wonder where he might be. My 2 apprentices have pursued him into the eastern mine. Surely, that cunning rat is hidden in some corner of the cavern. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, contemplating the eastern mine. That territory seemed to belong to the level 8 creature, the stone beetle. In my previous life, I had not heard of any strategies pertaining to this stone beetle mine. Perhaps there were strategies available, but they remained undisclosed. The hidden maps of the Twilight of the Gods, along with numerous settings such as secret realms and caverns, were known to Lin Tianhao, albeit only in fragments. After all, most individuals guard their fortunes closely, and few are willing to share their strategies. The strategies Lin Tianhao was aware of were mainly those disclosed by guilds or corporate factions after extracting their profits. Otherwise, they were akin to the Yellow Weasel or the Twisted Trant, which, once activated, would trigger a server-wide announcement, thereby exposing the initiator of the strategy. Very well, I shall proceed to the mine to search for Elvos. Exiting the novice village, Lin Tianhao made his way to the cavern. At that moment, a server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Dreaming Snow for achieving the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This is a special announcement, encouraging all players to continue their efforts. The announcement regarding Dreaming Snow's first kill had scarcely concluded when another server-wide announcement followed. Congratulations to player Blade of the Berserker for being the first to acquire a hidden class. This is a special announcement, encouraging all players to continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao sighed. It seemed that certain events from my previous life had not changed. Blade of the Berserker had swiftly attained a hidden class. What a pity. Though his talent was commendable, with a solid understanding of the game and technical skills, he hastily chose a profession that rendered him indistinguishable from the masses in the latter stages of the game. The novice village. The mine. This was a long-abandoned cavern, having transformed into a habitat for stone beetles due to years of neglect. Upon arriving, Lin Tianhao beheld dozens of stone beetles wandering outside the mine. Stone beetle, normal, level 8. Health, 1,200-1,200. Attack, 52. Skills, armor break and stone shield. 2 exceedingly simple skills. Yet these variabilities had caused considerable distress among ordinary players. Armor break could diminish the durability of weapons, and given the scarcity of weapons in the early game, this skill from a stone beetle was indeed a source of great frustration. Whoosh, 1,200. Lin Tianhao loosed an arrow, instantly vanquishing a stone beetle. After finishing his grind in the Twisted Forest to collect equipment, his health had already surpassed 50,000. Furthermore, with the addition of the black Iron Trance set, which grants an impressive boost of over 10,000 health points. Lin Tianhao's total health has now exceeded 60,000, even without considering the attack power of the Thunderbow. The genuine damage derived solely from his health is sufficient to annihilate the stone beetles. In less than 20 seconds, Lin Tianhao dispatched dozens of these creatures. As new stone beetles respawned, he paid them no heed and directly entered the mine. According to Lin Tianhao's calculations, there should be 3, if not more, within the cavern. Is it you? A voice of astonishment rang out as he entered. Lin Tianhao turned in surprise toward the speaker. It was the assassin player, Shadow Kill. Are you here to farm monsters? He inquired, noting that Shadow Kill had recently suffered consecutive level drops, now reduced to level 5, given his attributes and combat prowess. Facing the level 8 stone beetles was indeed within his capabilities. No, I accepted a quest. From the old village chief? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Did the old village chief send you to assist Ervos? Shadow Kill appeared taken aback. You accepted that quest too? No, I have taken on a quest that is quite the opposite of yours. But what is your task? Lin Tianhao asked, raising an eyebrow. A smile crept across Lin Tianhao's face. Hearing this, Shadow Kill looked puzzled. A conflicting quest? It's rather rare to find such opposing tasks assigned to players in previous games. Indeed, it is a conflicting quest, but I believe we can find a mutually beneficial solution, Lin Tianhao mused, already formulating a plan in his mind. What do you mean by a mutually beneficial solution? 3 of us. Let us eliminate them together, Lin Tianhao replied with a grin. Shadow Kill was taken aback. Isn't that a bit too risky? Chapter 21, Ervos. Shadow Kill expressed surprise, acknowledging that Lin Tianhao's idea was somewhat audacious. However, having witnessed Lin Tianhao's skills, he knew that the method proposed was entirely feasible. All right then, let's first seek out Ervos. Lin Tianhao sent Shadow Kill a party invitation. I'll guide you to level up. In terms of experience distribution, Lin Tianhao opted for a 90-10 split, which was the maximum he could offer. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao began to swiftly eliminate monsters, 1 arrow per stone beetle. Thanks to the chain lightning effect, some stone beetles had already perished before he even made a move. Despite the experience penalty incurred from guiding a lower-level player, Lin Tianhao's speed in farming monsters was simply unmatched. In just 10 minutes and another 15 thereafter, Shadow Kill reached level 7. Furthermore, within a mere 10 minutes, he ascended to level 8, as Lin Tianhao had begun to hunt elite stone beetles, yielding even greater experience points. Snow Emperor, your damage output is the most outrageous I have ever witnessed. Have you awakened a talent? Indeed, Lin Tianhao nodded. Shadow Kill, understanding the unspoken boundaries, refrained from probing further about Lin Tianhao's talent, knowing that such secrets were personal to each individual. While he might have an inkling of its level, the effects of the talent remained an enigma, much like Lin Tianhao's. Lin Tianhao was aware of his extraordinary talent, yet the nature of this talent remained a mystery. At that moment, both he and Shadow Kill heard a scolding voice emanating from the depths of the cave. Elvis, you ungrateful wretch. Despite the kindness shown to you by your master, you dare to pilfer his, or... Cautiously, Lin Tianhao and Shadow Kill crept closer. Ahead, Lin Tianhao beheld 3 figures. Elvis, a somewhat diminutive youth, flanked by 2 robust men. Elvis was at level 10, with his health, attack, and skills shrouded in enigma. Note, he was originally a spy placed by the old village chief beside the blacksmith, carrying with him exceedingly valuable items. The attributes of the other 2 were similarly obscured, yet their annotations revealed them to be the blacksmith's apprentices, promising unexpected rewards for assistance. A typical player would undoubtedly choose to aid these 2, but Lin Tianhao, despite having a plan, opted to bide his time and observe for any unfolding narrative. The Twilight of the Gods must not be treated as a mere game. It should be perceived as a parallel world, inhabited by flesh and blood beings. Only through such a perspective could one reap greater rewards. Shadow Kill remained at Lin Tianhao's side, silently watching from a distance. The blacksmith harbors ambitions of a wolf. As a villager of the novice village, I shall certainly inform the village chief of his treacherous intentions and have him eliminate the blacksmith. Although Elvis was slight of stature, his gaze was resolute. He intended to unleash the ice-fire magic or to summon a force that would transcend the limits of the novice village, leading to devastation for its inhabitants. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's 2 apprentices snorted dismissively. That's enough. What our master chooses to do is beyond your control. The old village chief is inept. Our master is the rightful candidate for chief. A heated argument ensued. Indeed, the blacksmith was deceiving himself. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted subtly. He realized that the blacksmith's intent in acquiring the ice-fire magic was not merely to enhance his weapon's quality, but to unleash a certain entity. What other secrets lay hidden within this novice village? Could it be the drought demon? Lin Tianhao was given little time to ponder, as Elvis and the blacksmith's apprentices had already engaged in combat. The three were evenly matched in strength, but due to the disparity in numbers, Elvis soon found himself at a disadvantage. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao made his move. His arrow soared through the sky, striking the head of the blacksmith's apprentice, Wang San. A colossal critical hit damage number appeared, 2512. Simultaneously, a massive damage number materialized above Lin Tianhao's head, 1256, reflecting damage. After all, the opponent was at level 10. Their attributes could not possibly be inferior to the Twisted Treant King, if not higher. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Wang San's cold gaze turned towards Lin Tianhao. An adventurer? You are the one sent by the old village chief to assist that traitor, Elvis, are you not? If so, then you shall all meet your demise. With those words, Wang San raised his great sword and brought it down with force. Whoosh! However, the 50% reflective damage effect made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. This reflection was exceedingly formidable in the early stages of the game. Although Lin Tianhao's equipment also possessed a reflection attribute, it was merely 10%. The disparity between the two was evident. Shadowkill was also aware of the opponent's reflective damage, which posed a significant headache for him as an assassin. How do we proceed? Shadowkill inquired solemnly. We pull back, Lin Tianhao replied with an indifferent demeanor. Although the reflective damage had a pronounced impact on him, it did not entirely eliminate the possibility for strategic maneuvering. After all, their primary role was to assist Elvis in combat. Both Wang San and Wang Si bore armor with high reflective properties, yet their health points were not particularly high. Elvis's voice resonated as he raised his hand, sending 2 orbs of inky black light into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding! You have received Elvis's blessing, reducing the damage you sustained by 10. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This blessing was akin to a timely gift. He swiftly equipped the jungle longbow. The reason was simple. The bow granted an additional 500 health points along with a 2% lifesteal effect. When facing an opponent with reflective damage, lifesteal became an essential attribute. You possess formidable reflection. As long as my lifesteal surpasses yours, you shall remain helpless. With the lifesteal from the jungle longbow, combined with the 10-point damage reduction from Elvis's blessing, he had the potential to engage with Wang San and Wang Si. Whoosh! Another instance of high critical damage emerged. Lin Tianhao's health dropped by just over 1,000. Shadowkill remained poised, still waiting and refraining from acting rashly. As an assassin, one must maintain composure in an unfavorable battle environment and seize the perfect opportunity to strike. Eliminate this brat first. Wang Si roared, charging towards Lin Tianhao. Twisting string archery. Lin Tianhao harnessed the tremendous impact of the twisting string technique to forcefully repel Wang Si. Chapter 22. Wang San and Wang Si. The damage from reflection continued to deplete Lin Tianhao's health. The reason was simple. His health was dwindling rapidly. With each arrow, even without a critical hit, Lin Tianhao would lose approximately 600 health points. However, Lin Tianhao was no longer the primary damage dealer. His role was to control the battlefield. While archers can lead offensively, there are moments when the situation becomes uncontrollable, necessitating crowd control. Such was the case now. One man, simultaneously drawing the attention of 2 foes, created an exceptional environment for Elvis to unleash his output. Shadowkill observed Lin Tianhao managing to control 2 opponents and felt a sense of numbness within. Initially, he believed Lin Tianhao's ability to defeat him stemmed from superior attributes, and he thought that with his own top-tier combat skills, he might contend with Lin Tianhao. However, recent events had made Shadowkill acutely aware of one fact. Lin Tianhao's combat skills surpassed his own. In the heart of Shadowkill, speculations regarding Lin Tianhao's identity began to emerge. In the vast realm of Dragon Country, there exists only one group that surpasses them in combat prowess, the ancient martial artists. These individuals bear resemblance to the legendary masters of yore, and it is rumored that some have cultivated inner strength, rendering them formidable adversaries. Their combat techniques are exceptionally robust, with several instructors in their ranks capable of overwhelming an entire special operations team single-handedly. At this moment, Lin Tianhao is perceived as such a peerless ancient martial artist within Shadowkill. The battle rages on. Wang San and Wang Si, constrained by Lin Tianhao's extraordinary control of the battlefield, find their health rapidly depleting. Moreover, Lin Tianhao deliberately maintains his own health at a relatively secure level. For he calculates that after vanquishing Wang San and Wang Si, he must also eliminate Ire Fusey. At last, the health of Wang San and Wang Si plummets below 10%. Yet, they have not unleashed their ultimate abilities, indicating they likely lack such skills. Thus, the principle from his past life appears to hold true. The level 10 monsters in the novice village do not possess the skills of ultimate form or frenzy. Nevertheless, Ire Fusey's health has only diminished by 30%, which leaves Lin Tianhao feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He begins to maneuver towards Ire Fusey's rear, aware that Wang San and Wang Si, in their desperation, will inevitably target him. As anticipated, once their health drops to 5%, they charge at Lin Tianhao with a fervent determination to eliminate him. Lin Tianhao deftly rolls to evade and positions himself behind Ire Fusey. Ire Fusey, oblivious to the true nature of Lin Tianhao's intentions, assumes he is merely seeking self-preservation. Faced with the critically wounded Wang San and Wang Si, Ire Fusey shows no fear, and the trio resumes their fierce engagement. Lin Tianhao decides to dissolve his team with Shadow Kill, wary that their alliance might raise suspicions with Wang the blacksmith or the old village chief. It is prudent to tread carefully in such matters. Just as Wang San is on the verge of being defeated, Lin Tianhao interrupts Ire Fusey's attack with a well-aimed arrow. My apologies, I seem to have missed. Lin Tianhao offers a quick explanation before releasing a second arrow. Twang. Critical hit. 2,518. Ding. You have slain the novice village's Wang San. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. Lin Tianhao wishes to keep his identity hidden from Wang the blacksmith, lest his prior investments be rendered futile. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for accomplishing the first kill of Wang San. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for accomplishing the first kill of Wang San. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements. Upon this announcement, many players were left bewildered. What is happening? Wang San? This name certainly evokes the image of a mere lackey. Before their astonishment could subside, another system notification rang out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for accomplishing the first kill of Wang Si. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang Si. We hope all players will continue their efforts. Wang San? Wang Si? Goodness, aren't these names just two lackeys? It's astonishing that they would be acknowledged with an announcement to the entire server. Wait, I believe I know who Wang San and Wang Si are. They're the two apprentices of the blacksmith in the novice village. Indeed, it was Wang Si who helped me repair the durability of my weapon while I was fighting the stone beetles. Wang San and Wang Si are not unknown figures in the novice village. Many players, when their weapon durability declines, go to the blacksmith shop for repairs, primarily handled by Wang San and Wang Si. This is truly outrageous. Wang San and Wang Si are from the novice village, the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, Wang, wore a grim expression. He too had heard the server announcement. Who could it be that managed to slay Wang San and Wang Si? Could it be that the old village chief sent a skilled fighter? Lin Tianhao chose to disband his team precisely because of the server announcement. In a team state, it would be easy to reveal their intentions. Shadow Kill. Lin Tianhao called out to Shadow Kill. Earlier, Lin Tianhao had deliberately shot an arrow at Ire Fusey to ascertain whether he possessed any reflective damage attributes. The answer was negative. With a swift motion, Shadow Kill was already prepared, striking with a lethal cut. 195 bleed. 26. Ire Fusey's expression changed. What are you doing? Whoosh. In response, a sharp arrow flew towards Ire Fusey. Critical hit. 25-26. A massive damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's attacks followed in quick succession. Ire Fusey, both shocked and enraged, could hardly believe that the adventurer who had just assisted him would suddenly turn against him. Ding! You have been cursed by Ire Fusey, suffering 10 damage. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed, his arrows continuing to rain down, accurately interrupting Ire Fusey's attacks. At this moment, the frequency of 3 arrows per second left Ire Fusey utterly defenseless. No reflective damage, no invulnerability or rage. In the face of Lin Tianhao, Ire Fusey was a mere target. Whoosh! Another arrow from Lin Tianhao finally sent Ire Fusey flying. Next came the relentless aerial assault. Witnessing Lin Tianhao's extraordinary technique, Shadow Kill was left speechless. Lin Tianhao's combat skills were truly monstrous. Shadow Kill. Come in for the finishing blow. Remember to keep your nickname hidden, Lin Tianhao instructed. He could not afford to kill Fuzi himself, for it might raise suspicions with the village chief when submitting the task of slaying 10 novice villagers. Understood. Chapter 23. The operation failed. Shadowkill's understanding of the game was not particularly high, and he was somewhat unclear about Lin Tianhao's intentions. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Lin Tianhao. After Lin Tianhao severely weakened Fuzi with his aerial arrow technique, Shadowkill sprang into action. With 5 consecutive critical hits, each inflicting bleed damage, he brought Fuzi down. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Elvis. This notice is issued in hopes that all players will continue to strive for excellence. In a novice village within the Elder's courtyard, the old village chief's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing the notification. Initially, he felt a flutter of excitement upon learning of the deaths of Wang San and Wang Si. But this fleeting thrill dissipated within 10 minutes when he was met with the server-wide announcement of his subordinate Elvis's demise. As Lin Tianhao approached Elvis's lifeless form, his hand first encountered the ice flame demon Oregon. "This is mine," he declared. Shadowkiller furrowed his brow, realizing it was a crucial item for his mission. Lin Tianhao quickly explained that he needed Shadowkiller's cooperation for the subsequent actions. "You can have everything else that Elvis possesses." At this, Shadowkiller's eyes brightened, and he hurried over to loot the corpse. Once the looting was complete, his demeanor improved somewhat. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was busy looting Wang San and Wang Si. "Ding! You have obtained a bronze-level weapon repair manual." "Ding! You have acquired 12 pieces of equipment." "Ding! You have received 5 gold coins." "Ding! You have obtained a special item, Corpse Chi Collection Bottle." Lin Tianhao stored his findings before turning to Shadowkiller. Upon hearing this, Shadowkiller appeared surprised. Would the old village chief believe this? He pondered. He had no choice but to trust, as he lacked evidence to disprove Lin Tianhao's words. But what about himself? Shadowkiller felt as if he was being placed upon the pyre. If Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief compared notes, his deceit would be exposed. Furthermore, how would he respond if the old village chief inquired about who had slain Elvis? "I don't know. UNT even entered the mine when Elvis perished." After a moment of silence, Shadowkiller finally asked, "Can you tell me why you did this?" "To accomplish a greater task," Lin Tianhao replied, his gaze resolute. He had even contemplated abandoning the old village chief's task of hunting 10 creatures in favor of fulfilling the quest outlined in the scroll. After agreeing on their cover story, a smile finally graced Lin Tianhao's face. Once Shadowkiller departed, Lin Tianhao retrieved the Corpse Chi Collection Bottle. This special item allows one to collect corpse chi after defeating humanoid monsters or adventurers. If the bottle is filled, it may lead to an extraordinary quest. Progress 46100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow as he collected the corpse chi from Wang San and Wang Si, increasing his progress from 46 to 49. He still needed 51 more corpse chi to fill the bottle. However, Lin Tianhao felt no urgency. If he could not gather enough chi later, he would have to target those unsuspecting players. Entering the blacksmith shop, Lin Tianhao feigned confusion, saying, "Blacksmith Wang, I truly apologize. I have yet to locate Elvis when I heard the notification of his death." He acted as if this matter bore no relation to him whatsoever. Wang the blacksmith gazed meaningfully at Lin Tianhao, saying, "Snow Emperor, in our novice village, who besides you possesses such formidable prowess to have slain Elvis and my 2 apprentices?" This time, Wang did not refer to Lin Tianhao as an adventurer, but directly addressed him by his gaming moniker. Lin Tianhao sensed the suspicion lurking in Wang's eyes. "Wang, I have no reason to commit such acts. The novice village is teeming with hidden talents. I was ambushed by an assassin before, and my companion was dispatched in an instant." Upon hearing this, Wang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Tianhao as if seeking to discern any deceit. Yet he gleaned nothing. "What a pity for my 2 apprentices. Even more regrettable is that precious ice flame magic Oregon. If you could assist me in procuring it, I would reward you with a platinum-level necklace." Beep. Wang issued a quest to you. The task required finding a piece of ice flame, or with no penalties for failure and a reward of 1 platinum necklace. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Wang was evidently anxious, willing to offer such generous terms for that, or, "Very well, I shall do my utmost." Lin Tianhao accepted the quest, and as for whether he would provide the ore, that was a matter for another time. "Snow Emperor, I await your good news." After completing this exchange, Lin Tianhao logged off to have a meal. His sister's surgery was scheduled for that afternoon. Although time was precious in the early stages of the game, Lin Tianhao still made his way to the hospital after eating. Watching his sister being wheeled into the operating room, he clenched his fists tightly. Sister, you must be all right. Though he had already paid for the surgery. The doctors had previously warned Lin Tianhao of the significant risks associated with brain surgery, including the possibility of failure. Even if the operation succeeded, there was still a considerable chance she could end up in a vegetative state. As long as she could retain her life, Lin Tianhao would accept that fate. For even a vegetative state could access the realm of Twilight of the Gods. By enhancing his abilities in Twilight of the Gods, when the cataclysm struck 5 years hence, the game would merge with reality, allowing her to recover even in such a state. Anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Approximately 2 hours passed before the door finally swung open. A doctor clad in a white coat emerged, his expression grave. Lin Tianhao's heart sank, and he rushed over. Doctor, how's my sister? The doctor sighed, sending Lin Tianhao's heart plummeting. He staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this happen? No, there must be a way. Chapter 24, The Ambitious Taoist, the Pristine Eye. Lin Tianhao was overwhelmed with emotion. Reborn, he had dreamed of changing everything. Yet now, he found himself powerless to save his own sister. The doctor shook his head. We have done our utmost. While we have removed a significant amount of blood clots, those that infiltrated the cerebellum have already caused severe damage. The best outcome now would be a vegetative state, with her life hanging by a thread. Lin Tianhao felt a chill in his heart. Can I see my sister? Go ahead, but remember to control your emotions, the doctor sighed. Lin Tianhao entered the operating room, where several medical staff were attending to the aftermath. Upon seeing his sister on the bed, his fingers trembled slightly. Ultimately, could nothing be changed? Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this outcome. A medical staff member shook their head at him. Despite enduring countless life and death situations in his past life, Lin Tianhao had developed an unyielding spirit. Yet today, witnessing his sister's impending departure from this world filled him with despair and helplessness, causing tears to stream down his face uncontrollably. Why? Why is this happening? Lin Tianhao clenched his fists, filled with rage at his own powerlessness. She might still be saved. Just then, a youthful voice echoed. A young Taoist priest, appearing no older than 17 or 18 and dressed in a robe, appeared at the door of the operating room. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of excitement and turned to look. Please save her. I beg you to save my sister. He turned around with fervor, as if grasping at the last straw. I can't guarantee anything, the young priest replied. What about your master? Can I help? Lin Tianhao's emotions surged as he speculated that such a young priest must be backed by an eminent figure in the Taoist community. My master has passed away. The young priest shook his head. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. Then I implore you to save my sister. If you can, I will repay your kindness. The young priest smiled. Meeting his fate, I shall give a try. He approached the bedside, observing Lin Qingqing, and a silvery light emanated from his palm. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. An internal energy master? He had known of ancient martial artists in Longhua from his previous life. The young priest's display resembled that of legendary internal energy experts. The young priest raised his hand, gently placing his glowing palm on Lin Qingqing's forehead. The light gradually permeated into her mind, and her complexion began to improve. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of joy. After a moment, the young priest withdrew his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. Your sister is no longer in danger, but she will remain in a vegetative state. With a sigh, the young priest lamented, ultimately, my Taoist skills are insufficient. What do you go by, Taoist priest? Lin Tianhao expressed his profound gratitude. Even if she were merely in a vegetative state, it was a far better situation than before. I am Zhang Yi, with the Taoist name Ambition. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. Thank you, Master Zhang, for saving my sister. I have 100,000 yuan on my card. It is all yours. Zhang Yi shook his head. That is too much. Just give me 10,000. I needed to buy a gaming pod. A gaming pod? You want to play Dusk of the Gods? Lin Tianhao was astonished. Zhang Yi nodded. Indeed. I gaze at the stars and foresee opportunities within Dusk of the Gods. It may help me break my shackles and reach that legendary realm. Lin Tianhao was astounded. The fact that Zhang Yi could deduce such information was indeed impressive. However, he was cautious about revealing his current situation in the game to too many people in reality, for it could easily lead to trouble. In his past life, there have been instances of skilled players being kidnapped or even murdered offline. As the game's attributes had yet to materialize, it was wise to remain vigilant. You have saved my sister, and for that, I am deeply grateful. A sum of 100,000 is hardly sufficient. Zhang Daoren, it would be prudent for you to keep more funds on hand for future convenience. Lin Tianhao placed his bank card into Zhang Doran's hand, the password being 157988. Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Very well, I appreciate your generosity. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Yi, he took his leave. Although his sister had recovered significantly, she still required a few days of hospital recuperation to regain her strength. This delay of over 3 hours had somewhat hindered his progress in the game. But Lin Tianhao felt no concern. The ensuing confrontation between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief was about to become intense. Unlike wild monsters, the new village's inhabitants did not respawn upon death. Lin Tianhao noted that he had already hunted 5. He pondered how to approach the subsequent task set by the old village chief. While he could easily continue hunting given his strength, he decided against it, as it could attract the old chief's attention and jeopardize the completion of his quest. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to abandon the task at hand. After much contemplation, Lin Tianhao ultimately resolved to commence hunting from the level 5 monsters. There were 5 creatures ranging from levels 5 to 9. While hunting all 5 might reduce the quest reward somewhat, it was the safest course of action. With his mind made up, Lin Tianhao began his hunt in the territory of the level 5 monsters. He continued until he had slain 5 level 9 creatures, bringing his total to 10 new villagers hunted. He could now return to submit his task to the old village chief. Upon arriving at the village chief's courtyard, Lin Tianhao noticed several players submitting their out-of-village quests. Once they departed, he approached the old chief. Old village chief, I have hunted 10. Lin Tianhao submitted his task. The old chief raised an eyebrow in surprise and nodded. Indeed, Snow Emperor, I did not misjudge you. Ding! You have completed the old village chief's task. Quest rewards, 20 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 luck point, and 1 Eye of Purity. The Eye of Purity is a special equipment with no level requirements. Its effect allows one to pierce through the night and illusions, providing an extensive field of vision, even in fog. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This equipment was not level-specific and was classified as special gear. With such effects, it was undoubtedly an essential skill for archers. While visibility during the night in the game was somewhat adequate, the forthcoming cataclysm would significantly diminish it, plunging the world into true darkness. Many formidable adventurers had met their demise at the hands of the R-rate star system's monsters due to insufficient night vision. Chapter 25. The Cunning Old Village Chief. Lin Tianhao donned the Eye of Purity, and instantly, the world appeared extraordinarily vivid. 500 meters away, a mosquito was in flight, and Lin Tianhao could distinctly discern the intricate patterns on its wings. This sensation was truly exhilarating. As an archer, precision was paramount, and the Eye of Purity resonated profoundly with him. Adventurer, did you eliminate Wang San and Wang Si? The old village chief's gaze bore an unusual significance. Anticipating that his task submission would be discovered, Lin Tianhao did not deny it. Yes. The old chief's expression grew increasingly nuanced. Do you understand that Wang San and Wang Si were both disciples of Blacksmith Wang? If he learns of their demise, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Feigning trepidation, Lin Tianhao replied, What shall I do, chief? Perhaps I should forego the village tasks and leave the novice village at once. The old chief waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. There is no need for concern. Although Blacksmith Wang is formidable, I hold sway in this novice village. With that, the old chief continued, However, Blacksmith Wang is cunning and must not be underestimated. I have learned that he has been associating closely with the old drunkard at the tavern, who often ventures into the wild to assist him in sourcing ores. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, sensing a new mission on the horizon. What must I do, chief? The old chief exhibited a look of mentorship. It's quite simple. Sever his left and right arms. Eliminate the old drunkard. Ding! The old chief issued a task to you. Task requirement. Eliminate the old drunkard. Task penalty. None. Task reward. Unknown. Lin Tianhao felt a twinge of apprehension. Chief, given my current strength, would it not be overly ambitious to attempt the old drunkard's demise? The old chief nodded, acknowledging, indeed, the old drunkard possesses certain skills. However, he often succumbs to intoxication. If you can poison his liquor, it may yield unexpected results. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao felt a dilemma arise. To be honest, chief, I do not possess any poison. The old chief hesitated briefly before producing a small vial. This is a mandrake elixir I have collected over a long period, colorless and odorless. Simply add it to the old drunkard's drink, and he'll be none the wiser. Once poisoned, his combat prowess will diminish by at least half. Lin Tianhao accepted the mandrake elixir, a smile forming on his face. Very well, I shall fulfill this task and slay the old drunkard. With that, he prepared to depart. Yet, at that moment, the old chief suddenly called out to him, Xuidi. Once again, he addressed it by name rather than as an adventurer. You have slain Wang San and Wang Si. But do you know who was responsible for the demise of Ayar Fuzi? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, realizing the old chief's suspicions. I do not know. Shortly after I and Sha eliminated Wang San and Wang Si, I heard the sounds of Ayar Fuzi's death. Oh, I see. The old chief responded with a knowing smile. Lin Tianhao understood that mere words would not suffice to earn the old chief's trust. However, this was of little consequence. Even if the old village chief harbored some doubts, they would likely only pertain to any dealings he might have with the blacksmith Wang. For it was only Wang who posed a threat to his position as the village chief of the novice town. As for Lin Tianhao, no matter how formidable he might be, what could he truly achieve? He would ultimately need to venture to the main city, for he could not remain in the novice village indefinitely. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Tianhao had other options. Upon exiting the novice village, he sent a message to Shadow Kill, having added him as a friend during their previous transaction. At this moment, Lin Tianhao noticed that Futu Shunzhan had sent him over a dozen messages. Snow Emperor, I am willing to offer 200 million. Just come, and you shall be the president of the Futu Guild. Snow Emperor, are you there? When will you come to the main city to assist me? The price is negotiable. Lin Tianhao had been preoccupied with his own affairs. Thus his messages had been set to do not disturb. Regardless, Futu Shunzhan remained his first collaborator. He then proceeded to the location provided by Shadow Kill. At that moment, Shadow Kill was engaged in battling a level 10 Twisted Treant. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao arrive, he dealt with the Treant before approaching him. Shadow Kill, what subsequent task did the old village chief assign you? Shadow Kill, now aware that he was inextricably linked with Lin Tianhao, candidly replied, the old village chief instructed me to protect the old drunkard at the tavern. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Today, the old village chief had also given him a task to eliminate the old drunkard. How could this be? Shadow Kill was perplexed. To protect and to kill simultaneously seemed utterly unreasonable. However, Lin Tianhao had begun to form a hypothesis. It was evident that the old village chief intended to frame him. As for the motive, it likely revolved around the Mandrake potion. If his conjecture was correct, this potion did not belong to the old village chief, but had been pilfered from the blacksmith Wang. By instructing him to poison the old drunkard while simultaneously having Shadow Kill rescue him. As long as Shadow Kill could delay him momentarily, the old drunkard might escape. Your task's rewards and penalties must be significant, Lin Tianhao inquired. Shadow Kill nodded indeed. Previously, when we eliminated Wang San and Wang Si together, the old village chief became aware of our partnership, which is why he assigned you this task. It is a blatant scheme. After a moment of contemplation, Shadow Kill pondered further and asked, so, are you suggesting that the old village chief's intent for you to kill is a ruse, while my rescue is genuine? Lin Tianhao nodded, essentially yes. The old village chief seeks to win hearts. How so? He provided me with a poison to use against the old drunkard. If my assumptions are correct, this poison should be unique to the blacksmith Wang. Once I poison him, and you rescue the old drunkard, a conflict will undoubtedly arise between the old drunkard and Wang. Shadow Kill appeared astonished. To sow discord? It is likely so. My task bears no penalties, and the rewards are uncertain, whereas your task comes with high rewards and severe penalties. The old village chief must believe I will assist you. Sha inhaled deeply, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the old village chief of the novice village would be so cunning. Lin Tianhao chuckled softly, for this game was no ordinary intelligence. What do you intend to do? Sha inquired. Assist the old village chief, Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. As I have stated, this is a FAAD. If I were to eliminate the old drunkard, it would only serve to harm you. Moreover, it is evident that the old village chief holds greater power in the novice village. Should the old drunkard perish, this storyline might cease to exist. Chapter 26, The Old Drunkard. Sha keenly sensed something amiss, yet he remained indifferent. If Lin Tianhao helped him complete this task, he could depart from the novice village. As for Lin Tianhao's subsequent plans, they were of no concern to him. I shall guide you to level 10, and then we shall seek out the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao sent a party invitation. He had initially intended to grind monsters to boost his health, but reaching level 10 without leaving the novice village would hinder his experience gain. Hence, he decided to assist Sha with Lin Tianhao's guidance. Sha's leveling speed was astonishing. In less than half an hour, he had already reached level 10. Let's go find the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao headed towards the mine, searching for ores, likely the location of the cave. However, after a thorough search, he found no sign of the old drunkard. Where could he have gone? Sha frowned. Lin Tianhao also furrowed his brow, as he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Come out. You have been following us for quite some time. Lin Tianhao scrutinized his surroundings, confident in his intuition that someone was nearby. Yingsha was somewhat surprised that he had not noticed anyone around. Ha ha ha. Truly, the talent of the younger generation is remarkable. You are already so formidable at such a young age. The sound of hearty laughter echoed, followed by the sight of a scruffy old man, clutching a wine gourd, approaching them. The old drunkard was level 12. Health? Attack? Skills? Note: the tavern keeper of the novice village seems to be searching for something near the mine. Perhaps you could lend a hand. Had an ordinary player encountered him, they might have received a quest from the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao regarded the old man, who peered back at him with bleary eyes. Shuedi, your reputation has soared in our novice village. However, now that you are level 10, why have you not yet ventured to the main city? Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. It is not that I do not wish to leave, but rather that the old village chief has bestowed too much upon me. What? The old village chief sent you to kill me? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the old man was already aware. In that case, allow me to experience your prowess firsthand. With that declaration, Lin Tianhao swiftly loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air. The old drunkard squinted, executing a backflip to deftly evade Lin Tianhao's arrow. Oh, there is no need for such ire. Surely we can negotiate, the old drunkard said with a grin. What the old village chief can offer, I can certainly match. As the conversation flowed, the old drunkard placed his wine flask before Lin Tianhao. Have a drink. You are about to depart from the novice village, and the entanglements here are of no concern to you. With a chime, the old drunkard issued a quest. The task required consuming a cup of wine and immediately leaving the novice village, with no penalties attached and a reward of 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao and Shadow Kill exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. The reason was simple. The reward offered by the old drunkard was extraordinarily generous, exceeding their expectations from any perspective. While others needed to complete the village chief's quest to exit the novice village, they could leave with but a sip of wine. Furthermore, they would receive such a lavish reward. 50 free attribute points equated to a 10-level increase. As for the quest penalties, there was no need for concern. Upon consuming his wine, they would be teleported from the novice village, rendering the village chief unable to impose any punishment. Lin Tianhao understood the old drunkard's words to be truthful. The quest was straightforward, and the reward was substantial. Yet he hesitated. The reason was clear. The 2 quest scrolls he possessed bore tasks that, upon completion, would bestow the blessings of the gods, likely yielding even better outcomes than this offer. Shadow Kill, after a brief moment of contemplation, accepted the quest. He had no intention of continuing his journey, and with such a splendid opportunity for a conclusion, he saw no reason to decline. After consuming the wine, Shadow Kill departed from the novice village. The old drunkard, with a smile, turned to Lin Tianhao and inquired, "What about you?" Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. A glint of cold light flashed in the old drunkard's eyes. "What has the village chief given you that compels you to act in such a manner?" As he spoke, the old drunkard exhaled a mouthful of strong liquor, which transformed mid-air into a flying sword, darting towards Lin Tianhao in an instant. Lin Tianhao struck the flying sword with his longbow, while simultaneously rolling to the side. This fluid sequence of movements revealed no flaws. He quickly nocked another arrow. The battle commenced. Lin Tianhao had little knowledge of the old drunkard's attributes or skills. Previously, upon completing a quest, he had received 20 free attribute points, all of which he had allocated to his movement speed, enhancing it by an additional 2 points. The damage he dealt was so significant that his attack speed, hovering around 3 points, could not be fully realized. Movement speed had thus become the attribute Lin Tianhao needed to prioritize for further development. With sufficient movement speed, his kiting ability would be immensely improved. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's attacks were relentless. He did not solely pursue damage, but aimed to prevent the old drunkard from retaliating. However, the old drunkard's combat experience was far richer than Lin Tianhao had anticipated. He splashed liquor from his flask and then tossed a fire starter. Flames engulfed Lin Tianhao, leaving him with no means of escape. 921, 921, 921. The searing damage persisted relentlessly, leaving Lin Tianhao feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, as the flames scorched him for a full 8 seconds. Over 7,000 health points simply vanished into thin air. Lin Tianhao created distance while simultaneously executing the twine bow technique. He aimed to send the old drunkard flying. Only in this manner could he rapidly deplete the old man's health through a series of consecutive strikes. The old drunkard, sensing Lin Tianhao's intention, opened his gourd and hurled it towards him. Startled, Lin Tianhao immediately dodged. Despite his efforts to maintain distance, his movement speed proved insufficient, and the gourd exploded just 5 meters in front of him. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as Lin Tianhao was propelled backward by the force of the explosion. 8,520. A massive number appeared above his head, and his health bar plummeted abruptly. Before Lin Tianhao could descend from the air, the old drunkard transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing directly beneath him. Thud! The old drunkard delivered an uppercut to Lin Tianhao's abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. 10:29. Unable to retaliate due to being knocked away, Lin Tianhao swiftly switched to his primary weapon, donning the complete black Iron Trance set. Chapter 27. The Blue Flower Great Serpent, Dual Arrows Released. The old drunkard did not relent upon Lin Tianhao's weapon switch. He leaped, matching Lin Tianhao's altitude, and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches upon him. 915, 899, 932. A cascade of damage numbers materialized above Lin Tianhao's head. As Lin Tianhao neared the ground, the old drunkard seized him by the collar and slammed him down violently. Boom! The ground cracked. 1858. Another substantial damage figure appeared. Lin Tianhao's health fell by a third due to this barrage. At that moment, he executed a roll to the side. Having spent considerable time in the novice village, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly bested. Whoosh! While rolling, he switched weapons, and the instant he touched the ground, an arrow was released. The old drunkard's combat skills were formidable, exhibiting precision in his skill execution. If Lin Tianhao did not approach the battle with seriousness, he might very well meet his end at the old man's hands. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao loosed another feathered arrow. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew forth, each angled with meticulous precision, aimed directly at the old drunkard's eyes. The old man, aware of Lin Tianhao's intent, conjured another gourd, deflecting the arrows with deft movements. Could he only evade? Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes, fingers tightening around the bowstring. 2 energy arrows materialized atop his longbow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dual arrows were released simultaneously. This too was a combat technique. Those simultaneous shots could easily lose accuracy. Such a challenge was no obstacle for Lin Tianhao. With his exceptional archery skills, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The advantage of dual arrows is not merely an enhancement of accuracy, but rather the ability to render an opponent incapable of simply deflecting the feathered projectiles. Should Lin Tianhao be afforded a single opportunity, he could unleash a flurry of aerial assaults. Now is that moment. The old drunkard, caught off guard, finds his balance disrupted by Lin Tianhao's arrow. Seizing this fleeting chance, Lin Tianhao employs his twisting bow technique, the tremendous force momentarily propelling the old drunkard into the air. Following this, he remains suspended. It is evidently impossible for the old drunkard to descend. However, Lin Tianhao has underestimated the old man's tenacity. In the brief interval of Lin Tianhao's assault, the old drunkard guzzles down a mouthful of potent liquor. Subsequently, an intoxicating aura envelopes him. Ding! You are affected by the intoxicating fumes. Your reaction speed decreases by 20, and your attack speed decreases by 20. Lin Tianhao furrows his brow, yet his assault continues unabated. It is my turn now. The old drunkard hurls his wine gourd once more. Drawing from his prior experience of being sent flying, Lin Tianhao is determined not to suffer the same fate again. Whoosh! The feathered arrow crashes into the wine gourd, sending it careening away. Boom! A resounding explosion réverbérate, the force causing Lin Tianhao to stagger. Nevertheless, the damage is minimal. The old drunkard seizes this opportunity to land, slapping the gourd, from which emerges a massive snake. The creature, a blue-spotted serpent, is a striking green and lunges towards Lin Tianhao. Blue-spotted serpent, black iron, level 10. Health, 125, 980. Attack, 412. Skills, constriction, poison arrow. Dragon tail, sweep, poison mist, red-eye beam. Lin Tianhao's expression shifts as he realizes that the old drunkard's gourd harbors such a formidable beast. Despite his astonishment, Lin Tianhao's retaliation does not falter. He unleashes arrows at the blue-spotted serpent. 1321. His damage output continues to escalate, yet the serpent is no pushover. It retaliates immediately with a red-eyed beam. Lin Tianhao swiftly rolls to evade, but the beam pursues him relentlessly. Ultimately, due to insufficient speed, Lin Tianhao is struck. 1,528. He grimaces, preparing to counterattack. However, his arrow is still mid-flight when the blue-spotted serpent gapes its maw, roaring ferociously. Simultaneously, A cloud of poison mist billows forth from its mouth. This area of effect poison attack renders Lin Tianhao's attempts to distance himself futile. 426, 426. 426, within the noxious mist. Lin Tianhao begins to suffer continuous damage, the extent of which is scarcely bearable. Without a priest or any detoxifying skills of his own, he can only endure the onslaught. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao retaliates with wild fervor, arrows cascading forth, striking at the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. Each arrow is aimed precisely at the serpent's vital points. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao senses impending danger and dares not linger, executing a roll to evade. Just as he narrowly escapes, the old drunkard materializes in the very spot he just vacated. Lin Tianhao astonishingly evaded the onslaught of his opponent. The old drunkard, though not overly surprised, hurled his wine gourd down upon Lin Tianhao with force. The latter found himself with no chance to retaliate, stumbling to dodge the incoming assault. A thunderous crash reverberated as the gourd struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. After narrowly avoiding the attack from the old drunkard, the tail of the azure-patterned serpent was already upon him. With a violent thud, Lin Tianhao was sent flying by the massive tail, losing over 1,000 points of health. Just as he touched down, arrows were already soaring from his hands. Once again, he unleashed a dual volley, though this time the challenge was heightened, as he aimed to strike both the swiftly moving serpent and the old drunkard simultaneously. Both targets possessed formidable damage potential. Observing his steadily declining health, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened with determination. The Eye of Purity was fully activated, allowing him to perceive every detail in his surroundings with remarkable clarity. Whoosh! The arrows sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao's accuracy with his dual shot was nothing short of extraordinary. Each arrow was imbued with an unparalleled might. While the impact might not rival that of the string-twisting technique, the frequency of his attacks was significantly accelerated. The advantage of the string-twisting method lay in its high damage, superior impact, and penetration. However, the dual volley, or even a greater number of arrows released at once, had the merit of striking multiple targets, albeit at the cost of reduced damage. Yet, when the dual volley was combined with the continuous shooting technique, the outcome was transformed entirely. This technique involved relentless attacks on the same target, and was among the simplest in archery. When paired with a dual volley, the results were profoundly different. With his arrows, Lin Tianhao managed to simultaneously suppress both foes. Had this been witnessed by others, they would surely be left in awe. Yet at this moment, Lin Tianhao was in his element. Having previously underestimated the old drunkard's skills, he had suffered a setback, but now the old man's tricks were rendered ineffective before Lin Tianhao. As soon as the old drunkard made a move to unleash his skills, Lin Tianhao's arrows would strike with precision, interrupting him. What followed was a gamble. A wager on whether the old drunkard possessed the skills of invulnerability and rage. If he lacked these abilities, Lin Tianhao could leverage his overwhelming dominance to wear down both the old drunkard and the azure-patterned serpent. In Chapter 28, the pig-raising strategy, the old drunkard, confident in his ability to secure a kill on Lin Tianhao should he be given the chance to cast his skills, could not fathom that Lin Tianhao would allow him such an opportunity. The string-twisting technique, combined with the continuous shooting, was unleashed, beyond its high damage and strong penetration. This technique had another crucial advantage. It could curve. Whoosh! The old drunkard, hidden behind the azure-patterned serpent, was struck by Lin Tianhao's arrow, his face a mask of disbelief. The azure-patterned serpent, shaking its body, charged toward Lin Tianhao, intent on executing its constraining skill. Lin Tianhao understood that if he were ensnared by the serpent's grip, the ensuing battle would lose all suspense. Therefore, he was resolute in denying the azure-patterned serpent any opportunity to ensnare him. Once again employing the technique of a successive arrow shot, Lin Tianhao now aimed at the eyes of the azure-patterned serpent and the old drunkard. Such an assault on weak points demands an exceptionally high level of precision from the archer. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was utilizing a dual arrow release in conjunction with the successive arrow technique, which elevated the difficulty even further. Without the Eye of Purity, this feat would have posed a significant challenge for him. Yet, with the Eye of Purity at his disposal, executing this maneuver became considerably simpler. With dual arrows aimed at the serpent's eyes, he seamlessly transitioned into the twisting string technique, amplifying the intensity of his attack to an astonishing level. The old drunkard's plan to launch an ambush from behind the azure-patterned serpent was thwarted, as Lin Tianhao's relentless onslaught completely suppressed him. Is he even human? The old drunkard's expression darkened. He patted his waist, producing a talisman in his hand. Almost instantaneously, Lin Tianhao's arrows were shot towards the talisman. However, the old drunkard had already activated the talisman, and a golden light radiated outward. Both he and the azure-patterned serpent were enveloped in a golden glow. Lin Tianhao's arrows struck the old drunkard, inflicting a damage of 1420. The old drunkard was left dumbfounded. How could this be? Your attack is true damage. The talisman he had just invoked was meant to significantly bolster his defenses. Yet, the absurdity of Lin Tianhao's damage indicated that his attack was genuine. Lin Tianhao had initially been concerned that the talisman might possess offensive or restraining properties. To his surprise, it turned out to be defensive. Thus, its effect on him was negligible. Under Lin Tianhao's overwhelming pressure, the health of both the old drunkard and the azure-patterned serpent swiftly plummeted to 10%. The old drunkard's eyes were filled with rage, and it seemed he was preparing for a desperate counterattack. However, at that moment, Lin Tianhao ceased his assault. "Senior, I do not wish to kill you. Why not consider a trade?" Lin Tianhao proposed with a smile. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes. "What trade?" "I shall spare your life in exchange for 50 free attribute points." Upon hearing this, the old drunkard regarded Lin Tianhao with skepticism. "All for just 50 free attribute points? You would forsake the village elder's task?" Lin Tianhao nodded with a smile. "To be frank, I also believe the village elder is unworthy of his position. The role of village chief should belong to Blacksmith Wang. However, as an adventurer, I must consider my own interests. Thus, if you grant me 50 free attribute points, I shall let you go." After a brief silence, the old drunkard finally replied, "Very well, it's a deal." Ding! The old drunkard has issued you a task. The task requires you to let him leave. There is no punishment for failure. The reward is 50 free attribute points. A smile crept across Lin Tianhao's face as he accepted the task. He would not kill the old drunkard, merely postponing it for now. He could still contemplate the village elder's task later, perhaps under more favorable circumstances. Additionally, Lin Tianhao had another consideration in mind. He desired a mutual destruction between the village elder and Blacksmith Wang. Clearly, the old drunkard was a valuable aid to Blacksmith Wang. Should he be eliminated, the already weakened blacksmith would find himself in an even more precarious position. The scenario he desired, one of mutual destruction, proved to be elusive. By acquiring 50 free attribute points, he did not disrupt the equilibrium between the Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief, allowing their conflict to persist. After bidding farewell to the old drunkard, Lin Tianhao gained another 50 free attribute points. He accessed his attribute page. Nickname: Snow Emperor level 10, 013, 3100, class: Archer health 714, 507, 1450 mana, 100100 attack, 309 magic power, 58 armor, 368 magic resistance, 295 attack speed, 363 movement speed, 57 physical penetration, 0 magic penetration, 0 special attributes, critical hit 15, retaliation 10 free attributes, 50 luck, hidden talent, divine retribution, super god level, skills, rapid fire 2 stars, basic attack enhancement 3 stars, jumping thunder 2 stars, withered trees revived 2 stars, resurrection 3 stars, invincible golden body 1 star, equipment, thunder bow silver, trance set, black iron, eye of purity special. As a level 10 player, Lin Tianhao's attributes could undoubtedly be described as extraordinary. Particularly notable were his skills. Apart from the foundational rapid-fire ability, the skills he had carefully selected provided him with significant advantages. Additionally, he still possessed 50 free attribute points, which he could allocate to either attack speed or movement speed. Although the time spent traveling the novice village was minimal, once he reached the main city, the journey could often prove to be time-consuming. Moreover, with increased movement speed, he could engage in attacks with greater efficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao chose to withhold the usage of his free attribute points, opting instead to reserve them for potential battles that lay ahead. He decided to allow the storyline to unfold further, focusing on enhancing his health as much as possible before Blacksmith Wang forged the golden longbow. He aimed to elevate his condition to its optimal state. Additionally, with the skill Withered Trees revived, Lin Tianhao could acquire more skill books through the upcoming battles. As players gradually departed, the 10,086 novice village began to feel somewhat desolate. New players would eventually fill the void, yet the 10086 novice village found itself in a somewhat awkward position, as the fresh recruits primarily came from more advanced novice villages. Consequently, even in the level 10 Twisted Jungle Dungeon, Lin Tianhao encountered only a few scattered parties. "Bro, wanna team up?" We have a powerful shield warrior equipped with an elite trance set. We are sure to clear the dungeon. Chapter 29. The 9-Union Longbow. A terrifying reflection. Lin Tianhao smiled and declined. With that, he strode directly into the dungeon. The difficulty of this dungeon was hellish. Having cleared it several times before, Lin Tianhao now navigated it with ease. His primary objective in this dungeon was to enhance his health and to farm skill books. Due to the necessity of sacrificing skill books to upgrade the skill Withered Tree, Reviving in Spring, Lin Tianhao found himself in a predicament. Although the rewards for clearing dungeons now paled in comparison to those for first completions, there were still 4 dungeons available. Before he knew it, 5 hours had elapsed. Lin Tianhao's health points, initially just above 70,000, had now surged to over 100,000. An increase of 30,000 health points in just 5 hours was indeed formidable. In addition to this significant boost in vitality, Lin Tianhao's skill Withered Tree, Reviving in Spring, had progressed from 2 stars to 3. However, to elevate it from 3 stars to 4, a staggering sacrifice of 1,000 skill books was required. Quite a daunting task given Lin Tianhao's current monster-slaying pace. Furthermore, with health points surpassing 100,000, his revival skill had also advanced to 4 stars, enhancing the recovery rate from 50 health points per second to a remarkable 500. At this rate of recuperation, even ordinary players would struggle to deplete Lin Tianhao's health. Upon returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao noted that blacksmith Wang had yet to forge the golden grade longbow. Opting to log off for a meal, he contemplated purchasing a nutrient capsule once his sister had recovered sufficiently. Though the time spent offline was not excessively long, it nevertheless constituted a distraction. Brother Hao, following your strategy, I acquired a silver-grade broadsword with impressive attributes, reported Zhou Xiaopeng. Lin Tianhao smiled, recognizing that Zhou Xiaopeng's 3 passive skills had indeed enabled him to attain a silver-grade weapon, a development entirely within Lin Tianhao's expectations. You can now head to the main city, Lin Tianhao remarked, suggesting that Blackwind City would be the most suitable for a warrior's development. However, remember not to hastily change classes upon reaching the main city, even for hidden professions. It's best to consult with me first. After providing Zhou Xiaopeng with a brief overview, Lin Tianhao swiftly consumed his meal. Once back in the game, Blacksmith Wang greeted him with a knowing smile. The old drunkard has informed me of your affairs, he said, catching Lin Tianhao off guard. Since you are already aware, I shall not conceal my intentions. I wish to eliminate the old village chief. Will you assist me? I will. Lin Tianhao replied with a grin. Wang nodded in agreement, saying, in that case, you may proceed to the cliff to the south. The old drunkard will guide you to the village chief's secret base, and you will join him in defeating the guards there. Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued you a quest. The quest required the elimination of the guards at the village chief's secret base, with both the penalties and rewards remaining unknown. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. The fact that the quest penalties were unspecified was rather troubling. Could Blacksmith Wang seek revenge upon failure? This was certainly a possibility. After a brief moment of hesitation, he accepted the quest, recognizing that he had already invested too much in this narrative to withdraw now. Wang smiled in satisfaction and retrieved a golden longbow from his shop. Your golden grade longbow has been crafted, he announced. 9-section longbow, golden grade. No wearing requirements. Effect 1, attack power 500. Effect 2, attack speed 1. Effect 3, critical hit rate 20. Effect 4, lifesteal 5. Effect 5, health 2000. Effect 6, regeneration of 100 health points per second. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened at this moment. Truly, this is a custom-grade longbow. The attributes resonate profoundly with him. While the increase in attack power and health seems somewhat trivial, the other 4 attributes are nothing short of perfection. Thank you. Lin Tianhao took the 9-comb bow. The old drunkard awaits you by the cliff to the south. Make haste. Lin Tianhao nodded. With his golden-grade longbow, his combat prowess had indeed ascended to a new level. To the south of the novice village lies a cliff. This precipice is unfathomably deep. In his past life, some players speculated that opportunities might lurk beneath the cliff, daring to leap in search of fortune. Yet, the outcome was invariably death upon impact. After several attempts, many ultimately abandoned this fruitless endeavor. When Lin Tianhao reached the cliff, he spotted a familiar figure. It was not the old drunkard, but rather the elderly village chief. Upon seeing the village chief, Lin Tianhao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The Snow Emperor? The village chief appeared somewhat taken aback upon noticing Lin Tianhao as presence. Clearly, he had not anticipated his arrival. Lin Tianhao feigned calmness, addressing the village chief. I heard you encountered the old drunkard, and he has fled. The village chief nodded, acknowledging that was indeed my oversight. I had presumed you would successfully poison him, thus preventing the azure flower serpent from being released. I see, Lin Tianhao replied, then inquired about the village chief's purpose there, asking if he needed assistance. The village chief, wanting to ask Lin Tianhao the same question, found himself momentarily unprepared due to Lin's proactive inquiry. Beneath our novice village lies a formidable beast sealed away, and I'm tasked with guarding it. Recently, I have sensed a malevolent force attempting to breach this seal, which is why I came to investigate. Lin Tianhao feigned de surprise. Is that so? Alas, it's a sorrowful tale. Countless sages sacrificed their lives to seal this creature, and now there are those who wish to release it. Lin Tianhao nodded in understanding. Indeed, those who seek to unleash this beast are truly treacherous and deserve the harshest of fates. The village chief agreed, stating, yes, Snow Emperor, I have great faith in you. If my suspicions are correct, those rogues are likely in search of the Ice Flame Demon Mine. The village chief's expression grew grave. Should they discover the Ice Flame Demon Mine, the consequences would be dire. If you're willing to assist me, please head to the mine and ensure the old drunkard does not find it. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Very well, I should do my utmost. With that, he turned and made his way toward the mine. The old drunkard was not present, but why? Perhaps he was in hiding due to the presence of the village chief. Or was it that this was all part of a grand scheme from the outset? Wang the blacksmith harbored lingering doubts about himself. His presence here was merely a ruse to lure the old drunkard away, granting him an opportunity to seek the Ice Flame Demon Awakens. Such a realization was indeed chilling upon deeper reflection. Chapter 30. The Lost Princess of the Hidden Dungeon. Lin Tianhao could only hope that his thoughts were overly speculative. Otherwise, his current predicament would be rather grim. The old village chief held suspicions about him. He had initially believed that by sparing the old drunkard, he would earn the trust of Wang the blacksmith. Moreover, his subsequent interactions with Wang had led Lin Tianhao to feel that some measure of trust had indeed been established. However, if today's encounter with the old village chief was truly a scheme devised by Wang the blacksmith, it would be utterly terrifying. Before reaching the cavern, the old drunkard unexpectedly appeared. Snow Emperor, he said, gazing at Lin Tianhao. I was waiting for you at the cliff, but when the old village chief arrived, I had no choice but to conceal myself. Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief. What shall we do next? He inquired. We must seek the Ice Flame Demon, or the old drunkard replied earnestly. There are 3 pieces in the novice village. The first one has vanished, leaving 2 pieces that should be nearby. Lin Tianhao nodded. The Ice Flame Demon was reputed to yield a platinum-grade necklace. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was not tempted. However, relinquishing a plan that he had meticulously crafted for the sake of a mere necklace was not something Lin Tianhao wished to entertain. In the time that followed, Lin Tianhao and the old drunkard commenced their search. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that a hidden dungeon lay within the cavern. Yet, Lin Tianhao could not recall how to unlock this hidden dungeon. Nevertheless, there had to be a method, perhaps by investigating the Stone Beetle King for clues, considering that the local monsters were indeed stone beetles. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao began to hunt the stone beetles. As expected, he could only increase his health points, not gain any experience. Lin Tianhao had grown accustomed to this. Leveling up was an effortless endeavor for him. His aim was to extract as much value from the novice village as possible while simultaneously enhancing his vitality. Ding! Due to your extensive slaughter of stone beetles, you have attracted the attention of the Stone Beetle King, who will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of anticipation. The Ice Flame Demon was likely connected to the Stone Beetle King. 5 minutes later, a massive Stone Beetle King, its shell a deep crimson, approached him. Stone Beetle King, Black Iron, level 8. Health points, 81520. Attack, 215. Skills, Rock Fall, Stone Shield, Terrifying Roar, Stone Ball Cannon, Petrifying Skin. Lin Tianhao merely glanced at the attributes of the Stone Beetle before launching a tempest of assaults. Critical hit, 4,918. His first arrow struck with a critical damage value that was staggering. Moreover, with the enhancement of the 9-fold longbow, his attack speed reached 463, equating to a damage output of 20,000 per second. The Stone Beetle King possessed merely over 80,000 health points, unable to withstand even 5 seconds before being vanquished. Ding! You have slain the Stone Beetle King, earning 859 experience points. However, as you have not yet departed from the novice village, you cannot gain this experience. Lin Tianhao paid no mind to this and proceeded to loot the corpse. Ding! You have acquired 3 pieces of equipment. Ding. You have received 1 skill book. Ding. You have obtained 1 stone beetle king's eyeball. Ding. You have gained 1 gold coin. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, contemplating the stone beetle king's eyeball, which suddenly reminded him of a location that seemed to correspond perfectly with this eyeball, the depths of the mine. Upon arriving before Stonewall, Lin Tianhao noticed an inconspicuous recess in the corner. A careful observation revealed that this recess aligned perfectly with the stone beetle king's eyeball. He placed the eyeball into the recess, and the stone wall immediately began to rotate, ultimately forming a portal to a hidden dungeon. Ding. You have unlocked the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess. Ding. You have activated the hidden dungeon, and a server-wide announcement will soon follow. Would you like to hide your name? Hide. As matters in the novice village had yet to stabilize, Lin Tianhao contemplated the thoughts of the old village chief and others. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for opening the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess, earning 5 free attribute points. May all players strive to excel. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for opening the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess, earning 5 free attribute points. May all players strive to excel. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and stepped into the portal. The dungeon options appeared before Lin Tianhao. Hell difficulty. Without the slightest hesitation, he opted for hell difficulty. This level of challenge was nearly insurmountable for the majority of ordinary players. Entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao found himself once again within the mine. The mine was dimly lit, and he soon encountered a succession of small zombies. What a surprise! The novice village harbored undead creatures. Typically, undead monsters would emerge more frequently during the mid-game. Encountering them in the early game was relatively rare and usually indicated a higher level dungeon. Small zombie, elite, level 8. Health, 1080-1080. Attack, 95. Skills, charge, iron skin bite. Their attributes were not insignificant. Lin Tianhao acted without hesitation. The small zombie's iron skin was merely a trifle to him, for his damage was true damage. 2,250. A massive damage number appeared. This was without a critical hit, and it could only be described as terrifying. Furthermore, with Lin Tianhao's high output, the small zombies were slain before they could even approach him. As more small zombies emerged, Lin Tianhao maintained his strategy, kiting and attacking. As long as his damage was sufficient, these small zombies were merely obstacles. He effortlessly passed the first level. In the subsequent second level, alongside the small zombies, some green-haired zombies appeared, exhibiting a notable increase in attributes. Nevertheless, they still could not impede Lin Tianhao's advance. The third level awaited. Lin Tianhao had just arrived here, akin to a twisted jungle. This place was inhabited by 4 black iron-level purple-haired zombies, level 8, with a health pool of 158, 200 and an attack power of 512. Their skills included Rampage, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Bite, Spinning Strangle, and Corpse Chi Diffusion. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. While the health of the purple-haired zombies was considerable, their other attributes and skills appeared rather mundane. Just as he contemplated this, the 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously unleashed their Corpse Chi Diffusion. A torrent of Corpse Chi surged towards Lin Tianhao. Ding! You are affected by Corpse Chi. Your body begins to stiffen, reducing your movement speed by 50 and attack speed by 50. Concurrently, damage numbers began to appear above Lin Tianhao's head. 299, 299. These damage numbers emerged with alarming frequency, manifesting 4 times each second, causing a loss of 1,200 health points per second. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao took action. He was not one to await his fate passively. Bang! An arrow struck the head of a zombie. Critical hit. 45-48, Chapter 31. Ice Flame Corpse King. Just as his feathered arrow was released, the 4 zombies charged at him recklessly. Instinctively, Lin Tianhao attempted to evade. Unfortunately, with his movement speed diminished by 50, he found himself unable to dodge the frantic assaults of the zombies. Bang! 1280, 1283. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. He waited for the skill to conclude before launching a fierce counterattack. Each strike from him was a critical hit, with a 5 vampiric effect. He could recover over 400 health points each second. Coupled with revitalization, the trance set, and the 9-fold longbow's enhancements, Lin Tianhao's health recovery had surged to over 1,100 per second. 500 from revitalization, 130 from the incomplete trance set, 100 from the 9-fold longbow, and over 400 from vampirism. Even while facing the simultaneous attacks of 4 black iron zombies, he managed to maintain a tenuous grip on the situation. A smile crept across Lin Tianhao's face. As long as he could hold his ground, the ensuing battle would become considerably easier. However, the subsequent attack from the purple-haired zombies sent a chill down Lin Tianhao's spine, for they unleashed their bite. Despite his utmost efforts to evade and utilizing his feathered arrows to disrupt their assaults, the dual impairments of reduced movement and attack speed meant he could only manage to restrain 2 of the purple-haired zombies at once, rendering him unable to address all threats simultaneously. The consequence was a bite from the purple-haired zombies. 1958, 299, 299. Lin Tianhao felt a wave of despair. The bite inflicted poison, which compounded with the poisoning effect of the corpse chi diffusion. Now burdened by dual poisons, his health was plummeting even faster. With no other option, Lin Tianhao resolved to conclude the fight swiftly. At last, the first purple-haired zombie fell. Lin Tianhao exhaled in relief, with 1 less zombie. The layers of corpse chi diffusion would diminish, thus reducing the damage he endured each second. Following suit, the second and third zombies soon met the same fate. After the last purple-haired zombie fell, Lin Tianhao finally collapsed onto the ground. Alas, the absence of detoxification skills and the inability to remove negative effects proved to be a significant flaw. At this moment, the importance of a priest became evident. Even having an ordinary priest by Lin Tianhao's side to assist in detoxification and dispelling negative effects would have made this battle considerably easier. And this was merely at the black iron level. Should he encounter those from the upper realms, the pressure would undoubtedly intensify. Once his health was restored to full capacity, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze ahead. The layout here bore a striking resemblance to the Twisted Jungle, suggesting that the final challenge would likely involve a bronze-level foe. Upon entering the ultimate challenge, Lin Tianhao immediately surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay 2 crystal coffins. Within the left coffin rested a corpse, while the right coffin was entirely empty. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a grotesque zombie appeared behind him, its claws mere centimeters from him. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao's twisting arrow technique was already in motion, and the tremendous force of the arrow sent the zombie flying. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao distanced himself further, unleashing a continuous barrage of arrows, while he began to assess the zombie's attributes. Ice Flame Corpse King, Bronze, Level 10. Health, 10, 913, 211, 000, 000. Attack, 1560. Skills, Rampage, Dual Elemental Fury, Freeze Spell, Flame Conflagration, Shadow of the Corpse, Ice Fire Roulette. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, showing no hesitation as he continued to unleash his attacks. The Ice Flame Corpse King moved swiftly. Barely had Lin Tianhao released an arrow when it had already created distance from its original position. Moreover, as a zombie, the reaction speed of this Ice Flame Corpse King exceeded Lin Tianhao's expectations, displaying a level of agility that was astonishing. Yet, this was not enough to leave Lin Tianhao without recourse. His attack speed remained unaffected. 4 arrows per second were more than sufficient to restrict the movement space of the Ice Flame Corpse King. Additionally, Lin Tianhao's attacks were cunningly aimed, rendering the Corpse King unable to evade. Realizing there was no escape, the Ice Flame Corpse King resolved to endure the onslaught. After taking a hit from an arrow, it charged at Lin Tianhao with great speed. Simultaneously, it raised its hand, conjuring a ball of flame within its palm. What followed was something Lin Tianhao found utterly absurd. As the Ice Flame Corpse King lifted its hand, flames also erupted from its body. Ding! You have been affected by flame burn. You will continuously lose health. 915, 915. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of anxiety. Such a targeted skill that inflicts continuous damage truly increased the pressure on him, especially since his opponent was a bronze-level entity with commendable attributes. With no means to dispel the burning effect, Lin Tianhao could only amplify his offensive efforts, striving to vanquish the Ice Flame Corpse King in the shortest time possible. However, the Ice Flame Corpse King proved too agile, and Lin Tianhao's 4 arrows could only strike true with 1 or 2. Moreover, due to the difficulty in executing a weakness attack, the probability of landing a critical hit has significantly diminished. After deftly evading Lin Tianhao's arrows, the Ice Fire Corpse King raised both hands simultaneously. Lin Tianhao's expression changed dramatically. Ding! You're affected by the dual forces of ice and fire, and will continuously lose health. 1598. 1598. What manner of celestial creature is this? With an array of debilitating effects, it seems utterly inhumane. 2 locking skills, both inflicting persistent damage, leave him with no room for maneuver. If this continues, it will be exceedingly difficult to clear the dungeon. Lin Tianhao's countenance darkened. His attributes were already formidable. If he could not conquer this challenge, it would be unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao's arrow attacks became increasingly cunning, anticipating the enemy's movements. This is the fundamental skill of an archer, yet the disparity between an elite player and an ordinary one is glaringly apparent. Under Lin Tianhao's intense focus and predictive strikes, the Ice Fire Corpse King finally began to falter. Now is the moment. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianhao sent the Ice Fire Corpse King flying. Following this, a relentless series of aerial combos ensued, inflicting substantial damage. You have no chance left. Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. He would not allow himself to fail. With unwavering concentration, the outcome was already predetermined. The reason was simple. Lin Tianhao had eliminated any possibility of the Ice Fire Corpse King touching the ground, even while ensuring the Ice Fire Corpse King remained airborne. Lin Tianhao interrupted its attempts to unleash its abilities, pushing his assault to the extreme. Ding! You have slain the Ice Fire Corpse King, earning 850 experience points. However, as you have not left the novice village, you cannot gain experience. Chapter 32. Princess Leona's Purification Pendant. Ding! You have completed the Lost Princess's first clear. A server-wide announcement will follow. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully hiding your name and completing the Lost Princess's first clear. This announcement is made in hopes of inspiring other players to strive further. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully hiding your name and completing the Lost Princess's first clear. This announcement is made in hopes of inspiring other players to strive further. The Lost Princess, a hidden dungeon in the novice village. Thus, this level 8 dungeon did not attract much attention. No one would presume that such a seemingly insignificant dungeon could yield anything of value. Stone Peak City. The floating tower Shield Mountain opened his friend list. He had been keeping an eye on Lin Tianhao. Given Lin Tianhao's capabilities, he should not have taken this long to level up. The most probable explanation is that he has not left the novice village. Furthermore, several other clubs monitoring Lin Tianhao have also noted this issue. Lin Tianhao remains in a novice village. Could it be that some offline matter delayed his gaming progress? Such a shame, possessing significant talent. Yet after such a lengthy delay, he would only be a mid-tier player even if he sought to catch up. Jimeng Yin Shui, upon receiving reports about Lin Tianhao, shook his head in disappointment. At level 10, having yet to depart from the novice village, one is likely ensnared by some offline matters. It is not merely the pursuit of dreams that occupies the thoughts of most clubs following Lin Tianhao. They are all inclined to believe thus. After all, Lin Tianhao's innate talent and attributes are evident, and the current situation is inexplicable unless one considers the distractions of the offline world. Little do they know, Lin Tianhao is not hindered by offline issues. Rather, he is engrossed in a formidable storyline quest. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it will irrevocably alter the dynamics of a novice village. Ding! The reward for the first completion of the dungeon are being calculated. Ding! You have obtained 31 skill books. Ding! You have acquired 42 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have received 120 gold coins. Ding! You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained 1 Ice Flame Magic Oregon. Indeed, a smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. The second piece of Ice Flame Magic was finally in his grasp. Just as he was reviewing his rewards, a peculiar occurrence transpired ahead. From the body of the Ice Flame Corpse King, the power of ice began to peel away. Ultimately, this ice attribute energy descended upon the dry corpse within the crystal coffin. Upon receiving this energy, the corpse began to rapidly rejuvenate. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Could there be further hidden elements within this secret dungeon? The term hidden refers to a situation where, after clearing the dungeon, a new aspect emerges due to certain special circumstances. In such cases, he could choose to exit the dungeon, having already secured his rewards. However, Lin Tianhao, emboldened by his prowess, was eager to uncover what lay hidden. With a thunderous bang, the crystal coffin erupted, revealing a woman with alabaster skin, exquisite features, and flowing silver hair standing before him. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon her. Princess Leona? Health? Attack? Skills? His expression shifted. This individual was entirely shrouded in question marks. Moreover, within the realm of Twilight of the Gods, entities bearing titles such as princess, prince, or general are typically not to be trifled with. Adventurer, did you rescue me? Lin Tianhao instinctively nodded, acknowledging her words. In response, Princess Leona remained remarkably composed, observing Lin Tianhao momentarily before stating, "You have saved me. I can offer you 2 gifts, but you may only choose one to take with you." Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Had he triggered a hidden reward? This is the first gift. You may become a viscount of our star kingdom and receive your own territory." Lin Tianhao gasped in awe. The Lord's heart. Such an item is virtually unattainable in the early stages of the game. Moreover, Princess Leona mentioned the title of viscount, which denotes nobility. Holding a noble title within the kingdom would afford him numerous advantages. Yet, Lin Tianhao stifled his excitement and inquired about the second gift. Princess Leona produced a pale blue jade pendant. This is a piece of equipment that has been passed down from the era of Divine Fall, enabling the wearer to attain an astonishing 80% immunity to control effects. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. An 80% immunity is extraordinarily formidable. What will your choice be? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao resolved to select the jade pendant. "I choose the jade pendant." Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that acquiring the Lord's heart to establish a territory would not pose a significant challenge. A viscount is merely the second lowest rank among the nobility. Furthermore, while the Kingdom of Stars may suffice in the early stages of the game, it would soon fall short in the later phases. However, this jade pendant is truly impressive. Princess Leona gazed at Lin Tianhao with a hint of astonishment, seemingly surprised that he would opt for a mere piece of equipment. Could it be that our viscount and his territory pale in comparison to a single item? Lin Tianhao shook his head. It was not that being a viscount was undesirable, nor was the territory lacking, and certainly, the Kingdom of Stars was not to be disparaged. Rather, it is a matter of personal preference. With a resigned smile, Princess Leona handed the jade pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purification jade pendant, a unique piece of equipment. Requirements for wearing: must be actively transferred, cannot be dropped, cannot be absorbed, and cannot be worn by outsiders unless actively gifted. Effect: 80% immunity to negative control effects such as knockback, slow, curses, poison, burning, freezing, and paralysis. Durability: 100. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. The effectiveness of this pendant could only be described as extraordinary. Even during the Cataclysm era, such attributes would be considered explosive. After donning the Purification Jade pendant, Lin Tianhao felt significantly revitalized. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Next, he turned his attention to reviewing his equipment and skills. Unfortunately, there was not a single piece of equipment or skill that he could equip. The only two useful items were the free attribute points and the Ice Flame Magic Oregon. Yet, according to the old drunkard, there should be 2 additional pieces of Ice Flame Magic, and he had only come across 1. This indicated that another piece remained hidden. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Tianhao re-entered it once more. To his surprise, he discovered that the hellish difficulty level had vanished. Did the difficulty disappear because I rescued Princess Leona? Chapter 33. Extorting the Old Village Chief. Without further contemplation, Lin Tianhao chose the Nightmare difficulty level for the dungeon. In less than 20 minutes, he completed the Nightmare difficulty of the Lost Princess quest. However, the Ice Flame Magic did not materialize. Had I been mistaken from the outset? Was there only 1 piece of Ice Flame Magic here? Lin Tianhao pondered to himself. No, the old drunkard had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. Could it be that there are 2 hidden dungeons within this cave? The likelihood of that is exceedingly low, since it is not 2 hidden dungeons. There must be another possibility, the drop rate. Perhaps the Ice Flame Magic is indeed present here, but due to the drop rate, it did not appear when he first cleared the difficult dungeon. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianhao once again entered the Lost Princess dungeon. The battles that lay ahead already bore considerable pressure. Even if the final Ice Flame Magic did not manifest here, he could still regard it as a means to replenish his health. This endeavor resulted in a consecutive 5 attempts. It must be said that Lin Tianhao's judgment proved to be astute. On his 5th attempt, he finally beheld within the rewards for completing the challenge. Ding! You have obtained Ice Flame Magic X1. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face. With all 3 pieces of Ice Flame Magic from the Novice Village now in his possession, whether he could unlock the seal would depend solely on his fortune. Furthermore, due to his relentless battles against the Lost Princess, Lin Tianhao's health had exceeded 12,000. Coupled with the 9 Harmony Longbow, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Tianhao did not seek out the old drunkard or the blacksmith Wang. Instead, he made his way directly to the cliff. As anticipated, the old village chief awaited him there. It appeared he was aware that the upcoming battlefield would be located here, thus he took it upon himself to stand guard. Snow Emperor, why have you returned? Upon seeing the Ice Flame Magic in Lin Tianhao's hands, the village chief's expression shifted dramatically. He smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Emperor, you have found the Ice Flame Magic, this is truly excellent. Old village chief, what precisely is this ice flame magic? Or, both you and Blacksmith Wong are seeking it. In response, the village chief chuckled. It is a very important mineral of great use to us. Snow Emperor, if you hand it over to me, I shall bestow upon you unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of hesitation regarding the village chief's promise of unexpected benefits. Specifically, he inquired, scrutinizing the village chief. The village chief's expression grew solemn. He realized that Lin Tianhao was attempting to negotiate. I can offer you a golden grade ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I have heard that Blacksmith Wong's offer was a platinum grade necklace. The village chief's demeanor darkened. While he was indeed inferior to the blacksmith in terms of equipment, he continued. However, if you are willing to give me the ice flame magic, or I can provide you with a holy grade talent awakening stone, which can awaken almost any talent. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment. While he had no use for a holy grade talent awakening stone, both Zhou Xiaopeng and the monkey possessed sacred talents. Bestowing the awakening stone upon them would allow them to awaken their talents swiftly and grow stronger sooner. No, I require two. Now that Lin Tianhao held the initiative, he certainly would not relinquish it easily. Snow Emperor, I possess only one, and this is indeed the finest item you can obtain in the novice village. Lin Tianhao remained non-committal. I want 2 golden grade rings. The village chief's expression soured. Lin Tianhao's price was beginning to irritate him. Snow Emperor, should the ice flame magic or fall into Blacksmith Wong's hands, it would spell disaster for the novice village, leading to great suffering for all. This calamity would also be a catastrophe for you adventurers. I am willing to pay the price to avert this catastrophe. Lin Tianhao sighed. Old village chief, I would very much like to assist you, but I am an adventurer, and what I seek is merely profit. I apologize. Upon finishing his words, Lin Tianhao turned to leave. Stop. The old village chief's expression was grim, a murderous intent radiating from him. What? Does the old village chief wish to kill me? Go ahead. Losing a level means little to me. At these words, the old chief's imposing aura diminished. Indeed, Lin Tianhao was an adventurer, even if he were slain here. The outcome would merely result in him losing a level. He would still be able to deliver the Ice Flame Demon or to Blacksmith Wong. Very well, I accept your terms. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face as he completed the transaction with the old village chief. The Thunder Ring of Golden Grade required level 10 and was designated for archers. Its effects included 1. Attack 350, 2. Critical hit 30, 3. Armor penetration 15, 4. A 5 chance to paralyze the opponent, 5. A 5 chance to deal double critical damage, 6. A 5 chance to trigger a widespread lightning bombardment. Durability stood at 100. 2 rings bore identical attributes. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow slightly. Within these attributes were 3 special effects, albeit with relatively low probabilities. Fortunately, the identical attributes of both rings would enable him to inflict considerable damage. However, replacing 2 rings from the trance set resulted in a decrease of 20 points in recovery and a drop of over 1,000 in health. Thankfully, the full 10-piece trance set provided a set effect, and for now, he could still endure. Old village chief, it has been a pleasure to cooperate, Lin Tianhao remarked with a smile. Yet, the old chief's expression was far from pleasant. After all, anyone would likely feel displeased when subjected to such extortion. 2 golden rings, and merely at level 10, they were ultimately transitional gear. Had it not been for the impending confrontation with Blacksmith Wong and the old village chief, he would have preferred to allocate free attribute points instead. Despite these thoughts at the blacksmith's forge, Blacksmith Wong greeted Lin Tianhao with a scowl. Snow Emperor, what brings you here? Upon hearing Wong's hostile tone, Lin Tianhao discerned that the blacksmith must have learned something. Did you not request that I seek the Ice Flame Demon, or? I have come to submit my task, and this is your attitude? Lin Tianhao retorted. With a cold laugh, Wong exclaimed, Snow Emperor, are you still pretending in front of me? The old drunkard saw you trade the Ice Flame Demon or to the old village chief. What do you intend to offer me? Sighing, Lin Tianhao replied, Blacksmith Wong, the Ice Flame Demon or is not limited to just one piece. With these words, he feigned disappointment, shaking his head. Since you no longer wish for the Ice Flame Demon, or I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, Wong's expression shifted, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Tianhao. Altering his previous demeanor, he spoke to Lin Tianhao with a friendly tone. Snow Emperor, I was merely jesting with you. From your earlier words, do you still possess Ice Flame Demon, or? Lin Tianhao nodded. Indeed, I still have 1 piece of Ice Flame Demon, or. However, I now feel it may be better to give it to the old village chief. At the very least, The old village chief would never approach me with such an attitude. Chapter 34. The Game with Blacksmith Wong. Upon hearing these words, Blacksmith Wong grew somewhat anxious. Snow Emperor. There's always room for negotiation. Our previous collaborations have been so pleasant, it would be unreasonable to let such trivial matters cause discord. Lin Tianhao halted his steps. To be frank, Blacksmith Wong, the conditions offered by the old village chief are exceedingly generous. As soon as Blacksmith Wong heard this, he realized that Lin Tianhao might be preparing to demand an exorbitant price. Snow Emperor, my platinum-level necklace is not without merit either. It may be commendable, yet it remains merely a transitional piece of equipment. The old village chief has even offered a holy awakening stone. Then, how about you provide me with a holy awakening stone? Blacksmith Wong's expression shifted. He had no such stones in his possession. Snow Emperor, I indeed do not have a holy awakening stone. However, I can assist you in upgrading the 9-union longbow to platinum level, along with an additional platinum necklace. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. A platinum main weapon combined with a platinum necklace would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Yet, a dilemma remained. If he were to replace the necklace, his trance set would be reduced to merely 9 pieces, thereby nullifying the set effect. Utilizing platinum equipment as a temporary solution seemed rather regrettable. How about this? Provide me with a complete set of golden archer gear. A complete set? Blacksmith Wong's complexion paled. Snow Emperor, a set is not something trivial. The finest available in the entire novice village is the bronze level set, which is the utmost I can offer. Lin Tianhao felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was somewhat expected. Bronze level? Not even silver? Allow me to see the attributes of the set. Blacksmith Wong inhaled deeply. He had never experienced a player bargaining with him in such a manner. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse, as the ice flame magic was essential for him. Very well. Blacksmith Wong led Lin Tianhao into the inner room, where he beheld 3 sets of bronze-level equipment. This particular set was the suitable bronze-level ensemble for archers, known as the Gentle Breeze set. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the Gentle Breeze set, its attributes materializing before him. Gentle Breeze set, Effect 1, Attack Speed 32, Effect 2, Movement Speed 59, Effect 3, Critical Hit 35, Effect 4, Attack 1800 set, Effect 1. Your basic attacks can stack attack speed, with each basic attack adding 0.5 attack speed, stacking up to 6 layers. Set Effect 2. Your basic attacks can stack movement speed, with each basic attack adding 0.5 movement speed, stacking up to 6 layers. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. This equipment was not what he desired. Although attack speed and movement speed appeared to be significant, he had observed another set of equipment with substantial reflect damage. What he truly required was lifesteal. Otherwise, if Blacksmith Wong utilized that reflect damage equipment, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. What do you think? Blacksmith Wong inquired. Unsatisfactory, Lin Tianhao replied succinctly. How could that be? Blacksmith Wong feigned astonishment. For an archer, the most crucial attributes are attack speed, movement speed, critical hit, and attack power. This set possesses them all. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally, acknowledging the truth in the statement. However, the lack of lifesteal was indeed the most troubling aspect. Wong the blacksmith set of reflective armor countered his Qing Feng set perfectly. This was clearly a premeditated move. At present, he was not lacking in attack speed or critical strike. What he truly needed was lifesteal. This particular attribute was one that could not be enhanced with free attribute points. It could only be acquired through equipment or skills. Wong the blacksmith narrowed his eyes. For an archer to desire lifesteal seemed to be an attempt to increase his margin for error. Yet, to speak frankly, lifesteal could not compare to attack speed and movement speed in terms of error tolerance. If those 2 attributes were sufficiently high, he would have nothing to fear. However, there was a prerequisite. The opponent must lack reflective capabilities. Lin Tianhao's immediate desire for lifesteal gear made the answer quite apparent. Scanning the entirety of the novice village, aside from a slightly lower reflective attribute of the Twisted Trant, only Wong the blacksmith possessed such an item. Shuedi, lifesteal is indeed a special attribute I have, but I lack the complete set, possessing merely 3 bronze items with a lifesteal attribute. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted slightly. It seemed Wong the blacksmith had surmised some of his intentions. Sighing, Lin Tianhao resolved to seek out the old village chief instead. Wong the blacksmith's gaze sharpened, an invisible aura emanating from him. Lin Tianhao felt the temperature around him begin to rise. Ding, you have been affected by high temperature. 18. The damage was minimal. Yet Wong the blacksmith's demeanor left Lin Tianhao feeling quite displeased. Wong the blacksmith, are you planning to make a move? At this point, Lin Tianhao raised his hands in resignation. All right, I certainly cannot defeat you. so just go ahead and kill me. While the blacksmith's expression darkened, he was well aware that if Lin Tianhao were killed, he would merely lose a level. Moreover, as this was the novice village, if he were to slay Lin Tianhao here, the old village chief would undoubtedly seek to confront him. Xuidi, I do possess another special piece of equipment that can grant lifesteal. I'm certain you would not refuse. Oh, Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. What piece of equipment could instill such confidence in Wang the blacksmith? Wang the blacksmith produced a necklace from his robes. Bloodthirsty necklace, special. There are no requirements for wearing it. The effect restores 1 health point with each normal attack. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He had to admit, Wang the blacksmith was correct. This was indeed an item he could not refuse. While it seemed modest, it was well suited to Lin Tianhao's high health pool. Very well. This ice flame magic ore is yours, Lin Tianhao declared. No, Wang the blacksmith shook his head. To obtain this piece of equipment, in addition to the ice flame magic ore, I require 1,000 other items. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. This was a rather exorbitant demand. Wang the blacksmith, he replied, his voice deepening. Isn't that request a bit excessive? Not all. I believe you will acquiesce. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally as Wang the blacksmith's gamble paid off. All right, as you wish, but I currently lack the means and will need a bit of time. Not a problem. I will await your return. Lin Tianhao agreed, because it was a task that required little effort on his part. As he engaged in dungeons, he had already accumulated a considerable amount of equipment. His intention was to enhance his health points as much as possible through repeated dungeon runs. Ideally, he aimed to elevate the Hand of Divine Punishment to 3 stars, which would significantly amplify his damage output. Upon leaving the novice village, Lin Tianhao began to diligently grind in the twisted jungle. Meanwhile, Zhuming Yinxue received a message from her subordinate, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. After such a lengthy period, remaining at level 10 seemed to indicate a lack of hope. Was there still a need to recruit him? Zhuming Yinxue hesitated briefly. Recruitment was possible, but the annual salary would be reduced to 1 million. If he agreed, that would be fine. If not, it was of no consequence. In the game, a slow pace would only hinder progress, so he was not worth further concern. Chapter 35. I accept this task. Not only Zhuming Yinxue, but the attention from other clubs towards Lin Tianhao had also diminished. After all, the early stages of the game Twilight of the Gods were crucial, and Lin Tianhao's prolonged stagnation at level 10 inevitably led them to question his worth. However, Futudu Shanshan continued to pay close attention to Lin Tianhao, even sending him several messages of concern during this time. Online, a blogger published a post suggesting that Lin Tianhao had become inconspicuous. Snow Emperor, whom many still remembered for the series of server-wide announcements and multi-million annual salary invitations from various clubs, was now stagnant at level 10 while other players surged ahead. According to my speculation, he was merely a fleeting genius. Upon entering the main city, with skills such as Invincible Body and Berserk, his infinite floating technique would become ineffective. As for those claiming that Snow Emperor had offline commitments preventing his login, I found that utterly nonsensical. Who would forsake an annual salary in the millions for trivial offline distractions? Following this blogger's analysis, many people agreed with his viewpoint. In truth, from the perspective of professional players, the blogger's arguments were riddled with flaws. However, the majority of casual players lacked sufficient understanding of the game, leading them to accept the blogger's claims as accurate. Nevertheless, professional players would not stoop to engage with someone they barely knew. Yet, upon reading this post, Futudu Shanshan could no longer remain silent. Firstly, regarding the blogger known as Game Dongge, it would be prudent to think before speaking. Did Snow Emperor, with his floating technique, truly lack the ability to defeat ordinary monsters? Moreover, had you seen the livestream recordings of Hu Gu Jiang Qingfenge? What kind of damage output did Snow Emperor possess? Could he really be stuck at level 10? Futudu Shanshan's intervention immediately stirred quite a commotion. After all, as the young master of the Futudu Guild, he had made a name for himself in the main city with his elite trance set. Thus, there were still many players familiar with Futudu Shanshan. Just 15 minutes after his post went live, Game Dongge had already published another post. To my astonishment, a professional player turned out to be an admirer of the Snow Emperor. I do not deny the impressive aerial maneuvers of the Snow Emperor. Yet what significance does that hold? His damage output in the novice village is utterly absurd, relying on freedom attributes or equipment. It is nearly impossible to possess such extraordinary damage. Thus, I speculate that the Snow Emperor likely wields some special item that amplifies damage, a boon that has not been unattainable for some in the early stages of the game. The game S. Dongge and Floating Tower Shield Mountain have commenced a fervent debate, each possessing a considerable fanbase. Their discourse has ignited a considerable uproar online, even making its way into the top 10 trending topics. At this very moment, as a pivotal figure in this affair, Lin Tianhao is indulging himself in the distorted jungle, conquering it once, twice, thrice. Here, one must express gratitude for one of the novice village's perks, an infinite backpack. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao's inventory would have long since reached its capacity. He has not even calculated how many times he has traversed the hellish difficulty of the distorted jungle. He merely knows he continues to grind. Finally, a chime rings out, ding. Your Hand of Divine Retribution has been upgraded to 3 stars. Hand of Divine Retribution, Super God level, 3 stars. Effect 1. Each basic attack inflicts true damage equivalent to 3 of 1's life points. Effect 2. Each basic attack permanently increases life points by 3. Proficiency 010000000. A satisfied smile graces Lin Tianhao's face. The Hand of Divine Retribution has finally leveled up. Simultaneously, his life points have surged beyond 220,000. Now, according to the effects of the Hand of Divine Retribution, each basic attack can deal 6,600 points of true damage, and each attack permanently augments his life points by 3. Following the upgrade, Lin Tianhao does not cease his efforts. He conquers the dungeon once more, reaping abundant rewards. Upon inspecting his equipment, he discovers he possesses over 1,100 items, fulfilling the requirements set by the blacksmith Wang. Returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao seeks out Wang the blacksmith. Blacksmith Wang, I have brought what you requested. Wang the blacksmith appears somewhat astonished, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao to arrive so promptly. Lin Tianhao presents the equipment and the Ice Flame Magic Oregon. Upon seeing these items, Wang the blacksmith retrieves the bloodthirsty necklace. They exchange items, and a satisfied smile spreads across Lin Tianhao's face. With the bloodthirsty necklace, alongside the control immunity of the purification pendant, his burden has significantly lessened. Immunity to control, lifesteal, coupled with his current attributes and skills, leads him to believe that he could stand a chance against the old village chief. Snow Emperor, you have acquired what you desired. Is it not time to depart? Lin Tianhao raises an eyebrow. To be candid, I have offended several guilds in the main city. If I return, I would likely be killed before I could even exit. Upon hearing this, Wang the blacksmith's expression darkens. The old drunkard chastises, Snow Emperor, do not overstep your bounds. The affairs of the novice village are not your concern. Lin Tianhao grins. I am a man who values profit. As long as the benefits are substantial, I could easily dispose of the old village chief. Wang the blacksmith gazes intently at Lin Tianhao. Regarding Lin Tianhao's capabilities, he is indeed regarded with optimism. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhao has recently exhibited erratic behavior, rendering it difficult for him to place his trust in him. Moreover, there exists a persistent notion that Lin Tianhao is the variable in this equation. To ensure absolute certainty, he wishes for Lin Tianhao to depart from the novice village. However, should Lin Tianhao genuinely offer his sincere assistance, the advantages he could reap would be substantial. Very well. Wang the blacksmith nodded. Snow Emperor, if you truly wish to assist me, then proceed to destroy the resurrection altar at once. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. Destroying the resurrection altar now would obliterate his escape route. In other words, without the resurrection altar in the novice village, should he be slain, he would be forced to resurrect in the main city, which poses a significant risk. Even though Lin Tianhao's withered tree blossoming has been elevated to 3 stars, his invincible body has yet to cool down. This endeavor is ill-advised. Wang the blacksmith, the resurrection altar cannot be destroyed just yet, as it would sever my own path. How about we wait until the old village chief has passed, then destroy the resurrection altar? Wang the blacksmith scoffed, clearly growing more skeptical of Lin Tianhao's intentions. Snow Emperor, your actions make it exceedingly difficult for me to trust you. Perhaps you should venture to the cliff and engage the old village chief in battle. With the resurrection altar in place, even if you perish, you can return to life. As for leveling up, I trust that will be a trivial task for you. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Wang the blacksmith was indeed pressuring him to choose a side. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued you a quest. The quest requires you to confront the old village chief at the cliff. Quest penalties, unknown. Quest rewards, unknown. Should he accept this mission to assault the old village chief, it would irrevocably sever his ties with the old chief. From Wang the blacksmith's perspective, Lin Tianhao would have no option but to align himself with him. Wang the blacksmith wore a mocking expression, believing that Lin Tianhao would never accept this task. Very well, I accept this quest. Chapter 36. The old village chief is actually a fighter. Wang the blacksmith was momentarily taken aback. Oh, then I sincerely hope you succeed in defeating the old village chief. If you manage to slay him alone, I shall reward you with a weapon for archers that can grow in power. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Such a growing weapon is the most formidable, as only these weapons possess no limits, capable of surpassing artifacts and achieving legendary status. All right, I shall proceed at once. Lin Tianhao was eager to test the prowess of the old village chief of the novice village, reputed to be the mightiest in the area. This was an opportunity to discern the truth. At the cliff, upon Lin Tianhao's arrival, he discovered that a gazebo had been constructed at some point, where the old village chief sat, leisurely sipping tea. Upon noticing Lin Tianhao's approach, he produced a cup and offered Lin Tianhao some tea. Snow Emperor, would you care for a cup? Whoosh! In response to the old village chief's invitation, a feathered arrow struck with precision, shattering the teacup in his hand. The old village chief sighed. Snow Emperor, you have greatly disappointed me. I never anticipated that you would ultimately align yourself with Wang the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao remained expressionless. The old village chief, without further ado, gestured for action. As his words fell, Lin Tianhao took the initiative to strike first. The feathered arrow soared through the air, aimed directly at the center of the old chief's forehead. The old chief merely smiled, showing no signs of defense. To Lin Tianhao's astonishment, the arrow halted before him, transforming into an icy sculpture that eventually shattered with a resounding crash. Lin Tianhao's expression changed dramatically, yet his assault did not waver. Utilizing the twisting arrow technique, the rapidly spinning arrow finally evaded the old chief's freezing grasp. However, the remarkably penetrative arrow was effortlessly deflected by the chief's fingers. Then, with a casual flick, the old chief sent the arrow hurtling back towards Lin Tianhao at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was upon him. Lin Tianhao rolled to the side, narrowly evading the oncoming projectiles. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. A fighter? Did you realize? The old chief grinned widely. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Lin Tianhao instinctively sidestepped, but the old chief's speed was simply too formidable. His evasion failed, and he was seized by the arm, thrown over the chief's shoulder. Thud! Lin Tianhao crashed to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath him. A staggering damage value of 5,128 appeared. Lin Tianhao felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He attempted to flee, but the old chief had already grasped his legs, flipping him upside down. Thud! In that instant, the old chief's knee struck Lin Tianhao's spine. Crack! 10,256. Lin Tianhao felt as if his bones were about to disintegrate. Thankfully, this was merely a game, with everything quantified as data. Otherwise, he would likely be paralyzed by now. Just then, the old chief delivered a swift chop aimed between Lin Tianhao's legs. Reacting instinctively, Lin Tianhao clamped his legs together and, leveraging the chief's chop, flipped himself over and leaped onto the old chief's shoulder. Years of experience from life and death battles in his past life allowed Lin Tianhao to swiftly reverse his grip on the bow, tightening the string around the old chief's neck while spinning around, pulling back forcefully. The old chief immediately struggled to breathe, his face reddening. Yet, his reflexes were astonishingly quick. With a move reminiscent of a monkey stealing a peach, he reached for Lin Tianhao's legs. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted as he realized the old chief was truly relentless. He had no choice but to evade. Rising swiftly, the old chief charged at him. Utilizing the twisting arrow technique again, Lin Tianhao shot an arrow at close range. 6,612. Lin Tianhao was taken aback, for it was pure damage. This was utterly ridiculous. In other words, his close-range twisting arrow had bypassed all defenses, which was terrifying. The old chief, too, appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised by the high damage of Lin Tianhao's attack. Despite his astonishment, the old chief's movements were unimpeded. He braced against Lin Tianhao's arrow and countered with a powerful punch that sent Lin Tianhao flying into the air, following up with a series of aerial strikes. This set of combination strikes bears an uncanny resemblance to the techniques employed by the seasoned drunkard. Could it be that the drunkard is associated with the old village chief? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. After all, the village chief had previously placed his confidence close to Wang the blacksmith, and now he has once again positioned his subordinates, which could provide an explanation. Yet, Lin Tianhao found himself devoid of the inclination to ponder these thoughts any further. Before he could even touch the ground, the village chief seized him by the head and forcefully slammed it against his knee. Is this truly the combat method of a martial artist? The village chief's fighting prowess utterly defied Lin Tianhao's expectations. In that moment, Lin Tianhao was rendered as powerless as a mere toy in the hands of the village chief. subjected to an unending control that sent him flying. Bang! Once more, he was violently smashed to the ground, causing his health to plummet. With an initial health of 220,000, it now dwindled to less than a third. Nevertheless, the village chief offered no respite, raising his hand to freeze Lin Tianhao in place. Then, with a ferocious strike against the immobilized Lin Tianhao, a resounding boom echoed. Above Lin Tianhao's head appeared a colossal damage number. 59,280. Almost 60,000 in damage instantly obliterated him. Lin Tianhao did not even have the chance to activate his resurrection ability before he was annihilated. His health, still above 10%, was decimated, preventing the trigger of his revival skill. In a novice village, at the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao re-emerged. His level had plummeted from 10 to 9. This outcome left the few players still observing him utterly astounded, particularly the player known as Floating Shield Mountain. He had fiercely defended Lin Tianhao online against the critiques of Game Dongge. Yet now, instead of news of Lin Tianhao's resurgence, he was confronted with the reality of a level drop. Who will be the most delighted by this turn of events? Undoubtedly, it was Game Dongge. Previously, during their heated exchanges, both he and Floating Shield Mountain had valid points, which had led to a stalemate. However, the situation had now shifted. Lin Tianhao had lost a level. Within a mere 10 minutes, Game Dongge posted an update. Floating Shield Mountain sneered, asking, "What is there left to say? Your once prominent Snow Emperor has now lost a level, having gone so long without an upgrade." The drop in level only corroborated what he had previously asserted. The Snow Emperor was merely fortunate to have acquired some special items in the novice village, and his seemingly infinite levitation was nothing more than the result of those items, not a true skill. This level loss served as ample proof that the Snow Emperor had become indistinguishable from the average player, perhaps even inferior to them. Chapter 37. The Novice Village's Undercover Operation. The words of Game Dongge resonated with many ordinary players, with even some seasoned experts conceding that he had a point. Upon seeing Game Dongge's post, Floating Shield Mountain felt a surge of frustration. To be honest, he still believed in Lin Tianhao's exceptional abilities, as Lin Tianhao had previously assisted him in leveling up. Those maneuvers were nothing ordinary players could replicate. However, at this juncture, he truly found himself at a loss for how to counter the criticisms. After a prolonged period without upgrades, he unexpectedly found himself demoted, and even if he wished to rectify this, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. He merely posted a message, acknowledging that everyone is prone to errors. It is likely that the esteemed Snow Emperor had been preoccupied with offline matters, which caused his delay. Upon returning online, in a bid to catch up, he recklessly challenged higher-level monsters, inadvertently leading to his demotion. The excuses offered by the Floating Tower Shield Mountain were evidently feeble, evoking nothing but mockery from many. The Floating Tower Club. As soon as Floating Tower Shield Mountain published his post, he received a private message. He was advised to refrain from discussing the Snow Emperor's affairs and to avoid posting incoherent ramblings online, as such actions would only lead others to question the intelligence of their family. Upon reading this message, Floating Tower Shield Mountain felt quite displeased. "Sister, do you also believe that the Snow Emperor is inadequate? Is it not evident from the facts?" He momentarily found himself at a loss for words, but persisted in his belief that the Snow Emperor's setback was merely temporary and that he would surely rise again. Lin Tianhao remained oblivious to the uproar caused by his demotion. Emerging from the resurrection altar, the old drunkard regarded Lin Tianhao with a grin, remarking, "Well done. You managed to deplete over 6,000 health from the old village chief." Lin Tianhao's lips twitched in disbelief. He never imagined the old village chief to be a fighter. Indeed, he is a fighter and a dual-element fighter at that. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "All right, I must go level up." With that, he departed the novice village, heading towards the twisted jungle. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. This time, when confronting the old village chief, he chose not to equip the Purification Jade Pendant. His intention was not to significantly deplete the old village chief's health, but rather to gauge the chief's abilities and, at the same time, earn the trust of Blacksmith Wong. With the Hand of Heaven's punishment now at 3 stars, a single basic attack could accumulate 3 points of health. However, a familiar issue arose. The monsters in the twisted jungle simply could not withstand his assaults. Within a few strikes, they were vanquished, and the accumulated health points were disappointingly limited. After successfully soloing the twisted jungle twice, Lin Tianhao reached level 10. Upon attaining level 10, there were no rewards of free attribute points. However, this was of little consequence. With increased health, his confidence grew considerably. Back in the novice village, at the blacksmith's forge, Lin Tianhao submitted the quest for confronting the old village chief. Ding! You have completed Blacksmith Wang's quest. Reward: 5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. The reward felt rather meager. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his discontent. Blacksmith Wang, the old village chief's strength surpasses my expectations. It will be challenging to contend with him alone. Blacksmith Wang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that the old village chief's dominance in the novice village for such a long time was due to his unique prowess. So how should we strategize against the old village chief? Lin Tianhao instinctively inquired. I will engage the old village chief head-on. Your role will be to assist from the sidelines. With that, Blacksmith Wang continued. However, before we proceed, I need you to accompany the old drunkard to the mine. Ding! The Blacksmith Wang has bestowed upon you a clandestine mission to eliminate the aged drunkard. The repercussions of this task remain uncertain, as do the rewards. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Previously, when he was assaulted by the village elder's combination strikes, he had sensed an eerie resemblance to the drunken old man's tactics. Thus, he harbored suspicions. It appears that Wang, too, has doubts regarding the old drunkard. Very well. Lin Tianhao nodded in acknowledgement. The old drunkard seemed oblivious to Wang's intentions and accompanied Lin Tianhao towards the mine entrance. At the mouth of the mine, the old drunkard gazed at Lin Tianhao with a knowing smile. Snow Emperor, has Wang commanded you to slay me? Lin Tianhao was taken aback. The old drunkard was already aware. There is no need for such astonishment. Wang is inherently suspicious. He must have uncovered something that prompted you to join me. The old drunkard replied. Lin Tianhao chuckled. Since you are aware, why do you still come? The old drunkard grinned. Of course I must come. I am destined to perish. Only then can you earn his complete trust. Oh, Lin Tianhao arched an eyebrow. I have already garnered Wang's trust by taking action against the village elder. Nay, you have not yet secured his trust. At that moment, a figure emerged from the direction of the mine. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Tianhao was astonished to see it was none other than the village elder. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, this quaint novice village is on the verge of becoming a realm of betrayal. It seems the old drunkard truly is in league with you. He mused with a wry smile. The village elder nodded. Indeed, including the flaws, they were deliberately left for Wang to discover. The aim is to compel you to eliminate the old drunkard, thereby securing his unwavering trust. And then, Lin Tianhao inquired, shall we strike from the shadows during the final confrontation? One might say so. Do you recall the mandrake potion I provided? Place it in Wang's wine jar, and have him consume it. Then you shall be the greatest contributor to this endeavor. Lin Tianhao fell silent. The village elder appeared to perceive Lin Tianhao's hesitation and continued. Snow Emperor, you have lingered in this novice village for far too long. Lin Tianhao remained pensive, seemingly lost in thought. However, he had already arrived at a conclusion. Do not be misled by his previous inability to withstand the village elder's onslaught. That was due to his lack of the purification amulet. Had he worn it, the elder would not have been able to control him so effortlessly. Moreover, he had now amassed 80 free attribute points. Should he allocate them all to his speed, his swiftness would reach an alarming level. Very well, village elder, I shall place my trust in you. After considerable deliberation, Lin Tianhao spoke earnestly. The treasures in Wang's possession offer me little aid. I hope that what you possess will prove more beneficial. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows had already found their mark on the old drunkard. The old drunkard offered no resistance and quietly accepted his fate. Not just he, but even his azure-patterned serpent did the same. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the blue flower serpent and are about to announce it to the entire server. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the blue flower serpent. This is a formal announcement, and we encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. Chapter 38. The battle begins. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the old drunkard and are about to announce it to the entire server. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the old drunkard. This is a formal announcement, and we encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. The two consecutive server-wide announcements stirred the previously listless emotion of the Floater Shield Mountain, igniting a wave of excitement. 2 kills in quick succession. Could this be mere boastfulness? How will the game master respond now? The esteemed Shwedi has accomplished 2 first kills in such a short span. I pose the question, who else can rival this feat? As you have stated, this serves as evidence that the previous level drop experienced by Shwedi was merely an oversight. The game master did not relent in his skepticism despite Lin Tianhao's sudden double kill. 2 kills of little significance do not substantiate much, and all signs indicate that Xue Di remains within the novice village. A new wave of contention erupted online. Yet, the instigator, Lin Tianhao, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. After vanquishing the blue flower serpent and the old drunkard, he opted to loot the corpses. Ding! You have acquired a skill book. Ding! You have acquired equipment. Ding! You have acquired a special item, the golden light talisman. Ding! You have acquired a special item, the wine gourd. Ding! You have acquired 10 gold coins. The rewards were not particularly bountiful. Lin Tianhao examined the skills and equipment, finding them inferior to his own, with nothing of use. Then, he turned his attention to the golden light talisman and the wine gourd. The golden light talisman is a special item that, when activated, grants a protective golden light, providing 100 magic resistance and 300 armor for a duration of 5 minutes. Note that it is a one-time consumable. The wine gourd is a special item that can collect rare materials and automatically brew special beverages, including, but not limited to, providing free attribute points temporarily. Note that the more precious the materials, the better the brewed beverages. Lin Tianhao's interest was piqued. The golden light talisman seemed rather mundane to him, yet the wine gourd appeared to be quite remarkable. However, he was currently unable to discern what rare materials would yield which results. And in the early stages of the game, acquiring such materials was no easy task. At the blacksmith shop, Blacksmith Wang was hard at work. Xue Di, you have truly not disappointed me. Ding, you have completed Blacksmith Wang's quest. Quest reward, clear wind set. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. This clear wind set offered him substantial benefits, particularly with enhancements to attack speed and movement speed. However, Lin Tianhao was already in possession of the bloodthirsty necklace, 2 gold-grade rings, and the 9-union longbow. He would need to make some choices. The 9-union longbow, with its life-stealing ability and numerous powerful attributes, was certainly a keeper. The heavy thunder ring is rather ordinary. For the sake of attack and movement speed, Lin Tianhao decided to temporarily forego wearing it. After a brief contemplation, he replaced the heavy thunder ring and assembled a complete set of the gentle breeze armor, along with a heavy thunder ring, a bloodthirsty necklace, and his primary weapon, the 9-harmony longbow. Upon donning this new ensemble, Lin Tianhao experienced a dramatic transformation in his attributes. Blacksmith Wang, when shall we commence our operation? Lin Tianhao inquired directly. Having lingered in the novice village for too long, he was eager to depart. Blacksmith Wang smiled mysteriously right now. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked how they would proceed. Blacksmith Wang chuckled. I have previously engaged in covert confrontations with the old village chief many times. This time, you shall be the variable. Oh, Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. What do you mean? In a direct confrontation, neither the old village chief nor I can guarantee victory against each other. But with your assistance, the outcome may differ. Ah, I see, Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. So we shall head straight to the cliff to confront the old village chief. Indeed, but first, could you procure 2 barrels of wine for me from the tavern? Understood. Lin Tianhao was surprised that Blacksmith Wang genuinely needed to drink. At the tavern, after acquiring the wine, Lin Tianhao refrained from poisoning it as previously agreed upon with the old village chief. Regardless of who emerged victorious in this battle, Lin Tianhao hoped for a Pyrrhic victory, as only then could he reap the benefits. After all, the old drunkard was still affiliated with the village chief, and caution was warranted. Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished. Was this what the old village chief referred to as absolute trust? This silver needle test indicated a lack of faith in the old drunkard. But in reality, it was a distrust of him. Let us proceed. After observing that the silver needle had not changed color, Blacksmith Wang displayed a satisfied smile. Let's go. Lin Tianhao followed Blacksmith Wang to the cliff. The old village chief was still seated in the pavilion, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao and Blacksmith Wang approach, a smile spread across his face. Old Wang, have we known each other for so many years only to reach this point? Blacksmith Wang snorted coldly. Old village chief, I never wished for this outcome, but despite my warnings, you chose not to listen. I am left with no alternative. Could I have listened? Your intentions are to ruin our novice village. It is you who wishes to destroy our novice village. Blacksmith Wang shouted, his emotions flaring. I seek a permanent solution, yet your methods boil us like frogs in warm water. Our novice village is doomed. The old village chief sighed. At this juncture, you remain obstinately ignorant. It is you who is obstinate. Blacksmith Wang retorted. The old village chief shook his head. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. With those words, a silver-white armor set appeared upon the old village chief. The silver armor. In the novice village, this was already considered exceedingly formidable. However, Blacksmith Wang was even more formidable, for he donned a golden armor set. "It appears you have successfully forged the Xian turtle set," the old village chief remarked, his expression growing solemn. The blacksmith Wang nodded with a smile, expressing gratitude towards the Snow Emperor for assisting him in gathering an abundance of equipment. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for him to forge the Xian Gui set today. Regrettably, he only had 10 pieces. Had it been 13, he might not have been your adversary. The old village chief, emboldened, remained unperturbed. However, Wang furiously rebuked the old chief, questioning how he could boast with death imminent. As his words fell, Wang was the first to strike, charging forward with his barbed shield aimed at the old village chief. Chapter 39. Blacksmith Wang versus Old Village Chief. Upon witnessing this, the old village chief leaped into the air, astonishingly jumping towards a precipice behind him. Above the cliff, a slender steel wire awaited, and he landed deftly upon it. Observing this, Wang hurled his shield, which struck the wire with a resounding clang, severing it instantly. The old village chief sprang forth, seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by Wang's unarmed state, and charged at him. Wang's expression shifted slightly. The Snow Emperor, Lin Tianhao, wasted no time and unleashed his stringed arrow technique, propelling a powerful bolt towards the old chief. The old village chief deflected the arrow with a swift palm strike while simultaneously grasping Wang by the collar, forcefully slamming him into the ground. The damage inflicted was a staggering 39-58. Even with his golden armor, Wang appeared somewhat inadequate before the old chief. To Lin Tianhao's astonishment, a massive damage number also materialized above the old chief's head, 2,775. The retaliatory damage was indeed formidable. The old chief was unfazed, consistently emanating a green glow, 1,000, akin to Lin Tianhao's revival skill, allowing him to restore health. This added an intriguing dynamic to the encounter. Wang, clad in robust tank armor, seemed ready for a brawl. Yet he appeared disinclined to engage in a protracted battle. The old chief attempted to create distance, but Wang had already activated his taunt skill. Under the taunt's influence, the old chief began to uncontrollably attack Wang with basic strikes, dealing 1,598 damage. The old chief's ordinary attack was still impressively potent. Wang, clearly not feeble, retaliated with a blow from his shield, inflicting 5,285 damage. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. Wang's damage output was commendable even among combat professions. After the taunt wore off, the old chief's expression turned dark and menacing. Yet, instead of retreating, he advanced, pressing his foot against Wang's shield before leaping into the air and landing atop Wang. In the next moment, frost coalesced in the old chief's palm. With a thunderous crash, he struck down upon Wang's head, delivering a critical blow of 8,299 damage. Snow Emperor, stop watching the spectacle, Wang urged, spinning his shield upward to compel the old chief to evade. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air. But Lin Tianhao's target was not the old chief. Rather, it was Wang. Struck by Lin Tianhao's arrow, Wang shouted in anger, "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, addressing Wang the blacksmith. "This cannot be laid at my feet. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest with the old village chief for bestowing too much upon me." This was, in truth, a mere evasion. The reason Lin Tianhao chose to confront Wang the blacksmith stemmed from his awareness that should the old village chief perish, his vampiric abilities would scarcely suffice to contend with the formidable counterattack of Wang the blacksmith, whose reflective damage had already reached approximately 70%. Thus, Lin Tianhao resolved to assist the old village chief in vanquishing Wang the blacksmith. "Snow Emperor," he mused, "even with your assistance to the old village chief, my retaliatory prowess shall prove of little significance." Meanwhile, Wang the blacksmith continued his attempts to win over Lin Tianhao, but Lin's demeanor remained detached, lacking any inclination for idle chatter. Feathered arrows sliced through the air, causing Wang the blacksmith's health to plummet swiftly. Despite donning a golden-grade armor set, he remained vulnerable to Lin Tianhao's true damage. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao experienced a rapid depletion of his own health, suffering over 4,000 points of damage with each basic attack due to the reflective properties. His sanguine heart could only restore slightly more than 2,000 health. Even with the addition of his resurrection skills and the attributes of the 9-union longbow, his recovery barely surpassed 3,000. Under such circumstances, the over 4,000 points of retaliatory damage would ensure a continuous loss of health for Lin Tianhao. The more basic attacks he executed, the greater the damage he incurred. Consequently, he refrained from taking the lead in offensive actions, opting instead to remain passive, a mere observer. Indeed, he was merely biding his time, not even making an effort to interrupt Wang the blacksmith's assaults. His true objective was not the destruction of Wong the blacksmith, but rather the demise of both him and the old village chief. Should they both fall, no one in the novice village would stand in his way. The intensity of the battle between Wong the blacksmith and the old village chief was palpable. Both were apex figures within the novice village. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao discerned that, in terms of combat technique, Wong the blacksmith was severely outmatched by the old village chief. With a deft sliding kick, the old village chief toppled Wong the blacksmith, following it up by seizing the latter's arm and executing a shoulder throw. Without a moment's hesitation, he transitioned into a series of fluid movements, delivering an inverted elbow strike, leaving Wong the blacksmith with little opportunity to respond. Both combatants' health bars dwindled. Yet Wong the blacksmith fell at a markedly accelerated rate. After all, the old village chief was the one proactively dealing damage, while Wong primarily relied on his counterattacks. As Lin Tianhao continued to observe, he sought to glean insights from the old village chief's combat techniques, intending to employ them against the old village chief once Wong the blacksmith was dispatched. However, at that moment, Wong the blacksmith initiated his counteroffensive. Thunder erupted from his armor, momentarily paralyzing the approaching old village chief. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wong the blacksmith struck the old village chief's throat with the edge of a shield. Whirlwind 9 slash. With a swift motion, Wong the blacksmith's shield descended, unleashing 9 rapidly spinning shield phantoms that pierced through the old village chief's form. Damage figures of 2,958 appeared in succession. The old village chief attempted to retaliate, but how could Wong the blacksmith squander such a rare chance? He brought his shield crashing down upon the ground with tremendous force. A shimmering gravitational shield materialized above the old village chief's head. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Under the weight of this gravitational barrier, the chief's body appeared to sink ever so slightly. In that fleeting moment, Wong the blacksmith seized the opportunity to strike once more. With a powerful slap, he struck the shield. Tenfold ambush. 10 spiked shields descended from behind, encircling the old chief. These shields relentlessly battered against him, depleting his life force. The chief's expression darkened. The frost upon his fists dissipated, replaced by blazing flames. Boom! The chief unleashed a mighty punch upon one of the shields, shattering it with tremendous force. The explosion of flames erupting and sending debris flying over 10 meters, causing Wong the blacksmith to stagger. Whoosh! The chief's figure blurred, and in an instant, he appeared behind Wong the blacksmith. Mountain-splitting fist. With a single strike, Wong was sent hurtling through the air. Before he could touch the ground, the chief seized his hind leg. 18 throws. Bang, bang, bang. The scene was utterly brutal. The chief executed a merciless sequence of 18 throws, with Wong's face meeting the ground each time, a sensation both painful and exhilarating. Chapter 40. Seamless transition. The final showdown with the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched as he contemplated whether he would encounter a similar fate against the chief. Just then, the chief summoned all his strength, launching Wong the blacksmith into the air. Following this, a barrage of punches rained down. A martial artist, the sheer visceral impact of each blow ignited the spectators' fervor. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained unfazed, resolutely committed to his leisurely approach. Berserk body. Wong the blacksmith roared, activating his berserk mode, instantly freeing himself from all control. In that moment, his shield was hurled away. Spatial barrier shattered. The shield had audaciously torn a rift in the fabric of space itself. Snow Emperor, I shall remember you. When next we meet, I will become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically. Wong the blacksmith forcibly tore through the spatial barrier in a bid for escape. The old chief reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Wong. Sacrificial equipment to breach the spatial barrier? Old Wong, you have truly lost your mind. Wong the blacksmith scoffed. Today, I shall concede this round. I hope you tread carefully. Lin Tianhao's countenance darkened. He could not yet comprehend how Wong had managed to breach the spatial barrier. Even if he had sacrificed his entire set of golden gear, there seemed no justification for such a feat block him. Lin Tianhao could not permit Wong the blacksmith to escape. He unleashed another attack, this time firing 5 arrows simultaneously. He could not allow Wong to flee. However, even in his berserk state, the old chief struggled to halt the reckless charge of Wong, let alone Lin Tianhao. Alter the terrain. Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows flew forth. While they could not repel Wong, they could indeed reshape the battlefield. The arrows formed a barricade, obstructing Wong's path and delaying his departure. A glimmer of realization sparked in the chief's eyes. Ice and fire divine fist. The old village chief struck the ground before the blacksmith Wong with a powerful punch, creating a deep crater. Although the bull-like physique granted immunity to being knocked back, controlled, or slowed, it could not shield him from the terrain. A pit lay ahead, and even with his enhanced might, it was impossible for him to leap over it. The old village chief unleashed all his skills to prevent Wang from escaping. Wang had initially believed that activating his bull-like physique would ensure his departure, but the current predicament left him in a state of panic. With a fierce roar, he activated both Rampage and Wild Charge, dramatically increasing his speed. The old village chief, equally empowered with his own bull-like physique and Rampage, offered no chance for escape. Lin Tianhao unleashed a flurry of 5 arrows, continuously restricting Wang's movement. The moment Wang's bull-like physique wore off, his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, the rift in space was shrinking. If this continued, Wang would surely meet his end. Understanding this, Wang let out a defiant roar and executed the floating 9 strikes, attempting to propel himself into the space rift. However, the old village chief would not grant him such an opportunity. He leaped, colliding with Wang. Both, empowered by their bull-like physiques, found themselves locked in a stalemate for several seconds before descending once more. Yet, during that moment, the rift had already closed. Lin Tianhao, now devoid of thoughts regarding how Wang had created the rift, focused entirely on unleashing his full power upon the blacksmith. Without the golden armor and its reflective damage, Lin Tianhao felt invincible. The old village chief shared a similar sentiment. Within a minute, Wang fell, unwilling to accept defeat. At the instant of Wang's collapse, Lin Tianhao released his arrow, this time targeting the old village chief. The seamless transition of attack left the chief momentarily bewildered. "Shuidi, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao's expression was grave as he prepared to send the old chief to his demise. Furious, the old village chief bellowed, "You seek death." He attempted to charge at Lin Tianhao, only to discover that Lin's movement speed was astonishingly swift. Previously, Lin had accumulated 80 attribute points, which he invested entirely in speed for this very confrontation with the martial artist. The martial artist class is notorious for its plethora of skills and fearsome combos. Among the ancient warriors, many favored the martial artist profession. Being caught in close combat with one was akin to facing certain doom. Lin's 80 points had increased his speed by 8, compounded by the passive speed effect of the Qingfeng set, creating a terrifying synergy. Additionally, due to his increased health, each of Lin's basic attacks now inflicted over 7,000 damage upon the old village chief. With 5 arrows per second, his damage output soared to a staggering 38,000 per second. "You kill me, and you doom the novice village," the old village chief exclaimed, his expression dark and menacing. Without the bull-like physique and rampage skills, he was but a plaything before Lin Tianhao. At that moment, the old village chief let out a chilling smile. With a 9-fold shadow step, he transformed into a fleeting specter, appearing before Lin Tianhao in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he had already positioned himself behind Lin Tianhao. Anticipating this, Lin Tianhao had already unleashed his feathered arrows the moment the village chief's figure manifested. Yet, in such close quarters, the village chief merely twisted his body to evade Lin Tianhao's arrows. Simultaneously, a blue frost coalesced upon his palm. "Ding, you have been affected by frost. Your attack speed and movement speed are reduced by 14. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the peculiar strength of the village chief's skill. One should not underestimate this 14%. Lin Tianhao was currently adorned with a purifying amulet, capable of diminishing 80% of negative effects. In other words, the village chief's skill effectively reduced his attack and movement speed by 70%. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao released 5 arrows in unison while simultaneously creating distance. The village chief, initially confident, found himself utterly dumbfounded as he observed Lin Tianhao swiftly retreating. However, he had only utilized the second tier of his 9-fold shadow step. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, reappearing behind Lin Tianhao once more. Although Lin Tianhao had begun to react, drawing his longbow to counter, the village chief's combat experience was far too extensive. As he leaned back to evade, he seized Lin Tianhao's arm and executed a shoulder throw. Then, gathering his strength, he aimed a punch directly at Lin Tianhao's forehead. Lin Tianhao rolled away, narrowly avoiding the strike, which only deepened the astonishment etched on the village chief's face. The shoulder throw typically induced a degree of dizziness. Lin Tianhao should not have recovered so swiftly to evade his follow-up attack. "Do you possess equipment that mitigates control effects?" the village chief inquired sternly. Chapter 41. The resplendent Reborn, yet endured such torment. He preferred silence during combat. The feathered arrows sliced through the air, once more striking the village chief. The enhancement to his attack and movement speed allowed Lin Tianhao to maneuver with remarkable fluidity. The village chief's reaction time was equally swift. After Lin Tianhao had established distance, he activated the fourth tier of his shadow step. Lin Tianhao felt a shiver run down his spine. The ninefold shadow step. If he could truly execute 9 displacements, it would be utterly formidable, especially in the hands of combatant. Each approach posed a lethal threat to the fragile ranged professions, such as priests, mages, archers, and summoners. With a powerful strike, the village chief landed a punch on Lin Tianhao's chin, propelling him into the air. Yet, as he prepared to follow up with a combo, Lin Tianhao had already touched down. So swiftly could he mitigate even being knocked airborne? The village chief's pupils dilated in alarm, a sense of foreboding gripping him. He now lacked any advantage in movement speed and had exhausted his body enhancement and berserk abilities. If a ninefold shadow step could not vanquish Lin Tianhao, the ensuing battle would hold no suspense. Snow Emperor, we can negotiate further. Name your price. The village chief's heart raced with unease. After all, he truly lacked the confidence to utilize the ninefold shadow step to eliminate Lin Tianhao. With each basic attack restoring approximately 3,000 health points. He was far more formidable than this novice from the starting village, who relied on a silver set and could only recover 1,000 health per second. Quite impressive. Lin Tianhao's hands moved swiftly, yet he casually remarked, "All right." The old village chief paused momentarily, inquiring, "What do you desire?" Lin Tianhao feigned contemplation, yet the speed of his feathered arrows remained astonishingly rapid. Attack speed maximized. How about 10 divine talent awakening stones? Lin Tianhao proposed. Upon hearing this, the old village chief realized he had been outsmarted. "Shuidi, you have forced my hand. If that is the case, I shall waste this talisman to ensure your demise." As the words left his lips, a pale blue talisman materialized in the old village chief's hand. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. The talisman was inherently terrifying. While he might have managed to contend with a yellow-grade talisman, the old village chief wielded a blue-grade one. And even if he wished to resist, he lacked the strength to do so. Now it was too late to escape. The old village chief activated the blue-grade talisman. A chilling aura surged forth, freezing everything in its path into icy sculptures. Lin Tianhao's speed was at its peak, yet it ultimately fell short. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao felt his legs stiffen, witnessing them freeze from the bottom upwards. In mere moments, he was completely encased in ice. 9,999. 9,999. After being frozen, his health points plummeted drastically. However, the old village chief had no intention of letting Lin Tianhao off the hook. Flame-piercing cloud palm. A powerful palm infused with intense flames struck Lin Tianhao, who was encased in ice. The forces of ice and fire erupted simultaneously. 98,510. Lin Tianhao's health points were entirely depleted, resulting in his immediate death. In the novice village, at the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao revived, only to find that all but a few pieces of equipment that didn't require a level to wear had dropped. Previously adorned in the level 10 breeze set, he was now unable to equip anything as his level had fallen to 9. Upon reviving at the altar, he noticed a crowd gathering outside. There were tavern attendants, the apothecary's owner, the tailor's proprietor, and various other wanderers within the novice village. A quick glance revealed a total of 15 individuals. Upon witnessing Lin Tianhao's resurrection, they wasted no time in launching their attacks. The tailor's owner hurled a silver needle towards Lin Tianhao. Reacting swiftly, he stepped back on the bowstring, leaping into the air while simultaneously releasing 5 arrows in unison. The ninefold longbow had no level requirements. Thus Lin Tianhao utilized this golden-grade longbow. Each of the 5 feathered arrows struck a different target, inflicting nearly 8,000 damage on each. Concurrently, a lightning jump was triggered. Of the 5 arrows, 3 activated the lightning jump, resulting in a cascade of damage, numbers leaping from above their heads. Flames engulfing, the tavern attendant hurled a wine jug, smashing it at Lin Tianhao's feet, inflicting burn damage upon him. Ding! You have sustained burn damage, which will result in continuous health loss. 100. Damage numbers continued to leap forth. Yet fortunately, with the purifying jade pendant, Lin Tianhao enjoys an 80% immunity to such negative effects. Otherwise, he would be losing 500 health per second. Before Lin Tianhao could strike a second time, the potion shop owner made his move. A bottle of inky black potion was splashed around him. Ding! You have been affected by the severe injury potion. Your healing and life steal have decreased by 8. In less than a second, Lin Tianhao's health plummeted by 20,000. Damn it. Lin Tianhao cursed inwardly. After all, he was a reborn individual. Yet here he was being bullied in such a manner. It was a profound humiliation. If they wished to torment him, then let the games begin. Lin Tianhao's gaze turned steely. After enduring a round of damage, he unleashed a rapid volley of 5 arrows. Among the archer's arsenal, there existed equipment such as the split bow, which required a relatively lower degree of precision. However, Lin Tianhao's 5-arrow volley demanded that every shot hit its mark, a pressure that was nearly unimaginable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao released his arrows, targeting 5 foes. He discovered something quite intriguing. The 5-arrow volley could trigger the passive effect of the Hand of Divine Retribution 5 times. With his current 3-star Hand of Divine Retribution, each 5-arrow volley could permanently enhance his health by 15 points. Moreover, there was another issue with the 5-arrow volley. The damage output was insufficient, especially against foes with considerable defense. In such circumstances, the damage typically dealt by a 5-arrow volley was not high. However, the monstrous nature of Lin Tianhao's divine talent, the Hand of Divine Retribution, became apparent at this moment. The passive effect dealt 3% of the maximum health as true damage, unaffected by the 5-arrow volley. Thus, just from this passive damage alone, he could inflict significant harm. Nevertheless, it was undeniably taxing. The 5-arrow volley consumed considerable energy. Lin Tianhao's current attributes allowed him to sustain this barrage for no more than 15 minutes. Beyond that, the accuracy of his 5-arrow volley would diminish. 15 minutes was sufficient. Chapter 42. A terrifying realization. The Snow Empress is being tormented. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes, especially since he was a reborn individual. Thus, even under immense pressure, he showed no signs of relenting. Frostbound. The potion shop owner swung his staff, and frost materialized beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding! You have been affected by freezing. Your attack speed has decreased by 10, and your movement speed has decreased by 10, lasting 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. The purifying jade pendant was crucial. Otherwise, his predicament today would be even more desperate. It seemed they had begun to grasp Lin Tianhao's immunity to control effects. Meanwhile, the other 10 intensified their output. A wheel battle? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. His current attributes were formidable. The bloodthirsty necklace allowed him to recover over 2,000 health with each normal attack, and the 5-arrow volley could restore over 10,000 health. However, the simultaneous release of 5 arrows exacted a tremendous toll on Lin Tianhao's mental energy. He promptly switched to a single feathered arrow. This choice would result in a more rapid depletion of health, yet it significantly reduced the consumption of his mental resources. With his current abilities, as long as he refrained from evasive maneuvers to dodge attacks, he could even gradually recuperate some of the expended mental energy. Nevertheless, with just a single arrow and no movement, the consequence was that Lin Tianhao began to experience a swift decline in health, plummeting at an alarming rate of 20,000 per second. With over 200,000 health points, he could only endure for a brief span of a few seconds. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Lin Tianhao unleashed another volley of 5 arrows, amplifying his health recovery in a desperate attempt to prolong his survival. Yet, such measures proved to be a mere drop in the bucket. Although the recovery was notably enhanced, it remained insufficient to offset the rate at which Lin Tianhao was losing health. Ultimately, after enduring for 3 grueling minutes, he succumbed, his level plummeting from 9 to 8. 30 seconds later, Lin Tianhao resurrected at the altar. The relentless barrage of skills from his adversaries left him no respite. He felt a tingling unease creeping over him. In both his past and present lives, aside from the time he fell victim to Wu Xiaodao's treachery, he had never felt so cornered. Yet, Lin Tianhao refused to succumb to despair and retaliated with unwavering resolve. His sole desire was to ensure that the 9-comb longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace remained intact. Currently, the 3 most crucial pieces of equipment in his possession were the 9-comb longbow, the bloodthirsty necklace, and the purification jade pendant. While the purification jade pendant was immune to loss, both the bloodthirsty necklace and the 9-comb longbow carried a probability of being dropped upon defeat. Thus, this time, Lin Tianhao managed to endure for 3 minutes. Just as he was on the brink of being vanquished, he swiftly stowed the 9-comb longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace into his backpack. The likelihood of equipment loss was considerably lower when items were placed in his pack. Moreover, with a plethora of items already in his backpack, the chances of losing the 9-comb longbow or the bloodthirsty necklace were significantly diminished. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not suffer any equipment loss this time, though he had fallen to level 7. The battles that lay ahead would prove to be even more daunting. 30 seconds later, he resurrected once more. The old village chief regarded Lin Tianhao with a cold glare. Snow Emperor, do you now comprehend the consequences of provoking me? I can torment you to the point where you cannot even escape the novice village. The old chief's voice dripped with malice. Lin Tianhao scoffed. If you believe you can achieve that, feel free to attempt it. With that, he took the initiative to strike. Although he had only withstood the previous round for 3 minutes, the assistance of 5 arrows had elevated his health cap by over 8,000. While these foes were indeed formidable, there was a silver lining. They would not be as easily dispatched as other wild creatures, who would perish in mere moments, leaving little room for health accumulation. In this renewed confrontation, Lin Tianhao's true damage surged by 150 points. Yet, in the face of damage exceeding 1,000, this enhancement seemed rather inconsequential. With the participation of the old village chief, Lin Tianhao collapsed after merely a minute. The reason was simple. The old chief executed a powerful ability, eliminating Lin Tianhao when his health was still above 10%, thus preventing him from triggering the passive effect of Withered Tree reviving in spring. Nevertheless, in that fleeting minute, Lin Tianhao managed to accumulate an additional 2,000 health points. He was still capable of unleashing a volley of 5 arrows, with each basic attack granting him a 15-point health boost. Furthermore, with his attack speed exceeding 4 points, he could regenerate 60 health points per second. Excluding control factors, Lin Tianhao still increased his health by 2,000 during that brief interval. While this may seem meager, he refused to concede. He was determined to amass small gains into substantial rewards. He could resurrect infinitely, but the old village chief could not. As for the notion of the chief destroying the resurrection altar, that was utterly implausible. If the altar were to be destroyed, the novice village would be lost, rendering the chief's existence meaningless. This was a significant reason, but there was another. If the resurrection altar were destroyed and Lin Tianhao was defeated, he would respawn directly in the main city. Observing the old chief's current stance, it was evident he aimed to prevent Lin Tianhao from escaping the novice village. If it were any other player, that character would likely be doomed. However, Lin Tianhao possessed the divine talent known as Hand of Divine Punishment. He would not yield, nor would he admit defeat. He was resolved to confront his adversaries head-on. In the Floater Club, Floater Shield Mountain stared at his friend list and was taken aback upon noticing that Shui Di had lost levels. After plummeting to level 9, he had dropped to level 6 in less than 15 minutes. This was clearly unscientific. He was unaware of the challenges Lin Tianhao faced, but instinctively sent a voice call to him. However, Lin Tianhao was engaged in an intense battle and had no time to attend to the call. This time, Lin Tianhao endured for a minute and a half, accumulating over 3,000 health points, as the old village chief's ultimate ability was on cooldown, allowing Lin Tianhao to trigger Withered Tree reviving in spring. Thanks to this skill, he gained a much-needed respite. If he were to clear a dungeon, it would likely take him a considerable amount of time to accumulate several thousand health points. Now, he could achieve that in just 1 or 2 minutes. Floater Shield Mountain noticed Lin Tianhao had dropped yet another level, now at level 5, which only heightened his concern. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't players respawn at the resurrection altar upon death? Unless Floater Shield Mountain dreaded a horrifying possibility, the Fountain of Suffering. Shui Di was being subjected to the Fountain of Suffering. However, in an instant, he dismissed this thought as implausible. Given Shui Di's strength, who could possibly torment him in such a manner? Even if someone dared, neither the novice village nor the main city would tolerate such occurrences. Killing within the novice village or main city would result in immediate notoriety. In the wilderness, killing would inevitably lead to a notorious reputation, let alone in the main city. However, given Lin Tianhao's current predicament, aside from being tormented at the fountain, he could hardly conceive of any other possibility. With this thought, Futunshin promptly contacted Futushinlang. Futushinlang was taken aback. How could this be? Even if there were players capable of inflicting damage at the fountain, it was utterly impossible to inflict such torment. Futunshin hesitated for a moment, but the guild leader, the Snow Empress, has dropped 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. Are you jesting? Futushinlang could scarcely believe his ears. What kind of person could lose 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if one were to intentionally throw their life away, it would be an arduous feat. I am not jesting, which is precisely why I suspect she is being tormented at the fountain. After a brief contemplation, Futushinlang remarked that it should not be the fountain. What then is the situation? Futunshin inquired. Futushinlang remained silent for quite a while before stating that there is likely only one possibility. That is, a hidden map, or a special secret realm. In such places, it is conceivable that one cannot resurrect in the main city upon death, which would explain the Snow Empress's rapid level decline. Fu Tudinshan understood. Is there any way to assist the Snow Empress? We cannot assist. We are unaware of the location of such special realms, thus we cannot help. Fu Tudinshan sighed. Very well, I will attempt to contact the Snow Empress. Fu Tudinshan hesitated, then finally said, Young master, I believe you need not focus your attention on the Snow Empress any longer. She is far behind us. And now, with her consecutive level losses, the gap will only widen. Fu Tudinshan furrowed his brow. I understand. He ended the voice call, and then attempted to reach Lin Tianhao. However, it remained unanswered. At this moment, Lin Tianhao was engaged in intense combat, and had no time to concern himself with other matters. Meanwhile, his level continued to plummet under the relentless torment at the fountain. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao had dropped from Level 5 to Level 1. This was his limit. Should he be killed again, he would not continue to lose levels. Snow Empress, do you surrender? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a mocking expression. He had reduced Lin Tianhao from Level 10 to Level 1 to demonstrate who truly held the power in this novice village. Lin Tianhao scoffed coldly. Surrender? To hell with that. As his words fell, Lin Tianhao released an arrow into the air. He could no longer maintain the barrage of 5 arrows. But even a single arrow would be his act of defiance. He had fully committed himself against the old village chief. The old village chief tormented at the fountain. He would stack health points against the old village chief, and in the end, who would have the last laugh remained uncertain. Very well, you have courage. Seeing Lin Tianhao daring to resist, the old village chief grinned savagely and engaged Lin Tianhao once more. With a single arrow, Lin Tianhao managed to extend his survival time from 1 minute and 30 seconds to 1 minute and 40 seconds. This was due to the fact that his health had increased by over 10,000 in the recent battle. The old village chief also sensed something amiss. It appeared that Lin Tianhao's damage was steadily escalating. Although the current level of enhancement posed no immediate threat to them, it was an ominous sign nonetheless. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Lin Tianhao's health had surged by 50,000, bringing his total health to 320,000. With this health pool, a single basic attack could inflict a staggering 9,600 points of true damage, and Lin Tianhao's endurance was increasing as well. The old village chief began to feel a sense of dread. Lin Tianhao had already reached Level 1. There was no further decline possible in that regard. However, the enhancement of Lin Tianhao's attributes was a profoundly alarming development. Snow Emperor, shall we continue the battle? The old village chief inquired solemnly. Lin Tianhao regarded him with an icy demeanor. What is the matter? Are you afraid? The old village chief's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Snow Emperor, as an adventurer, your actions must be rooted in reason. What is it that you truly desire? Lin Tianhao was in no position to reveal his true intentions to the old village chief. You seek your own demise. The battle commenced anew. An hour later, Lin Tianhao's health increased by 120,000, pushing his total health past 440,000. Now, a single basic attack could deal over 13,000 damage, while also allowing him to recover over 4,000 health points. The old village chief was trembling with fear. At last, Lin Tianhao was defeated once more. A golden longbow fell to the ground. The old village chief's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, Snow Emperor, your prized weapon has dropped. How do you intend to respond now? Lin Tianhao remained impassive, directly pulling out the novice longbow. The novice longbow is indestructible. Though the attribute enhancement was minimal, it was sufficient for Lin Tianhao. His attack speed stood at 363. Without the 9-cone bow, his attack speed would decrease slightly, along with a 5% reduction in lifesteal. It was somewhat uncomfortable, yet Lin Tianhao remained unfazed, as long as his health continued to accumulate. Victory in today's battle was ultimately his. After a brief respite, a chilling gleam flickered in Lin Tianhao's eyes. 5 arrows were unleashed simultaneously. Each volley of 5 arrows resulted in over 20,000 in lifesteal. Furthermore, this barrage inflicted over 10,000 damage on 5 targets. Lin Tianhao was becoming nearly invincible. Thus, it would be difficult for him to be defeated in the short term. Within a minute, the 5 frontline opponents could no longer withstand the onslaught. Lin Tianhao did not pursue them, but rather targeted the newly emerged foes. In less than a minute, those 5 were reduced to a critical state. The final 5 charged forward, but faced with Lin Tianhao's terrifying damage, they found themselves utterly helpless. The old village chief's expression darkened to an extreme. Lin Tianhao was unleashing his full offensive against him. With the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao had no fear of this fighter. To preserve his own life, the old village chief commanded others to step forward and absorb the damage. However, they could hardly withstand Lin Tianhao's frenzied output. Ding! You have slain alchemist Amy, earning 12,652 experience points. Chapter 44. Destruction of a novice village. 1 million red name points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the apothecary Amy. And a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for accomplishing the first kill of the apothecary Amy. This is a special notification, encouraging all players to strive for further accomplishments. The server-wide announcement resounded, yet failed to stir any significant waves. This is due to the fact that any player who secures a first kill of a level 10 or above would receive such an announcement, and recently, numerous guilds have achieved first kills. However, the shield of Floating Pagoda brightened upon encountering this announcement. It bore only one name, indicating that the kill was accomplished solo. While there have been players undertaking solo hunts recently, most did not conceal their identities. Naturally, if it were solely this, he would remain indifferent. What truly astonished him was that in his friend list, the level of Snow Emperor had surged from 1 to 5 in an instant. This could only imply one possibility. Lin Tianhao had slain the apothecary Amy and garnered a substantial amount of experience points, thus reaping such bountiful rewards in one fell swoop. As for Lin Tianhao's decision to conceal his name, it stemmed from his uncertainty regarding the repercussions of destroying the novice village. His fear was not of individuals, but rather of certain entities within the twilight of the gods. The beings within the twilight of the gods cannot be judged by conventional logic. One cannot predict the wrathful actions they might undertake upon discovering his destruction of the novice village. Ding! You have slain the tavern attendant, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? Ding! You have slain the novice village hunter, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? Ding! You have slain the seamstress Lu Pa, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Conceal. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the tavern attendant. This is a special notification, encouraging all players to strive for further accomplishments. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom region of the Twilight of the Gods, a series of server-wide announcements began to echo. Initially, not many paid heed to Lin Tianhao's kill of the apothecary Amy, but now, the unceasing announcements have set the entire Twilight of the Gods ablaze. What on earth is happening? Who is this extraordinary figure? Is he slaughtering the novice village? Had you not mentioned it, I would scarcely have noticed that all the individuals in these announcements hail from the novice village. Which deity possesses such audacity to unleash a bloodbath upon the novice village? This is something we would not have dared to imagine before. The Floating Pagoda Club. The shield of Floating Pagoda trembled with excitement, while others remained oblivious to the identity of this slayer of the novice village. He was well aware. It is the Snow Emperor. Surely, there could be no coincidence. Furthermore, he could now comprehend why the Snow Emperor had been tormented at the fountain, for it was not players inflicting the torment, but rather those from the novice village. Although the shield of Floating Pagoda was ignorant of Lin Tianhao's methods in executing the slaughter of the novice village, it did not diminish his exhilaration. The novice village. The old village chief, witnessing his subordinates falling one after another, roared in furious despair. Snow Emperor, have you lost your mind? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Lin Tianhao's expression remained icy. Had I not stated my intent earlier? I shall send the old village chief to his demise. The old village chief's face contorted with rage, cycling through shades of blue and purple. Snow Emperor, you are exceedingly overbearing. Even if it leads to our mutual destruction today, I shall not allow you to succeed. As his words fell, the aura surrounding the old village chief surged with an extraordinary ferocity. He did not immediately direct his assault towards Lin Tianhao. Instead, his attack was aimed at the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's countenance shifted. This is bad. If the old village chief were to destroy the resurrection altar and subsequently activate a blue-gray talisman, all his efforts could be rendered utterly futile. With a series of swift arrows, Lin Tianhao dared not delay, each one targeting the vulnerabilities of the old village chief. Berserk. Rampage. The old village chief bellowed, channeling his strength to its zenith. Lin Tianhao seized the moment, standing within the resurrection altar, and initiated its destruction. The instant he shattered the altar, an alarm resonated throughout the realm of divine dusk. Alarm! Alarm! Someone is maliciously destroying the novice village resurrection altar. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers can no longer enter the novice village and will reappear directly in the main city. Adventurers who perished in the novice village will also resurrect in the main city. The incessant alarm left the players of Divine Dusk in a state of bewilderment. The individual who had just engaged in battle, the one who hunted within the novice village, had destroyed the resurrection altar. What could be his purpose? With the destruction of the resurrection altar, first-level players would spawn in the main city. Goodness, those who enter the game later will suffer immensely. Starting at level 1 in the main city, where the weakest foes appear to be level 10 monsters, how could they possibly survive? The players of Divine Dusk erupted into chaos, many of them cursing the ancestry of the one who had obliterated the novice village resurrection altar. Following the destruction of the altar, Lin Tianhao launched a frenzied assault on the old village chief. The old village chief, driven to desperation, yearned to tear Lin Tianhao apart. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained remarkably composed, having experienced myriad grand spectacles in his previous life. Such triviality could not intimidate him. The old village chief's tempestuous strikes landed upon Lin Tianhao, depleting a significant portion of his health. However, the old village chief's own vitality plummeted in kind. Due to the purifying jade pendant, he was unable to eliminate Lin Tianhao completely, resulting in his own demise at the hands of Lin Tianhao's formidable onslaught. Ding! You have slain the old village chief of the novice village. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the old village chief in the novice village. This is a special announcement encouraging all players to persevere. Another server-wide announcement echoed. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the old village chief in the novice village. This is a special announcement encouraging all players to persevere. With yet another server-wide announcement, the outcry against Lin Tianhao intensified, particularly among the players of the novice village. To escape the novice village, they would have to resort to self-destruction, for only through death could they leave the novice village and reappear in the main city. Ding! You have obliterated the novice village, and your notoriety level stands at 1 million. Ding! You have successfully completed the task of destroying the novice village, earning a reward of 50 free attribute points and the blessing of the deities. Lin Tianhao gazed in disbelief at his notoriety level. Killing a player incurs 1 point of notoriety, yet here he was, with a staggering 1 million points. The higher the notoriety, the more severe the penalties upon death. Typically, for each point of notoriety, 1 level is lost upon death, along with an increased drop rate upon respawning. Furthermore, once notoriety exceeds 10 points, entry into the main city is prohibited. Even if one were to resurrect within the city, immediate expulsion would follow. In other words, it would be impossible to change classes or accept quests in the main city. What a predicament! How long must he endure this notoriety? Chapter 45. The Blessing of the Deities and the Cycle of Death. Players with notoriety can eliminate their points by defeating monsters. Generally, slaying 100 ordinary creatures will eliminate 1 point of notoriety, while 100 elite creatures will remove 10 points. As for a black iron creature, it can also eliminate 10 points, but requires solo engagement and cannot be of a lower level than oneself. In the realm of Divine Twilight, defeating creatures below one's own level yields no rewards, and thus does not diminish notoriety. 1 million. Even with his strength, the path to redemption seems daunting. Moreover, he must not die, for if he does, everything he possesses, aside from non-droppable equipment, will be lost. Everything, cleanly and completely upon death. The question arises, how can he escape the novice village? Other equipment may be inconsequential. Even the golden tier 9-comb longbow would not trouble him. However, the bloodthirsty necklace is akin to a divine artifact for Lin Tianhao. Should it be lost, he cannot fathom when he might acquire another piece of equipment comparable to it. Must he linger in the novice village, expunging his notoriety before departing? Yet, even if he were to grind endlessly in dungeons, 1 million notoriety points would not dissipate. Ultimately, Lin Tianhao set his sights on the blessing of the deities. Whether he could defy fate hinged on this blessing. In Divine Twilight, the blessing of the deities is undoubtedly a game-changing boon. With hopeful anticipation, Lin Tianhao invoked the blessing. Ding! You have received the blessing of the deities. Due to your excessively high notoriety, the blessing has transformed. Ding! You have received the blessing of the Earth Mother. A dark red beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Effect: your normal attacks possess a 0.5 chance to instantly slay enemy units. Cooldown none. Consumption none. Proficiency 0/1000. Note: this proficiency is gained by defeating creatures of equal or higher level. Adventurers earn 1 point of proficiency for each unit slain. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. This indeed befits the blessing bestowed by the Earth Mother. Yet, such an effect is nothing short of outrageous. The effect of 0.5% is not particularly impressive. However, what if the star rating were to increase? The resulting effects could be extraordinary, especially when confronting formidable worlds later on. Could he not obliterate them with a mere flick? Just the thought of it made Lin Tianhao feel a surge of excitement. Regaining his composure, Lin Tianhao began to loot the corpses. There were 16 awaiting his attention, particularly the old village chief. He was the epitome of a novice village, and one could only wonder what treasures might be unearthed. Equipment, skills, gold, and various materials caught Lin Tianhao's eye, yet he frowned. Aside from his skills that could enhance his proficiency with the skill reviving the withered, everything else was of no use to him. The reason was simple. His current notoriety meant that once he left the novice village, he would lose everything. At last, Lin Tianhao spotted something of value, an alliance establishment order. This was remarkable. In the early stages of the game, the order was even more valuable than the heart of the Lord. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the order, for if he did not, death would only result in loss. Please name your guild. Lonely Snow Guild, he declared, naming it after the guild he had founded in his previous life. Ding! You are the first player to establish a guild. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for being the first to establish a guild. You are rewarded with a special guild item. This is a notice to encourage all players to strive for excellence. The announcement echoed throughout the server, garnering attention as many were still discussing the destruction of the novice village. Wow, Snow Emperor? Has the long-silent Snow Emperor finally returned? What are the benefits of establishing a guild? Can someone enlighten us? In the game description of Twilight of the Gods, it mentions special bonuses, such as a 1% increase in experience points, damage, and movement speed for guild members. But just 1% isn't much, is it? This is a 1-star guild. The higher the guild's level, the greater the bonuses. Whispers of speculation filled the air. In a level 15 dungeon, Dreaming Snow heard the server-wide announcement, furrowing her brow. You've been holding back all this time just for that establishment order? She had been puzzled by Lin Tianhao's stagnant level, but it now seemed to make sense. He had sacrificed leveling up to complete storyline quests in pursuit of the order. Yet, without a major guild backing him, what could the establishment of a game guild achieve? Not only Dreaming Snow, but other guilds were also in discussion. They boasted guild titles, but lacking an establishment order, they were not true game guilds, merely spontaneous assemblies. While the outside world buzzed with chatter, Lin Tianhao began to examine the state of his guild. Name, Lonely Snow Guild. Level, 1 star. Guild Master, Snow Emperor. Vice Guild Master, none. Administrators, none. Regular members, none. Wealth, 0. Warehouse, none. Achievements, 01000. Damage bonus, 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly deposited all his gold, equipment, and various materials and items into the guild. This way, if he perished, he would not lose anything. It was indeed a serendipitous moment. Previously, Lin Tianhao had been concerned that upon leaving the novice village, he would lose his gear. However, with the establishment of the guild, all his possessions could be safely stored in the guild's repository, allowing him to keep everything. After founding the guild, he also received a special guild item, the bronze emblem. Upon use, it granted guild members a 10% critical hit bonus. Lin Tianhao was pleasantly surprised. This enhancement was exceptional. In the early stages, the attributes provided by the guild were typically only 1%, but this was a substantial 10%. Upon using it, a notification chimed. You have used a special item. Guild members receive a critical hit bonus of 10. Guild achievements, 200. Chapter 46, Beneath the Cliff. Those who should not appear. The guild's advancement depended on achievement points, which, once filled, would trigger an automatic upgrade. However, achievement points were quite rare. They could only be obtained through significant contributions to the guild. For instance, when members awakened their talents or obtained hidden classes, or when they cleared dungeons for the first time and achieved first kills, they would earn achievement points. In later stages, powerful guilds could reap substantial rewards. At that moment, Lin Tianhao noticed a message from Futu Dunshan. From initial concern and worry to later inquiries about whether he needed assistance, Lin Tianhao reflected on his previous life, where Futu Dunshan had met an untimely demise, leaving Lin Tianhao with insufficient knowledge of him. Nevertheless, the fact that he still cared for him despite his consecutive level losses indicated his loyalty and camaraderie. Suddenly, a voice call came in, not from Futu Dunshan, but from another friend of Lin Tianhao's. Shuedi, Our captain wishes to inquire if your guild is available for transfer. We are willing to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the generous offer. 100 million. Moreover, it was Ing Sha offering this sum. Under normal circumstances, he might have considered it, but now he would not agree. He desired to hold power. Merely being strong alone was far from sufficient. He needed a team of formidable allies and the means to attract other skilled players. The guild was a crucial element. If Lin Tianhao could achieve a 100% increase in damage, critical hits, experience points, movement speed, attack speed, and so forth through the guild, he could not fathom how many experts would flock to him. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to transfer the guild. The price is negotiable. Ing Sha hastily replied. It is not about the price. At this point, Lin Tianhao paused momentarily. I do not require money. If you possess special equipment, I may consider it. Ing Sha fell silent. Wait for me. Let me check. Special equipment was indeed of great importance. The purification pendant was classified as special equipment, and it had played an indispensable role in Lin Tianhao's ability to defeat the old village chief and his cohorts in the novice village. Swidi, we do not have special equipment at present. Can we negotiate the price further? That is not an option. Lin Tianhao was resolute in his refusal. The quicker the guild was established, the faster it could ascend in levels. He could afford to lag in his personal level, as long as his attributes improved. However, the guild's level must not fall behind, which was of paramount importance. He ended the voice call. The voice of Floating Tower Shield Mountain came through, expressing concern. Snow Emperor, are you alright? Floating Tower Shield Mountain hesitated before finally saying, Snow Emperor, my father just contacted me. He wishes to inquire if the guild can be transferred. The price is negotiable. No, Lin Tianhao replied carefully. Floating Tower Shield Mountain chose not to press further. Alright. Snow Emperor, remember to take me along when you arrive at the main city. The price is negotiable. Sure. He hung up the call and began to contemplate the second task. In ancient times, after the death of the Yellow Emperor's son, he became the Drought Demon, battling against Qiyu, only to be sealed beneath the novice village by Qiyu. The task required him to release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. The penalty for failure was that all fire attribute attacks received would double in damage. The reward for the task remained unknown. Based on the first task scroll, he surmised he was correct. Upon completion, a blessing from the gods would be bestowed upon him. Unfortunately, the third task scroll he speculated about, which involved slaying the Drought Demon, had not appeared. Nevertheless, this task seemed manageable. For with the Ice Flame magic or in hand, he could simply unlock the seal at the cliff's bottom. Upon reaching the cliff, Lin Tianhao found himself in a predicament. Unsure of how to descend, players who had previously leaped from the cliff had perished. Now, the resurrection altar in the novice village had been destroyed. Should he die, he would exit the novice village and respawn in the main city. After wandering around the cliff's edge twice without discovering anything, Lin Tianhao shot an arrow into the abyss below. The result was met with silence. Next, he crafted a makeshift incendiary bottle and hurled it down. As the bottle descended, the flames dwindled until they vanished completely. Lin Tianhao felt a headache coming on. At this height, jumping down would likely lead to certain death. Surely, there must be some hidden mechanism that he had overlooked. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tianhao resumed his exploration. Had he known this would be the case, he should have thoroughly interrogated the old drunkard for a method to descend. He began testing with arrows, convinced that there was something he had missed. Suddenly, he noticed a steel wire amidst the mist of the cliff. If not for the pure eye, he would not have discerned it. Now it became clear to him. He leaped and landed on a steel wire. Then, he moved to the second and third wires. It was Lin Tianhao. Had it been any other player, even upon reaching this point, they would likely struggle to maintain their balance on the slender wires. Half an hour later, Lin Tianhao finally reached the base of the cliff. There, he beheld a colossal yin-yang fish formation. Lin Tianhao arrived before the yin-yang dual fish formation, where two stone discs, one black and one white, bore two openings. One of these openings bore a resemblance to the Ice Flame Demon, while the other corresponded to an object he possessed, a mysterious key that had erupted from the furious yellow weasel. At that moment, Lin Tianhao pondered the purpose of this enigmatic key. Just as he prepared to unlock the seal, his gaze was drawn to the end of the canyon. There, a figure approached leisurely, walking with a steady gait and a robust physique. Due to the thick mist below the cliff and the considerable distance, Lin Tianhao initially could not discern the identity of the approaching individual. However, as the figure drew nearer, Lin Tianhao finally recognized his features, only to be met with an expression of disbelief. Shocked, he staggered back 2 steps. How could this be? How could it be you? Lin Tianhao could hardly believe his eyes. In the novice village, death meant utter demise. leaving no room for resurrection. Were you not already dead? The newcomer wore a smirk, speaking with an unhurried demeanor. Who told you that I was dead? What you killed was merely my brother. For this plan, we have schemed for so long, and it was necessary to sacrifice my brother to achieve it. With this, he cast a wistful glance toward the sky. Brother, your death was not in vain. Our plan is about to succeed. Wong Blacksmith is your brother? Who exactly are you? There is no such person in the novice village. Chapter 47. Village Chief Wong. The secrets of a novice village. Lin Tianhao believed he possessed a fair understanding of the novice village. He was aware of the deceased within the village and had never heard of Wong Blacksmith having an elder brother. Moreover, the resemblance was striking. The man before him bore an uncanny likeness to Wong Blacksmith. Lin Tianhao was inclined to believe that this was Wong Blacksmith returned from the dead. Who told you that Wong Blacksmith has no brother? He does. His brother was originally the village chief of the novice village. Unfortunately, on the very first day in office, the former village chief resisted relinquishing power, leading to a conflict that resulted in his brother being exiled to the wilderness, left to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted suddenly. The man continued, or did you think the title of the old village chief was merely a relic? It is because he was the previous village chief that I rightfully should be the current village chief of the novice village. At this moment, Lin Tianhao finally examined his attributes. Village Chief Wong, Silver, level 20. Health, 5255500, 5255500. Attack, 3999. Skills. Note, the village chief of the novice village, elder brother of Wong Blacksmith, was exiled due to a conflict with the former village chief. Consumed by darkness. He has become a figure in the wilderness of the novice village, plotting a terrifying scheme. He must not succeed, or else the wrath of the gods will be upon us. Lin Tianhao's expression changed dramatically as he realized that this individual was classified as a wilderness entity. Not only that, in the realm of Silver Tier Wilderness, with 5 million health points and 4,000 attack power, stood none other than Village Chief Wong. However, I cannot help but wonder, what exactly are you scheming? The destruction of a novice village seems to yield no benefit for you. Under normal circumstances, one would assume that Chief Wong aims to reclaim his power. Yet, with the novice village obliterated, the significance of his position as the village chief has vanished. Who informed you that I aspired to assume the role of the novice village chief? My ambition is to become the consort of the Starry Empire. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes, contemplating Princess Leona. She, the princess of the Starry Kingdom, conveniently resides in the novice village. With Princess Leona in the novice village, pursuing her directly would render the destruction unnecessary. Yet, it is indeed necessary. Chief Wong's expression twisted with malice. How could a mere commoner like me ever attract the attention of Princess Leona? To compel her to submit, she must have a reason to rely on me. Oh, Lin Tianhao's interest piqued, recognizing that he might be on the verge of initiating a new plot quest. After being expelled from the novice village, I seized 2 blessings from the gods. Upon my departure, I discovered Princess Leona's existence and began to devise a plan. Lin Tianhao nodded. It seemed the Starry Kingdom lacked a prince, and by becoming the consort, he could potentially vie for the throne. Indeed, Chief Wong grinned, clearly pleased that you possessed knowledge of the Starry Kingdom. If Princess Leona were to be released, she would depart from the resurrection altar. Hence, the altar must be destroyed beyond repair, and consequently, the old villagers must perish as well. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed as a wild hypothesis took root in his mind. You intend to use this condition to coerce Princess Leona into submission. Precisely. Chief Wong nodded in affirmation. The Hydra and the Yellow Weasel are both my subordinates. I arranged for the 2 quest scrolls in advance, awaiting a fateful individual to assist me in eliminating the old village chief. Lin Tianhao chuckled, realizing that all his machinations had merely turned him into another's pawn. So what is your purpose here? Should you be seeking Princess Leona? Chief Wong grinned, revealing his intentions. I too desire a blessing from the gods. I wish for you to receive one as well, so you ought to be content. Hand over the quest scrolls, and I shall allow you to leave. Lin Tianhao was taken aback, recognizing the deliberate design of opposing quests, which rendered your plan flawless. Indeed. Chief Wong nodded, and now that you are aware, surrender the items. Why should I comply? Lin Tianhao smirked, considering that he intended to leave the novice village anyway. Regardless, death awaited him. He might as well face it boldly. Chief Wong's expression darkened. Very well, as it stands, with your current notoriety, should I slay you, all that you possess will drop. As his words fell, Chief Wong transformed into a blur, charging towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao too launched his attack. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air, Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao consumed 3 vials of potions in swift succession, enhancing his movement speed, attack speed, and lifesteal. A staggering damage figure of 13,358 materialized above Chief Wang's head. And then Lin Tianhao's head was suddenly illuminated by a colossal damage number, 10,000. His eyelids flickered. Was it rounded reflective damage? Rounded reflective damage refers to the integer value of the maximum damage endured, which then reflects back. This mechanism typically reflects at least 50% of the damage dealt. In instances where the damage is precisely 100, it results in a full 100% reflection. Given his health pool of over 500,000, Lin Tianhao found it impossible to contend with such a rounded reflective damage mechanism. With a powerful leap, Lin Tianhao landed atop the tightrope. Was it not too late to consider escape now? Upon hearing the words, Lin Tianhao felt a chill. His instincts warned him that trouble was imminent. Sure enough, above the cliff, the stone wall crumbled, and a vine lashed towards him. A hydra's vine! Lin Tianhao executed a backflip to evade the attack, but the vine severed the tightrope beneath him. Before he could touch the ground, he heard a slicing sound from behind. Swish! A claw grazed his armor, igniting a cascade of sparks. Simultaneously, a damage number appeared above his head. 1,580. This damage was not excessively outrageous, and Lin Tianhao could accept it. However, the current situation left him feeling uneasy. In a one-on-one confrontation, he harbored no fear. Even against a coordinated assault, he believed he could manage. Yet, the presence of a silver-tier village chief posed a considerable challenge. Lin Tianhao's expression turned grave, with the tightrope severed. Escape was no longer a feasible option. Snow Empress, there is no need to waste time. Hand over the items, and we can still be friends. Should I ascend to the throne of the Star Kingdom, I could grant you a title of Count and the corresponding lordship. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had no reason to refuse. The blessings of the gods were indeed splendid, but in the current predicament, success appeared unattainable unless Lin Tianhao cast his gaze upward toward the cliff. Snowflakes began to descend from above, and the temperature plummeted abruptly. Ding! You are affected by the cold. Your movement speed is reduced by 12, and your attack speed is reduced by 12. You have sustained frost damage, and will continue to lose health. 240. 240. Chapter 48. Leona's Choice. The village chief's expression changed dramatically. He, along with the Hydra and the Yellow Weasel, entered a state of continuous health loss. From above the cliff, a resplendently clad woman approached. With each step, it appeared as though she were walking on air. Yet with every footfall, ice flowers formed beneath her feet, stabilizing her descent. Step by step, she blossomed into view, although she remained at a distance. Lin Tianhao had already discerned her identity. Princess Leona, in the current novice village. Only this princess from the Star Kingdom could achieve such a feat. Esteemed Princess Leona, you have arrived? The village chief, shedding his previous demeanor, greeted her with a cordial smile. Princess Leona coldly scanned the village chief. I am well aware of your intentions. Village Chief Wang was taken aback, then smiled. Princess Leona, since you are aware of my feelings, you should also understand my admiration for you. Why speak so insincerely? Princess Leona scoffed coldly. Do you believe everything is under your control? Have you ever considered that I could take your life? The gaze of Village Chief Wang sharpened, and he shrugged, saying, The illustrious Princess Leona, indeed you could slay me, but have you pondered how you would depart from here afterward? Your ambition will not allow you to remain willingly trapped in the novice village. Princess Leona let out a cold laugh. That is not for you to contemplate. I am well aware of my own affairs. As her words fell, a chilling aura emanated from Princess Leona. The expression on Village Chief Wang's face changed dramatically. Fierce dominance. Titan form, dance of the fallen wings. In an instant, Village Chief Wang unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, manifesting a pair of tattered wings behind him. With a flap of his wings, he soared toward the cliff. Princess Leona raised her hand, and a colossal ice magic array appeared above Village Chief Wang. Subsequently, countless ice spikes cascaded down from the array. 15928, 15929. A continuous stream of damage numbers emerged, and with merely one magic array, it depleted over 1 million of Village Chief Wang's health points. Such terror! Lin Tianhao had anticipated that Princess Leona might possess considerable strength. Yet the extent of her prowess exceeded his expectations. No wonder Village Chief Wang had fled without hesitation upon realizing she intended to strike. At that moment, as Village Chief Wang altered his direction in the sky, he continued his escape. The Hydra beasts and the Yellow Weasel simultaneously intervened, attempting to stall Princess Leona. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these two formidable beings were unexpectedly frozen. Princess Leona lifted her hand, conjuring an ice shield behind Village Chief Wang, which forcefully pinned him down. Once freed from the ice shield, Village Chief Wang ceased his flight, regarding Princess Leona with a cold stare. Go ahead. Kill me if you can. I would accept it. Princess Leona refrained from making another move, as Lin Tianhao quickly discerned the underlying issue. Village Chief Wang was no longer just a mere villager. He had transformed into a wild creature. The wilderness possessed a characteristic. Upon being slain, one would respawn. In other words, be resurrected. Lin Tianhao had previously defeated the Hydra Beasts and the Yellow Weasel, yet they still reappeared here. Resurrection. What? You won't kill me? If that's the case, why not hear me out? Village Chief Wang gradually calmed down. I wish to marry you, to become the future king of the Starry Kingdom. The atmosphere around Princess Leona instantly turned tempestuous, the temperature plummeting significantly. Do not be hastily enraged. We merely seek mutual benefit. Should you wed me, I can assist you. I am a wild creature, yet crucially, I have received a blessing from the gods, allowing me to level up and grow like an adventurer. Upon hearing the words, level up and grow, the previously unruffled Princess Leona showed a flicker of interest. Regardless of whether it is wild beasts or monsters, there exists a fundamental limitation, the inability to transcend the current shackles and continue to grow stronger. Lin Tianhao observed the Princess Leona's change of expression and felt a sense of foreboding. Should Princess Leona acquiesce to his request, his second blessing from the gods would be unattainable. All the efforts Lin Tianhao had exerted were directed towards securing the divine favor. A companion capable of growth and infinite resurrection would be of immense assistance in his pursuit of the throne in the Kingdom of Stars. It was clear to him just how beneficial this would be. Fear not. We can enter into a sham marriage that will not affect you. As long as we ultimately ascend to the throne of the Kingdom of Stars, that is all that matters. Lin Tianhao had to concede that, from a purely pragmatic standpoint, the conditions proposed by the village chief were exceedingly enticing. Alas, it seemed there was no opportunity left. Lin Tianhao sighed inwardly. However, the subsequent words of Leona rekindled a flicker of hope within him. I believe I have numerous potential allies, such as the Snow Emperor. The village chief's pupils constricted as he solemnly remarked that, after all, he was an adventurer, and whether he would remain steadfast in their cause was uncertain. No, Princess Leona shook her head. I do not intend to marry him. Rather, I wish to assign him a task. Snow Emperor, are you willing to support me in becoming the queen of the Kingdom of Stars? If you assist me in claiming the throne, I shall erect 3,000 temples in your honor, declaring you the war god of my realm. Lin Tianhao's face displayed an expression of disbelief. In the latter stages of the twilight of the gods, mere offensive power and magical strength were becoming inadequate. The elite were all striving for divinity. The first step towards achieving godhood was to amass a substantial amount of incense power, commonly referred to as followers. The implication of Princess Leona's statement was abundantly clear. She intended to establish temples to venerate Lin Tianhao, thereby granting him the incense power of the Kingdom of Stars. Ding! Princess Leona has issued your quest. The objective is to assist her in becoming the next sovereign of the Kingdom of Stars. The penalties for failure are unknown. The rewards include her bestowing upon you the title of War God and constructing 3,000 incense temples for you. Accept. Lin Tianhao found no reason to decline. In his previous life, countless powerful individuals had sought to ascend to divinity, only to falter in their pursuit of incense power. Acquiring such power was exceedingly difficult. Princess Leona. Even so, how do you plan to leave the novice village? Upon hearing this, Leona's gaze fell upon the Yin-Yang Pisces array. It is simple. By unleashing the drought spirit, it will naturally shatter the spatial barriers, allowing us to escape in the ensuing chaos. The village chief, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, Leona, you are utterly insane. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences of releasing the drought spirit? Chapter 49. Unleashing the drought spirit, shaking the world. Princess Leona smiled nonchalantly, acknowledging the truth of his statement, but dismissing it with, so what? As her words fell, Princess Leona acted without hesitation. Encasing 100 miles in ice within the blink of an eye, the village chief stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, unable to move. Snow Emperor, break the seal. Lin Tianhao nodded, depositing all his equipment into the guild warehouse before placing the ice flame magic ore and the mysterious key within. In the next instant, the earth trembled, and cracks began to appear in the yin-yang fish pattern, with searing heat emanating from below. I cannot perish. I must leave first. Leona stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. If you're escaping through the spatial rift, take me with you. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Alert! Alert! Someone has unleashed the sealed drought demon. The world drought demon is about to emerge. All adventurers, please proceed with caution. The alarm reverberated across the server, leaving many players in shock. What is happening? Am I imagining things? Although I have no idea how to fight it, I can assure you that the rewards for bringing it down will be substantial. The God's Twilight erupted into chaos. Major clubs, consortiums, and government officials convened emergency meetings. The sudden emergence of this world posed a challenge for everyone. Whoever could conquer this realm would reap immeasurable benefits. Within the government, a silver-haired elder entered the conference room. You are our nation's finest analysts. Our special operations team has encountered black iron, bronze, and even silver foes. This time, we must seize this world. Upon hearing this, the lead analyst shook his head. Sir, based on our estimations, the world's health points should not be less than 100 million, and its attributes will be extraordinarily formidable. Even if our entire special operations team were to engage, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Is there no alternative? The elder furrowed his brow. There is a strategy, albeit a daunting one, the human wave tactic. In the core cities, players number in the millions. If we can amass over 10 million players to attack, perhaps we would have a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeating this entity. 1 in 10,000? The elder nearly doubted his hearing. Over 10 million players working together, and we only have a 1 in 10,000 chance? Indeed, the analyst confirmed, this estimate includes those with hidden classes and high-level talents. Otherwise, we would have no chance whatsoever. Very well, I understand. The elder's expression darkened. This world represents hope, yet they find themselves powerless. The War Department was at a loss, and the conclusions drawn by other clubs and guilds were similarly bleak. The drought demon is emerging. It was not only the players who were stirred. Certain entities within the God's Twilight were also affected. In the Kingdom of Stars, the palace, Queen Theodinia raised her gaze towards the direction of the novice village upon hearing the server-wide announcement. After all these years, has it finally emerged? Beside the queen stood a stooped old woman, clutching a skeletal staff. Her voice, sharp and raspy, broke the silence. Your Majesty, this may present an opportunity for us. Upon hearing the words, Fate Udin's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The Star Kingdom had enjoyed an extended period of tranquility, and indeed, it was time for change. Arrangements were to be made, and the plans could commence. Not only the royal palace, but also several individuals throughout the Star Kingdom began to spring into action. The emergence of a world could potentially alter the current landscape entirely. Lin Tianhao, oblivious to these developments, stood beside the yin-yang fish formation. The intense heat scorched his skin. Ding, you have suffered burning damage and will continue to bleed. For thousand. Lin Tianhao felt numb. The seal had not yet been fully broken, and it was already this formidable. It is worth noting that Lin Tianhao's Purification Jade pendant could immunize him against 80% of negative effects. Burning was indeed a negative effect. Thus, without the immunity of the Purification pendant, he would be losing 20,000 health points every second. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had never encountered the drought demon, and his understanding of its strength was limited. However, he now possessed a clearer awareness of the situation. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the earth. Lin Tianhao was violently thrown back. 99999. The damage struck him, causing a steep drop in his health bar. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained unfazed. He had sought death. As long as he perished, he could resurrect in the main city. Shortly thereafter, a figure engulfed in flames soared into the sky. Wherever his gaze fell, flames ignited in a furious blaze. However, when his eyes landed on Lin Tianhao, the flames dissipated, and he slowly approached Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao began to assess his condition. Health points? Attack? Skills? Lin Tianhao? What high level? That even the name was a question mark. Did you release me? A voice rich with magnetism echoed, soft yet firm, leaving one unable to discern its gender. Moreover, the individual's visage was grotesque, making it impossible to ascertain gender by appearance alone. According to previous mission prompts, this figure should be the son of the Yellow Emperor. Yet, Lin Tianhao recalled that in myth, it was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor who transformed into the drought demon. The hints from the task of Ragnarok were not necessarily accurate. Thus, Lin Tianhao retained his skepticism. Do you not consider that releasing me could lead to devastation? The drought demon glanced at Lin Tianhao, sneering. In my opinion, no. You were a good person once, and I believe you still are, he replied. A good person? The drought demon chuckled ambiguously. Once, I truly was a good person. I helped many, and even as a drought demon, I continue to assist others. Yet because I am a drought demon, everyone hurls insults at me, seeking my destruction. Were it not for my indestructible essence, I would have faced obliteration instead of mere sealing. At this point, the drought demon suddenly seized Lin Tianhao by the throat. I no longer wish to be a good person. I want to become the greatest villain in this realm. Chapter 50. Alas, being tortured twice in one day. Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze upon the drought demon, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You still possess a shred of conscience. If you were truly engulfed by darkness, you would not engage in conversation with me, but rather annihilate me without hesitation." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of cold malice flickered in the demon's eyes. "The only reason I have not slain you at this moment is that I have not conversed with anyone for far too long." With that, the demon struck Lin Tianhao's chest with a powerful palm. Instantly, the blood bar above Lin Tianhao's head was fully depleted. Subsequently, he found himself resurrected in the Black Wind City of the Starry Kingdom. After death, a revival period ensued, and Lin Tianhao now awaited his resurrection. An announcement echoed throughout the city. A malevolent individual had entered Black Wind City, prompting the city lord to issue an urgent mission to hunt down this wicked being. All players within Black Wind City were now faced with an additional task: to eliminate the nefarious individual, adventurers with a crime value exceeding 10,100 times. With the current progress standing at 0 out of 100, there were no penalties, and each successful hunt would yield a piece of bronze equipment and 10 points of free attributes. Goodness! As the players in Black Wind City accepted this task, incredulous expressions adorned their faces. What am I seeing? A welfare mission? Quickly, who is that player with a crime value surpassing 10,000? Step forth, so I may slay you 100 times, with each kill granting 10 free attribute points. 100 kills would result in 1,000 free attribute points and 100 pieces of bronze equipment. If I were to single-handedly slay him 100 times, I would soar to new heights. Calm down. We don't even know what this person did to accumulate over 10,000 in crime value. The discussions in Black Wind City buzzed incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was overwhelmed with confusion. What merit had he possessed to warrant such a bounty? Watching the countdown to his resurrection, he began contemplating his escape. Should he fight his way out? It seemed there were no better alternatives. After all, the crime value was conspicuously displayed above his head in glaring red digits. Under these circumstances, attempting a stealthy escape was rather unrealistic. Thus, he resolved to fight his way out. Equipped with the 9-union longbow and bloodthirsty necklace, and prepared with potions for acceleration and shielding, Lin Tianhao was ready to charge forth. Here, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the kind souls of the novice village, as numerous items had dropped upon his demise. Yet, during this brief period of resurrection, another nationwide announcement resounded. A nationwide announcement. A malevolent individual has entered the Starry Kingdom, prompting the king to issue an urgent mission to hunt down this wicked being. Lin Tianhao was left dumbfounded. Who had he wronged to provoke such animosity? Not only were the players in Black Wind City stirred into a frenzy, but the entire populace of the Starry Kingdom was exhilarated. In other words, players across the entire Dragon Nation region were now aflame with excitement. Due to the fact that all players from the Dragon Kingdom can only operate within the Star Kingdom prior to their second-class advancement, the rewards bestowed by the King of Star Kingdom are astonishingly generous, directly doubling those of Black Wind City. It is truly delightful. Ha! That infamous red-named adventurer. Come forth to meet your demise. There is no escape for you. Your defeat shall transform you into our equipment and free attribute points. A privilege indeed. Previously, we sought out wild monsters, but now our focus has shifted to hunting red-named players. I am genuinely curious about how this particular red-named player amassed such a high notoriety. The entire Dragon Kingdom player base is in a frenzy. At this moment, Lin Tianhao has finally resurrected. Level 1. Indeed, he is now at level 1. His notoriety is exceedingly high, having lost all levels and experience upon death. The instant he emerged from the resurrection altar in Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao sprinted towards the city gates with all his might. However, the glaring 1 million notoriety hovering above his head is impossible to overlook. There he is. Who is that red-named player? Damn, his notoriety is a staggering 1 million. Quickly, eliminate him. Red-named players are unprotected in the main city, thus allowing other players to attack him freely. Lin Tianhao cannot afford to concern himself with anything else. Retaliation is not an option. If he were to strike back, he would draw the attention of the city guards, who would swiftly intervene. Killing players within the main city leads to arrest and imprisonment by the guards. With sentencing based on notoriety, higher notoriety results in longer sentences. Given his notoriety, capture would render him unable to play further. Confronting the city guards head-on is unthinkable. Their intervention would annihilate him in mere seconds, as he possesses no defensive capabilities. Consequently, Lin Tianhao must flee before leaving Blackwind City. Now at level 1, his available weapons are severely limited. A purifying amulet, a 9-harmony longbow with no level requirement, and a bloodthirsty necklace. However, neither of these items enhances his defenses. The common trait among these items is their lack of resistance. The attacks from the players now striking Lin Tianhao are effectively true damage. Damage numbers of 512, 198, and 299 floated above his head in rapid succession. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of players pursued him. While Lin Tianhao's speed is commendable, he is quickly cornered within Blackwind City. Curse it, there is truly no opportunity for escape. Lin Tianhao leaps, using their shoulders to propel himself forward. Yet, upon reaching a certain point, he is bombarded by a multitude of skills. Even though the damage from each individual skill may not be substantial, dealing only a few hundred or slightly more, the sheer number of attackers is overwhelming. Tens of thousands. If so many players were to strike him simultaneously, he would have no chance of survival and would be eliminated instantly. Indeed, in this dire situation, he is losing over 10,000 health points each second. Damn it. For the first time, I feel that the resurrection altar in Blackwind City is so far from the city gates. Lin Tianhao's expression is one of utter despair. At the moment of his demise, he swiftly deposited all his equipment into the guild warehouse. He had fallen, despite his desperate struggle. With over 440,000 health points, he managed to endure for a full 9 seconds. His remarkable resilience was partly due to his unexpected appearance, which caught many players off guard. As he observed the resurrection countdown and the throng of players gathered outside the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao was left in a state of shock. There was not a sliver of opportunity. Not a single chance remained. Curse it all, he thought. As a dignified Reborn player, to be subjected to such humiliation twice in a single day. Where is the justice in this? Lin Tianhao silently lamented. However, upon witnessing the hundreds of thousands of players blocking the resurrection altar, along with those arriving from outside Blackwind City, he resigned himself to his fate. With his health pool, it was merely a matter of a single assault. True to this, as soon as Lin Tianhao resurrected, another wave of attacks struck him down once more. Lin Tianhao? This is utterly meaningless, truly devoid of any merit. He chose to log off from the game, thinking, go ahead and torment me. As long as I'm not online, you could slay me 1,000 times without affecting my spirits. Chapter 51. Even my good brothers face the wrath. In the realm of Twilight of the Gods, players continue to exist in the game even after logging off. This was precisely why Lin Tianhao had been apprehensive after defeating Shadow Killer, fearing he would be found and slain while unresponsive. As long as he was offline, there was no fear of being subjected to humiliation. A smirk graced Lin Tianhao's lips, a faint smile playing upon his face. After logging off, as dawn's light began to break, it was still a tad too early for breakfast. He ventured into the Twilight of the Gods forum, not the official one, but rather a community forum established by dedicated players encompassing major servers worldwide. Upon entering, he found the Dragon Country section bustling with activity, where discussions predominantly revolved around various game strategies. The novice village in Dragon Country had become obsolete, with most beginner players debating how level 1 characters could grind monsters in the main city. Naturally, there were also countless remarks directed at the player responsible for the destruction of the novice village. One particular post gained immense popularity, detailing a strategy for leveling up in Blackwind City without the need for monster slaying. In Twilight of the Gods, leveling up was not solely reliant on combat. Tasks such as delivering messages, becoming an apprentice alchemist, or an apprentice blacksmith could also yield experience points. Additionally, working in taverns could provide experience rewards. The Eastern District of Blackwind City was undergoing wall repairs, and those who applied could earn 300 experience points per hour, with those possessing masonry or carpentry skills even earning 500 experience points hourly. This task appeared to be in high demand, offering substantial rewards suitable for most novice players. Without the need for combat, one could amass considerable experience points merely by engaging in manual labor. No way, is this for real? I am intrigued. I must give it a try. After exiting that post, Lin Tianhao noticed another thread gaining traction. In our Dragon Country section, Absolute Good Samaritan appears. Slaying him grants 20 free attribute points and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. The resplendent title immediately captivated the attention of many. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, instinctively clicking on it. As he had anticipated, he was indeed the peerless Good Samaritan. This individual had published the bounty task from Blackwind City in the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao's lips twitched. This was utterly outrageous. To utilize oneself for the purpose of grinding gear and accumulating free attribute points, and yet to publicize it. How infuriating. Which reincarnated individual endures such indignities? Lin Tianhao exited the post, intending to grab a bite to eat and visit the hospital to check on his sister's condition. Although he had hired someone to care for her, it was prudent to personally check in from time to time. At the hospital, Lin Qingqing still lay on the hospital bed, but her complexion had improved significantly. "Doctor, how is my sister doing now?" Lin Tianhao inquired of the attending physician. The doctor picked up the latest examination report and replied, "Your sister's condition is improving. However, as of now, there is no immediate threat to her life. But she is likely to remain in a vegetative state." Lin Tianhao nodded. As long as she could maintain this vegetative status, it was a relief. After all, individuals in a vegetative state could still enter the game. Other matters could be addressed later. "So, doctor, when might my sister be discharged?" he asked. "She underwent a craniotomy, so will likely be about another 2 weeks, the doctor estimated." Lin Tianhao sighed. 2 weeks would set Lin Qingqing back considerably. However, it was not overly concerning. Once she entered the game, he could assist her. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck Lin Tianhao. It seemed he would be unable to help Lin Qingqing level up. As a vegetative state patient, they could not communicate offline. Therefore, even if Lin Qingqing entered the game through the gaming device, her profession, nickname, and starting city were all unknown to him. How could he possibly contact Lin Qingqing? This was an insurmountable dilemma. Moreover, the server-wide announcement might serve as a potential avenue to locate her. Lin Tianhao couldn't afford to dwell on that now. He would have to devise a way to reach her once she entered the game. There were 2 weeks remaining, and he needed to establish as much of an advantage as possible during that time. He brought breakfast for Zhou Xiaopeng. "Hey, I'm logging off to eat," he announced. Zhou Xiaopeng did not log off. It seemed he was preoccupied with tasks. Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry. The 2 bounties simply required him to be killed 200 times. He estimated it would take a while longer to conclude, so he reopened the forum. The post about the peerless Good Samaritan from the Dragon Kingdom had already ascended to the top of the trending searches. Not only players from the Dragon Kingdom, but also those from other nations had taken notice. "This is so unfair. Why doesn't our great stick empire have such a person? Oh God, please bless us with a player of millions of red name value in our great rice empire." Players from various servers were envious. Black iron weapons were already impressive. Here, the reward was bronze equipment, 2 pieces, no less. Not only that, but there are also 20 freedom attribute points. Even a single kill could create a significant disparity between ordinary players. Lin Tianhao perused the forum for a while when Zhou Xiaopeng dashed over, brimming with excitement. "Brother Hao, have you heard about the Welfare Bureau? Are you in Blackwind City? It's absolutely exhilarating. Defeating that notorious player rewards 2 pieces of bronze equipment and 20 freedom attribute points. I managed to achieve a fortunate kill with my double slash technique. Given your strength, securing multiple kills should pose no challenge at all." Noticing Zhou Xiaopeng's enthusiasm, Lin Tianhao cleared his throat. "Have those 2 bounty missions concluded yet?" "Not yet, but it's coming soon. I've already made over 100 kills." Lin Tianhao sighed, pondering the sluggish pace of these players. Are they really that slow? Not exactly. It's just that several major guilds have arrived, each one cunningly holding back their skills, hoping to secure the final blow. Everyone was intent on stealing the kill, saving their skills, which inadvertently slowed down the process. Lin Tianhao rubbed his temples, realizing that these players were treating the notorious player as mere experience fodder. Yet, it was peculiar. One could not help but wonder what heinous deeds had led to such a staggering 1 million notoriety points. Perhaps he destroyed a novice village. Lin Tianhao mused with a sigh. "Wow, now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. Only the annihilation of a novice village could yield such high notoriety points." Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. "All right then, I'll log into the game." After a brief moment of hesitation, he retrieved his phone and quietly posted a message. "The notorious player is actually a good person. Let us spare him after the mission." He crafted an engaging title and began to write fervently. Chapter 52, a reduced version of the Death Ledger. The emergence of this notorious player has positioned our Dragon Kingdom ahead of the global curve, granting us an additional 300 pieces of bronze equipment and 3,000 freedom attribute points. His greatness is beyond verbal expression. I strongly advocate for his release from the city upon mission completion. Who knows, he might benefit us in the future. In homage to this remarkable, notorious player, having polished the content, Lin Tianhao sent it off. There was no alternative. He truly feared that some impassioned players might catch him and unleash a wave of slaughter, which would be quite a headache. However, Unbeknownst to Lin Tianhao, major clubs, consortiums, and government officials convened for an urgent meeting. Furthermore, his million notoriety points likely stemmed from some grievous actions, such as annihilating a novice village and slaying its inhabitants. The likelihood of this was high. His resistance was nearly non-existent, and anyone capable of decimating a novice village would likely possess formidable output. With high health and damage, his potential was immense. Once this mission concluded, it was imperative to recruit him into our ranks. The consensus among the various factions was clear. Lin Tianhao harbored significant potential worth courting. Nonetheless, it was not an absolute certainty. Some factions contended that with his current notoriety points, it would be exceedingly difficult to clear them before reaching the second or even third-class transition. In the future, should he die even once, he would inevitably regress to level 1, losing all equipment, rendering his efforts futile. As time progressed, leveling up would only become increasingly arduous. Upon reaching a red name value indicating death, one would descend a level. 1,000,000 red name points are beyond imagination. Inside a rental apartment, Lin Tianhao, after posting, chose to log in. Once online, he disregarded the players surrounding him. Let them attack, for it bore no significant consequence for him. Moreover, defeating him would grant these players rewards, thereby enhancing the strength of the Dragon Kingdom region, which he could tolerate. His purpose for logging in this time was to submit a quest. Ding! You have completed the task of releasing the Drought Demon. Quest rewards: 50 free attribute points. Blessing of the Gods, X1. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath and utilized the Blessing of the Gods. Ding! You have received the Blessing of the Gods. Due to your excessively high red name value, the blessing has undergone a transformation. Ding! You have received the Blessing of Lady Hutu. As before, a dark red beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao? The Book of Life and Death? Surely, this must be an incredibly powerful artifact. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom is aware of the formidable nature of the Book of Life and Death. However, it remains uncertain how this version compares to the legendary tome from myth. The Book of Life and Death, a divine equipment, is exclusively wearable by the Snow Empress and cannot be dropped, gifted, transferred, or traded. Its effect allows you to inscribe the name of any entity, limited to one person, upon it. The individual inscribed in the Book of Life and Death, regardless of their location, will suffer a real damage of 10,000 plus 1% of their maximum health every second, continuing until their demise. Its durability is indestructible. Indeed, this is merely a weakened version of the Book of Life and Death. Nevertheless, it remains exceedingly formidable. As long as one knows a name, they can launch a remote attack. The base damage dealt each second is 10,000, augmented by an additional 1% of health. While this enhancement may seem trivial to other players, it is entirely different for Lin Tianhao. With over 400,000 health points, 1% translates to over 4,000. Furthermore, he could continue to augment his maximum health in the future. For other players, the utility of this equipment is rather average since it comes with a limitation. One must write down a name. As a reborn individual, Lin Tianhao is familiar with most names from his previous life. This signifies that he can hunt these individuals remotely. Moreover, Lin Tianhao contemplated some intriguing strategies, a sly smile forming on his face. While Lin Tianhao was engrossed in his contemplation, the bounty task finally concluded. The players gradually departed, though a few lingered. One approached and calmly said, "Hello, I am Shura Iza from the Shura Guild. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our guild? The benefits are negotiable." As his voice faded, another chimed in, "Hey there, come join our Jinghong Guild. We have plenty of beautiful ladies in our guild. Go away, little brother. Our Berserker Guild is undoubtedly your best choice. Join us, and we'll help you clear your notorious reputation." A few individuals began to clamor. Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. "When you first attacked me, you showed no mercy whatsoever." The group exchanged awkward chuckles. "Come on, this isn't entirely our fault. When you logged off for a meal, we seized the opportunity to acquire so much equipment and free attribute points. You didn't suffer any losses, did you?" Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I had matters to attend to offline. Consider my death a contribution to the Dragon Country players. However, I have no intention of joining your guild. I'm leaving." He was not keen on wasting time with these individuals, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to, supporting Princess Leona in her ascension to the throne of the Star Kingdom. This was of paramount importance. His potential to achieve divinity hinged greatly on this. The sooner he aided Princess Leona in becoming the ruler of the Star Kingdom, the sooner he could acquire the power of incense. If he could secure this power early in the game, When the cataclysm struck and the elite star system launched its assault, he would possess greater strength. The power of incense was distinct from attribute power. Its level surpassed that of attribute power by a considerable margin. During the cataclysm, Lin Tianhao had witnessed a formidable figure from the elite star system wielding the power of incense, slaying 3 ninth-turn powerhouses with a single stroke. Such might was truly alarming. Emerging from Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao made his way to a less populated area. His notorious reputation attracted attention wherever he went. It was not until he reached the territory of the level 20 green venomous spiders that he finally halted. As he came to a stop, the temperature around him plummeted suddenly. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Princess Leona, you have finally arrived. Am I amusing to watch as I suffer?" Princess Leona offered a non-committal smile. "What else would you expect? Is there anything I can assist you with? If I lend you a hand, the kingdom's ministers will label me as an accomplice to wickedness. How then can I compete for the throne?" Lin Tianhao waved his hand. "Speak plainly. What do you need from me?" Chapter 53. A decision that risks the future. "Be straightforward," Lin Tianhao urged. Princess Leona replied solemnly, "In our star kingdom, there's a Blackwind Mountain, home to a band of ruthless bandits. I hope you can help me eradicate them." Ding. Princess Leona has assigned you a quest. Quest objective: eliminate the Blackwind bandit camp. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The Blackwind bandit camp is a level 30 area. With your strength, you should have a chance. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Princess Leona's expression shifted. "Is there a problem?" "Yes. Hunting a level 30 bandit camp is merely child's play. How can it be deemed a significant achievement? Others will merely regard you as a buffoon seeking attention." Lin Tianhao's candid remarks caused Princess Leona's expression to darken. "I am well aware, but given your current situation, eliminating the Blackwind bandit camp should be your limit." Lin Tianhao shook his head once more. "Who told you that eradicating the Blackwind bandit camp is the limit? If I were to tell you that I could slay the sealed son of the demon king, Grellerin, would you believe it? This is impossible," Leona instinctively exclaimed. "Grellerin remains in a state of sealing. How do you intend to kill him? Are you planning to break the seal?" "No one will allow you to do so." Lin Tianhao maintained his smile. "Indeed, he is sealed, but I am aware that the seal has begun to show cracks, and the group of night stalkers in the demon lair is poised to act, eager to rescue Grellerin." Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Leona's expression grew increasingly serious. "Snow Emperor, how do you know all of this?" Lin Tianhao chuckled. "Does it truly matter?" Leona took a deep breath, refraining from further inquiry, and instead spoke earnestly. "Are you truly capable of killing Grellerin without breaking the seal?" "Indeed. Do not lead me astray." Leona still harbored some concern, for what Lin Tianhao claimed was utterly extraordinary. If it were indeed possible to slay Grellerin without destroying the seal, the Star Kingdom would have already taken action, and we wouldn't have to wait until now. "I am an adventurer. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Of course, if you do not believe me, then consider it as if I had said nothing." Lin Tianhao shrugged. If Leona continued to doubt him, he could easily support another princess to ascend the throne. "I believe you." After a moment of hesitation, Leona's gaze solidified with determination. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. "You have made the right choice." Leona felt a momentary pause in her breath. For reasons unknown, she had a strong premonition that had she questioned Lin Tianhao once more, she would risk losing her claim to the throne. After bidding farewell to Leona, Lin Tianhao resolved to level up first. Reducing his notoriety, even slightly, would be beneficial. Green Venom Spider, Common, level 20. Health 2450. Attack 108. Skills, Web Binding, Venom Arrow. The common monsters in the Twilight of the Gods are relatively friendly, with attributes that are generally low. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and shot an arrow. 2450 ding. You have slain the Green Venom Spider, gaining 400 experience points. Ding. You have reached level 2. Slaying monsters above his level indeed offered substantial experience rewards. A single common monster provided 400 experience points. Next, Lin Tianhao shot another arrow. Lightning jump struck, affecting 18 surrounding Green Venom Spiders. With over 2,000 health points, they could not withstand Lin Tianhao's assault, all perishing instantly. Ding. You have reached level 3. Ding. You have reached level 4. After regaining the levels lost, no free attribute points can be obtained. It is merely a straightforward increase in level. Lin Tianhao continued to train here. Meanwhile, in the palace hall of the Star Kingdom, Princess Leona voiced her thoughts, which immediately provoked a chorus of laughter. "Leona, my dear sister, has the drought spirit burned your brain in the novice village? What nonsense are you spouting?" Qing Fuyun mocked with a playful expression. As the second princess of the Star Kingdom, she had always been cultivating her own influence within the realm, a formidable contender for the throne. Princess Leona, should you not contemplate your words before speaking? Is it feasible to eliminate Grellerinson without shattering the seal? Upon the throne, the aged King Abella raised his hand, silencing those who had prepared to mock Leona. Leona, as members of the royal family, we must weigh our capabilities before we speak or act. Have you considered the consequences should you fail? Leona inhaled deeply, having anticipated such a scenario upon her arrival. Her choice to be here signified her unwavering trust in Lin Tianhao. Father, mother, I speak with the utmost confidence in my ability to succeed. As soon as Leona finished her declaration, Qing Fuyun interjected, questioning her. What if you cannot achieve this? What then? King Abella turned his gaze towards Leona, asserting that a punishment must be established. Otherwise, anyone could come to the hall and speak recklessly, undermining our royal dignity. Leona clenched her teeth, realizing that she was committed to her course of action. If I fail, I shall willingly relinquish my claim to the throne. Ultimately, she uttered those words. Without a clear resolution, these individuals would not relent. Upon hearing this, Qing Fuyun could not suppress a smile, relishing the prospect of one less rival. As for whether Leona could indeed eliminate Grellerinson without destroying the seal, was that even possible? Absolutely not. The court was filled with various thoughts. Yet most felt a sense of satisfaction. With one less contender, their positions became more tenable. King Abella, however, appeared somewhat astonished. His thoughts were akin to those of Qing Fuyun, though he pondered even more deeply. Would Leona make such a bold statement if she had no confidence at all? Furthermore, she invoked her status as a candidate for the throne as a guarantee. Consequently, Abella believed that Leona must possess a hidden advantage. Very well, Leona, I look forward to your success in eliminating Grellerinson. If you succeed, the Celestial Merchant Guild of our Star Kingdom shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Chapter 54. The Palace Coup, the Nightwalker Strikes. Upon hearing this, the assembly within the hall was filled with astonishment, especially Princess Qing Fuyun, whose expression darkened immediately. The Celestial Merchant Guild, the economic backbone of the Star Kingdom, accounted for over a third of its financial revenue, which speaks volumes. Yet in an instant, Qing Fuyun regained her composure. The promise Leona made was utterly unattainable. What could their father's assurances accomplish? Could Leona truly attain it? No, she cannot. On the contrary, Leona would likely lose her identity as a candidate for the throne. Yes, father, I shall not fail your expectations. Leona bowed respectfully. Qing Fuyun sneered, saying, Sister, I shall congratulate you in advance on becoming the president of the Celestial Merchant Guild. While her words conveyed a semblance of congratulations, the mockery was unmistakable. Thank you. Leona did not even glance at Qing Fuyun, bowing once more to King Abella. Father, your son shall prepare at once. With that, Leona took her leave, heading straight for the spawning ground of the green venom spider. Upon her arrival, she witnessed Lin Tianhao effortlessly evading the venomous attacks of the green venom spider king with his nimble movements. In a swift motion, he loosed an arrow that pierced through the creature's maw. Ding! You have achieved an over-level kill of the green venom spider king, earning 17,658 experience points. And the achievement for the Snowy Snow Guild is 200. Ding! You have leveled up to level 12, granting you 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the green venom spider king. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. A server-wide announcement echoed. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the first kill of the green venom spider king. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao, accustomed to such accolades, proceeded to loot the corpse while inquiring, How is it? One day, he replied calmly. What do you mean, one day? Leona asked, momentarily bewildered. Within one day, the Demon King's son, Grellerin's son, shall perish, and the sound of his defeat will resonate throughout the Star Kingdom. Leona's eyes widened in disbelief. Within one day, to slay the sealed Grellerin's son? She increasingly felt that Lin Tianhao was toying with her, though she could not fathom his reasons. Very well, if you succeed, I shall receive a grand reward, and you too will be greatly rewarded, she affirmed with a nod. Having chosen Lin Tianhao over the village chief during her time in the novice village, she now placed her entire faith in him, committing herself to this audacious endeavor. With no option of retreat, she realized that her extended stay in the novice village necessitated a bold gamble for the throne. After Leona departed, Lin Tianhao quietly retrieved the Book of Life and Death, inscribing Grellerin Sen's name upon its pages. In the Star Kingdom, beneath the wellspring of shattered stars, the son of the Demon King, Grelleran's son, lay sealed. The seal now bore cracks, and two elderly figures in white robes stood guard. The most formidable array mages of the Star Kingdom, tirelessly reinforcing the seal. Yet, their efforts proved futile, as the primordial magic from the Demon King's bloodline relentlessly eroded the seal. Their endurance thus far was remarkable. After parting ways with Lin Tianhao, Leona arrived at this location. Eager to witness how he would manage to slay the sealed Grelleran senator just as she settled in, she noticed Qing Fuyun nearby. With a warm smile, Qing Fuyun approached. "Sister, you have arrived. I am quite curious to see how you intend to defeat Grelleran senator, then keep your eyes wide open," Leona replied, sitting down and closing her eyes to rest. Observing this, Qing Fuyun snorted lightly and also settled down a short distance away. In the shadows, numerous pairs of eyes were likewise watching the unfolding scene. It is a sword of Damocles hanging above the Kingdom of Stars. Moreover, the recent affairs concerning Grelleran are intricately tied to the royal succession. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands that Leona would never foolishly forsake her candidacy for the throne. Therefore, she must possess some assurance. As a result, all eyes are now watching with bated breath. Suddenly, the expressions of the two elderly men in white robes shifted dramatically, for the sealing array began to tremble ever so slightly. An enraged voice reverberated from beneath the star-shattering abyss. Damn it, what have you done to me? Why is this happening?" Grelleran, trapped within the seal, was in a feeble state, his vitality reduced to less than a third of its peak. He had originally planned to corrode the sealing formation with his primordial magic and break free to wreak havoc. Yet now, he found himself losing health. 14,654. 14,654. The loss was alarmingly steady, over 14,000 damage per second, amounting to over 800,000 in a minute and 50 million in an hour. At this rate, with his current vitality, he would not last half an hour before meeting his demise. Grelleran roared in frustration. However, in his sealed state, he was utterly powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as his health dwindled. His furious cries reached the ears of many nearby, drawing countless gazes towards Leona. Shock, disbelief, and fury coalesced in their expressions. Those who were particularly enraged were those who had vested interests opposing Leona, such as Qing Fuyun. Furthermore, the lurking nightwalkers within the palace, upon hearing the wrathful cries of their demon lord's son, were equally filled with fury and astonishment. Nonetheless, Leona, the focal point of attention, feigned calmness, projecting an air of control over the situation. In truth, however, her heart was tumultuous with disbelief at how Lin Tianhao had accomplished this. Following his outburst, Grelleran descended into panic. He was furious, but utterly powerless. His health continued to plummet. "What the hell are you doing? Attack now. If this continues, I shall perish." Grelleran could no longer restrain himself, his voice rising in frantic roars. The Nightwalkers, concealed within the palace, tore off their disguises upon hearing Grelleran's voice and sprang into action. Not far away, a soldier suddenly plunged his sword into his comrade's back, a swift and brutal betrayal. The assaulted soldier's eyes widened in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, in that moment of disbelief, the assailant severed his head with another stroke. Chapter 55, Concealed Intentions, a Lethal Strike. This was but one scene unfolding in this very moment. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Nightwalkers revealed themselves simultaneously, charging towards the star-shattering abyss. They were almost frenzied, unafraid of death, their movements swift and their strength formidable. In an instant, they had closed in on the star-shattering abyss. Upon witnessing this, Leona, a glimmer of cold light flashed across her eyes. "How audacious! How dare you act against the royal palace?" As her words fell, she stepped forward, and frost instantly spread forth. The foremost few Nightwalkers were instantly encased in ice, and moments later, the ice sculptures shattered violently, resulting in the immediate demise of several Nightwalkers. Qing Fuyun was not to be outdone. A staff materialized in her grasp. She waved her staff, murmuring incantations that were obscure and cryptic. Subsequently, the bodies of the advancing Nightwalkers began to explode, not in a gory spectacle of blood, but transforming into blocks of ice. At that moment, the palace guards finally reacted, quickly regrouping to mount a resistance. Just then, a lithe woman among the Nightwalkers surged forth like a wraith. Whoosh! A dagger, emanating a green glow, flew from her hand, evidently laced with poison. The dagger split into 9, which then divided into 81, striking the palace guards who were caught off guard, rendering them not immediately dead, but rather petrified. The venom of Medusa. Qing Fuyun's complexion paled as she once again swung her staff. 18 crystalline chains of ice spread from all directions. aiming to bind the female assassin. Yet the assassin's speed was so swift that she became a blur to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, she was already behind Qing Fu Yun. Qing Fu Yun's expression shifted in alarm. Her body suddenly exploded into snowflakes, drifting away, only to reconstitute moments later. However, cold sweat now adorned her forehead. Had she been a moment slower, she would have faced petrification. The female assassin's attack missed, but Leona's strike was already upon her. A massive, icy magic circle materialized above the assassin, unleashing countless ice spikes. Attempting to flee, the assassin found her legs beginning to freeze. Boom! She slammed her palm against the ground, shattering the ice, and transformed into a mere afterimage, charging toward Leona. Leona's expression shifted slightly. As a mage, she dreaded high-output assassins, especially when no one stood before her to protect her. Just as before, the assassin appeared behind her in an instant, a poisoned dagger aimed at her. Clink! A sharp sound echoed as the dagger struck against the ice shield. The immense ice shield instantly cracked, soon to shatter. By the time the ice shield collapsed, Leona had vanished from sight. After forcing Leona back, the female assassin did not pursue further, but instead became a blur, racing toward the shattered starwell. Her objective was not murder, but to break the seal of the shattered starwell. Stop her! Leona cried out. In the distance, Qing Fu Yun raised her staff, poised to act. Yet, as if struck by a thought, her raised hand hesitated. The earlier reaction of Grey Lorenzen proved that Leona must have employed some method to harm him. If she obstructed these Nightwalkers, Leona would indeed kill Grey Lorenzen, which would be beneficial for the Astral Kingdom. However, for her, Qing Fu Yun, it was far from advantageous. At this moment, Leona could not afford to consider anything else. She was acutely aware of the pros and cons at play. Thus, she must thwart the assassin. Behind her, a pair of icy wings materialized, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they surged toward the female assassin. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a pitch-black tentacle swiftly ensnared her. Dark magic. Leona seethed with fury as the elemental forces of ice erupted around her, shattering the bonds of the shadowy tendril. Yet, the assassin had already reached the two elderly men in white robes. The dagger sliced through the air. The two elders remained unfazed, and as the dagger drew perilously close, it suddenly halted. Immediately thereafter, the assassin collapsed to her knees. A formation appeared above her head, and she felt as though an immense mountain had been placed upon her, rendering her immobile. Just as she was subdued, another figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a shroud of darkness, his form flickering uncertainly as he darted toward the shattered starwell. Leona let out a furious roar, the call of the Frost Ice Maiden. She raised both hands above her head, and in an instant, snowflakes began to swirl through the air. Wherever the snow fell, all Nightwalkers were encased in ice, including the erratic shadow that had been frozen. Sister, act now, Leona urged. She had immobilized the shadow, granting Qing Fu Yun the opportunity to unleash her formidable spell. Qing Fu Yun's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated Leona's reckless expenditure of her primal energy. Yet, if she refrained from acting now, it would be too disingenuous. Boom! A vortex of ice and snow materialized beneath the assassin, engulfing her. Leona's expression turned grim. The assassin was already constrained by the two formation masters. At this moment, attacking the shadow was the most prudent choice. However, she had no time for contemplation, as the shadow had already broken free from the frost and was racing toward the shattered starwell. Leona found herself unable to continue her assault. The two formation masters had not expected Qing Fu Yun to strike at the assassin at this distance. They were unable to conjure a powerful formation to suppress the shadow in time. Leona clenched her fists, aware that powerful beings from the Star Kingdom lurked in the shadows, choosing not to intervene, allowing them to feign absence. After all, many shared the same intentions as Qing Fu Yun. If Leona were to rise, they would have to reconsider their allegiances. Thus, the optimal strategy was to prevent Leona from ascending, ensuring that the equilibrium of the Star Kingdom remained unaltered. Leona's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within. Had she discerned their intentions? Would they resort to their hidden cards? A potent force began to awaken within Leona's core. If no one intervened at the final moment, even if she were to reveal her trump card, she must still obstruct the shadow. How audacious! At that moment, a furious shout echoed, and a general clad in ice armor, wielding an ice sword, descended from the heavens. As she touched the ground, an icy aura radiated outward in all directions. The ordinary Nightwalkers, affected by the chill, were instantly frozen and subsequently shattered into fragments of ice. The shadow, Upon witnessing the arrival of the newcomer, like a mouse fleeing from a cat, the shadows scurried in a frenzied panic. However, the general, wielding an icy sword, unleashed a chilling blade of frost that cleaved the shadow in two, transforming it into two exquisite ice sculptures. Subsequently, with a deft flick of her sword, the sculptures shattered simultaneously. After this display, the general's gaze swept over Leona and King Fuyan. All you do is vie for power and engage in petty schemes. Look at your abilities now. Chapter 56. The King's Trial, Black Wind Stronghold. King Fuyan and Leona, reprimanded by the general, instinctively lowered their heads. Sister, I shall strive harder. King Fuyan declared. Is this how you play your games? With such calculated scheming for power? I will certainly report this to father. You should take heed. With that, Tixuejin turned and departed. Seeing this, King Fuyan felt a surge of urgency. Sister, I acknowledge my mistakes. Yet, Tixuejin offered no chance for explanation and continued on her way. Once Tixuejin had left, King Fuyan gritted her teeth, murmuring, what pretense? Attempting to eliminate me as a rival while speaking so grandiosely. It's baffling. Why strike when you could simply dismiss the third sister? Her voice was low, yet the resentment in her eyes was unmistakable. Just as her words faded, a soft voice resonated behind her. Yinner, you are being foolish. Startled, King Fuyan turned to see her mother. Queen Fudan sighed. Yinner, this is the royal palace. Even if you all refrain from action, what turmoil could these night stalkers possibly incite? King Fuyan's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon her. Within the palace, where skilled warriors abound, why did none intervene when the night stalkers attacked? Was it reluctance, or perhaps a directive from someone? Clearly, it was the latter. Even if some chose not to act, her father's trusted confidants would surely intervene. Yet they did not. The reasoning became all too clear. This was a test of loyalty orchestrated by her father. The roar of Grella Linson ignited concern within King Fuyan that Leona might truly kill him. She did not wish for Leona to take such a drastic step, and in that moment, she became so flustered that she overlooked the most critical issue. Her grand attack targeted the female assassin rather than a shadowy figure, revealing her intentions far too plainly. Mother, what should we do now? King Fuyan asked, her voice tinged with panic. Her sister, Tixuejin, already held significant influence in the kingdom, and if Leona continued to rise, coupled with her performance today, the throne would likely slip from her grasp. Let's go. There is some truth in what your sister said. You are far too weak indeed. As she spoke, Fudan Yu's gaze fell upon Leona. Her eyes were profound, seemingly able to pierce through Leona as facade. Mother, Leona managed to force a smile. The woman before her was not her biological mother. The departure of her true mother was even connected to Fudan Yu. Were it not for their current presence in the royal palace, they could have directly confronted one another. Nar, my beloved daughter, you have endured much hardship in these years away. When you find the time, do visit me at my Listening Rain pavilion. Leona bowed respectfully, promising to see her daughter once she completed her tasks. Their conversation concluded, and Fiadinu departed with King Fuyan. Leona let out a sigh of relief. The pressure she felt in the presence of the queen was immense, even surpassing that which she experienced with her own father. Outside the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Tianhao finally arrived, having accepted the task assigned by Leona. However, there was another motive for his journey. Within this stronghold lay a hidden quest, one that could reward a boost to the luck attribute. The luck attribute remains concealed, thus during the early to mid-game, few players pay it any heed. Yet Lin Tianhao understood its significance profoundly. An enhancement in the luck attribute brings about improvements across the board, albeit not reflected directly in the attribute panel. This is why many players in the early to mid-game overlook the importance of luck. Moreover, certain special quests necessitate a minimum level of the luck attribute to be triggered. Without it, even the most thorough guides would fail. The Black Wind Bandit, common, has 36, 803 health points and an attack power of 251. With skills such as Chain Slash and Upward Strike, Lin Tianhao sighed, finding these attributes quite feeble. He released an arrow. Ding! You have achieved a level-up kill on the Black Wind Bandit, earning 476 experience points. Ding! You have achieved a level-up kill on the Black Wind Bandit, earning 476 experience points. With a single arrow, he triggered Thunder Leap, annihilating all 6 Black Wind Bandits stationed before the stronghold. By vanquishing these 6 bandits, he accumulated 3 additional health points. The efficiency in slaying monsters was commendable, yet the accumulation of health points felt somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. The second in command of the Black Wind Stronghold was a robust tank with ample health, ideal for farming health points. After eliminating the 6 bandits, the main gate of the Black Wind Stronghold swiftly closed and no further bandits appeared. These humanoid bandits exhibited remarkable intelligence from the damage Lin Tianhao had just demonstrated. They understood the futility of confrontation. Who goes there? State your name, called out a head, peering over the gate. I am your ancestor. Bang. The formidable force of his attack created a gaping hole in the gate. Witnessing this, the bandit atop the gate timidly remarked, "Little brother, we bear no grievances nor enmity. There is no need for such hostility, is there?" Whoosh. The response was a cold, feathered arrow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The gate continued to be riddled with holes. This is intolerable. You little brat, do you truly believe our Blackwind stronghold is unguarded? With that, bandits emerged from the gate, bows drawn, ready to retaliate against Lin Tianhao. An exchange of fire? Lin Tianhao smiled wryly. With over 400,000 health points, he had little fear of such confrontations. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows for arrows. In but 4 arrows in the span of a mere second, all the bandits of the Blackwind stronghold were vanquished by Lin Tianhao. The reason was simple. Lin Tianhao had activated 2 successive lightning leaps. After dispatching the bandits above, he continued his assault on the gate. Before the gate could succumb to his relentless attack, it was forcefully kicked open from within. You little brat, you tread upon the path of heaven, yet refuse to follow it, and now intrude upon our hellish domain. Today, we shall show you the might of the Blackwind stronghold. As the words echoed, a bald, muscular man charged forth, leading over 100 bandits from the Blackwind stronghold. The third in command of the Blackwind stronghold, Heidi, boasted level 30, with a health pool of 375,000 and an attack power of 1,998. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The attributes of his foes were disappointingly weak. With a swift twang of his bow, an immense damage figure materialized above the third in command's head. Critical hit, 28,384. Chapter 57, Slaying Grello Linson, a windfall of experience. Having recently reached level 12, Lin Tianhao donned a clear wind set once more. Coupled with the enhancements from the 9 Harmony longbow, he was now capable of releasing 7 arrows per second. Under his precise onslaught, nearly every arrow struck with critical force. The formidable level 30 Heidi fell within less than 3 seconds, unable to unleash even a single skill or basic attack. Furthermore, due to the repercussions of his lightning leaps, many of the bandits that had emerged alongside their leader had already perished. Congratulations, you have defeated the third in command of the Blackwind stronghold, earning 580 experience points and 300 guild achievement points. To achieve such a feat at level 12 against a level 30 adversary was indeed absurd. Not long after his ascent to level 12, the experience bar surged by a third upon vanquishing the third in command. Congratulations, you have slain the third in command of the Blackwind stronghold. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to hide your name? No. A server-wide proclamation echoed throughout the Starry Kingdom. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the Blackwind stronghold's third in command. We encourage all players to strive for excellence. The announcement reverberated across the realm, startling many. Goodness, Shwedi has risen like a thunderous storm, accomplishing the first kill of a level 30 character. Is the third in command of the Blackwind stronghold truly level 30? I was unaware. Isn't the highest on the leaderboard only level 19? Who dares to venture into a level 30 map? Those major guilds have long since dispatched assassins to scout the area and gather strategies. For a price, one can acquire these guides. However, shouldn't the game master provide an explanation? Shwedi is online, proving his prowess. The chatter continued unabated. In Blackwind City, the game master, engrossed in battling level 15 goblins, also caught wind of the server-wide announcement. His expression shifted slightly. He could easily surmise that disparaging comments would soon flood the internet. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Due to his completion of a concealed task, he acquired a talent Awakening Stone, which awakened a fixed star-level Earth talent, granting him 5-fold free attribute points. While others would gain 5 free attribute points upon leveling up, he would receive an astonishing 25, equivalent to the advancement of 5 levels for others. Snow Empress. Once I elevate my level and harness the power of these free attribute points to forge formidable attributes, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. The game designer held this belief firmly. For this was an Earth-level talent, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianhao, chaos ensued in the Blackwind stronghold as the bandits fled. Lin Tianhao, he was aware that the humanoid monsters from the Twilight of the Gods possessed a considerable intellect. But what was happening here? Had they abandoned their stronghold? As Lin Tianhao pursued into the depths of the hideout, he discovered that the chief, the second in command, and the bandit lackeys had all made a hasty retreat. They fled in a disarrayed manner. As Lin Tianhao chased after them, he had already gathered over 20 pieces of equipment. Was this truly the bandits? This was disappointing. They were far too cowardly. The Black Wind stronghold was nestled against an endless mountain range, making it challenging to track them down, thus wasting valuable time. However, their frantic escape suggested that the stronghold likely housed numerous treasures. Surveying the area, Lin Tianhao pinpointed the location of the warehouse. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find thousands of standard weapons. What are standard weapons, you may ask? They are uniformly crafted weapons with consistent attributes, typically possessing low base attributes, designed for equipping ordinary troops. What purpose did the Black Wind stronghold have in forging such an extensive array of standard equipment? Lin Tianhao pondered, yet he decided to store all these weapons in the guild's warehouse. Could it be that the Black Wind stronghold had colluded with a prominent figure from the Star Kingdom? On the surface, it appeared to be merely a bandit outpost, but in reality, it could serve as the private militia of a significant individual. This was entirely plausible. Lin Tianhao proceeded to explore other rooms, but found nothing of value within them. Suddenly, at the entrance of the chief's chamber, he stumbled upon a letter, seemingly left behind in haste. Perhaps it was something the chief had intended to take, but dropped while fleeing. Picking up the missive, Lin Tianhao instinctively opened it. Today, the king tested the three princesses. Qing Fuyun, with her innocent thoughts, failed to see through the essence of the matter, inciting the king's displeasure. You must expedite the crafting of 3,000 long spears for unforeseen circumstances. Before Lin Tianhao could ponder further, the system notification rang out. Ding! You have defeated the Demon King's son, Greyloren's son, gaining 20,300,000 experience points and 180,000 guild achievement points. Ding! You have reached level 13, earning 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 14, earning 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 19, earning 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 20, earning 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have met the requirements for class advancement. You cannot continue to gain experience points until you complete your class change. Please proceed with the class change as soon as possible. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brows. For although he was aware that he could not gain experience points before the class change, he still felt an overwhelming sense of loss. The sound of the level up notification had barely faded when another alert for the guild upgrade chimed in. Ding! Your guild has been elevated to 2 stars. All members receive a 20 increase in attack power. Ding! Your guild has ascended to 3 stars. All members gain a speed boost of 3. Ding! Your guild has reached 4 stars. All members enjoy a 1 increase in attack speed. Ding! Your guild has attained 5 stars. All members gain an additional 10,000 health points. The higher the guild level, the greater the benefits it bestows. Nonetheless, upon reviewing the attributes bestowed by his guild, Lin Tianhao felt a sense of satisfaction. The boosts in speed, attack speed, and health were all advantageous to him. The rapid ascent to 5 stars was indeed impressive. Defeating such high-quality foes yielded truly generous rewards. Alas, the spoils were not his to claim. Otherwise, the benefits would have been even greater. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the Demon King's offspring, Greyloren's. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal it. While he bore no fear of other players discovering his feat, the situation was quite different. He wished for neither the people of the Star Kingdom nor those aligned with the Demon King to be aware of it. The server-wide announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to the player, whose name is concealed, for completing the first kill of the Demon King's offspring, Greyloren's. We encourage all players to strive for further achievements." Chapter 58. The Bounty on the Demon King Grievulent. In the royal palace at the Starfall Well, Leona's face lit up with excitement upon hearing the announcement echo through the skies of the Star Kingdom. It has been accomplished. In the Hall of Listening Terrain, King Abelar gazed toward the direction of the Starfall Well, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the Hall of Listening Terrain, King Fuyun's expression darkened. "Mother, Greyloren's is dead. I am aware." Fuyun took a deep breath. "For now, you shall remain here in the Hall of Listening Terrain and not wander about recklessly. But what of the throne? Will there be no competition? No competition? The throne is solely yours." Fuyun shot a disapproving glare at King Fuyun, urging her to think more critically before acting. Tixuagen was already in a position of power, and with Leona having slain Greyloren's, she would undoubtedly gain favor. Your best course of action now is to diminish your presence and allow them to engage in their deadly rivalry. King Fuyun's eyes brightened at her mother's wisdom. Deep within the ice and snow great forest, A magnificent palace resonated with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. A surge of demonic energy ascended, forming a colossal mark in the sky. The mark condensed and shrank, ultimately manifesting as a black rune. Bloodline resonance. Pursue the culprit for miles. The demonic rune surged forth. After vanquishing the Demon King's offspring, Lin Tianhao quietly opened his attribute page to review his current stats. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 20, awaiting job change. Occupation: Archer. Experience: 462. 589, 462, 589. Health: 100. Attack: 2, 129. Magic power: 5. Armor: 3. Magic resistance: 1. Attack speed: 812. Movement speed: 1, 425. Physical penetration: 0. Magic penetration: 0. Special attribute: Lifesteal 5, critical hit rate 55. Free attributes: 100. Luck hidden. The Guild, Solitary Snow Guild, 5 stars, boasts the talent hand of Divine Punishment, Super God level. Its equipment includes a 9-fold longbow, gold, gentle breeze set, bronze, bloodthirsty necklace, special, purification jade pendant, special, eye of innocence, special, and the Book of Life and Death, divine gift. The overall attributes have undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. At this moment, Lin Tianhao felt an ominous premonition as he gazed towards the heavens. There, a mark emanating dark energy was swiftly approaching from a distance. Sensing this, Lin Tianhao was overwhelmed by a strong sense of foreboding. Without hesitation, he stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse, fearing that if he were to be instantly eliminated by this sudden mark, he would at least retain his gear. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the rune surged into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding! You have been marked by the Demon King Greveland. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted suddenly. This was disastrous. As expected, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Nationwide announcement. The Demon King Greveland has placed a bounty on the marked adventurer. Players are encouraged to hunt down the marked adventurer. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. Another nationwide bounty task. Yet in that instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. While he was meek within the main city, outside its walls, should anyone dare to trouble him, they would regret it. With his current attributes, unless all those with divine talents awaken their abilities, who could possibly contend with him in the wild? The Demon King Greveland. You say? Once I leave the Star Kingdom, I shall certainly seek you out for a little fun. Just when I was pondering whom to engage for health recovery. Your arrival is indeed timely. A flicker of cold light passed through Lin Tianhao's eyes. He recalled the corpse energy collection bottle he had obtained in the novice village, which was said to trigger a special quest upon gathering sufficient corpse energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully collected enough corpse energy, triggering the special quest footprints of the snow corpse. The task requires finding the hidden dungeon footprints of the snow corpse and clearing it before the second job transfer. The higher the difficulty of the first clear, the more generous the rewards. If cleared at hell level difficulty, there's a chance to trigger subsequent tasks. There are no penalties for the task, and the rewards remain unknown. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow, as he had never heard of this dungeon before. It was completely unfamiliar. The only conclusion was that this dungeon had not been discovered in his previous life. This was not surprising. Hidden dungeons and tasks in the Twilight of the Gods have specific triggering conditions, and it is entirely possible that they were never activated. Setting aside thoughts of the quest, what Lin Tianhao should focus on now was his job transfer. Without completing this transfer, he could not continue to level up. He was aware of 4 divine hidden classes for archers, but he only knew the strategies for 2. After all, not everyone would share the strategies for the hidden classes they had obtained. However, Lin Tianhao was aware of one archer's legendary hidden class within the capital of the Star Kingdom, Tianqing City. With his current notoriety, the city guards would never permit him entry, thus preventing him from triggering the class advancement quest for that legendary hidden profession. As for the other option, it lay beyond the borders of the Star Kingdom, a place he could not yet access. After defeating the Demon Lord's son, Greylorin's son, Lin Tianhao's notoriety decreased by 20,000, yet he still retained over 900,000 points. With no immediate solution in sight, he resolved to accumulate health points first. Lin Tianhao maintained a positive outlook, for his talent was the true essence of his strength. As long as he could bolster his health, even at a mere level 20, he would still be capable of vanquishing all foes. In the Star Kingdom, most ordinary wild monsters could scarcely withstand his assaults. However, there existed a certain locale teeming with formidable creatures, the level 45 bloodback Xiangui. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao was aware of how to initiate the dungeon for the bloodback Xiangui. By triggering the dungeon and engaging it at hellish difficulty, accumulating health points would become significantly easier. With a plan in place, Lin Tianhao hurried towards the spawn point of the bloodback Xiangui. In Tianxing City, within an unassuming courtyard, the leader of the Black Wind Gang, Black Whirlwind, stood nervously, addressing the room with caution. "My lord, that adventurer is extraordinarily powerful. Slap. The door swung open, and a resounding slap from within the room landed squarely on Black Whirlwind's face. "Do not make excuses for yourself. If word of your dealings with standard weaponry reaches the king, no one will be able to save you." Chapter 59. Excessive damage is a form of tragedy. At these words, Black Whirlwind trembled, collapsing to his knees. "My lord, please, you must protect me. Everything I have done has been in your service." The figure in the room waved a hand dismissively. "What is the situation with that adventurer? How could he force you to abandon your armor and flee?" "My lord, it is that notorious red-named player. His attack speed and damage are terrifying, and his strikes unleash bolts of lightning, killing swathes of enemies with a single arrow." Upon hearing this, the person in the room's gaze turned increasingly malevolent. "It is indeed him, bearing such a heavy notoriety, daring to disrupt our plans." Black Whirlwind hastily added, "That brat is utterly arrogant. We must show him a thing or two. Your wisdom is commendable. I shall take my leave." Unbeknownst to Lin Tianhao, he had already located the spawning point of the level 45 bloodback Xiangui. Nestled beside a small lake, its dark waters exuded an aura reminiscent of the abyss. Lin Tianhao glanced around, observing blood-red stones scattered along the lakeshore. Yet these were no mere stones. They were the resting forms of the bloodback Xiangui. Bloodback Xiangui, normal, level 45. Health, 6, 850, 650. Attack, 518. Skills, Bloodthirsty Shell, Water Sphere Technique. The ordinary monsters of the Twilight of the Gods remained as lackluster as ever. Even as a level 45 tank-type beast, its attributes were hardly impressive. Before Lin Tianhao, the ordinary bloodback Xiangui fell prey to his arrows, one after another. Due to the electrifying leaps, he was able to dispatch dozens with a single shot. Lin Tianhao chose this location for a reason, to target elite and black iron-grade bloodback Xiangui. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had successfully hunted down the elite bloodback Xiangui. Bloodback Xiangui, elite, level 45. Health, 513, 755. Attack, 928. Skills, Bloodthirsty Xiangui Armor, Water Sphere Technique, Water Arrow Technique, Magical Water Shield. With over 50,000 health points, it could withstand Lin Tianhao's basic attacks more effectively. Given Lin Tianhao's current damage output, while deliberately avoiding critical strikes, the bloodback Xiangui could endure 5 hits. The Bloodthirsty Xiangui Armor, upon receiving damage, could absorb part of it to heal itself. With a swish, Lin Tianhao's attack speed had already surpassed 8.0, and with the enhancement from the Qingfeng set, his basic attacks could increase both attack and movement speed. Once stacked, his attack speed easily exceeded 10.0. Even the elite bloodback Xiangui could not withstand a single second before collapsing before him. This was why Lin Tianhao remained unconcerned about his inability to level up. As long as his attributes improved, leveling up would become an effortless endeavor. Ding! Due to your slaughtering of numerous bloodback Xiangui, the blood-eyed dragon turtle has become displeased and has dispatched a horde of blood-eyed Xiangui to hunt you down. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. They had finally arrived. Blood-eyed Xiangui, black iron grade. However, in a level 45 monster zone, black iron grade creatures were mere pawns, unlike the kings of wild monsters found in novice villages. One after another, the blood-eyed Xiangui, with their crimson eyes, emerged from the lake. Blood-eyed Xiangui, black iron, level 45. Health, 1 284, 375. Attack, 5 680. Skills, Bloodthirsty Xiangui Armor. Chain Water Sphere, Chain Water Arrow, Blood Poison Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Water Column Impact, Frenzy, Indomitable. Rarely did black iron-grade creatures below level 50 exceed 1,000,000 health points, except within instances and secret realms. Lin Tianhao raised his hand. Feather Arrow pierced the air. 14 298. The damage was substantial. However, due to the bloodthirsty Xiangui armor, numbers indicating health recovery appeared above the blood-eyed Xiangui. 2 859. 500. Lin Tianhao paid no heed. The longer the blood-eyed Xiangui endured, the more advantageous it was for him. 10 arrows per second, with damage surpassing 100,000 per second. The blood-eyed Xiangui was slain in less than 12 seconds. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed Xiangui, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. The server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed Xiangui. This serves as a notification to encourage players to strive further. The announcement echoed throughout the Starry Kingdom, alerting some astute players to the unfolding situation. Go check the Blackwater Lake. I suspect it was Snow Emperor who killed Greylorn's senator, chasing dreams amidst the snowy haze. The sharp-eyed demon King Grey Volant dispatched over a dozen assassins to seek out the player who had been marked for a bounty. With the Demon King's insignia, their identity could be confirmed upon proximity. Not only was Dreaming Snow suspected, but other clubs also turned their suspicions towards Lin Tianhao. Naturally, there was also the notorious red-name player. Many had speculated that this crimson figure was none other than Snow Emperor. After vanquishing the first blood-eyed Xian turtle, Lin Tianhao commenced his assault on the second. As the vanguard, the blood-eyed Xian turtles in the Blackwater Lake spawned 5 simultaneously each time. However, within just a minute, these 5 turtles yielded a mere 2,000 health points. Lin Tianhao sighed. It appeared that only by summoning the dragon turtle could he effectively stack his health. Seated nearby, he sifted through his spoils while contemplating other locations suitable for health augmentation. The conclusion was disheartening. There were none. Prior to class advancement, he was unable to venture into areas populated by monsters above level 50. Thus, this was indeed the optimal spot. Presently, his best course of action was to clear the blood-backed Xian Turtle dungeon in Blackwater Lake. Once he had a dungeon, the hell-level difficulty monsters therein would possess significantly greater health than their wild counterparts, all enhanced versions. Moreover, Lin Tianhao awaited the arrival of Leona, having slain Grey Lorlinson. It was only fitting that Leona would deliver his reward. At that moment, he noticed a contingent approaching him. The Imperial Guard. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Their strides indicated they were indeed headed his way. As they drew nearer, a smile crept onto his lips. This Imperial Guard comprised 21 members, 20 of whom were level 50 bronze guards, led by a level 50 silver commander. Typically, these guards would not venture far from the palace. The unusual circumstance piqued Lin Tianhao's curiosity. He approached them, pondering if they were indeed seeking trouble with him. If so, that would be fortuitous, as he was in dire need of formidable monsters to augment his health. Such speculation arose from a letter Lin Tianhao had previously discovered at Blackwind Stronghold, revealing that the stronghold was engaged in service to a prominent figure in the Starry Kingdom. With the arrival of the Imperial Guard, it was likely they were there concerning the affairs of Blackwind Stronghold. Wicked One, you have wrought much harm upon the innocent. I come by decree to apprehend you. Surrender now to avoid further suffering. Indeed, the Commander's proclamation confirmed Lin Tianhao's suspicions. Apprehend me by decree? By whose command? Lin Tianhao retorted. That is of no concern to you. The Commander scoffed. Surrender now. It is your best option. Surrender? Lin Tianhao smiled playfully, suggesting that they could attempt to make a move. As long as you dare to strike, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all. The captain of the guards furrowed his brow, swiftly thrusting his spear towards Lin Tianhao's throat. Lin Tianhao sidestepped, allowing the spear to pierce his shoulder. A colossal damage figure of 54,982 appeared above his head. As a level 50 Silver Guardian and the captain of the palace guards, his output was considered formidable even among the silver ranks. Ding! You have suffered malicious attack. You may retaliate. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Tianhao's mouth. This was precisely the confrontation he sought. With a swift motion, he retreated and released his feathered arrows. The captain of the guards did not underestimate the situation. Prior to their engagement, the queen had instructed them that this mission must succeed without fail. Moreover, as palace guards, their greatest strength lay not in individual combat, but in coordinated efforts. 20 bronze guardians began to encircle Lin Tianhao. Instantly, he unleashed 5 arrows in rapid succession, his speed exceeding 14, matching that of the bronze guardians. Confining Dragon Spear, commanded the silver captain. The guardians immediately cast their spears. Lin Tianhao deftly maneuvered, realizing that these spears were not aimed to strike him, but rather to block his retreat. Each spear was positioned at a precarious angle. In a moment's delay, could see Lin Tianhao ensnared. Propelling himself off one of the spears, he leaped into the air and simultaneously released another volley of 5 arrows. You dare to leap before me, unaware of your impending doom? The captain's eyes glinted with a cold light, and in an instant, he appeared beneath Lin Tianhao. Thrusting his spear upwards, the spear, gleaming with a chilling aura, surged towards Lin Tianhao. In midair, he executed a complete 360-degree turn, narrowly avoiding the spear that grazed his armor. Upon landing, he launched another volley of arrows. The silver captain deflected one arrow with his spear, immediately countering with another thrust. The spear bore the phantom of a roaring tiger. Realizing the peril, Lin Tianhao unleashed all 100 of his accumulated attribute points into enhancing his speed. Once his speed surpassed 10, each additional point contributed a mere 0.05 increase, but the 100 points granted him a significant boost of 5. As his speed transcended 19, he evaded the phantom's attack, yet not entirely escaping its reach. Another colossal damage figure of 87,958 appeared. Just a slight graze would result in substantial loss of health. However, with the effects of the clear wind set fully stacked, his speed exceeded 20 and his attack speed surpassed 10, allowing him to siphon health from his strikes, with 5 arrows released in unison. While the captain could deflect Lin Tianhao's arrows, the other bronze guardians were far less formidable. Particularly given Lin Tianhao's exceptional attack speed, their reactions lagged behind. For arrows dealt over 50,000 damage, simultaneously restoring Lin Tianhao's health by nearly 20,000. The Bloodthirsty Necklace grants a percentage of 1's maximum health, while the 9-Union Longbow bestows a 5% vampiric effect. These enhancements significantly bolster Lin Tianhao's capabilities. After surpassing a movement speed of 20, he finally managed to maneuver against the bronze guards. However, the silver commander surged forward once more, transforming into a fleeting shadow that pierced through Lin Tianhao's form. A staggering damage number of 125,820 erupted above Lin Tianhao's head. He gasped in shock, yet his hands remained unwavering in their actions. With an astonishing rapidity, he loosed 5 arrows in a single second, each volley restoring slightly over 20,000 health points, thus recovering over 200,000 health points within that brief span. Consequently, despite the silver commander's formidable damage output, Lin Tianhao was still able to absorb the blows. Dragon Binding Claw. With a commanding shout, the silver commander ordered the bronze guards to swiftly switch their weapons to razor-sharp, chain-wielding claws. They poised themselves, ready to strike. The silver commander brandished his spear, its hum resonating through the air as he charged once again. As he approached Lin Tianhao, he executed a swift maneuver, appearing behind him in an instant. Lin Tianhao instinctively rolled to the side, his reflexes honed to a fine edge. Yet, the level 50 silver commander was even swifter. Although Lin Tianhao had initiated his evasive roll, he was still impaled and sent flying by the spear. In that fleeting moment, when the silver commander launched Lin Tianhao into the air, the flying claws darted towards him with alarming speed. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted slightly. Seizing the brief window afforded by his airborne state, he prepared to counter. Under normal circumstances, evasion would be nearly impossible. However, he possessed the Purification Pendant, granting him an 80% immunity to knockback effects. Thus, he merely hovered momentarily before descending gracefully to the ground, the flying claws missing their mark entirely. Upon landing, the silver commander appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Tianhao seized this ephemeral opportunity to create some distance. Once the silver commander regained his composure, he leaped into the air, pointing his spear with intent. In an instant, a lethal spear beam hurtled towards Lin Tianhao. Although he attempted to evade the strike at the moment it was unleashed, the projectile's velocity was too great, and it struck him nonetheless. With a soft thud, the shoulder guard on Lin Tianhao's left shoulder shattered instantaneously, its durability exhausted and rendered useless. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. The Qingfeng set had been a perfect fit for him, yet now he had lost a piece so easily. Swish, swish, swish. The feathered arrows whistled through the air. In that moment, Lin Tianhao contemplated utilizing the Book of Life and Death, but he ultimately refrained. He wished to leverage the bronze guards to recover health, for employing the book would squander this exceptional opportunity. Furthermore, such intense combat would hone his battle skills. However, should a cataclysmic event occur, a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Dragon Binding Rope. The silver commander bellowed once more, prompting the bronze guards to switch their weapons again. Chapter 61. A grueling battle, triggering the cycle of death. The dragon binding rope consisted of iron chains, each adorned with sharp barbs. They unfurled the iron chains, preparing to encircle Lin Tianhao. Once the barbed chains ensnared him, there would be no chance for escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao continued to struggle, unleashing a flurry of arrows. He could not allow himself to be trapped. Otherwise, the situation would become dire. With his relentless onslaught, for bronze guardians had already been reduced to a critical state. They swiftly repositioned, engaging in a rotating battle of attrition. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed. The longer they held out, the more health he could regain. However, the threat posed by the Silver Commander was still substantial. Once more, the Silver Commander charged forward. Upon nearing Lin Tianhao, his form astonishingly split into three, attacking from three distinct directions. Shadow Clone Technique. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow, quickly sidestepping. Yet, the Silver Commander possessed a displacement skill. And as he closed in, his spear locked onto Lin Tianhao. In an instant, the three clones pierced Lin Tianhao's chest. 57,681. 57,002. 57,568. Three colossal damage numbers appeared. Following this, a resounding explosion echoed as Lin Tianhao's chest armor shattered. The second piece of his clear wind set was destroyed. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. The Silver Commander's damage was indeed formidable. As arrows flew from his grasp, Lin Tianhao stepped on the spear and executed a backflip to create distance. Simultaneously, he unleashed another volley of 5 arrows into the air. Unable to strike the Silver Commander, Lin Tianhao chose to abandon his attack on him. All 5 arrows were aimed at the Bronze Guardians instead. The Silver Commander, infuriated by being disregarded, thrust his spear forward, sending the 3 clones charging at Lin Tianhao once more. Lin Tianhao consumed 2 potions to boost his movement speed and lifesteal. He also possessed potions for resistance. But against a level 50 Silver Commander, they would offer little more than a token benefit. With the lifesteal potions enhancing his vitality, Lin Tianhao's health rapidly restored. Yet, the Silver Commander was not in a hurry. Despite Lin Tianhao's high damage output, they, as palace guards, still possessed formidable items. Silver Moon Sweep. The 3 clones surged forward, launching a devastating sweep that sent Lin Tianhao hurtling away. Simultaneously, they stripped away over 100,000 health points and shattered another piece of his equipment. A level 10 bronze item was woefully inadequate in the hands of the Silver Commander. With fewer than 10 pieces of the Clear Wind set, the set bonuses ceased to exist. Moreover, each piece of the Clear Wind set enhanced attack speed. Now, with 3 pieces lost, Lin Tianhao's attack speed suffered a reduction of 12. This loss had a profound impact on him. The passive bonus from the set reduced his attack speed by 30. And with the equipment loss of 12, his overall attack speed plummeted by 42. Indeed, a mocking smile appeared on the Silver Commander's face. He was eager to see how Lin Tianhao would respond next. Lin Tianhao's expression grew grave. He had no intention of resorting to the Death Ledger. In the current predicament, should he refrain from taking action, he indeed risks a downfall. Lin Tianhao swiftly distanced himself while inscribing the name of the Silver Commander upon the Book of Life and Death. The damage numbers, 14666, 14666, cascaded from the Silver Commander's head, startling him immensely. How is this possible? The Silver Commander, both astonished and enraged, noted his high health. Yet the continuous loss of over 10,000 health points in mere seconds left him feeling a chill run down his spine. Lin Tianhao offered no explanation, instead continuing his relentless assault. With a thunderous roar, the Silver Commander leapt into the air, declaring, "Silver Moon Blaze." In an instant, he was engulfed in flames, transforming into a streak of light that charged directly at Lin Tianhao. Invincible Body. This was undoubtedly the Silver Commander's ultimate move, and Lin Tianhao was uncertain whether he could withstand such an onslaught. Employing the Invincible Body was the most prudent course of action, granting him 5 seconds of invulnerability. Boom! Lin Tianhao remained unscathed. The Silver Commander, who presumed Lin Tianhao's survival meant he was left with scant health, was utterly dumbfounded to see him unscathed. How is this even possible? Lin Tianhao refrained from speaking. Conversing during combat is a fool's errand, and thus, he preferred silence unless necessary. The feathered arrow sliced through the air. Whoosh! A Bronze Guardian fell. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed. It was not merely the depletion of the adversary's health bar. The minuscule 0.5 chance of a critical kill had, astonishingly, been activated. Ding! You have slain a Bronze Guardian, achieving the first kill of the Bronze Guardian. A server-wide announcement will follow. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. A server-wide announcement echoed. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the Bronze Guardian. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. The announcement resonated, yet Lin Tianhao did not pause his offensive. He swiftly adjusted his target. The Silver Commander, witnessing his subordinates fall in an instant, was taken aback. Forget the capture. Everyone, focus your attacks on him. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression shifted drastically. The level 50 Bronze Guardians undoubtedly possessed locking skills. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately switched his equipment to the Hydra set, an ensemble he had painstakingly farmed. Designed for tanking, this set would enhance Lin Tianhao's health and resistance, albeit the risk of being overwhelmed loomed large. However, Lin Tianhao could not afford to dwell on the dangers. Having equipped himself, he promptly retreated. The quintuple arrows consumed a significant amount of mental energy, yet he dared not relent. With a thrust of his lance, as the Silver Commander issued his command, all Bronze Guardians significantly increased their speed. Under the influence of the Clear Wind set, he might have been able to create some distance, but now, having donned the Hydra's set, the prospect of evading them seemed utterly far-fetched. Yet, Lin Tianhao paid no heed to such concerns, resolutely consuming 3 vials of potion, steeling himself for a desperate battle. Charge! 19 Bronze Guards surged towards Lin Tianhao in an instant. Golden Light Talisman. At this critical juncture, Lin Tianhao activated the Golden Light Talisman, an item acquired in the Novice Village. Moreover, to ensure his safety, he stowed away his bloodthirsty necklace and 9-fold longbow, retaining only the complete Hydra set. The reasoning was simple. He feared that if he were to be instantly vanquished, the loss of the Hydra set would be inconsequential. However, if the 9-fold longbow and bloodthirsty necklace were to be lost, he would truly regret it deeply. 51-28. 53-29. 52-22. Damage figures materialized one after another. The protective effects of the Golden Light Talisman, coupled with the potions and the Hydra set, mitigated a substantial portion of the damage. The 19 Bronze Guards managed to deplete only slightly over 100,000 of Lin Tianhao's health. Yet, before Lin Tianhao could mount a counteroffensive, these guards executed a seamless succession of launches. Indeed, they did not release their attacks simultaneously, but rather in a fluid chain, achieving the pinnacle of control. Chapter 62. The pinnacle collision across 30 levels. Despite Lin Tianhao possessing the purifying jade pendant, he found himself suspended in midair, unable to evade the continuous launches from the 19 Bronze Guards. Silver Moon Explosive Dragonheart. The Silver Commander descended, gathering power within his long spear, which began to radiate brilliance. Whoosh! The Silver Commander transformed into a streak of light, arriving before Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. In midair, Lin Tianhao summoned all his strength, rotating his body to evade his vulnerabilities. Boom! 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 3 resounding explosions reverberated as 3 pieces of Lin Tianhao's Hydra set were shattered by that single thrust. Level 10 bronze equipment proved inadequate against the ultimate move of a level 50 silver opponent. 156,695. A colossal damage figure erupted above Lin Tianhao's head. Coupled with the health depleted by the 19 Bronze Guards, Lin Tianhao's life force dwindled to less than half. 9-shot burst. The Silver Commander's spear rained down frantically upon Lin Tianhao, intent on using this opportunity to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Lin Tianhao discerned the Silver Commander's intentions and would not allow him to succeed. As the 11th Bronze Guard aimed to launch him again, Lin Tianhao swung his 9-fold shield upward, leveraging the recoil to execute a backflip. Swiftly, he switched to his 9-fold longbow, unleashing 5 arrows in rapid succession. Upon landing, Lin Tianhao immediately distanced himself, yet the Silver Commander's 9-shot burst was already upon him. He hastily switched his primary weapon to block. 51982, 52350, 51956, boom. Before Lin Tianhao could fully defend against the onslaught of the 9-shot burst, his shield was obliterated. Simultaneously, his health plummeted below 10%. Withering would awakens triggered, rapidly restoring 40% of his health, bringing him back to half of his vitality. Lin Tianhao once again drew forth the 9-fold longbow, unleashing a volley of 5 arrows in a frenzied assault. In less than a second, his health was restored to its maximum. Little did he know, he was merely sighing in relief, not experiencing a resurgence. He could never withstand the subsequent strikes of the 9-fold gun's barrage. Moreover, it was only due to his quick reflexes that he managed to engage in bloodsucking. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed beneath the relentless onslaught of the gunfire. Step back and do not grant him the opportunity to replenish his health. The Silver Commander discerned the underlying issue. His subordinates proved to be rather inept in the presence of Lin Tianhao, becoming mere tools for him to siphon health. The 19 Bronze Guardians promptly retreated, clearing the arena for Lin Tianhao to engage in a true battle with the Silver Commander. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. With the absence of the Bronze Guardians to facilitate his bloodsucking, and both the skill's resurgence and Invincible golden body still on cooldown, Facing the Silver Commander head-on would leave him at a severe disadvantage. Your subordinates may flee, but these blood-backed tortoises will not. Lin Tianhao sidestepped, creating distance. He recognized that the Silver Commander could easily deflect his arrows, rendering his attacks ineffective. It was wiser to maintain distance and focus on the blood-backed tortoises, allowing the effects of the Death Ledger to whittle away at the Silver Commander's health. The Silver Commander perceived Lin Tianhao's intentions, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. As his words fell, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he charged once more at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao fought while retreating, each of the Silver Commander's strikes capable of inflicting tens of thousands of damage points, with his ultimate attack even capable of draining over 100,000. Yet Lin Tianhao, with 5 arrows unleashed upon the blood-backed tortoises, managed to restore his health to its fullest. After dispatching the ordinary blood-backed tortoises, he turned his attention to the elite ones, and, subsequently, the black iron-level blood-eyed tortoises. He could siphon health while continually stacking his life points. As long as Lin Tianhao could stall, the Silver Commander would continue to lose health. You shameless whelp, if you have the guts, face me in direct combat. After vanquishing the last blood-eyed tortoise, a slight smirk graced Lin Tianhao's lips. Very well, if you desire a frontal confrontation, I shall oblige. With that declaration, Lin Tianhao executed the twisting string arrow technique. This technique, beyond its formidable impact, possessed a crucial ability to curve, allowing him to strike his opponent from an arc. Even the Silver Commander could not confidently claim to evade all such arrows. However, that alone would not suffice to alleviate Lin Tianhao's imminent predicament. Following the invocation of the twisting string arrow technique, Lin Tianhao immediately followed up with a simultaneous release of 5 arrows. All 5 arrows were aimed solely at the Silver Commander, targeting his limbs and head. The combined effect of the dispersed attacks and the subsequent twisting string arrow technique left even the level 50 Silver Commander somewhat beleaguered. Fiery gun technique. The Silver Commander surged forward once more, his spear colliding with Lin Tianhao. The fury was palpable. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed as he sensed the urgency to conclude the battle swiftly. 85925, 85699. The high damage numbers flashed before him, leaving Lin Tianhao with a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. In a state of frenzy, he struck down 17,000 health points in 2 blows. Lin Tianhao unleashed his bow technique, the formidable force pushing the Silver Commander back as he created distance, engaging in a strategic retreat. To emerge victorious, he needed to prolong the encounter. Berserk! The Silver Commander bellowed once more, activating his berserk state, rendering Lin Tianhao's bow technique ineffective. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao consumed 8 vials of potions, enhancing his primary attributes significantly. He replaced his shattered Hydra gear with equipment dropped by the level 20 green Venom Spider King. Every slight enhancement was invaluable. He continued to maneuver. The Silver Commander's assaults rained down once again. Lin Tianhao unleashed 5 arrows simultaneously. However, the damage to his Qing Feng set had adversely affected his attack speed, which had plummeted to 563, even with 5 arrows released at once. Coupled with the lifesteal from the 9 Harmony Longbow and Bloodthirsty Necklace, as well as the potion's lifesteal enhancement, he could only recover slightly over 200,000 health points per second. Yet, against the rampaging Silver Commander, Lin Tianhao could barely hold his ground. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The Silver Commander had become reckless, his capacity for thought diminished. In his fervor to eliminate Lin Tianhao, he overlooked a critical issue: the alarming rate at which his health was depleting. Engrossed in his offensive, he neglected his defenses. Lin Tianhao was capable of inflicting damage as high as 120,000 per second. Coupled with the damage from the Death Ledger, he could reduce the Silver Commander's health by over 130,000 in a single second. After this prolonged engagement, the Silver Commander had lost over 1 million health points. As a level 50 silver, though his health pool exceeded 8 million, he could not withstand Lin Tianhao's terrifying output. If he failed to eliminate Lin Tianhao while in a berserk state, destruction would surely follow. Silver Moon Flame Piercing Strike. The Silver Commander leaped into the air, flames engulfing his body. He was determined to go all out. If Lin Tianhao could withstand this strike, his frenzy would cease, effectively concluding this battle. However, the ultimate move in a berserk state, combined with a 30-level disparity, would easily obliterate Lin Tianhao's health of over 400,000. Chapter 63. Defeating the Silver Commander Valkson. Yet between these 2 choices, the latter seemed implausible. In such a perilous moment, to gamble on a mere 5,000 chance of a one-hit kill was reckless. with just 7 proficiency points remaining to advance to the next star level. And with a resurrected bloodback Xian turtle nearby, it appeared feasible. However, Lin Tianhao understood that this was a dangerous gamble. Thus, he opted for a third method. Fleeing alone would not suffice. Lin Tianhao leapt into the Blackwater Lake. The depths of the lake were unfathomable. He stowed his equipment and dove deep with all his strength. At that moment, the Silver Commander had completed his ultimate move's charge, unleashing an attack aimed directly at Lin Tianhao. Boom! The lance struck the water surface, instantly sending up towering waves, while the lance surged toward Lin Tianhao with astonishing speed. Lin Tianhao switched to a shield, bracing himself against the onslaught directed by the Silver Commander. A terrifying damage figure materialized above Lin Tianhao's head, but he exhaled in relief. He had not been instantly vanquished, granting him a glimmer of hope. He frantically swam towards the shore. Upon reaching land, his immediate instinct was to attack the bloodback Xian turtle. The effect of his attack possessed a 1% chance to eliminate an enemy unit instantly, with no cooldown or resource cost, and a proficiency of 310,000. Noting that this proficiency is accrued by defeating wild creatures or adventurers of equal or lesser level, with each unit slain yielding 1 point of proficiency. Lin Tianhao had just recently dispatched 10 bloodback Xian turtles, resulting in a surplus of proficiency. However, he had no time to ponder, for the Silver Commander was hot on his heels. Bursting from the water, the Commander's spear, alight with flames, lunged directly towards Lin Tianhao's face. In response, Lin Tianhao swiftly turned and unleashed 5 arrows in rapid succession, continuing his evasive maneuvers. With the frenzied Silver Commander no longer a threat, the danger posed to Lin Tianhao had diminished significantly. Yet, as a silver-tiered being and the commander of the royal guards of the Star Kingdom, the commander was far from oblivious. Especially after his sojourn into the Blackwater Lake, he had regained much of his composure. Summon the rage of the Berserker. Unleash our full might, he commanded, and the 19 bronze guards charged forth. With their Berserker rage and fortified bodies activated, they charged recklessly at Lin Tianhao. A shiver ran down Lin Tianhao's spine, prompting him to retreat immediately as he released another volley of arrows. A resounding thud echoed as Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened with surprise and joy. The Silver Commander had fallen. Ding! You have slain the Silver Commander Valkson. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal. The server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to the player with a concealed nickname for achieving the first kill of Silver Commander Valkson. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. With the death of the Silver Commander, the remaining bronze guards seemed increasingly ineffectual. Even with their Berserker rage and fortified bodies activated, Lin Tianhao faced them without trepidation. The commander's demise had thrown them into disarray, their attacks lacking the previous coordination and precision. Consequently, they fell one by one before Lin Tianhao's prowess. As the last bronze guard succumbed, a satisfied smile crept across Lin Tianhao's face. At last, he could loot the corpses. Meanwhile, in the Star Kingdom's palace, within the Listening Rain Hall, Queen Fudinyu's expression darkened. How could Valkson have perished? Having sensed something amiss upon hearing the server-wide announcement of the Bronze Guard's defeat, the news of the Silver Commander's demise further underscored the gravity of the situation. Could it be that infamous red-named adventurer? Behind Fudinyu, an old crone wielding a skeletal staff ominously remarked. Fudinyu shook her head. Valkson's strength was such that adventurer could never be his match. Since the power of the gods descended, only the adventurer's kills have been announced server-wide. If it is not him, then who could it be? Let us not forget that among the adventurers, divine emissaries have already emerged. Those slumbering deities may very well wish to reclaim control over our Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked crone's expression darkened. Thus far, only traces of the divine emissaries' activities have been discovered, leaving their identities uncertain. However, this red-named adventurer can almost certainly be identified as the Snow Emperor. He is not a divine emissary, yet possesses immense strength. Is there a possibility of enticing him to our faction? It is not impossible, though I wonder if he will realize that it is I who sent someone to apprehend him. If he does, it could complicate matters. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have not disclosed your imperial decree to Vale in order to avoid any unforeseen complications. The Snow Emperor will remain oblivious to this. The hunchback crone chuckled ominously. As for enticing him, I could certainly make contact. Very well, proceed. The incentives may be increased, for as the struggle for the throne approaches, we are in dire need of a master like him. In the wilderness, Lin Tianhao is currently tallying his rewards. Level 50 equipment, level 50 skill books. and an assortment of potions and materials. For him, these are negligible. The weapons and skills of the lance-wielding warrior are of no use to him. The only significant gain from defeating them is the 45,000 guild achievement points he has obtained. Yet, with the requirement of 10 million points to elevate a 5-star guild to 6 stars, this amount is but a drop in the bucket. After collecting the items dropped by his foes, Lin Tianhao prepares to continue farming monsters. Suddenly, he glances toward the rear. Approximately 50 meters away, an assassin lies in a state of stealth. However, with the eye of purity, Lin Tianhao can clearly discern his position. President, I have confirmed that the bounty for the Demon King Greyloth is placed upon the same red-named player. It is undoubtedly the Snow Emperor. He is currently farming Bloodback Xian Gui, dealing significant damage and proving difficult to handle. I shall secure the bounty for Greyloth. Lin Tianhao notices the assassin, but remains unconcerned. Many guilds employ dedicated scouts, who spend their days exploring the distribution of wild monsters across various regions, investigating any special mechanisms, and so forth. As for leveling, they merely require occasional assistance from high-level players to partake in experience sharing for a couple of hours. Their levels typically lag behind those of ordinary players. Yet for the purpose of map exploration, that is sufficient. As Lin Tianhao continues to farm monsters, the assassin watches from afar, neither approaching nor retreating. After Lin Tianhao has slain 2 rounds of Bloodback Xian Gui, he can no longer contain his curiosity and casts his gaze upon the assassin. What? Are you waiting for your guild mates to arrive? Chapter 64. Annihilation of the Dream Pursuit Guild. The assassin is taken aback. Has he been seen? Impossible. They are separated by 50 meters, and he is in a state of stealth. How could he possibly be detected? Lin Tianhao finds amusement in the sight of the other, standing still, pretending to be dead. If it weren't for the slightest movements of his body, he would have thought that the young man had gone offline in the wild. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow beside the feet of the assassin player from the Dream Pursuit Guild. Are you still pretending to be dead? The expression of the assassin player changed dramatically. How did you see me? Lin Tianhao did not offer an explanation, but instead stated, I do not know which guild you belong to, but tell your guild leader not to provoke me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind accumulating more notoriety. The assassin player, like him, had hidden their nickname, making it impossible to ascertain their guild affiliation. Shuedi, you truly have an audacious tongue, came a chilling voice at that moment. As Dream Pursuit Yinyue arrived with over 100 elite members in tow, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat offended. Yes, offended. It was not the guild that sought trouble, nor was it Yinyue herself, but rather the fact that she had brought over 100 people. What does this mean? Do they look down on me so much? The elite members behind Yinyue were not to be underestimated, most being around level 14 or 15, all equipped well. Some even wore complete sets of gear. You are here for the bounty on the Demon King Grevulin, aren't you? However, I suggest you refrain from making foolish decisions, or will only lead to your guild's downfall. Upon hearing this, a rather displeased mage beside Yinyue scoffed. Facing imminent death and still boasting. With that, he waved his staff, and a fireball struck Lin Tianhao. 98. Lin Tianhao, clad in the Hydra gear and several pieces dropped by the Green Venom Spider King, had resistances far superior to his previous level 1 state. Ding! You have received a malicious attack and may retaliate. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and released an arrow. Whoosh! A shield warrior immediately stepped in front of the mage, blocking Lin Tianhao's arrow with his shield. 15429. A massive damage figure appeared, and Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised that his arrow did not kill the level 15 shield warrior. Before class transition, even with full health bonuses, a shield warrior at level 15 would only reach a maximum of 1500 health. In other words, this shield warrior had somehow managed to exceed 14,000 health through external factors. The shield warrior was equally astonished. He had completed a hidden quest in the novice village, gaining a special skill called Barbaric Growth, which provided an additional 10% health boost, along with a 100 health increase for each level gained. Coupled with his level 15 tank gear, he had nearly 16,000 health. Yet, Lin Tianhao's arrow had almost taken him out in one shot. Yinyue's expression darkened, but she did not dwell on it. Go all out, control him, and take him down. With over 100 players, if one player could control Lin Tianhao for 5 seconds, that would amount to over 50 seconds of control time. Such an extensive control duration would surely bring him down. Regardless of his high health, the battle was about to commence. The first to strike was not a combat class, but a priest. The priest player brandished their staff, and a pillar of silence descended. If struck, the target would experience a brief silence, rendering them unable to cast skills. The duration of this silence depended on the skill star rating, as well as the resilience and special equipment of the affected individual, which could mitigate or enhance the effects. However, this type of attack was far too slow for Lin Tianhao. With a slight adjustment in positioning, he effortlessly evaded the Pillar of Silence. As Lin Tianhao repositioned, a warrior unleashed a savage charge toward him. The warrior was known for their combo, the savage charge followed by a taunt and a fragile strike. But then whoosh, an arrow flew, and the charging warrior collapsed mid-attack. It was a long-range support. Zhu Meng Yanshui commanded, simultaneously wielding her golden staff, summoning 6 goblins armed with spiked clubs. Each of these level 10 black iron goblins had health exceeding 100,000. Yet, to contend with Lin Tianhao, they were scarcely a challenge. The long-range class began launching control skills toward Lin Tianhao. Concurrently, the 6 goblins charged forward, with a warrior player trailing behind. This strategy seemed sound. The range class provided cover while the goblins absorbed damage to shield the warrior. However, the success of this plan hinged on their ability to land hits on Lin Tianhao and for the goblins to withstand his attacks. What followed was a vivid demonstration of dancing on the edge of a blade. Despite their elite team's multitude of ranged skills, not a single one struck Lin Tianhao, who skillfully maneuvered to evade them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows were released simultaneously. Within less than 2 seconds, all 6 goblins lay defeated. Utilizing lightning leaps combined with misaligned attacks, Lin Tianhao maximized the effectiveness of his strikes. To illustrate the impact of this efficiency, without utilizing misalignment, it would have taken Lin Tianhao at least 2 seconds to eliminate the 6 goblins. However, he reduced this time by nearly 0.5 seconds. Do not underestimate this half second. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he could deliver 2 additional basic attacks. In the case of 5 arrows fired at once, he was capable of inflicting over 100,000 damage. In that fleeting 0.5 seconds, the warrior players behind the 6 goblins were all dispatched by Lin Tianhao. The combination of high output and thunderous leap damage was utterly terrifying. Retreat. Zhu Meng Yanshui was left dumbfounded. She had anticipated Lin Tianhao's strength, yet never dreamed he would be capable of such overwhelming prowess. Was it too late to consider fleeing now? Thus, Lin Tianhao needed only to persist in his advance. As members of the Zhu Meng Guild began to fall rapidly, the long-range classes in the back could not withstand even a single arrow from Lin Tianhao, let alone the damage from his thunderous leap. In mere moments, the members of the Zhu Meng Guild were completely vanquished. In Black Wind City, at the Resurrection Altar. What was this? I witnessed the members of the Zhu Meng Guild resurrecting in droves. Observing their levels, they were all elite members of the Zhu Meng Guild. What heinous deeds had they committed to suffer such a total annihilation of their elite team? Behold, it is the Dream Chaser, Yanshui, who has unexpectedly resurrected. Have they ventured forth to conquer level 25? Numerous players have taken note of the mass revival of the members from the Dream Chasing Guild. In the distance, scouts from other guilds promptly reported the information. Chapter 65. The Hunchback Crone, Clintfist Bird. This is but a single scene. Other guilds have also reported the developments here. The Tower Club. The Divine Wolf of the Tower articulated his assessment. However, this time, the one seated in the main position was not the shield of the tower, but rather a woman of striking beauty, interlaced with an alluring charm. She is none other than the sister of the shield of the tower, possessing significant influence within the Tower Guild. It could be said that she is the true power behind the Tower Club, rather than the shield himself. When this matter is indeed troublesome. Yanshui wields the golden scepter, and over 100 elite members have engaged in the fray. Yet, the result was a complete annihilation, with all falling a level. The gaze of Tower's Hongwen fell upon the shield of the tower. Brother, I recall your amicable rapport with Snow Emperor. Why not approach him for a negotiation? We could offer a certain price to ensure he remains passive, allowing us to strike. The shield of the tower's expression shifted. Sister, do not jest. My acquaintance with Snow Emperor is merely circumstantial. With a sigh, he declared, I shall not go. Brother, do not be so defiant. In the realm of Twilight of the Gods, the stakes differ from other games. Regardless of Snow Emperor's consent, you must inquire. I have stated my refusal. I will not go, and you may proceed as you wish, but do not implicate me. The shield of the tower, now incensed, slammed his palm upon the table and exited the meeting room. A slight shadow crossed Homeland's countenance. Divine Wolf, send someone to negotiate with Snow Emperor. I trust that with the right price, even if it costs him his life once, he will not refuse, nor have any reason to do so. Indeed, the Divine Wolf sighed inwardly. He believed Hongwen was being excessively obstinate. For what reason would Lin Tianhao be in need of funds? It is inconceivable. With his current combat prowess, selling mere skill books and equipment would yield substantial earnings. Yet, It was evident that Hong Wan was currently incensed, and addressing such matters would only invite rebuke. From a certain perspective, he found himself in agreement with the shield of the tower's stance. Given the present circumstances, Snow Emperor was someone to be courted, not provoked. Alas, Hong Wan had grown accustomed to wielding wealth as a weapon, believing that money could pave the way for anything, yet neglecting a crucial consideration. Some individuals, regardless of their financial state, would still weigh their willingness to engage based on their mood. Furthermore, Snow Emperor was not in want of money. Meanwhile, at the blood-backed Black Turtle, Lin Tianhao continued his relentless pursuit of monsters. At last, someone approached. Yet, it was not the longed-for Leona, but rather a hunchbacked crone. Lin Tianhao glanced over. Clinphus bird. Health? Attack? Skills? Her background is quite impressive. Should one manage to undertake a task from her, unexpected benefits may ensue. However, it is imperative to exercise caution and avoid provoking her, for she has a penchant for tasting blood. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. This individual, aside from her name, revealed nothing. The multitude of questions swirling in his mind made it evident that he was likely no match for her. Greetings, how may I assist you? Lin Tianhao offered a faint smile, employing the customary language of adventurers in such encounters. Clinphith Bird chuckled, displaying her uneven, yellow teeth. Snow Emperor, she uttered Lin Tianhao's name. You are the most formidable adventurer I have encountered. You should not languish in obscurity. You ought to aspire to nobility, be it count, marquis, or even duke. Such flattery would likely astonish other players. Yet Lin Tianhao remained acutely aware of the adage that unusual occurrences often herald an ulterior motive. The presence of such an unfathomable powerhouse, seeking him out and showering him with compliments, was anything but normal. Senior, please feel free to speak openly, Lin Tianhao stated directly. In response, Clinphith Bird nodded. Someone has slain the Demon King's son. Greyloran Senator the King is exceedingly pleased and wishes to reward Princess Leona. Oh, do you require me to procure some game to accompany the celebration? Lin Tianhao deliberately shifted the topic. Clinphith Bird shook her head. No, I wish for you to go to the royal palace and take the initiative to confess that you are the one who killed Greyloran Sr. Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. How did she know he was the one responsible for Greyloran Sen's demise? Wait a moment. She did not merely know. She hoped it to be him. With Greyloran Sen slain, Princess Leona would undoubtedly gain prominence in the king's eyes. However, what if the one who aided her in this endeavor was a person burdened with an infamy of over 900,000 in notoriety? The circumstances would be vastly different. You wish for me to frame Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao exclaimed in surprise. Clinphith Bird nodded. Precisely, you are quite astute. I can assist you. But what if the king does not believe you? Lin Tianhao inquired. How could I have killed Greyloran's son while in a sealed state? Fear not. I have already devised a solution for that, she replied, producing a copper mirror from her hand. An ancient, fragmented artifact capable of opening a portal to traverse space and enter other realms. Oh, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a valuable item. The second concern is my notoriety. If I were to be captured, would I not face imprisonment? Clinphith Bird shook her head. That will not happen. You have not committed murder within the main city. At worst, you would be expelled, not arrested. Perhaps you're unaware, but a group once attempted to apprehend me. Is that so? Clinphith Bird feigned surprise, fully aware that the Silver Commander and his team were sent by the Queen, but concealing that knowledge. You need not worry. My ally is Queen Theodinia. As long as you provide false testimony, you shall not be apprehended. Ultimately, for having vanquished Greyloran, you will be granted clemency, allowing you to traverse the main city. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened at this prospect. Currently, his inability to change classes stemmed significantly from his notoriety, as entering the main city would result in his expulsion. Gaining the privilege to walk in the main city would be immensely beneficial for him. What benefits shall I receive? Lin Tianhao inquired. Clinphith Bird pondered briefly before responding. Upon your success, I can transform Princess Leona into your servant. You will not only command her in battle, but also fulfill any of your desires. Remember, any desire. Chapter 66. The Reward of Princess Leona. Lin Tianhao feigned intrigue. It did indeed sound appealing. Wait a moment, he said, turning to Clinphith Bird. When can this promise be fulfilled? When Princess Kingfuyan ascends and becomes the new monarch. Lin Tianhao shook his head without hesitation. By your assertion, how long must I wait? In response, Clinphith Bird contemplated for a moment. Princess Leona is the ultimate reward. If you act this time, I shall bestow upon you a set of bronze-grade equipment suitable for archers. Is that all? Am I to fight for it myself? Clinphith Bird paused, realizing the validity in Lin Tianhao's words. Given Lin Tianhao's current abilities, Acquiring a set of level 20 bronze equipment was indeed not a daunting task. What else do you desire? Attribute points? Lin Tianhao grinned. I seek a teleportation skill, special equipment, and unique abilities. Teleportation skill. Clinfithbird mused before declaring, very well. Should you assist me, I shall grant you a skill called Spatial Blink, which has no casting delay and can be activated instantaneously. With a maximum displacement of 5 meters for a 1-star skill. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The skill indeed sounded promising. Along with 200 free attribute points, he added. Clinfithbird frowned. This is merely a task. It benefits you with no drawbacks. Spatial Blink is already quite valuable. Then I shall continue to grind monsters, Lin Tianhao interjected, abruptly rejecting the offer. Wait. Clinfithbird contemplated briefly. 100 free attribute points plus Spatial Blink. 200. 120. 200. 150. Then there is nothing more to discuss, Lin Tianhao replied. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from Clinfithbird. Lin Tianhao's instinct was to stow his equipment and responded with a grin. Let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence. Does this mean you agree? Clinfithbird inquired. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, I mean 300 free attribute points, not a single one less. You are courting death. Clinfithbird's gaze turned razor-sharp, resembling a demon poised to devour Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao exhibited no trace of fear as he coldly locked eyes with the Clinfithbird. You may slay me, however. Should I perish here, I assure you that the Queen's dealings with the Underworld clan shall reverberate throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Clinfithbird's expression shifted dramatically, yet its aura remained unabated, growing even more chilling. Who would believe the words of a wicked individual, such as yourself? Lin Tianhao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I am uncertain. Regardless, I lack for gold coins, and I could have it echoed thrice daily. Are you not afraid of being permanently imprisoned? The Clinfithbird bellowed in anger. Do you truly think you can? Lin Tianhao scoffed, pushing the Clinfithbird aside. I have not taken a life in the main city. Such slander would at most lead to a few days of confinement. However, if the king were to heed your words, who knows what fate would befall your queen? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, it was your esteemed queen who dispatched the Silver Commander Valchun to eliminate me. With that, Lin Tianhao shifted the conversation. Were it not for the matter concerning the Silver Commander, I could easily agree to 150 or even 100 tribute points. But due to that very incident, 300 tribute points is my unwavering demand. No less. Lin Tianhao's approach was one of both benevolence and intimidation. His intent was not to frighten the Clinfithbird away, but rather to extract substantial benefits from it. What say you, esteemed Clinfithbird? Taking a deep breath, the Clinfithbird finally nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. A notification chimed. The Clinfithbird has issued you the task of framing Princess Leona. Do you accept? The task required him to inform the king that it was he who aided Leona in slaying the Demon King's son, Rebirth. There were no penalties associated with the task, and the reward shimmered enticingly. 300 attribute points. I accept, Lin Tianhao affirmed, inquiring when they would commence. Tonight. I will notify you at that time. Very well. After seeing off the Clinfithbird, Lin Tianhao exhaled a sigh of relief. Negotiating with such a formidable opponent was indeed fraught with peril. However, the outcome was favorable. He had successfully leveraged the Queen's entanglements with the Underworld clan to compel the Clinfithbird into a concession. Not long after the Clinfithbird's departure, a graceful figure approached. Princess Leona, you have finally arrived. I have been here for some time. It appears you reached an agreement with the Clinfithbird, Leona remarked, her tone grave. Lin Tianhao unabashedly pressed. Now, what about my reward for aiding you in the demise of the Demon King's son, Rebirth? First, tell me what the Clinfithbird sought you for. Refuse to divulge? Then I shall inform the king that you conspired with this nefarious individual to eliminate Rebirth. Leona's expression darkened. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Lin Tianhao grinned, handed over. Leona produced a scroll, a skill book, and a talisman. Is this all? These are meticulously selected items. Perfectly suited for you, she retorted with a hint of annoyance. Everlasting scroll, special a consumable item. The effect can enchant a piece of equipment, binding it irrevocably to oneself, rendering it indestructible, impervious to theft, and incapable of dropping. Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This eternal scroll could undoubtedly be deemed an auxiliary artifact. Certain precious items could inadvertently be dropped upon defeat, but the eternal scroll effectively circumvents this issue. Moreover, it ensures that the equipment remains indestructible. Lin Tianhao immediately thought of the bloodthirsty necklace. The reason was simple. The bloodthirsty necklace resonated with him profoundly. As for acquiring a superior necklace in the future, based on Lin Tianhao's 10 years of experience in his past life, such prospects appeared nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he did not feel overly anxious and turned his attention to the second item, the frost wing of Xianbing, rated 1 star. Its effect could conjure a pair of frost wings, allowing for a brief flight of 5 minutes. The cost was 300, with a cooldown of 60 minutes and a proficiency requirement of 0 out of 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Flight skills were indeed quite remarkable. Within level 50, encountering flying monsters was a rarity, and even in the later stages of the game, such creatures remained few. With a flight ability, he could swiftly escape the battlefield if overwhelmed. It was undeniably a commendable skill. Lastly, there was the talisman. Chapter 67, The Throne Struggle, emphasizing strategy. The Space Teleportation Talisman, Special, is a one-time use item. Its effect, once utilized, randomly teleports the user to another location, potentially interrupted by spatial attacks. In simpler terms, it was a random teleportation talisman. How to classify this reward? If deemed inferior, it scarcely merited such a label. However, when associated with the defeat of the Demon King's son, Grayler Linson, Lin Tianhao honestly felt it was insufficient. Is this all? He inquired. I aided in your defeat of Grayler Linson. Surely, this reward is somewhat inadequate. Leona rolled her eyes. You haven't even told me what the Phoenix of Clinfith sought you for. Haven't I mentioned? Give me the reward, and I shall tell you. Stop dawdling and be quick about it. Leona produced a pale blue crystal from her bosom. This is the ultimate reward for this endeavor. Lin Tianhao accepted the crystal, his eyes lighting up. The tear of the goddess of life, Special, required no specific conditions for wearing. Effect 1. Increases maximum health by 20. Effect 2. Restores 10,000 health per second. Durability 100. Note, cannot be stolen or dropped. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had initially intended to bestow the eternal scroll upon the bloodthirsty necklace, yet now he hesitated. The tear of the goddess of life seemed equally impressive. Although it possessed the qualities of being unstealable and undroppable, it lacked a crucial characteristic, indestructibility. When weighing the benefits of a 20 increase in maximum health against a 1 lifesteal effect, it was clear which was more advantageous in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Lifesteal, if necessary, could be addressed later with an entire set of lifesteal equipment, making it a trivial concern. With a potential increase of 20% to maximum health, combined with his divine level talent, the two complement each other splendidly. Furthermore, there is a remarkable health regeneration of 10,000 per second. Now, may I inquire what business the Clinfith bird has with you? Leona asked. Lin Tianhao grinned. Did I not mention it? What did you say? Leona responded, somewhat bewildered. However, in the next instant, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Are you implying that the Clinfith bird is aware that it was you who assisted me in slaying Grayler Linson? Lin Tianhao smiled and replied, No. She merely hopes that I am the one who aided you. She approached me with the intention of framing you before the king. Upon hearing this, Leona, unsure, remarked, You promised to support me, so you did not acquiesce to her? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I did agree. Leona's expression shifted dramatically, a chill radiating from her, freezing the surrounding flora. Have you forgotten what you promised me? You are to assist the Clinfith bird while deceiving me for rewards. Stop right there. Is this truly deception? Lin Tianhao asserted earnestly. I helped you slay Grayler Linson. Is it not justifiable for me to claim a reward? You. Leona seethed, her teeth clenched. I shall end your life. Wherever you go, I shall pursue you. Cough, cough. Lin Tianhao cleared his throat. Do not be so agitated. I did promise the Clinfith bird, but I am still aiding you. Aiding me? Leona scoffed. If my father and the noble lords were to learn that it was you, a notorious villain, who assisted me, what would they think? The opportunity to eliminate Grayler Linson would be utterly wasted. No, it is precisely because I need to frame you that I can ultimately save you. Lin Tianhao's expression turned serious. You, King Fuyan, and Tixuajian, who among you three do you think has the greatest chance of ascending as the new king? I do not know. Leona replied coldly. But after eliminating Grayler Linson, my chances of becoming the new king will undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you're mistaken. Not only have you not improved, but you have also become the target of many. In the Star Kingdom, you lack a foundation. Killing Grayler Linson will only place you in the spotlight. Subsequently, King Fuyan and Tixuajian will undoubtedly conspire against you. Do you believe you can withstand their schemes? Leona retorted angrily. Yet that does not justify your treachery against me. Tixuajian has profound roots, and King Fuyan has Queen Fuyan backing her. What do you possess? Merely the ability to slay Grayler Linson. How can you contend with them? Leona gritted her teeth. Since you were aware of all this, why did you still aid me in slaying Grayler Linson? To allow the noble lords to witness your capabilities, granting you a chance to develop in the shadows. Lin Tianhao explained. Having experienced much in his past life, he understood well that in the struggle for the throne, any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. How so? By slaying Grayler Linson, showcasing your abilities, and framing you, you would merely balance the scales of your actions outwardly. Yet the noble lords will recognize your capability in eliminating Grayler Linson. With such prowess, you can covertly garner the support of the nobility. Leona gradually calmed down upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, as she suddenly realized that his reasoning seemed quite sound. And then, what are your plans? Leona inquired. To assist Qinfuyan in vanquishing Tixuagen. Lin Tianhao's gaze was sharp. If the matter concerning the queen were to be exposed, Qinfuyan would never ascend as the new monarch. Once Tixuagen falls, Leona would stand a significant chance of becoming the new queen. And then, how shall we contend with Qinfuyan, who has the support of the queen? Once Tixuagen is defeated, I will be able to undermine the queen, Lin Tianhao replied. Leona was somewhat taken aback. She did not comprehend the source of Lin Tianhao's confidence. Yet, she chose to trust him. All right, you have implicated me this time. How should I cooperate? Feign ignorance and vehemently deny any involvement, he instructed. As for the rest, leave it to me. But what if they inquire about how I killed Grayler Linson? Leona suddenly realized a crucial issue. At that juncture, you need only state that you have no comment, he assured her. Leona took a deep breath. She felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, slaying Grayler Linson was a monumental achievement. Yet in the end, she acquiesced. Very well, I will play my part well. With that, Leona bid farewell and departed. In the palace, at the Listening Rain Pavilion, the queen remarked, the Snow Empress has agreed to assist us in framing Leona. Fier Dingyu nodded in satisfaction. He was quite perceptive. But what is it? Fier Dingyu questioned. Clinfizier replied solemnly. The Snow Empress is aware of your dealings with the Underworld clan. Upon hearing this, Fier Dingyu's expression shifted dramatically. The Snow Empress, how did she come to know? Clinfizier shook his head, uncertain. However, this is ultimately a peril. Should he gestured across his throat? Kill. Can adventurers truly be slain? If he dies, he can be resurrected. Imprisonment? Futile. Fier Dingyu's eyes deepened with thought. Suddenly, a knowing smile graced her face. I believe I know what to do. Lin Tianhao remained oblivious to these developments. After bidding farewell to Leona, he resumed his hunt for the bloodback mysterious tortoise. According to his memories from a previous life, he needed to clear 18 consecutive bloodback tortoises for the blood-eyed dragon tortoise to appear. Defeating the blood-eyed dragon tortoise would unlock the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Again and again, he diligently slaughtered the creatures. His notoriety slowly diminished, while his health gradually increased. In order to maximize his health gain, Lin Tianhao had even refrained from equipping the Tears of the Goddess of Life, as a 20% health boost rendered even the elite bloodback tortoises incapable of withstanding many blows. As time passed, a warrior scampered towards him. Brother Hao, I have arrived. This person was none other than Zhou Xiaoping. He had concealed his nickname, yet Lin Tianhao still recognized him. Let me first add you to the guild. Lin Tianhao invited Zhou Xiaoping to join the Shui Gushue guild. Zhou Xiaoping, in astonishment, exclaimed, Brother Hao, you are incredible. To be honest, I had no idea you were a notorious red name player. As he continued to explain, he suddenly noticed a transformation in his attributes, leaving him utterly speechless. Wow, Brother Hao, this is astonishing. Currently, Lin Tianhao's Shui Gushue guild boasts a 5-star rating, granting its members enhancements of 1 in damage, 10 in critical strike, 20 in attack power, 3 in movement speed, 1 in attack speed, and a staggering 10,000 in health. Moreover, due to the guild's unique characteristics, all members benefit from these 6 attributes, which is the most extraordinary aspect. While an individual receiving such enhancements might be commendable, the effect becomes truly remarkable when 1,000 or even 10,000 individuals gain these boosts. This would result in an unparalleled increase in combat prowess, particularly with the impending guild power rankings and national wars. At that point, such enhancements will prove to be significantly vital. Calm down. Take this divine talent awakening stone and awaken your talent, Lin Tianhao said. Zhou Xiaopeng's eyes widened. A divine item? Brother Hao, are you really giving this to me? I saw someone on the forum sell a divine talent awakening stone for 5 million. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Just take it. Hee. Having a strong ally makes all the difference, Zhou Xiaopeng replied, taking the talent awakening stone and beginning the awakening process. Lin Tianhao was already aware of Zhou Xiaopeng's talent from his previous life. It was a divine talent, Soul Binding. Soul Binding at 1 star grants 2 effects. Effect 1 allows you to bind a friendly unit, gaining all their enhancements in health, armor, and magic resistance. Effect 2 provides a 10% increase in health, armor, and magic resistance to the bound teammate. Proficiency is at 0-10. This proficiency is based on the number of enemies you and your bound ally defeat that are not below your level. With each star increase, an additional friendly unit can be bound, and at maximum stars, 10 friends can be bound simultaneously. In other words, that equates to 11-fold attributes. If Zhou Xiaopeng could find 10 powerful teammates, he would soar to new heights. However, upon seeing his talent, Zhou Xiaopeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother Hao, I feel like I'm being shortchanged by the system. Is this really a divine talent? Lin Tianhao smiled. You still don't realize the power of this talent. Now, try binding me. Ding. Player Shinpeng Invincible request to establish a soul binding with you. Do you accept? Accept. The soul binding has no negative impact on the bound individual. Rather, it grants enhancements in health and magic resistance. Lin Tianhao's armor and magic resistance were negligible, so a 10% increase was not significant. However, his health was substantial, meaning a 10% boost would amount to several thousand. And in the later stages, it could be even greater. Wow, 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 wow. After binding with Lin Tianhao, Zhou Xiaopeng stood there, utterly stunned. He gazed at his health bar, which surged from over 10,000 to an astonishing 500,000 in an instant. Wow, how good! Your attributes are simply extraordinary, far surpassing the average health. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and checked the time. I will lead you in leveling up. Allocate your points to attack power, and soon you'll be ready to slay me. Zhou Xiaopeng was taken aback. Kill you? Indeed, the bounty on the Demon King, Reborn, is better suited for you than for anyone else. Is that appropriate? With your notoriety? If you die, won't you drop to level 1? Let be. Leveling up is a simple matter for me. Lin Tianhao was indifferent. This was not his ostentation. For him, leveling was indeed a straightforward endeavor. He sent Zhou Xiaopeng a party invitation, with experience points allocated at 91-9. After all, Lin Tianhao could no longer level up, so it would be a waste for him to keep the points. After a round, they managed to defeat 5 blood-eye tortoises, and after 2 rounds, Zhou Xiaopeng's talent ascended in rank. Upon reaching 2 stars, he could bind 2 allied units. How good! You are truly formidable. Lin Tianhao remained unperturbed. Stay calm. Moreover, do not consider a job change below the holy level. If you come across a hidden divine class, switch immediately. Understood, Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. Lin Tianhao was aware of some strategies regarding the warriors' hidden classes. However, while there were higher-level classes, the divine ones were singular and not located within the Star Kingdom. If all else fails, one could transition to an ordinary profession and forfeit the hidden class, as transitioning to an ordinary profession allows for a future switch to a hidden class. Yet, if you change to a yellow-level hidden class without special items, it would be nearly impossible to switch to another hidden class. Now I understand, Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. He could sense Lin Tianhao's deep familiarity with this game, though he could not precisely gauge its extent. Additionally, I will promote you to the position of vice president in the guild. You can recruit some skilled players. All right. As they spoke, Lin Tianhao continued to assist Zhou Xiaopeng in monster hunting. Before long, Zhou Xiaopeng had reached level 20, but he could only continue leveling after completing the job change quest. The Clintfifth Bird had mentioned meeting him tonight. Calculating the time, it would be just about right after he defeated the Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise and cleared the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Chapter 69, Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao continued to hunt monsters. He had already defeated the Bloodback Tortoise 12 times. Only 6 more were needed for the Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise to appear. Given Lin Tianhao's current output capabilities, summoning the Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise would only require waiting for the Bloodback Tortoises to respawn. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Due to your extensive slaying of Blood-Eye Tortoises, the Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise, which has been slumbering in Blackwater Lake, has awakened. Please evacuate quickly. Evacuate? That was out of the question. His goal this time was to hunt the Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise. Ahead of him, the waters of Blackwater Lake rippled as a shell the size of a basketball court surfaced. Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise, Bronze, level 45 health, 6, 850, 000 attack, 17. 590. The skills of the Blood-Eye Dragon Tortoise include the Water Cannon, Healing Body, Dragon's Roar Tsunami, 9-Pillar Impact, Blackwater Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Array, Toxic Mist of Blood Eyes, Dominance Body, and Frenzy. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. With nearly 7 million health points, and an attack power exceeding 17,000. Not to mention the unaccounted magical strength. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise, being a magical creature, undoubtedly possesses a magical power that surpasses its attack strength. However, Lin Tianhao felt no fear. He was not wearing the tier of the goddess of life, and his health had already surpassed 530,000. Engaging in a prolonged battle still held considerable promise. Whoosh! The feathered arrow was released, dealing a staggering damage of 16,369 points. A colossal figure of damage appeared above the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's head. 5,258, then 3,000. Lin Tianhao felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Of course, this was disregarding any effects of severe injury. Generally speaking, one need not reach level 45. Around level 30, weapons or skills inflicting severe injuries begin to appear. This prompted Lin Tianhao to contemplate an intriguing notion. Could he consider acquiring some equipment that inflicts severe injuries, allowing him to engage from a distance? However, what if there were equipment with significantly higher severe injury effects? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The property of severe injury is classified as a special attribute, becoming increasingly difficult to stack as one progresses. Before the second class transfer, achieving a stacking of 30 to 40% in severe injury would be remarkable. However, that modest degree of severe injury would not greatly assist Lin Tianhao. Lost in thought, the battle continued unabated. Lin Tianhao unleashed his feathered arrows relentlessly, refraining from recklessly approaching the Blackwater Lake. Instead, he utilized the increased attack range from normal attacks to draw the creature in from a distance. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise roared, causing the waters of the Blackwater Lake to churn violently, sending waves several meters high crashing toward Lin Tianhao. This was an area of effect skill. Although Lin Tianhao was swift, evading such a widespread wave of water was quite unrealistic. 19,859. A massive damage figure materialized above Lin Tianhao's head, and he was sent flying by the force of the wave. Such a large-scale skill, coupled with its overwhelming damage, was undeniably vexing. After a brief moment of being airborne, Lin Tianhao landed, only to notice a ring of water markings forming beneath his feet. This was perilous. He leaped away just in time as a water column surged from the ground behind him. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have been swept away. As he barely touched the ground, another water column erupted beneath him. Lin Tianhao performed a backflip to narrowly evade the second column. Balancing on one hand in a handstand, he spotted yet another water marking below him. Bang! A tremendous water column struck him, sending him flying while also depleting a significant portion of his health. 18,850. Another damage value approaching 20,000. Utilizing Lin Tianhao's aerial moment, the fourth water column crashed toward him. Judging by the name of the skill, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise could unleash up to 9 water columns. While airborne, Lin Tianhao executed a complete 360-degree rotation, narrowly avoiding the fourth water column. Upon landing, he immediately retreated. With sufficient speed to evade and advance, the remaining water columns ceased to pose a threat to him. Lin Tianhao even managed to unleash feathered arrows to strike the blood-eyed dragon tortoise during the intervals of his dodging. Whoosh! Whoosh! Furthermore, the area surrounding the Blackwater Lake was firmly within its territory. Its skill casting range was nearly on par with Lin Tianhao's enhanced normal attack distance. After withstanding the assault of the water columns, Lin Tianhao began to unleash a frenzied barrage of attacks, striving to inflict as much damage as possible. 16398. 16407. Lin Tianhao's damage was commendable, yet against his formidable output, it was but a drop in the bucket. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise had already acquired a degree of intelligence, and was acutely aware that this method of combat was futile. Whoosh! To Lin Tianhao's astonishment, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise withdrew its limbs and head into its shell. In the next moment, the shell of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, floating on the Blackwater Lake, transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao barely had time to roll to the side, but the tortoise's shell was as large as a basketball court. This sudden impact caught him off guard, and he was still knocked away. 19999. Lin Tianhao's health dropped significantly. Upon landing, he resumed his assault. The attack range of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise was extensive, yet its damage output was not as high as Lin Tianhao had anticipated. It soon became evident to Lin Tianhao why the creature had charged at him. Upon halting, it delivered a resounding slap to Lin Tianhao's forehead. 34980. Critical hit. Lin Tianhao felt a ringing in his head from the strike, yet he did not falter. Instead, he immediately retreated. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of feathered arrows. He needed to create distance. Otherwise, close combat would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. However, despite the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's seemingly sluggish movement, its sheer size meant that each step it took was equivalent to Lin Tianhao running several paces. As a result, Lin Tianhao found it impossible to create distance. Since you wish to engage in close combat, I shall oblige. With a cold snort, Lin Tianhao abandoned the idea of distancing himself and charged directly towards the side of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, utilizing its massive form to obscure his line of sight. Chapter 70. First kill of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Against such a large and relatively slow-moving opponent, manipulating the line of sight proved to be the most effective strategy. Despite its lack of speed, the distance covered with each of its steps was not to be underestimated. Thus, utilizing its substantial size to block vision became crucial. In the distance, the floating pagoda divine wolf had been dispatched to this location. More precisely, it had arrived when Lin Tianhao began his assault on the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. However, it did not approach, as this could easily be misinterpreted as an attempt to steal the kill. Apart from the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, there was another individual lurking in the distance, currently in a state of stealth. This individual was none other than Shadow Killer. His objectives were somewhat aligned with those of the floating pagoda divine wolf. Lin Tianhao had noticed their presence, but he chose to disregard them. Arrows incessantly rained upon the blood-eyed dragon turtle, causing its health to steadily dwindle. It turned several times, yet failed to catch sight of Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao executed his movements with utmost precision, consistently positioning himself within the creature's field of blindness. Shadow Step. Yingsha raised an eyebrow. However, his version of the Shadow Step was honed through countless battles and numerous assassination missions. Lin Tianhao's mastery of the Shadow Step, while perhaps not as formidable as his, was certainly not far behind. In that fleeting moment, Yingsha pondered deeply. He did not believe that Lin Tianhao had only just practiced this technique upon entering the game. Seeing Lin Tianhao's terrifying agility and damage output, Fu Tu Shunlang felt a chill run down his spine. He now understood why the elite team, led by Zhu Meng Yinshui, had been so effortlessly vanquished by Lin Tianhao. High damage, absurd movement. Indeed, in Fu Tu Shunlang's eyes, Lin Tianhao's movements transcended mere strength. They could only be described as outrageous. In another game, he might have even suspected the presence of hacks. Lin Tianhao, undeterred by the opinions of the two, maximized his movement speed, attack speed, and reaction time. Some ordinary archers, even in the later stages of the game, might still fumble their positioning and basic attacks. In other words, with an attack speed of 50, due to poor positioning, they might only achieve an effective attack speed of 30 or even lower. Furthermore, there was the issue of accuracy. Many archers would experience a decline in their arrow's hit rate while maneuvering. Of course, against a colossal foe like the blood-eyed dragon turtle, the problem was not yet apparent. Yet, merely observing Lin Tianhao's movements made Fu Tu Shunlang acutely aware that he was not to be trifled with. With a thunderous roar, the blood-eyed dragon turtle unleashed a toxic mist from its shell. Damage numbers of 648 appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The purification talisman proved its might, significantly reducing the toxicity he endured, rendering the effect of the poisonous mist almost negligible. Just then, the blood-eyed dragon turtle let out another roar, its body shimmering with crimson light, indicating it had entered a state of frenzy. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. At that moment, he realized he had been ensnared, for the dragon turtle had anticipated his movements. This sudden onset of frenzy was aimed squarely at obliterating him. A black whirlpool manifested beneath his feet, instantly pulling him into its grasp. The whirlpool, with a diameter exceeding 20 meters, relentlessly drew Lin Tianhao toward its center. Thus, even if he wished to evade, it was too late. Simultaneously, a formation appeared above Lin Tianhao, unleashing a barrage of water arrows. Damage numbers of 6,785, 6,789, and 6,782 materialized as they struck him. Lin Tianhao donned the tears of the goddess of life without hesitation, subsequently unleashing a torrent of attacks. As his health surged by 20%, he was also able to regenerate 10,000 health points every second. Concurrently, this boon elevated Lin Tianhao's damage output and recovery rate. The floating godwolf was acutely attuned to changes in attributes, and in an instant, he discerned the alterations in Lin Tianhao's stats. While he could not observe the health directly, he could infer the attack power and recovery based on his experience. Was it a skill? A talent? The floating godwolf found himself uncertain, but suspected it was some form of damage amplification skill. Lin Tianhao's damage had indeed increased, likely by around 20%, alongside the additional blessing of 1,000 health points recovered per second. The floating god wolf had encountered such amplification skills himself, and had seen others benefit from them. Yet a 20% increase combined with 1,000 health regeneration was unprecedented in his experience. At that moment, the battle raged on. Lin Tianhao withstood the barrage of water arrows, averaging 10 arrows striking him per second, inflicting over 80,000 damage. He sought to break free from the abyssal water whirlpool, but the blood-eyed dragon turtle would not grant him that opportunity. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a barrage of water orbs. 10890, 10893, 10888. A relentless stream of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and each water orb inflicted a knockback effect upon him. However, Lin Tianhao remained composed. The damage from the blood-eyed dragon turtle was not significant in his eyes. Its primary skills were area-based, lacking in explosive damage. As long as the burst damage was insufficient to eliminate Lin Tianhao in one hit, and with the control chain being inadequate, the combined effects of the tears of the goddess of life, the bloodthirsty necklace, the ninefold longbow, and the revival skill rendered the blood-eyed dragon turtle's attacks ineffectual. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows pierced the air, and the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health began to plummet. It attempted to retaliate against Lin Tianhao, but its output paled in comparison to his remarkable recovery. At this juncture, the demise of the blood-eyed dragon turtle was merely a matter of time. The floating god wolf possessed a keen insight into the evolving battle, and, although the conflict was not yet concluded, he had already arrived at a conclusion. The outcome held no suspense. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. A server-wide announcement will soon follow. Do you wish to conceal your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. We encourage all players to strive for further successes. The announcement resonated throughout the server, prompting the floating god wolf and Shadow Kill to approach. Shadow Kill, moving with greater speed, arrived before Lin Tianhao first. Shwedi, our captain wishes for me to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 71. The chief family of Tiangong Mountain. Lin Tianhao, however, paid no heed to Shadow Kill and began to loot the corpse. Ding! You have acquired a skill book level 3. Ding! You have obtained equipment level 4. Ding! You have received 598 gold coins. Ding! You have gained 50 free attribute points. Ding! You have acquired a dragon's gallbladder level 1. Ding! You have obtained a key to the Blackwater Lake dungeon level 1. A series of system notifications echoed in the air. Lin Tianhao first examined the skill book. What caught Lin Tianhao's attention was the unexpected acquisition of a body fortification skill. Body fortification, level 1 star. Effect: you will be immune to all forms of control, including knockback for the next 5 seconds. Cost: 50. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Proficiency: 0-100. Note: this skill is exclusively available to warriors, fighters, and other melee professions. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, unsurprised by this development. Regardless of whether one is an archer or a mage, the skills they can learn are limited to purification types. Obtaining continuous immunity skills like body fortification is exceedingly rare. Some priests might possess blessing skills that offer similar effects. The remaining 2 skill books held little value for him. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor is also learnable only by warriors and fighters. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, level 1 star. Effect: 5 of the damage you receive will be converted into healing effects to restore your health. Cost: none. Cooldown: none. Proficiency: 0-1000. This skill, alongside body fortification, is exceptionally suited for Zhou Xiaoping. It seems he is merely working for Zhou Xiaoping. As for the 3rd skill book, the Blackwater Whirlpool, it is exclusive to mages and holds no relevance for him. The equipment, being level 45 tank gear, is something Lin Tianhao is currently unable to equip. After collecting the gear, Lin Tianhao cast a glance at the Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf. Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf? Surely you are not here to eliminate me like the Dream Chaser in the snow? The Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf hastily waved its hand, stating, not quite. But I do wish to discuss a monetary arrangement with you regarding your earlier defeat at our hands. Perhaps 5 million? Lin Tianhao regarded the Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf with an expression of incredulity. Do you truly believe that I would need your 5 million if I were in need of money? Very well, my apologies for the interruption, replied the Floating Pagoda Divine Wolf respectfully. However, if the Great Snow Emperor has any equipment or skill books for sale, do consider our Floating Pagoda Guild. The prices are negotiable. Understood, Lin Tianhao replied, waving his hand as his gaze shifted to the nearby Shadow Kill. Shadow kill. If your intentions are similar to those of the floating pagoda, divine wolf, you may take your leave as well. Shadow kill, emerge from the shadows, alright? But I must inform you that someone has set their sights on you. They are formidable and not easily dealt with. Lin Tianhao smiled nonchalantly, unfazed. What do I have to fear from player targeting? I'm not concerned. Very well, take care of yourself. Shadow kill departed, followed by the floating pagoda divine wolf. Once they had left, Lin Tianhao retrieved the dungeon key, preparing to unlock the Blackwater Lake dungeon. However, before he could initiate the dungeon, his body instinctively sidestepped as an arrow grazed his shoulder, narrowly missing him. As Lin Tianhao contemplated, arrows soared through the air ahead of him. The archer, a level 15 marksman, donned a complete set of gear and exhibited a rapid attack speed that rivaled Lin Tianhao's own. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately retaliated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air. In the next instant, Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted in disbelief. His arrow was intercepted by the mysterious archer's projectile. Both were energy arrows, and the opponent had deftly collided their arrow with Lin Tianhao's, effectively negating his attack. Such precision, though seemingly straightforward, was a rare feat even during the Cataclysm. His adversary was undoubtedly a master. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao employed the twisting arrow technique, a method that allowed arrows to soar in arcs, thereby evading the opponent's arrows and ensuring his own strikes would not be thwarted. However, to his astonishment, as soon as Lin Tianhao's arrow was released, the opposing arrow also curved in response, employing the same twisting arrow technique. 5 arrows were unleashed simultaneously from both sides, each capable of countering Lin Tianhao's projectiles. Lin Tianhao squinted, questioning whether his opponent was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, perhaps from the esteemed Qi family of Tiangong Mountain. In his previous life, this group had emerged as a formidable force, their combat skills serving as the backbone against the Eric Galaxy during the Cataclysm. Masters of ancient martial arts easily accumulated power in the game, achieving remarkable damage as long as their talents and classes were not overly weak. The archer, appearing somewhat astonished, regarded Lin Tianhao intently. Your mastery of the twisting arrow technique and simultaneous 5-arrow release, along with your knowledge of our Qi family, is impressive. May I inquire as to your identity? Why concern oneself with real identities while playing a game? Do you intend to challenge me offline if you cannot prevail here? The archer shook his head dismissively. Our Qi family does not engage in such base conduct. However, I would like to discuss the possibility of our Tiangong Mountain Qi family being affiliated with your Snowy Solitude Guild. Lin Tianhao, taken aback, had indeed contemplated inviting a cadre of ancient martial artists to join his guild during its formation. He anticipated someone would approach him to seek membership, and from the illustrious Qi family at that. You members of the Qi family are quite formidable. I have no reason to refuse. Yet, I must inquire what benefits would I gain from incorporating you into the guild? The archer presented a skill book, stating, I have observed your combat footage. Your resilience is commendable, yet you lack immunity to control effects and possess no skills to cleanse such effects. This skill book should serve as a significant enhancement to your capabilities. Lin Tianhao accepted the skill book, his eyes lighting up as he read its contents. Star Moon Purification, 1 star. Effect 1. Removes control, slow, and negative effects from yourself. Nullifies knockback and curse effects. Effect 2. For 10 seconds after use. Grants you an additional 5 resilience. Cost 50. Cooldown 10 minutes. Proficiency 01000. Note that this proficiency must be utilized under conditions of control, deceleration, and negative effects to increase. It cannot be accumulated through daily use. Chapter 72. The Dragon Tortoise of Blackwater Lake. Purification skills indeed serve as a formidable enhancement. Regrettably, the lunar purification cannot dispel knockbacks or curses, rendering it of limited utility for him. Well, Lin Tianhao stowed away the lunar purification. In truth, even without it, Lin Tianhao would not hesitate to invite them into the guild. This inclination stems not only from the fact that the Qijia of Tiangong Mountain is an ancient martial arts family, but more significantly, after the Cataclysm in his past life. The Qijia unreservedly made their secret archery manual public, allowing all archers to learn from it. The previous analysis by the expert members of the Dream Pursuit Club was indeed accurate. Under normal circumstances, even with deliberate practice of the floating arrow technique, one would require no less than 5 years to merely scratch the surface. Lin Tianhao, endowed with exceptional talent and tempered by life and death experiences, still found that these factors alone did not account for his ability to swiftly master so many archery techniques. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Qijia had revealed a millennium of accumulated archery wisdom, enabling him to assimilate their techniques. With such a venerable martial arts family, Lin Tianhao had no reason to decline their offer. Upon encountering the archer, he added him as a friend and subsequently invited him to join the Guild of Solitary Snow. The name Shooting Through the Skies carries a hint of youthful bravado. Yet Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback, for in his previous life, Shooting Through the Skies was a name of great renown. His talent, while not exceedingly remarkable, offering no enhancements to damage, movement speed, or attack speed, with all attributes remaining unchanged, was nonetheless classified as sacred level. Many had jested that it fell short of even celestial or terrestrial levels. However, with this sacred level talent, he had perfected the art of archery to an extraordinary degree. Lin Tianhao recalled the description of his talent. Effect 1. Your normal attacks reduce the target's movement speed by 5 for 5 seconds. This effect is absolute and cannot be stacked or mitigated by resilience, invulnerability, purification, or any similar immunity. Effect 2. Your normal attacks decrease the target's attack speed by 5. If the target is a spell-casting entity, it simultaneously increases their skill cooldown and casting time by 5 for 5 seconds. This effect is also absolute, unimpeded by any immunity. Proficiency 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. This talent, classified as sacred, was the subject of much ridicule upon its initial revelation. Yet at times, a talent's true value is contingent upon the individual who wields it. In the hands of an ordinary player, it may seem utterly trivial. Yet, Shooting Through the Skies, despite possessing a talent seemingly inferior to celestial level, achieved performances akin to divine prowess during the Cataclysm. This phenomenon relates closely to one's understanding of the game. They saw only 5% of its potential, overlooking the fact that this talent could be upgraded and that its effects were indisputable and uninterruptible. Once this talent reaches the pinnacle of 10 stars, it incurs a 50% reduction in movement speed and attack speed, while also extending the casting time for spellcasting entities and increasing cooldown periods. This is truly formidable. Regrettably, the prodigy known as Piercing the Sky ultimately faced 10 of the foremost vanguard generals of the Elite Star system alone during a battle meant to shield the human forces' retreat. It proved insurmountable for a single individual to contend with 10 formidable opponents. In the end, he was slain even after managing to take down 3 adversaries, marking a significant loss for the Dragon Kingdom's war zone. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tianhao reflected deeply. Piercing the Sky was undoubtedly deserving of respect. I grant you the status of administrator. You may invite all members of your family clan into the guild. Piercing the Sky instinctively nodded, astonished by the attributes bestowed upon him by Lin Tianhao's guild. These enhancements would greatly benefit their clan. In the early stages, free attribute points were woefully insufficient, and archers generally possessed low health. Some extreme archers even had health barely exceeding that of their equipment. However, Lin Tianhao's guild provided a direct addition of 10,000 health points. Moreover, benefits to attack speed, movement speed, critical hit rate, and damage enhancements were exceedingly advantageous for them. Snow Emperor, I initially sought merely a slight enhancement, yet I never dreamed your guild would offer such extensive support. Piercing the Sky glanced at Lin Tianhao with gratitude. Though he had not played extensively, as an ancient martial artist, he understood the immense advantage these attributes conferred in combat. It's nothing. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively, then produced the key to the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Usage. Beep. You have used the Blackwater Lake dungeon key. The dungeon is now open. Beep. You have successfully activated the Blackwater Lake dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to conceal your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the Blackwater Lake Dragon Tortoise dungeon. Special rewards, 20 free attribute points and 50 gold coins. This is hereby announced, encouraging all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the Blackwater Lake Dragon Tortoise dungeon. Special rewards, 20 free attribute points and 50 gold coins. This is hereby announced, encouraging all players to continue their efforts. I bid you farewell. I shall now delve into the dungeon. With that, Lin Tianhao stepped forward into the luminous portal of the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Upon entry, he promptly allocated all 70 of his free attribute points to his mana, elevating it from a mere 100 to 450 points. While still modest, it would suffice for his needs. Health difficulty. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao, as per his usual approach, opted for the hell difficulty level. Beep. Your level is too low. You cannot enter this dungeon on hell difficulty as a solo player. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. In his previous life, he never attempted to tackle a hell difficulty dungeon at level 20 as a solo player. Thus, he was unaware of this restriction. Nightmare difficulty. Beep. Your level is too low. You cannot enter this dungeon on nightmare difficulty as a solo player. Lin Tianhao felt a pang of frustration. Could he truly not conquer such a formidable dungeon solo? If so, his aspirations to farm vitality points in the hellish difficulty advanced dungeon would be in vain. He lowered the difficulty to challenging, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He then reduced it to simple, but still, there was no alteration. Was it necessary to form a party to enter this dungeon? Lin Tianhao sent a private message to Zhou Xiaoping. Fatty, have you completed your job transfer quest? Come and join me in a dungeon. Not yet. Should I come over first? No need. I'm right at the dungeon entrance. Lin Tianhao exited the dungeon and sent a party invitation to Shi Xiong before re-entering. Upon entering, he unhesitatingly selected the hellish difficulty dungeon. Shi Xiong raised an eyebrow, showing little surprise. Inside, he found himself in a dimly lit cavern, damp and echoing with the sound of dripping water. In the distance, Lin Tianhao spotted over 10 bloodback Xian turtles. Bloodback Xian turtle, elite, level 45 health, 937, 593, 375 attack, 598 skills, bloodthirsty Xian armor. Water sphere technique, water arrow technique, magical water shield. At the hellish difficulty level, there were no ordinary monsters. The encounter began with elite level foes. Their attributes significantly higher than those outside the dungeon. The health bar had nearly doubled, and their attack power had also seen a considerable increase. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the air as Lin Tianhao commenced his massacre. Shi Xiong joined in the fray beside him. The first damage dealt was by Lin Tianhao, followed swiftly by Shi Xiong's strike. Observing their respective damage outputs, Shi Xiong felt a sense of numbness. Was this truly a human? His attacks on the bloodback Xian turtle yielded only minimal force damage, while Lin Tianhao's arrow inflicted terrifyingly high damage. As the bloodback Xian turtle was attacked, a multitude of them surged forth, pouring towards Lin Tianhao and Shi Xiong. 5 arrows were unleashed simultaneously. Lin Tianhao maximized his output, coupled with the chain damage from the lightning leap, causing the bloodback Xian turtles to collapse in droves. Even the turtles with over 90,000 health were obliterated in mere seconds by Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have reached level 16, awarded 5 free attribute points. Before the first wave of monsters had been completely eliminated, Shi Xiong had already leveled up. Throughout the encounter, he merely observed as Lin Tianhao unleashed a torrent of damage, watching the bloodback Xian turtles fall continuously. In less than 2 minutes, the first wave of bloodback Xian turtles had been eradicated. Next came the second wave, resembling the layout of the previous hellish dungeon. Here, a bloodback Xian turtle commander appeared, boasting attributes approximately 5 times that of a regular bloodback Xian turtle. Alas, under Lin Tianhao's relentless barrage, it met its demise on the spot. Ding! You have reached level 17, awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 18, awarded 5 free attribute points. With a sudden surge in power, shooting through the skies witnessed an extraordinary rise in his level without any effort. He ascended from a lower rank to the top 5 on the leaderboard, and his momentum continued to propel him forward. In the third challenge, the adversaries were no longer the elite bloodback Xian turtle, but rather the commanding bloodback Xian turtle, complemented by the formidable black iron blood-eye Xian turtle. The overall combat strength had escalated significantly. For ordinary players, even a well-coordinated group of 12 at level 45 would find it nearly impossible to conquer this dungeon's hellish difficulty. It would likely require a dozen exceptionally skilled players with top-tier talents and complete sets of equipment, alongside some unique items, to navigate this challenge. Yet, Lin Tianhao was currently engaged in solitary slaughter. With 5 arrows released simultaneously, he maximized his damage output. Although the third level posed some pressure, it failed to affect him in the slightest. However, shooting through the skies met his demise. Indeed, while Lin Tianhao valiantly pressed on, he fell victim. The cause was simple. He was merely grazed by an area skill from the blood-eye Xian turtle, resulting in the complete depletion of his health. Shooting through the skies had allocated his attributes to an extreme degree, emphasizing attack speed and movement speed, while his health and resistances were alarmingly low. Without a full set of level 15 equipment, he would have been in dire straits. Nonetheless, his downfall in the third level bore no consequences for Lin Tianhao, who confidently stepped into the 4th level. Here lay the ultimate challenge. The blood-eye dragon turtle, bronze, at level 45, boasting a staggering health pool of 1, 685,000 and an attack power of 27,590. Its skills included Pearl Water Cannon, Healing Body, Dragon Roar Tsunami, 9-Pillar Impact, Blackwater Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Array, Blood Eye Poison Mist, Invincibility, and Frenzy. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. As he had anticipated, the attributes of the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle had received a substantial enhancement within this hellish dungeon. Moreover, the confined environment of the dungeon rendered unlimited kiting impractical. Lin Tianhao's best strategy was to avoid control skills as much as possible. With a swift motion, he initiated his assault. The damage figures flashed. 19, 285, 9, 849, 2, 000. Lin Tianhao's recovery ability was somewhat monstrous. Undeterred, he unleashed a torrent of arrows. The feathered projectiles whizzed through the air, but due to the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's remarkable healing capabilities, Lin Tianhao could only inflict a little over 7,000 damage per arrow. Given the turtle's health of over 16 million, he estimated that it would take more than 2,000 arrows to bring it down. Each arrow he released allowed him to stack 3 points of health, meaning it would take over 2,000 shots to accumulate around 7,000 health points. Thus, it became evident that only by engaging in such high-intensity hellish dungeons could he swiftly augment his health. In contrast, defeating ordinary monsters would require slaying 2,000 or 3,000 to achieve a similar health increase. However, the logistics of ordinary monster density and distribution necessitated movement and waiting for respawns, which would consume considerable time. Suddenly, the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle lunged forward, striking at Lin Tianhao with a powerful claw. Lin Tianhao narrowly dodged, continuing his assault. He remained calm as the enormous claws continued to strike. This creature was even larger than the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle he had previously slain outside, its claws equally formidable. Moreover, Lin Tianhao discerned that its speed surpassed that of the external Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle by more than double. Once again creating distance, he narrowly avoided a strike. However, just as he repositioned, a watermark appeared beneath his feet. This is not good. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted as he realized that the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle had anticipated his movement direction and had preemptively unleashed its skill, 9 Pillars Impact. Furthermore, the range of this 9 Pillars Impact was even greater than that of its counterpart outside. Boom! Water columns surged into the sky. With the ice wing of mystery, Lin Tianhao understood that his starlight purification could not negate the knock-up effect, so he unhesitatingly utilized the ice wing to gain distance. Soaring into the air, the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle became a living target for Lin Tianhao. Although the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's 9 Pillars Impact still had 8 strikes capable of reaching Lin Tianhao's altitude, it proved futile. Lin Tianhao's aerial maneuvers were equally remarkable. The 9 Pillars Impact had a delay. The watermark appeared first, followed by the impact, granting Lin Tianhao precious time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In midair, Lin Tianhao unleashed a flurry of feathered arrows, each imbued with devastating force, relentlessly whittling down the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's health. Seeing its water column attack fail to reach Lin Tianhao, the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle roared in fury, opening its massive jaws and charging a new skill, the Sequential Water Cannon. Chapter 74. First Clear Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle. The charge time for the water cannon was relatively short, and its attack speed was even swifter. Yet, Lin Tianhao skillfully evaded each one during his agile maneuvers. The trajectory of the water cannon was predictable as it erupted from the dragon turtle's mouth. Lin Tianhao was already repositioning as it discharged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While evading attacks, Lin Tianhao continued his relentless output, showing no mercy. The feathered arrows pierced the air, further diminishing the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's health. Roar! The Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle bellowed in frustration, realizing it was powerless against Lin Tianhao, suspended in the air. Lin Tianhao's arrow strikes were executed effortlessly. With a rate of 5 arrows per second, he dealt approximately 40,000 damage, amounting to 240 million damage in a minute. In 5 minutes, Lin Tianhao could reduce the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's health by over 10 million. Finally, as the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's health dwindled to just over 4 million, the duration of Lin Tianhao's Ice Wing of Mystery came to an end. Upon landing, he continued his assault. However, the subsequent actions of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle left Lin Tianhao dumbfounded. It entered a state of frenzy, but refrained from immediate attack, instead casting the skill Healing Body. Almost instantaneously, Lin Tianhao witnessed the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's health rapidly regenerating, soaring back to over 11 million in the blink of an eye. One skill had restored over 6 million health. Truly monstrous. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but voice his astonishment. It is not merely the blood-eyed dragon tortoise that is formidable, but rather the hell-level difficulty of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise that truly commands respect. Once its health is elevated, it transforms into a streak of light, hurtling towards Lin Tianhao. Bang! A staggering damage figure of 51,290 materializes above Lin Tianhao's head. He feels a prickling sensation at the back of his neck as his health diminishes alarmingly. With a resounding clap, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise lands and strikes Lin Tianhao on the forehead with a claw. Critical hit. Another colossal damage number appears. 55,895. Lin Tianhao swiftly sidesteps, employing his previous combat tactics to manipulate the line of sight. However, the speed and attack rate of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise are evidently superior. It swiftly turns and strikes down again. Lin Tianhao narrowly evades, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of arrows. The duel between man and tortoise becomes increasingly intense. Lin Tianhao relies on his agile movements to dodge the majority of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's assaults. Realizing that this method of combat was not sustainable, the tortoise emits a furious roar. In the next instant, waves ripple forth, surging to heights of over 10 meters towards Lin Tianhao. His eyes narrow. He has surmised the tortoise's intentions. The dragon's roar, coupled with a massive wave, initiates a control chain that culminates in a black water vortex, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. A tremendous damage figure of 29,850 appears above Lin Tianhao's head. Before he can even land, the black water vortex forms beneath him, and he finds himself standing directly atop it. Observing this, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise immediately conjures a water arrow formation above Lin Tianhao. Such a combination of skills would even challenge a level 45 tank. Lin Tianhao's health, while not excessively low, is still precarious. Upon landing on the black water vortex, he promptly activates the Star Moon Purification, creating distance and escaping the vortex's grasp. The tortoise, frustrated by the failure of its assault, bellows in anger. Yet Lin Tianhao pays no heed to its roar. He continues to unleash his attacks, striving to maximize his damage output. Arrows fly incessantly, and his health gradually increases, with damage seeing slight enhancements. For every increment of 1,000 health, his basic attack damage rises by 30 points. This may seem negligible, but at Lin Tianhao's pace of 5 arrows per second, it becomes quite significant. With the tortoise's skill set having missed its mark, the threat it poses to Lin Tianhao becomes negligible. Fueled by its furious attributes, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise strikes Lin Tianhao with 2 more claws, inflicting considerable damage. It ends there. Without a continuous sequence of skills landing on Lin Tianhao, it cannot pose any real danger. After all, Lin Tianhao's lifesteal ability is truly formidable. With a 5 lifesteal from the 9 Union longbow, each arrow can recover around 1,000 health. 5 arrows per second equates to approximately 5,000 health regained, in addition to the bow's innate property of restoring 100 health per second, resulting in a total of 5,100 per second. The bloodthirsty necklace further enhances lifesteal by 1 of maximum health. At present, Lin Tianhao possesses the Tears of the Goddess of Life and benefits from the 10% enhancement of Zhou Xiaopong's innate passive ability, causing his health to surpass 640,000. With each 1% translating to 6,400 health restored per arrow and firing 5 arrows per second. This equates to a total recovery of 32,000 health. Furthermore, after reaching 4 stars, his revival skill can restore 500 health per second. With the Tears of the Goddess of Life totaling 10,000, Lin Tianhao's current recovery rate is a staggering 47,600 per second. In other words, as long as the blood-eyed dragon tortoise cannot incapacitate Lin Tianhao or deal an exceptionally high burst of damage, its threat to him can be deemed negligible. Most of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's skills are either continuous or of a wide area nature, which typically presents a common issue: insufficient burst damage. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the recent black water vortex. Had he not used purification, the subsequent water arrow array and 9-pillar impact would have inflicted damage that Lin Tianhao might struggle to withstand, a feat beyond the capabilities of nearly all level 45 elite players. In essence, it would result in the instant annihilation of any player of the same level. However, there are no ifs. Lin Tianhao possesses purification and remarkable recovery, allowing him to wear down the blood-eyed dragon tortoise gradually. Thus, the outcome was devoid of suspense, as Lin Tianhao successfully vanquished the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Ding! Your team has achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shwedi, with hidden nickname, for completing the Blackwater Lake Dragon Tortoise's first kill. Reward. Shwedi receives 80 free attribute points. Hidden nickname receives 10 free attribute points. This is an official announcement, encouraging all players to strive further. The server-wide announcement echoed. A routine occurrence for Lin Tianhao. However, the name Shooting Through the Sky did not reveal itself. Moreover, due to Shooting Through the Sky's minimal contribution to the first kill of this dungeon, the free attribute points awarded amounted to merely 1/8 of Lin Tianhao's total. Additionally, because Shooting Through the Sky had already perished and was no longer present in the dungeon, the rewards for completing the dungeon did not include any for him. Chapter 75, from the Ancient Warriors. Next came the tallying of the first kill rewards. Ding! You have received 42 skill books. Ding! You have received 65 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have received 200 gold coins. Ding! You have received a dragon gallbladder. Ding! You have received. A series of system notifications rang out. For Lin Tianhao, it was yet another bountiful harvest. With the equipment levels being insufficient, he chose not to consider them further. As for the skill books, Lin Tianhao pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Upon returning to the main city, skills and equipment would be classified, with the requirements for wearing and learning being significantly stricter than those in the novice village. Nevertheless, as the individual responsible for the first completion of the dungeon, he was entitled to special privileges. For instance, the bloodthirsty dragon armor, which was initially exclusive to warriors, was now within his reach. However, due to Lin Tianhao's successful completion of the dungeon, the conditions seemed to have loosened. He was surprisingly able to learn the skill. He learned bloodthirsty dragon armor. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao acquired the bloodthirsty dragon armor at 1 star. The effect indicated that 5% of the damage he endured would be converted into healing, restoring his health. There were no costs or cooldowns, with a proficiency of 0 out of 1,000. Note, this proficiency is 1/10 of the value of health restored using this skill. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was quite favorable, as leveling up would be remarkably swift. After all, Lin Tianhao currently faced damage in the tens of thousands, and even 5% would translate to 500, with 1/10 being 50. In other words, leveling up was simply a matter of participation. However, this was Lin Tianhao. For other players, it would not be so effortless. Even for a tank, most players at levels 10 to 15 had health ranging from 5,000 to 10,000, with only a rare few reaching 20,000. Even if a tank with 15,000 health were to be defeated, the proficiency gained would be less than 100. After collecting his thoughts, Lin Tianhao placed his belongings into the guild warehouse. The 5-star guild's warehouse was more than sufficient to accommodate his items. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Tianhao checked the time, calculating that Zhou Xiaopeng should be arriving soon. Just then, a figure appeared instantaneously behind him. It was a displacement skill, a launching strike, 295 damage, not excessively high. Lin Tianhao raised his brow. Who could it be that was attempting to ambush him? Before he could ponder further, another person appeared. At the moment Lin Tianhao was about to land, this individual seized his neck in a chokehold. Following this, a powerful punch sent Lin Tianhao flying once more. Such impressive resilience. The player who executed the punch was somewhat astonished, as the effect of his blow was unlike his usual strikes. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a flurry of punches. 315, 312, 314. Damage numbers floated above Lin Tianhao's head. Just as he was about to land, a pillar of flame erupted from beneath him, propelling him skyward once again. Ground flame impact. This was a skill that elemental mages could only learn after reaching level 30. Lin Tianhao was astonished. What kind of mage was this, to have learned a level 30 skill before even completing their first class advancement? Stone Shatter. Another player before Lin Tianhao struck, sending him retreating through the air. A nearby warrior wielding a longsword coordinated with the attack, managing to launch Lin Tianhao into the air. Ancient martial artist. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, for this airborne striking technique bore a striking resemblance to his own aerial arrow technique. Unlike the simplistic combat styles of games in the Twilight of the Gods, this was a more straightforward battle technique. Close-range aerial combos were somewhat easier than their range counterparts, yet still not achievable by the average player. Lin Tianhao raised his brow, feeling no urgency to employ the Star Moon purification. As it happened, Zhou Xiaopeng had yet to arrive, so they seized the opportunity to enhance their proficiency with the bloodthirsty dragon armor. Just before Lin Tianhao descended, a fourth individual appeared. United, the four of them managed to keep Lin Tianhao airborne, executing an astounding 100 consecutive strikes in a brief span. The more airborne strikes they achieved, the greater the damage inflicted. Initially, their normal attacks on Lin Tianhao dealt around 300 points of damage. However, as the combo count escalated, a single attack was now capable of depleting over 500 of Lin Tianhao's health points. To maintain the airborne state, they did not strike simultaneously, which meant Lin Tianhao was only enduring slightly over 1,000 points of damage per second. The four soon recognized this flaw, but remained unfazed. If 100 consecutive strikes were insufficient, then they would aim for 1,000. As long as Lin Tianhao lacked purification skills, they were confident they could bring him down. At that moment, Lin Tianhao was keenly observing their attack patterns, attempting to discern their affiliation with any martial arts faction. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In his previous life, there existed a notorious guild known as the Dominance Guild. Its members were renowned for their exquisite coordination, enabling them to execute infinite combos, often ambushing seasoned players to loot their equipment. Under normal circumstances, let alone the absence of purification skills, even with such skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to interrupt their assault in a one-on-one scenario. Damn, these players are exceedingly formidable, one player lamented. As the combo count had already surpassed 500, their damage output per second had broken through 5,000. But did it hold any significance? Absolutely none. What are you all doing? At that precise moment, Zhou Xiaoping arrived. Upon witnessing Lin Tianhao under attack, he charged towards one of the assailants with a ferocious barbaric charge. Seeing Zhou Xiaoping barreling toward them, the mage's expression shifted. Hold him back. I'll deal with this warrior. As her words fell, she brandished her staff, unleashing a ring of flames that surged forth from her body. The skill, Fire Resistance Ring, surpassed the barbaric charge in level, thus directly interrupting Zhou Xiaoping's assault. As Zhou Xiaoping's charge was thwarted, 3 fireballs hurtled towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to sidestep, but his movement speed was insufficient. Additionally, the mage had anticipated his position the moment she executed the Fire Resistance Ring, allowing her to smoothly unleash the successive fireballs that struck Zhou Xiaoping accurately. The damage numbers appeared above Zhou Xiaoping's head, 288, 289, 291, yet his health bar barely registered a noticeable decline. How could this be? Chapter 76. The Emergence of the Dominance Guild. They were aware of Lin Tianhao's strength, but they could never have imagined that the warrior beside him possessed such terrifying health as well. Retreat. The other 3 reluctant protested. Sister Qi, we have a chance with the 500 combo. I said retreat. The mage's tone grew firmer. She then waved her staff, conjuring flames beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. These flames had a decelerating effect, intended to slow Lin Tianhao down, granting their team an opportunity to withdraw. However, they had underestimated the situation. Upon landing, Lin Tianhao swiftly released an arrow. With a single shot, they were entirely vanquished as it triggered a thunderous leap. Even the splash damage was too much for them to endure. Bro, who are they? Zhou Xiaoping asked, somewhat taken aback. Lin Tianhao shook his head, uncertain for the moment, but speculated that they were likely after the bounty on the Demon King Greyfulant. While speaking, Lin Tianhao collected the equipment dropped by the fallen foes. This bounty is now my burden, which complicates matters a bit. Go ahead and attempt to slay me. He phrased it as an attempt, for he was not entirely sure of the damage Zhou Xiaoping could currently inflict. By the way, these 3 skill books are perfect for you. Lin Tianhao handed Zhou Xiaoping 3 skill books, Body of the Tyrant, Frenzy, and Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, all of which he had obtained from the Blood-Eyed Dragon Tortoise. Bro, this is too fierce. Lin Tianhao merely smiled in response, removing all his equipment. It was unavoidable. If he wore his gear, Zhou Xiaoping would have little chance of defeating him. Let us begin. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiaoping, who had completed his class transition, stepped forward. He had chosen the path of the Berserker rather than a shield warrior, believing that with Lin Tianhao's binding, he had acquired substantial health. Thus, pursuing the Berserker class was the wisest choice to compensate for his damage deficiency. Coupled with his 3 passive skills, he was quite capable of standing his ground. With a single strike, he dealt 918 damage. Not bad at all, considering he had previously completed the Blacksmith King's quest and received a reward. After defeating Lin Tianhao once, he had also claimed the bounty from the Starry Kingdom. With some accumulated equipment, his attack power was now commendable. Yet, just as he dealt his damage, Lin Tianhao displayed a healing number above his head, 46, followed by 500, the effects of the Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor and the skill revival. There was no remedy for this. While Lin Tianhao could remove his gear, he could not relinquish his skills. Wait a moment, this is taking too long. Lin Tianhao proceeded to slay ordinary bloodback tortoises until he had dispatched 5 before halting. The 5 blood-eyed tortoises began to unleash a frenzied assault on Lin Tianhao. As level 45 black iron creatures, they managed to deplete a third of Lin Tianhao's health in a brief span, even while he refrained from retaliating. With just over 10,000 health remaining, Lin Tianhao made his escape. After disengaging from battle, Zhou Xiaopeng prepared himself and unleashed a torrent of attacks against Lin Tianhao. 919. Shattered Stone Slash. 1258. 1258. This skill triggered the effect of his passive ability, Double Slash, allowing him to inflict damage twice with a single skill. This was a significant factor in Zhou Xiaopeng establishing an advantage early on. Amidst Zhou Xiaopeng's relentless barrage, Lin Tianhao was ultimately defeated. Due to his excessively high notoriety, he inevitably dropped to level 1 and resurrected at the altar. The crimson name value of Lin Tianhao immediately captivated numerous onlookers, yet they soon discerned a grave issue. The bounty on Grave Vulture had vanished, as Lin Tianhao had already been slain. As the saying goes, one does not rise early without the promise of profit. With no bounty remaining on Lin Tianhao, any further pursuit of him would merely constitute a waste of time. However, the absence of player harassment did not imply that the city guards would refrain from action. Shortly after Lin Tianhao's resurrection, a squad of city guards swiftly approached. Our city does not welcome notorious criminals. You are to leave at once. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The prospect of expulsion from the main city was entirely within his expectations. Just then, an aged voice resonated, "Step aside." Upon hearing the voice, the squad leader of the city guards furrowed his brow. City guards are enforcing the law. Bystanders should not linger. In response, Clin Fai's bird produced a token from his bosom. Upon catching sight of the token, the city guards immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, my lord. This individual is to accompany me," Clin Fai's bird stated coolly, before leading Lin Tianhao away. The surrounding players looked on in astonishment. For the majority, the city guards held a position of considerable authority within the main city, overseeing many affairs. Yet today, the guards collectively knelt before another and subsequently escorted Lin Tianhao away. What had transpired with the Snow Emperor? Why was he being taken? Could it be due to his excessive crimson name value, facing severe punishment? It did not seem likely, from my experience. It appeared that the Snow Emperor had likely triggered some hidden reward. The players around buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao followed Clin Fai's bird into the palace. "Snow Emperor, you are a clever individual. You should understand how to address the king upon our meeting." "Understood," Lin Tianhao nodded. Clin Fai's bird guided him to the exterior of the palace, from within which the sounds of revelry could be heard. Occasional praises for Princess Leona floated through the air. Princess Leona is indeed remarkable at such a young age. She has garnered the assistance of noble patrons. Soon after, someone inquired, "Princess Leona, might we know the identity of your benefactor?" The wise denizens of the Twilight of the Gods were quick to grasp that the slayer of Grey Lawrenson was not among their ranks. For according to the rules of this realm, only adventurers or the leading members of their parties could initiate a server-wide announcement. "Esteemed Chancellor, I must keep the identity of this benefactor confidential. I cannot disclose it. I hope for your understanding," Leona declined gracefully. At that moment, Chancellor Casenro grinned widely and remarked, "I have heard that a certain adventurer known as the Snow Emperor has recently risen to prominence in our Star Kingdom, garnering numerous server-wide announcements. Alas, he is a criminal with a crimson name value in the millions. Otherwise, he could have been taken under my wing for cultivation." The Chancellor, Casenro, paused momentarily before instinctively stating, "Princess Leona, it cannot be that the malevolent Snow Emperor assisted you in slaying Grellerin, can it?" Upon hearing this, Leona's expression darkened. "Chancellor, you are no novice in the political arena. It is ill-advised to speculate on uncertain matters." Just as Leona concluded her remark, the voice of Queen Faidanyu unexpectedly resonated through the hall. "Indeed, Chancellor, speculation is unwarranted, yet my informants recently encountered the Snow Emperor, and he claimed that it was he who aided you in the assassination of the Demon King's son, Grellerin." The Queen's words sent ripples of shock throughout the assembly. On the throne, King Abelar regarded Leona with keen interest. Is what the Queen asserts true? Leona's demeanor remained grim. She understood that her deception was on the brink of exposure. This was a prearranged strategy with Lin Tianhao. To deny it outright would be tantamount to deceiving the throne. "Father, mother, the individual I sought assistance from indeed promised discretion. If you possess evidence, do present it." Leona's statement did not constitute treachery. Rather, it displayed her loyalty and commitment. However, her words inadvertently raised suspicions. If the Snow Emperor were not involved, a simple denial would suffice without the need for such elaborate explanations. The fact that Leona offered so much detail suggested there was something amiss. Queen Fiadenhao smiled and remarked, "How fortuitous. My informants have brought the Snow Emperor here. To discern truth from falsehood, let us summon him for a confrontation, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Leona's expression darkened once more. Although she was already aware of the situation, the pretense must be maintained. King Abelard raised an eyebrow. "Very well then. Summon the Snow Emperor for direct confrontation." Clint Fifth Bird accompanied Lin Tianhao into the Grand Hall. The arrival of Lin Tianhao drew the attention of many. After all, a bounty of 100,000 notoriety points had not graced the Star Kingdom in many years. Those who previously held such a notorious title were invariably scoundrels of the highest order, and Lin Tianhao was no exception in the eyes of the assembly. "Snow Emperor, the Queen claims you were responsible for slaying Grellerin. Is this true?" King Abelard inquired. Lin Tianhao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I was the one who killed Grellerin." At this declaration, Leona immediately interjected. "Snow Emperor, before you speak, consider your words carefully and do not utter falsehoods here." King Abelard raised his hand to silence Leona. "Snow Emperor, you claim responsibility for Grellerin's death. Could you elaborate on how you accomplished this?" Lin Tianhao produced a treasure that Clint Fifth Bird had prepared for him in advance. "This artifact allows me to bypass formations and enter the star-shattering abyss." Upon hearing this, King Abelard's gaze fell upon the artifact in Lin Tianhao's possession. Lin Tianhao did not conceal its attributes, thus all present could discern its nature. "Even so, do you possess sufficient power to have slain Grellerin?" King Abelard continued his inquiry. "At your current level, to put it bluntly, you would be unable to breach the defenses of Grellerin." Lin Tianhao exuded confidence, asserting, "What if my damage is true damage?" Abra narrowed his eyes, commanding, "Bring him forth." Immediately, a general clad in golden armor stepped forward. "Try a true damage on him." Whoosh! Lin Tianhao raised his hand and released an arrow. A colossal damage figure of 20,598 materialized. Abra was momentarily taken aback. However, Leona interjected, still rebutting, "Father, this only demonstrates that the Snow Emperor possesses the capability to slay Grellerin, but it does not substantiate that the one who killed him is indeed he." Leona's argument was logical and seemingly unassailable. Yet, the ensuing words of Queen Fiadenhao cast a dark shadow over Leona's expression. "Your Majesty, if Leona's collaborator is not the Snow Emperor, then who, pray tell, necessitates such elaborate concealment?" King Abra turned his gaze toward Leona, stating, "Leona, at this juncture, you must reveal the identity of the one who aided you in slaying Grellerin to clear your name." Upon hearing this, Leona fell silent, and after a moment, she sighed. "Father, I promised that adventurer I would not disclose his identity. If that is the case, I shall revoke your reward for slaying Grellerin. Do you have any objections?" Leona felt her heart bleed. The identity coveted by Qing Fiyun and Ti Shuejian, the masters of the Star Chamber, now slipped through her fingers. "Father, I harbor no grievances. As a princess of the Star Kingdom, if I lack this modicum of integrity, how can I command respect?" Leona's resolute words garnered the attention of several nobles present, who regarded her with newfound respect. To forsake the Star Chamber to uphold her promise is a rare virtue. Naturally, there were those who believed Princess Leona was merely quibbling, suggesting that the Snow Emperor was indeed the one who aided her in slaying Grellerin, and that her current assertions were mere attempts to evade culpability. Moreover, some perceived this as a trap laid by Queen Fiadenhao. Regardless, within the court, a small faction had begun to align themselves with Princess Leona in their hearts. This was precisely the outcome Lin Tianhao sought to achieve through his stratagem. He turned the tables, gaining benefits while simultaneously earning the trust of Queen Fiadenhao, an advantageous double victory. Although Princess Leona appeared to have lost the Star Chamber, she gained the recognition of several ministers. As for the Star Chamber, she could devise a plan to reclaim it later. "Snow Emperor, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your collaboration with Princess Leona?" Lin Tianhao shook his head, replying, "The current outcome is already optimal. No, for Leona only offered me a verbal promise without any tangible benefits." King Abra's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Lin Tianhao, inquiring, "Snow Emperor, you are a nefarious individual. Do you not fear that I shall have you apprehended?" "Your Majesty, I have not taken any lives within the main city. You may expel me if you wish." Abel let out a cold chuckle, proclaiming, "I am the king of the Star Kingdom. Besides expelling you, I could also imprison you for half a month. It seems that you adventurers are all racing against time to enhance your strength. If I confine you for that duration, it should significantly hinder your progress." Lin Tianhao remained silent, patiently awaiting the queen, Fiona, to speak. Since he dared to come here, he was not afraid of imprisonment, for the queen must protect him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to drag her down with him. Queen Fiona was clearly aware of this as well. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the king, "Your Majesty, this individual was brought here by me. Observe, his notoriety has already decreased by 100,000, indicating that he is actively seeking redemption. Why not grant him a chance to reform?" Oh, Abel turned his gaze towards Queen Fiona, inquiring, "What sort of opportunity do you intend to provide him?" "Permit him to enter the dungeon of the Snow Corpse, a realm where he may prove his worth. If he successfully completes it, his notoriety shall surely diminish further." Upon hearing the queen's words, the nobles present in the grand hall visibly altered their expressions. They were evidently aware of the dungeon's reputation. Lin Tianhao was equally taken aback, for he had previously acquired a quest to conquer the Snow Corpse's dungeon after collecting corpse energy. Nevertheless, despite his memories from a past life, he remained clueless about the origin of this particular dungeon. Now he comprehended that the dungeon could only be activated by King Abel, which explained his previous ignorance. However, he also noted the subtle shifts in the expressions of the surrounding nobles. From their reactions, it was clear that this Snow Corpse dungeon was no trivial matter. Snow Emperor, since the queen has already interceded on your behalf, the choice is yours. Endure half a month of imprisonment or venture into the Snow Corpse's remains, the king declared. Lin Tianhao's demeanor became grave upon hearing this. He found himself with no alternative. The Queen Fiona had ensnared him. The Snow Corpse dungeon undoubtedly harbored dangers, possibly even the legendary instant resurrection or fixed-point resurrection mechanics. In his previous life, certain secret realms were exceedingly treacherous. In other words, one could only emerge alive from the dungeon by conquering it. There was a prior instance where a team of players encountered such a dungeon and became trapped within, ultimately succeeding only after thoroughly studying the dungeon and employing a rotation strategy. Typically, dungeons possess a characteristic where monsters do not respawn until the dungeon is cleared. For example, after Lin Tianhao completed the first level of a dungeon and proceeded to the second, no matter how long he lingered in the second level, the first would not refresh. Thus, the team of players adopted a rotation strategy, ensuring they never experienced total annihilation. Should any player fall, they would immediately rush from the first level to continue the fight. Such dungeons are dire news for other players, but for Lin Tianhao, could this yield a stroke of fortune? Indeed, he genuinely harbored such thoughts. The prospect of infinitely stacking his health points was tantalizing. The greater the difficulty level of the dungeon, the more appealing it became, a veritable paradise for him to augment his vitality. Moreover, he had a quest that required him to enter the footsteps of the Snow Corpse's dungeon. For him, this opportunity was a dual advantage. "Very well, Your Majesty. I choose to enter the footsteps of the Snow Corpse's dungeon." Upon hearing this, Queen Fiona exhaled in relief, while King Abrila nodded with a smile. "Excellent, Snow Emperor. I eagerly anticipate your success in conquering the footsteps of the Snow Corpse's dungeon." Lin Tianhao's gaze settled upon the Clintfist bird, which understood his intent. "Ding! You have completed the task for the Clintfist bird. Task reward: 300 free attribute points. Skill: Spatial Flicker Eye. Spatial Flicker Eye allows for a 5-meter flicker in any direction, capable of passing through obstacles. No mana cost. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Proficiency: 0-1000. Lin Tianhao was slightly taken aback. This was beyond his expectations. This skill not only allowed for the traversal of obstacles, but also consumed no mana. Should its star rating increase, the benefits would undoubtedly be exceptional. "Snow Emperor, I am about to initiate the dungeon footsteps of the Snow Corpses. Are you prepared?" Lin Tianhao nodded, affirming his readiness. King Abrila waved his hands and recited intricate runes. Subsequently, a portal of light materialized before Lin Tianhao. Indeed, only King Abrila possessed the ability to unlock this dungeon. With a decisive step, Lin Tianhao entered the dungeon. There were no level indicators, yet all difficulty options remained the same. Hell level. As was his customary approach, Lin Tianhao directly opted for the hell difficulty. Ding! Friendly reminder, this is a special dungeon. If you cannot clear it upon entry, you will be unable to exit. Lin Tianhao was taken aback, not anticipating such a warning. Entering was a commitment. There was no turning back. He was curious to discover what peculiarities this dungeon harbored. In the next moment, Lin Tianhao found himself before a dilapidated village. The landscape was shrouded in ice and snow, a blanket of pristine white covering all. In his previous life, during the later stages of the game, Lin Tianhao had ventured into various small world dungeons that bore some resemblance to this one. Upon entering, there appeared to be no immediate issues. it seemed indistinguishable from the outside world. Yet in reality, it was an independent small world. Ding! You are affected by the snow and ice. Your movement speed is reduced by 5, and your attack speed is reduced by 5. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, but paid it little heed, instead advancing into the snow-laden village ahead. Here, he encountered desolation. The monsters he had anticipated were conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a window in one of the village houses was flung open by the howling winds, and a woman, panic-stricken, hastily shut it. In that very moment, a creature emerged from the snow, charging into the heart of the white expanse. Instantly, it drew its bow and aimed an arrow. In his previous life, he had encountered a mission to protect the indigenous people. If the natives here were slain by wild monsters, it would result in a failure to complete the quest, or at the very least, diminish the score. Thus, the moment the beast struck, his own attack was already unleashed. Whoosh! The string-turned arrow technique. A formidable force instantly struck the creature mid-air. As the monster plummeted, Lin Tianhao finally discerned its attributes. Ice and Snow Werewolf, Black Iron, level 50. Health, 90,000,000. Attack, 3,999. Skills. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Evidently, this dungeon held a certain allure. His previous shot had clearly reduced the Ice and Snow Werewolf's health by over 20,000 points. At that moment, Lin Tianhao grasped the true difficulty of this dungeon. The real challenge did not lie with the wild monsters themselves, but rather with the unique effects at play. However, was this not precisely in line with Lin Tianhao's thoughts? He had always believed that wild monsters were easily dispatched, and thus he could hardly accumulate substantial health points. Yet now, it appeared this dungeon had been tailored just for him. As long as Lin Tianhao remained unvanquished, he could continuously amass health. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's feathered arrows sliced through the air. As anticipated, his attacks continued unabated, each imbued with a certain repelling effect from his string-turned arrow technique. The Ice and Snow Werewolf roared in fury, yet it could never close the distance to Lin Tianhao. Health, 3. Health, 3. Chapter 79. Attribute Reset. Lin Tianhao reveled in the accumulation of health. Just then, a second Ice and Snow Werewolf emerged, charging towards him. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. He relished the one-on-one encounters. But the appearance of this second beast subtly altered the dynamics of the battle. He continued employing the string-turned arrow technique, while simultaneously preparing to test whether his lifesteal could withstand the damage from the additional Ice and Snow Werewolf. Swish, swish! The second Ice and Snow Werewolf lunged forward, landing 2 claws upon Lin Tianhao. 3,999. 3,999. True damage. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. 599. 599. Bleeding. His pupils constricted. The ordinary attacks of the Ice and Snow Werewolf had inflicted a bleeding effect. This was exceedingly rare under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, his lifesteal ability was still holding up, so he felt no fear. The feathered arrows continued to rain down, and his health gradually accumulated. However, it was not long before a third Ice and Snow Werewolf appeared. Lin Tianhao realized that he might not be able to endure much longer. The attacks of the Snow Werewolf were indeed true damage and accompanied by a bleeding effect. He could withstand one Ice and Snow Werewolf's assault, but facing more became increasingly daunting. As expected, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to plummet. Relying solely on lifesteal was no longer sufficient. His attack speed was swift, yet the Ice and Snow Werewolf's was equally rapid, supplemented by bleeding and sporadic skill strikes, preventing Lin Tianhao from maintaining a sustained engagement. Yet, Lin Tianhao remained unfazed. As his health steadily increased, he remained at level 1. Death held little consequence for him. After accumulating over 5,000 health points, Lin Tianhao ultimately succumbed beneath the claws of the Frostwolf. Just moments after his demise, Lin Tianhao's pupils dilated in shock as he realized something utterly absurd. His attributes had been reset. They reverted to those he possessed upon entering this dungeon. The health he had painstakingly amassed was lost. This was terrifying. Lin Tianhao gasped. His talent was of the divine caliber, although not fully awakened. It was akin to a remarkably strong divine talent, and it shouldn't be easily reset by a mere dungeon. Time reversal? Lin Tianhao shook his head. The likelihood of that was negligible, as time reversal was too extraordinary, even for deities. Hence, there could only be one explanation. This dungeon was of demigod or perhaps even pseudo-god caliber, possibly left behind by a deity. A divine dungeon capable of resetting his attributes was hardly surprising. One shouldn't underestimate his extraordinary talent. No matter how exceptional, it remained merely a talent. According to legends from his past life, divine talent merely indicated the potential for godhood, and when compared to true deities, it was still worlds apart. He had underestimated this dungeon profoundly. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was aware that the probable reasons included the suppression of divine dungeons and level restrictions. In the Age of God's Twilight, the level suppression was not overtly apparent in attribute values, yet Lin Tianhao understood that it manifested in probabilistic issues. Additionally, disparities in rank would also create suppression, further diminishing probabilities. If that were the case, there was no choice but to slay the Frostwolf. Alternatively, there might be other strategies to conquer this dungeon, such as leveraging the power of the natives here. Regardless of the method, Lin Tianhao felt a sense of apprehension. With this in mind, Lin Tianhao resurrected, stored his equipment in the guild warehouse, and messaged Zhou Xiaopei. Fatty, take some gear from the warehouse to sell for cash. We need to upgrade to a nutrient chamber. The nutrient chamber was significantly more expensive than a standard game storage. One unit cost over 100,000. Moreover, it required regular injections of nutrient solution, allowing players to remain offline for about 2 weeks. The price of the nutrient solution was also steep. A fortnight supply would cost nearly 10,000, an expense ordinary families could hardly bear. However, Lin Tianhao was unconcerned. Without the nutrient chamber, during the late game, engaging in these minor world dungeons could take hours, even an entire day, and going hungry would be unbearable. As for whether Zhou Xiaopeng would sell the weapons Lin Tianhao needed, that was unlikely. Only the guild leader had the authority to access the items in the guild warehouse. Others could only observe. After assigning Zhou Xiaopeng his task, Lin Tianhao logged off to have a meal. He needed to be well fed before tackling this dungeon. If he became too hungry midway and had to log off, it would mean starting over, which would be a tremendous waste of time. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Tianhao re-entered the game, acutely aware that the forthcoming battle would prove to be rather challenging. He understood that he needed to focus entirely. Only then could he maximize his gains. Once again, he found himself within the dungeon, experiencing the same scenario as before. Upon entering the village, he noticed that the narrative had remained unchanged. The window of a nearby house was blown open, and a woman hurried over to close it. Suddenly, an ice wolf appeared, launching itself at the woman with astonishing speed. As the ice wolf leapt into the air, Lin Tianhao was already in motion, unleashing his arrows with precision. The arrows sliced through the air, executing the twisting string technique once more. Interrupting the ice wolf's attack, he then began to utilize the floating arrow technique. Indeed, in any dungeon, there must be a method to overcome its challenges. It cannot be an insurmountable trial. With this realization, the situation became considerably more manageable. Lin Tianhao's current attack speed made it significantly easier to keep the ice wolf suspended in the air. He successfully depleted over 5 million of the ice wolf's health points. With a furious howl, the ice wolf activated its invulnerability, causing the floating effect to dissipate as it landed on the snowy ground. Lin Tianhao took note of this. In other words, he merely needed to wait for the invulnerability to expire before launching the ice wolf back into the air. Upon landing, the ice wolf transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Lin Tianhao. He rolled sideways to evade the attack, simultaneously maximizing his attack speed to continue his onslaught. Previously, he could withstand the damage from a single ice wolf. Now, it was no different. Once the invulnerability ended, without hesitation, Lin Tianhao employed the floating arrow technique to send the ice wolf soaring once more. This time, void of any invulnerability. The ice wolf could only emit a desperate roar before ultimately succumbing to Lin Tianhao's assault. Ding! You have slain the ice wolf. Experience points, 0. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted in disbelief. Never had he encountered such an absurd dungeon before. The fact that killing wild monsters yielded no experience points was unfathomable. In other words, for ordinary players hoping to enhance their combat prowess through leveling up, it was utterly futile. Lin Tianhao now comprehended the shifting expressions of the nobles in the Star Kingdom and understood why Queen Fudinyu had recommended him to this place. As long as he remained trapped here, no one would discover her collusion with the Underworld clan. However, had she overlooked a significant issue? Adventurers have means of communication among themselves. Yet, this was no longer of concern. His interest in this dungeon of snow corpses had only intensified. With no experience rewards and such formidable challenges, what would he receive upon clearing it? But at that moment, Lin Tianhao found little opportunity for contemplation. As the second ice wolf emerged, following the same strategy as before, he executed the floating technique and unleashed an unending barrage of attacks. Even after the ice wolf's invulnerability expired, it could do little but endure Lin Tianhao's relentless onslaught. its health points dwindling under his fierce assault. As the invulnerability concluded, the Ice Wolf faced yet another ascent into the air. At present, Lin Tianhao inflicts over 20,000 true damage with each arrow, while the Ice Wolf possesses a staggering 9 million health points. To vanquish one, he requires upwards of 400 arrows. Considering the time taken to utilize his invulnerability, it culminates in approximately 600 arrows to slay a single Ice Wolf, granting him an augmentation of 2,000 health points. Chapter 80. The Command of Ice. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao appears to have ignited a fervor for accumulating health points. He swiftly dispatches 9 Ice Wolves, thereby amassing over 17,000 health points. With the 10% passive enhancement from Zhou Xiaopeng and the 20% health boost from the Tears of the Goddess of Life, the 17,000 health points effectively translate to over 22,000 health points for him. Nevertheless, this modest increment remains insufficient for Lin Tianhao's aspirations. Soon after, an unexpected occurrence transpires. Upon confronting the 10th Ice Wolf, he is met not by a solitary foe, but by 2. Is this the harrowing challenge of hell-level difficulty? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpens with gravity. He adopts his usual strategy, eliminating one in mid-air while maneuvering the other. The health increase of over 22,000 is accompanied by an enhancement of 600 in his basic attack damage. Given Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he inflicts an additional 3,000 damage per second. Such damage proves somewhat arduous against the 9 million health points of the Ice Wolf. Yet Lin Tianhao remains undeterred, launching a relentless barrage to maximize his limited output. Facing 2 Ice Wolves, Lin Tianhao remains composed, for he possesses the resilience to withstand their assaults, replenishing lost health through his lifesteal. After dispatching the first Ice Wolf, he proceeds to the second, employing the same tried-and-true tactic without encountering any complications. This time, he manages to eliminate 18 Ice Wolves in one go. Next, one might wonder if 3 Ice Wolves will emerge. Although the elimination of these 18 foes has granted Lin Tianhao an additional 40,000 health points, enduring the attacks of 2 Ice Wolves simultaneously poses a considerable challenge for him at this juncture. However, Lin Tianhao breathes a sigh of relief as no further Ice Wolves materialize. It is the same household as before. A woman cautiously opens a window, and upon discovering the absence of Ice Wolves outside, she boldly opens the door. "O brave adventurer, we are immensely grateful. Without your intervention, this winter would have been exceedingly arduous for us." Lin Tianhao regards the speaker. The villager, Aunt Chun, is level 50, with health points ranging from 10,000 to 10,000,000 and an attack of 985. Her skills remain unspecified. Note, she is a resident of this village and may offer unexpected rewards. Lin Tianhao is taken aback, not by Aunt Chun's health or attack stats, but by her name. With 5 years of gaming experience from his past life, he is acutely aware that names characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom are nearly non-existent in the Starry Kingdom. To put it plainly, Lin Tianhao has never encountered such an entity before. In previous incarnations, this approach has faced criticism, as servers in other countries generally possess configurations akin to their respective nations. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, aside from the deities and certain entities associated with them that retain the characteristics of the Dragon Kingdom, everything else is predominantly westernized. In this particular instance, Lin Tianhao unexpectedly encountered names that resonated with Eastern culture, stirring within him a sense of excitement and familiarity. As the saying goes, when one witnesses injustice, it is only fitting to draw one's sword in assistance. "This is my duty," Lin Tianhao remarked with a smile. "Regardless, you have been of immense help to me. To express my gratitude, allow me to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you, if you would be so kind." Lin Tianhao was still somewhat oblivious to the mechanics of this scenario, taking each step as it came. Very well. Lin Tianhao followed Aunt Chun into her home. Her abode was rather modest, with a dozen pieces of smoked meat hanging in the kitchen, presenting an appealing sight reminiscent of authentic Sichuan cured meat. She busied herself in the kitchen, requesting Lin Tianhao to wait a moment. However, that moment stretched into over half an hour. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Tianhao's patience exceeded that of the average person, and he waited quietly, curious about what narrative would unfold. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup graced the table: cured meat, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, egg soup, and sweet and sour ribs. They appeared quite delectable. Care to sample? My culinary skills are rather ordinary. If it does not please your palate, please be forgiving, she said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand with a smile, for it all looked appetizing, and in this frigid weather, a warm meal was already a great blessing. He lifted a piece of cured meat and took a bite. Ding! Attack Power 5. Lin Tianhao paused in astonishment. Did food augment attributes? He then sampled a morsel of shredded potatoes. Ding! Attack Speed 0. 02. Lin Tianhao's Spirit Sword. This was an unexpected boon. To confirm the attribute enhancements, he proceeded to taste the egg soup and the sweet and sour ribs. Sweet and sour ribs. Ding! Critical hit 1. Egg soup. Ding! Movement Speed 0. 1. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. With critical hit and attack power no longer a concern, it was clear that attack speed and movement speed were most advantageous for him. He began to indulge heartily. However, he soon found himself regretting his earlier decision to eat before embarking on this quest. Initially, he feared the prospect of tackling the dungeon on an empty stomach. Yet now, he felt he had overindulged. Although the food in the game did not genuinely replenish energy, the sensation of fullness was undeniably real. Lin Tianhao endeavored to consume as much as possible. He finished all the attack speed-enhancing shredded potatoes in one go, resulting in a slight increase in attack speed. Yet, when it came to the egg soup, he could only manage to drink half, despite exerting all his effort. Any more would risk overwhelming his stomach. The outcome was a 3-point increase in movement speed. As for the remaining dishes, Lin Tianhao simply could not manage any more and had to concede defeat. It was a pity, for had he been able to eat more, his movement speed could have seen further enhancement. Nonetheless, due to already surpassing 10 points in movement speed, the increase was halved, ultimately resulting in a modest boost of 5 points. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Lin Tianhao wiped his mouth and politely remarked, "You are truly a kind-hearted adventurer to have left me so much meat. What can I say in return?" Anshin appeared somewhat embarrassed. It seemed her desire to express gratitude towards Lin Tianhao compelled her to rummage through her home for a while. After a considerable time, she emerged, holding a token in her hand. "Young man, you are impressive. This is a token left to me by a powerful adventurer I once sheltered, and I hope it proves useful to you." Lin Tianhao instinctively accepted the token. The Eyes Command token, a special piece of equipment, bore no specific requirements for wearing. Its effect was to reduce the attack speed and movement speed of enemy units by 20 for a duration of 5 seconds, with a durability of 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was certainly a valuable item. However, he soon realized a significant issue. Within this dungeon, it appeared utterly unusable. The reason was simple. What he needed here were attributes related to knockback or severe injury, or otherwise substantial life enhancement. A reduction in speed? Quite useless. Chapter 81. The Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Slumbering here, while ineffective in this realm, if taken outside, it would undoubtedly be a formidable tool. Reducing either attack speed or movement speed alone would be powerful. But to diminish both simultaneously would be utterly terrifying, especially for warrior classes whose attack and movement speeds were inherently low. A 20 reduction would render them as easy targets. The same principle applied to wild creatures. Yet, the effectiveness of this ability was unclear as to whether it was mandatory. It was highly likely that it could be dispelled through purification. Nevertheless, it would still be of little use, as a basic attack could trigger it. Meaning Lin Tianhao could simply continue his basic attacks, while others' attempts at purification would be futile. Just then, a knock resounded at Aunt Chen's door, accompanied by an elderly voice from outside. "Aunt Chen, is that adventurer here?" "Yes, village chief," Aunt Chen replied, opening the door to reveal a diminutive old man with graying hair. Village chiefly? Health? Attack? Skills? All were mere question marks. Upon seeing this, Lin Tianhao felt a shiver run down his spine. "Brave adventurer, I am immensely grateful to you. However, merely slaying those ice wolves is far from sufficient. This place was once peaceful, but a deity from the west passed through, and it began to snow heavily, an incessant snowfall that lasted for 6 months. Ever since, this region has been blanketed in snow for half the year, and with the arrival of the snow, monsters have emerged." Lin Tianhao understood he had triggered a quest in the dungeon storyline. "Village chief, how may I assist you?" "Ding. Village chief Li has issued you a quest. Do you accept?" Quest requirement: eradicate the traces of the snow corpses and restore peace to the village. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: weapon evolution scroll X1. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. This was undoubtedly a prized item. The weapon evolution scroll could evolve a weapon. Just imagine, if the death ledger were to evolve, what transformations might its attributes undergo? The mere thought of Lin Tianhao stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. After all, these occurrences were unexpected delights for him. Rest assured, village chief, I shall exert my utmost effort. Upon hearing this, Li, the village chief, displayed a satisfied smile. Courageous adventurer, press on. Lin Tianhao nodded and exited Aunt Chen's home. With that, I shall take my leave, he declared, as he prepared to continue his quest. As he traversed the village, numerous eyes peered at him through windows, yet not a single soul dared to show themselves. They merely observed from a distance, seemingly apprehensive of the potential return of monsters. Moving onward, he was surrounded by an endless expanse of white snow, stretching infinitely before him. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's foot struck something beneath the snow. He kicked away the surrounding snowdrifts and uncovered a stone tablet, clearing the glistening white snow from its surface. He read the inscription, "The ancient Eastern kingdom lies in eternal slumber." These simple 8 characters evoked a multitude of thoughts within Lin Tianhao. The players from the Dragon Kingdom should have descended upon this ancient Eastern kingdom upon entering the twilight of the gods. Yet, for reasons unknown, this ancient kingdom remained in repose. This could very well explain why the players from the Dragon Kingdom found themselves in the Western-influenced Stellar Kingdom. As he pressed forward, Lin Tianhao felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if an unseen force weighed heavily upon his heart, causing his pulse to quicken. This was divine might. Even in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had seldom experienced such divine presence. Yet now, within this instance, enveloped him. Ding! You are affected by divine might. All attributes reduced by 10%. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically, for cracks had appeared on his purification pendant. In an instant, he stowed the pendant away. The purification pendant was a unique piece of equipment with the following requirements. Only an active transferor may wear it. It cannot be dropped, absorbed, or worn by others unless actively gifted. Its effects include immunity to 80% of control, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative statuses. With a durability of 80. Though Lin Tianhao's reflexes were quick, the pendant's durability had diminished by 20. As a special piece of equipment, it was notoriously resilient. Yet this divine might had managed to damage it. Ding! You are affected by divine might. All attributes reduced by an additional 50. Ding! You are affected by ice and snow. Movement speed and attack speed reduced by an additional 25. Lin Tianhao drew a sharp breath. Indeed, without the purification pendant, his attributes had suffered greatly. His original attack speed of 673 plummeted to 168. Damn it! A 75% reduction was utterly absurd. Lin Tianhao felt a tingling at the nape of his neck. Both his movement speed and health had similarly been adversely affected. In other words, his damage output would be significantly diminished. This was terrifying. The difficulty of this instance was already formidable, and now he faced such severe repercussions. It seems that my previous ease has instilled a sense of confidence in me. Yet the hellish difficulty of this dungeon is far more daunting than I had imagined. Lin Tianhao, bearing the weight of his divine might, continued onward. Suddenly, he sensed something slithering beneath the snow. Before he could react, a colossal ice serpent burst forth from the ground, its gaping maw aimed directly at him. Lin Tianhao swiftly rolled aside, simultaneously releasing an arrow from his hand. Ice Snow Serpent, Bronze, 50. Health points, 3,000,000,000. Attack, 10,010. Skills. Bronze. Another serpent. It is well known that the serpentine form is incredibly sleek, making it exceedingly challenging to force one into a suspended state. If his attack speed remained unaffected, Lin Tianhao might still achieve this. However, with an attack speed of 168, accomplishing such a feat was akin to scaling a mountain. At that moment, Lin Tianhao possessed 380 free attribute points. Should he allocate them entirely to attack speed, it could elevate his speed to 215. Yet, this figure represents an unaffected speed. Accounting for a 75% reduction would see it plummet to a mere 303, a dismally low number. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao resolved to invest all 380 points into attack speed, raising it to 215, which would effectively translate to 303 in practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He relentlessly drew back the bowstring, unleashing arrows with precision. 11,023. 11,024. Due to the comprehensive attribute reduction of 50%, his damage output had also significantly diminished. Chapter 82. Ice Snow Serpent, Extreme Struggle. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao remained undeterred. Upon recognizing the daunting nature of this dungeon, he did not even entertain the notion of clearing it in one go. Instead, he resolved to familiarize himself with the dungeon's intricacies and mechanisms. From his prior encounters with the ice snow werewolves, he noted that had he attacked at a slower pace, he could have accumulated an additional 50 to 100,000 health points. This would enhance both his normal attack damage and health cap. While the immediate gains might be minimal, especially considering the divine might's impact here. Even the slightest advantage can accumulate over time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air. Lin Tianhao finally succeeded in launching the ice snow serpent into the air. The challenge was exponentially greater than that of dispatching ordinary creatures, draining a considerable amount of his mental fortitude. Yet, he had no choice but to endure the pressure. Failure would spell disaster. With 30 million health points, Lin Tianhao could inflict over 30,000 damage per second, translating to merely 190,000 damage in a minute. If the ice snow serpent were to enter a state of invulnerability, what would be the outcome? In other words, at his current damage output, it would take nearly 40 minutes to slay a single ice snow serpent, assuming no errors were made and no second serpent appeared. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Lin Tianhao's spine. However, contemplating from a different perspective is not entirely implausible. Accumulating 9 points of health per second translates to 540 points in a minute, culminating in 21,600 points over the span of 40 minutes. Vanquishing a formidable ice serpent would allow for such an impressive health accumulation, consequently amplifying the inflicted damage. Of course, this remains merely Lin Tianhao's estimation, and the possibility of unforeseen events cannot be overlooked. Indeed, sometimes surprises strike with little warning. After half an hour of a relentless struggle with the ice serpent, victory seemed imminent when a second ice serpent emerged. Alas, the situation had grown considerably more complicated. Lin Tianhao found his movement speed severely hampered, rendering evasive maneuvers nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he possessed one additional tactic to manipulate the engagement: the twin dragons playing with pearls. This technique entails the simultaneous release of 2 feathered arrows, which, unlike a standard dual shot, utilizes a twisting string method that imparts a certain repelling effect. Yet, even with Lin Tianhao's expertise, he cannot simultaneously launch both arrows to send 2 ice serpents flying. Against ordinary creatures, this may have been feasible, but the requirements for launching serpentine foes are exceedingly stringent. However, should he merely aim to send one serpent flying while managing the other, it was indeed achievable. As anticipated, at 41 minutes, the first ice serpent succumbed. The second followed suit, utilizing the same strategy of repulsion and connection. Yet this time, after merely 20 minutes, a third ice serpent materialized. Lin Tianhao had begun to grasp the pattern. An ice serpent appeared every half hour. He could only persist in his efforts. The preceding serpent had accumulated an impressive 22,000 health points, combined with the 11-minute head start of the second, resulting in a grand total of 28,000 health points amassed by Lin Tianhao. With the augmentation from the tears of the goddess of life and the enhancements from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, his total health points soared to over 36,000. However, due to the halving of all attributes, the effective total was reduced to merely 18,000. In other words, only this 18,000 could translate into damage output, with each basic attack inflicting an additional 500 damage and a per second damage increase of over 1,600. This enhancement appeared rather insignificant when confronted with the 30 million health points of the ice serpent. In the blink of an eye, as the second ice serpent fell, 20 minutes had elapsed before the third ice serpent made its entrance. Thus, in 10 minutes, the fourth ice serpent would emerge. As it stood, he could still withstand the onslaught. Yet, what if he had to contend with 3 ice serpents simultaneously? The mere thought sent shivers down Lin Tianhao's spine. Confronting 3 ice serpents meant he would have to endure the damage from one, a daunting prospect indeed. But, faced with such circumstances, Lin Tianhao could only take one step at a time. Following the demise of the second ice serpent, his per second basic attack damage had surged by over 1,900. With the additional damage of over 1,600 per second from previously slaying the first ice snow serpent, Lin Tianhao's current damage output has surged by more than 3,500. This translates to an increase of over 3,500 damage per second, amounting to a staggering 210,000 over 1 minute. Yet, over the span of 10 minutes, this enhancement only yields an additional 210 million in damage. In comparison to the ice snow serpent's health pool, this damage increment appears somewhat inadequate. Lin Tianhao unleashed his full firepower and ultimately vanquished the third ice snow serpent. However, the true calamity soon befell him. Confronted simultaneously by 3 ice snow serpents, Lin Tianhao maintained his usual strategy of dual dragons playing with pearls. In fact, with his skill, he was capable of simultaneously employing 3 feather arrows with a twisting string technique. Yet, such an approach would render him incapable of launching any serpents into the air, as not even a single one could be sent flying. Now, Lin Tianhao could merely pray to withstand the onslaught of 1 ice snow serpent. 10,000. 9,998. Lin Tianhao began to absorb damage, which, for the time being, he was able to endure. Although the Ice Snow Serpent's attack power was formidable, its attack speed was slightly inferior to that of the Ice Snow Werewolf and lacked any bleeding effects. However, it remained uncertain whether the Ice Snow Serpent possessed any exceptionally outrageous skills. As Lin Tianhao continued to maneuver, the levitating Ice Snow Serpent initiated its body slam. Without hesitation, he opted for a simultaneous 3-arrow shot, skillfully managing to divert the attention of all 3 Ice Snow Serpents. This tactical diversion significantly reduced the damage he sustained. At this moment, the 20% deceleration effect of the Ice Command revealed its merit. In this tug-of-war, while Lin Tianhao's movement speed diminished, the Serpents also suffered a significant reduction in their speed. Coupled with his 1 versus 3 strategy, Lin Tianhao no longer needed to contemplate launching them into the air, making combat considerably easier. However, after a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao abandoned this tactic. He sent 1 Ice Snow Serpent flying, maximizing his damage output, and continued to assault it until the Serpent's invulnerability ended, subsequently dispatching it. He then turned his attention to the 5th Ice Snow Serpent, from which he had recently depleted a portion of health. The urgency to maximize damage was palpable. Any lapse in concentration could cost him dearly. As it stood, Lin Tianhao could manage 1 or 2 of the 3 Ice Snow Serpents under extreme tension. If faced with 4, based on Lin Tianhao's calculations, it would not be impossible to manage, albeit with a terrifying toll on his mental stamina. Chapter 83. A Fresh Start, a New Strategy. Despite the daunting circumstances, Lin Tianhao's current damage output was still bearable. Moreover, due to the simultaneous engagement with 3 Ice Snow Serpents, his health regeneration rate accelerated, allowing him to accumulate 27 health points per second. Even with the incorporation of the twisting string technique, he still garnered a steady 15 health points per second, totaling 900 points per minute. The damage was gradually increasing, though not overwhelmingly, it was consistent. Upon slaying the 7th Ice Snow Serpent, he suddenly found himself facing 4 at once. The pressure began to mount. Moreover, Lin Tianhao could already foresee that the forthcoming battle would be highly unfavorable to him. The reason was simple. The Ice Snow Serpent had commenced the simultaneous spawning of 2 entities. Much like the Ice Snow Werewolf, after 9 had appeared, it began to spawn in pairs. At this moment, however, Lin Tianhao's damage output was utterly inadequate to swiftly vanquish the Ice Snow Serpent, and persisting in the fight would yield no resolution. Thus, he decided to sheath his weapon and await his demise. For Lin Tianhao had conceived a strategy to break the deadlock. The Ice Snow Werewolf represented his greatest opportunity. If utilized effectively, it could potentially alter his fate. It was even conceivable that he could leverage the characteristics of this instance to amplify his health to an extraordinary extent. In the absence of resistance from Lin Tianhao, even with the bloodthirsty dragon armor's damage absorption and lifesteal capabilities, he would still be defeated in a short span of time. After all, they were all level 50 bronze entities, and their damage was indisputable. Everything was reset. Most notably, this was a reset of time. Initially, Lin Tianhao had assumed that death entailed a reset of attributes, but now it was clear that it was a temporal reset. Given this, he could now attempt the plan he had just devised. Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, elevating it from 573 to 1165. The subsequent narrative remained unchanged. The first Ice Snow Werewolf emerged. Lin Tianhao executed the twisting arrow technique, bringing down the Ice Snow Werewolf from midair. However, he did not employ the floating arrow technique as he had previously, nor did he don the tears of the goddess of life. He simply focused on damaging the Ice Snow Werewolf. Therefore, Lin Tianhao intentionally slowed his attack speed slightly to ensure that the first Ice Snow Werewolf would not be swiftly incapacitated. Then came the second and third. Lin Tianhao unleashed dual arrows, then 3 arrows simultaneously. Yet, he refrained from slaying the Ice Snow Werewolf. It was not until the 5th Ice Snow Werewolf appeared that Lin Tianhao began to engage the first Ice Snow Werewolf. For now, firing 5 arrows simultaneously was the extent of his capabilities. A subtle smile graced Lin Tianhao's lips, a fleeting expression of satisfaction. Everything was unfolding in accordance with his expectations. Upon the demise of the first Ice Snow Werewolf, the 6th Ice Snow Werewolf materialized, bringing the total to 5 in the arena once more. Lin Tianhao continued to unleash 5 arrows, maximizing the efficiency of health accumulation. Timing his strikes, he selectively targeted an Ice Snow Werewolf just as the next one was about to appear. This strategic maneuver was delightful. This method of timing allowed Lin Tianhao's health to rise rapidly, with 5 arrows released, each yielding a 15-point increase in health, even with controlled output. His average basic attack frequency exceeded 6 times per second. In a single second, he could accumulate 90 health points. In 1 minute, that amounted to 5,400. Over the course of an hour, he could amass 324,000 health points. Although Lin Tianhao's increasing health would also enhance his damage output, thereby somewhat affecting the rate of health accumulation, he remained unperturbed by the extent of this impact. As the 2 remaining ice wolves refreshed, Lin Tianhao's strategy remained unchanged, ensuring that 5 ice wolves were always present on the battlefield. At the final stage, he refrained from eliminating them, opting instead to enter a frenzied state of health accumulation. Although firing 5 arrows simultaneously demanded great mental fortitude, the passage of time saw Lin Tianhao's damage increase, consequently diminishing the amount of health he could accumulate each hour. After all, to prevent these ice wolves from perishing, he had to temper his attack frequency. Thus, Lin Tianhao persevered for over 7 hours, primarily due to the immense mental drain caused by simultaneous arrow shooting. He had reached his limits. Throughout these hours, his health accumulation exceeded 1,500,000. When factoring in the Goddess of Life's tears and the passive enhancements from the chubby companion, his actual health boost reached 2 million, with an additional 2 million health. Even under the influence of divine might, which reduced attributes by 50%, he still possessed a health advantage of 1 million. A single basic attack could inflict an additional 30,000 true damage. Even if his attack speed was affected and reduced to 30, his damage per second would still amount to 90,000. This staggering figure represented an explosive increase in damage. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao pondered whether there might be a means to acquire more rewards within the village. Just as he was deep in thought, the villager Antchen appeared. Having navigated this storyline before, Lin Tianhao felt at ease. However, during a meal, he sighed and remarked, "These monsters recover far too swiftly in the snow. Otherwise, I could easily dispatch them." Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Indeed, this village harbored additional rewards yet to be uncovered. "Antchen, could you kindly introduce me to Dr. Lu?" Antchen nodded, assuring him, "Of course, it is no trouble at all. You are the hero of our village. I believe Dr. Lu will be able to assist you." Lin Tianhao was somewhat taken aback. After triggering Dr. Lu, village chief Li had not appeared. Did this imply that only 2 rewards could be activated within a novice village? However, for the time being, this remained uncertain. The reward mechanism within such instances required thorough exploration. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao had begun to formulate a hypothesis. The most valuable assets in the novice village were likely those that could counter divine might. With this in mind, Lin Tianhao resolved to experiment with a new strategy. Chapter 84. Hell surpassing 1 million. In the village, there was a substantial likelihood that someone possessed the means to counter divine might. Otherwise, facing the hellish difficulty of divine might would be insurmountable for any player, including those of exceptional talent prior to their second-class transition. Thus, items that could combat divine might were of paramount importance and likely represented the best hidden rewards within the novice village. As he contemplated these matters, Lin Tianhao finally laid eyes on Dr. Lu, a robust man standing over 6 feet tall, an elder in his 50s, with hair as white as snow and a long beard. He bore little resemblance to a doctor, but rather embodied the image of a village chief. Dr. Lu lifted his gaze to Lin Tianhao, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Brave adventurer, your valor surpasses my expectations. However, I harbor doubts regarding your ability to vanquish those loathsome ice monsters. Unless you can advance and slay some ice serpents, I shall reward you based on the number of ice serpents you defeat." Ding! Dr. Lu has issued you a quest. Will you accept? The task entails slaying ice serpents, with no penalties for failure. For each ice serpent you defeat, you shall receive a vial of healing potion. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow as he perceived something intriguing. In other words, when confronted with the ice serpents, it was unnecessary for him to engage in a relentless struggle. If that were the case, the ice serpents must possess a range of aggro, akin to the aura of divine might. As long as he stepped beyond the confines of this divine aura, would the ice serpents cease their pursuit? At present, this possibility seemed quite likely. Rest assured, Dr. Lu, I shall exert myself to the utmost and endeavor to slay as many ice serpents as possible. Lin Tianhao took his leave. Due to the previous battle, he had consumed every last morsel of the speed-enhancing dish, resulting in an increase of attack speed by 1 and movement speed by 6. Such an enhancement could be deemed extraordinary. He approached the same stone tablet concealed beneath a blanket of snow. The Eastern ancient kingdom lies in eternal slumber here. Lin Tianhao paid little heed to it, crossing over the tablet and pressing onward. Divine might descends. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed until the first ice serpent emerged. He began to strike while retreating. Once he exited the boundary of the tablet, the divine might dissipated, and the ice serpent vanished as well. It appears my hypothesis was correct. The ice serpent here may possess a time reset ability. As long as he withdrew, everything within would reset. Lin Tianhao discovered that the health he had inflicted upon the ice serpent also vanished upon exiting the tablet's confines. Another reset. Yet, unlike the previous one, this reset only affected the attributes related to attacking the ice serpent. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Aunt Shun," upon entering the area shrouded in divine might. "My attributes diminish by 50%, significantly impacting my forthcoming battles. Is there any means to counter this divine might?" Aunt Shun shook her head repeatedly. "Divine might is bestowed by the gods. How can mere mortals like us hope to resist it?" Yet Lin Tianhao remained undeterred. He sought out Dr. Liu once more, doubting that anyone knowledgeable about countering divine might could be anyone but the old village chief or another significant figure. He realized that his approach thus far had not triggered this pivotal character. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoping sent a message indicating that the nutrient pod was ready. Lin Tianhao smiled as he logged off to switch to the nutrient pod, which could sustain him for up to half a month without food or water. After logging in with the nutrient chamber, Lin Tianhao felt a surge of confidence, believing he could remain online for half a month. He was determined to conquer this dungeon. Crossing the boundary marked by the stone tablet once more, he was affected by the divine might, and coupled with the absence of the purifying jade pendant, all his attributes plummeted. Notably, his attack speed and movement speed dropped by a staggering 75%. When the first ice snow serpent emerged, Lin Tianhao chose not to initiate an attack with his feathered arrow, but instead opted to employ the Book of Life and Death. As anticipated, a triumphant smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. The ice snow serpent, despite its unified name, could still be targeted by the Book of Life and Death. As long as it fell within his line of sight, he could lock onto it and inflict continuous damage. Although his attributes were halved in this realm, his damage per second still reached over 23,000, as the fixed damage of 10,000 remained unaffected by the divine might. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao unleashed a barrage of attacks. Following his usual strategy, he sent the serpent flying and continued his relentless assault. Thanks to the additional health accrued from the ice snow werewolf, his damage escalated further. Each basic attack maintained an impressive damage output of around 40,000. Thus, in 1 second, he dealt a total of 120,000 damage, compounded with the 23,000 from the Book of Life and Death, amounting to a staggering total of 143,000 damage per second. Over the span of a minute, his damage output soared to an astonishing 8,580,000. In a state of the serpent being airborne, he could inflict 30 million damage within 4 minutes. Such output was nothing short of terrifying. In stark contrast to the 40 minutes previously spent on a single ice snow serpent, the time required had now been reduced to a mere 1/8 of that duration. Remarkably, the actual time elapsed was even quicker than Lin Tianhao had anticipated. In just 4.5 minutes, the ice snow serpent was nearly defeated. However, this made Lin Tianhao contemplate a rather mischievous strategy. He decided against hastening the serpent's demise. Instead, he allowed it to land, which added an intriguing twist to the encounter. Once on the ground, Lin Tianhao unleashed his full firepower, accumulating 9 points of health per second, 540 points of health in a minute. While he was uncertain of what challenges lay ahead, one thing was clear. The higher his health accumulation, the greater the benefits it would bestow upon him. As the second ice snow serpent appeared, Lin Tianhao frowned. The intense exertion from the previous 7 hours of simultaneous 5-arrow shots had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Presently, even firing dual arrows felt somewhat beyond his capacity. Thus, Lin Tianhao resolved to first eliminate the initial ice snow serpent before engaging the second. In pursuit of maximizing his health accumulation, Lin Tianhao meticulously timed his attack to coincide with a half-hour respawn point, ultimately vanquishing the ice snow serpent before him. Furthermore, he refrained from using the Book of Life and Death this time, opting instead to reduce damage while increasing the frequency of his attacks. Nevertheless, his damage output remained at an impressive 120,000 per second, even though the ice snow serpent regained 100,000 health per second in the snowy terrain. Lin Tianhao still managed to inflict a net loss of 20,000 health. In a mere minute, he could inflict over 1.2 million damage, and within half an hour, he could unleash more than 36 million. Consequently, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to remove the Goddess of Life's tier, thereby reducing his damage output by 20%, allowing him to achieve a perfect balance. By interspersing his attacks with strikes on weak points to trigger critical hits, he timed his clicks to eliminate these monsters with precision. With his current attack speed, he could accumulate 9 points of health per second, totaling 540 points in a minute and 16, 200 points in half an hour. Thus, defeating a single ice snow serpent would grant him an increase of 16, 200 health points. As Lin Tianhao's damage escalated, the health he could accumulate would also be influenced accordingly. Nevertheless, even against the 8th and 9th ice snow serpents, he consistently gained around 500 health points with each kill. After eliminating the first 9 ice snow serpents, they began to respawn in pairs. Lin Tianhao attempted to unleash a dual arrow attack, managing it with some difficulty. However, it was unnecessary. He needed to recuperate from the mental exertion expended in the previous battles to prepare for the ensuing confrontations. Re-equipping the Goddess of Life's tier, Lin Tianhao resumed his standard output. He even employed the Death and Life Ledger, aiming to vanquish an ice snow serpent in about 15 minutes. The floating arrow technique also consumed mental energy, and Lin Tianhao adopted a more relaxed strategy, allowing himself ample time to recover. Originally dealing just over 120,000 damage, he had compounded an additional 140,000 during the previous 9 ice snow serpent kills, supplemented by the Goddess of Life's tier and the passive enhancement from the talent of Zhou Xiaoping. His effective health gain was approximately 185,000. Even when affected by divine pressure, which reduced his capabilities by 50%, he still managed to achieve over 92,000. Each basic attack could yield an extra 700 true damage, translating to over 8,000 true damage per second. Additionally, with a 1% boost from the Death and Life Ledger based on maximum health, Lin Tianhao's damage output per second approached an astonishing 152,000. When fully concentrating on an ice snow serpent, even without sending it flying, he could still inflict over 52,000 damage, despite the serpent regenerating 100,000 health per second. This amounted to over 1 million damage in a minute, enabling him to slay an ice snow serpent in under 10 minutes. Yet, he remained consistent in his strategy, choosing to maximize health accumulation. He meticulously timed his first kill to occur around the 15-minute mark, followed by the second at another 15 minutes. By employing this combat strategy, Lin Tianhao could swiftly accumulate health. Even while intentionally controlling his output, his kills of 2 ice snow serpents still resulted in a health gain of around 15,000. Across 9 sets, he could amass an additional 130,000 health points. As he approached the final ice snow serpent, Lin Tianhao hesitated. He removed the Goddess of Life's tier and refrained from using the Death and Life Ledger, resulting in his basic attack damage dropping to over 37,000, with a per second damage output exceeding 110,000. Thus, if he exerted high-intensity output, the ice snow serpent would still lose over 10,000 health points per second. If he wishes to utilize the final ice snow serpent to continuously replenish his health, he must not only avoid launching it into the air or delivering critical hits, but also meticulously regulate his attack frequency. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Tianhao resolved to pause and engage in further health accumulation for a while, striving to enhance his vitality as much as possible. Under his careful management, he was able to amass approximately 28,000 health points within an hour. Although this figure may seem modest, his reliance on basic attacks resulted in minimal mental strain. Therefore, Lin Tianhao persevered for over 3 hours before ceasing, ultimately augmenting his health by nearly 90,000. Consequently, upon defeating the ice snow serpent, his foundational health had risen to around 460,000. When factoring in the enhancements from the Goddess of Life and the talents of his companion, Zhou Xiaoping, the actual increase in his health soared to an impressive 600,000. His total health, at this juncture, had surpassed the 3 million mark. Despite the challenges presented by this dungeon, the ability to augment health was undeniably formidable. At this rate, by the time he conquers this dungeon, his health may very well exceed 10 million. Just as he had anticipated, this aspect was indeed commendable. After a brief silence, upon his return, Lin Tianhao sought out Dr. Lu to submit his quest. Adventurer, you are truly formidable, having vanquished all the ice snow serpents. Here is the reward I have prepared for you. Dr. Lu placed a series of potions, 27 in total, before Lin Tianhao. The severe injury potion was particularly special, Upon use, it would reduce the enemy's health recovery by 50% for 5 seconds after inflicting damage, lasting for an entire hour. Note, this potion is a one-time use item. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, surprised by the potency of the severe injury potion. A 50% impairment lasting an hour exceeded his expectations. Typically, potions of this nature would not last beyond 15 minutes. These severe injury potions, boasting a 50% effect, could sustain their power for a full hour. However, upon receiving the potions, Lin Tianhao felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as he desired more, specifically, strategies to counter the divine might that had significantly diminished his combat prowess. Thus, Lin Tianhao inquired of Dr. Liu, "Do you know where the village chief is?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Liu nodded, "Brave adventurer, if you seek the old village chief, I can guide you." Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man entered through the door. This man was none other than village chief Li. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao, a look of excitement spread across his face. "Brave adventurer, your strength has truly surpassed my expectations. You have swept away those ice snow serpents without even utilizing the severe injury potions. In you, I see the hope for saving our village." Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Had he triggered a hidden mechanism? "Greetings, village chief. If I can assist the village, I will be most willing." Upon hearing this, village chief Li displayed a satisfied smile. "Not bad. You are quite impressive. However, the impending crises may be more numerous than you anticipate, especially that overwhelming divine might, which is exceedingly difficult to withstand." Chapter 86. The Mark of the God Slayer. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. Indeed, within this village, there exists a method to counter divine might. Villager Li, you are correct. The influence of that divine might is truly terrifying. Were not for this, I could easily slay those ice serpents. The old villager nodded. Long ago, our village witnessed the arrival of an adventurer who slayed a god. With his mortal form, he vanquished the ice goddess. This act incited the wrath of the gods, and the deities of the West retaliated, sealing our ancient Eastern kingdom beneath this blanket of snow. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted sharply. If that is the case, then the footprints of the snow corpse in this dungeon belong to the ice goddess. After slaying the god, that adventurer left behind the mark of the god slayer in the village. I can bestow this mark upon you. Once bound, it cannot be erased, and you will thus incur the enmity of the Western gods. Lin Tianhao's heart tightened. Villager Li continued. The advantage, however, is that you will be immune to divine might, and even the deities themselves will be unable to discern your information. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. Divine might, even in his past life, spanning a decade, was an insurmountable force. Despite the inevitable ire of the Western gods, what did it matter? In his previous life, nearly 2/3 of the Western deities had pledged allegiance to the Elite Star system. Villager, what are the gods of our Eastern kingdom? Will they not intervene? In truth, many in the past had pondered this. Numerous gods appeared in the West, yet none manifested in the East. If not for the blessings received by certain players from Eastern deities, there would undoubtedly be doubts regarding their existence. Our gods? Villager Li let out a bitter laugh. I cannot say for certain. It is said that our gods engaged in an unprecedented civil war eons ago, causing the heavens to tremble and time to spiral into chaos. The continent we now inhabit is but a mere fraction of the world that once was. Lin Tianhao squinted. Villager, you are not referring to the calamity of the witch and demon from the primordial era, are you? This is an ancient legend in Eastern mythology. I cannot confirm if it was indeed that calamity, but our world was known as the primordial world in the past. Lin Tianhao inhaled sharply. If this were true, then the myriad gods of the primordial world descending would render the Elite Star system and the Western gods as mere ants in comparison. I understand now, Villager. I am willing to accept the mark of the God Slayer. Ascending to godhood is arduous, but slaying a god is even more formidable. If those before me could achieve such feats as mere mortals, I, Lin Tianhao too, believe I can slay a god with my mortal form. Excellent. Villager Li regarded Lin Tianhao with solemnity. Brave adventurer, I hope you can bring a promising future to our village. With that, Villager Li pressed his fingers to Lin Tianhao's forehead. A blood-red mark was imprinted upon Lin Tianhao's brow, then vanished from sight. Ding! You have obtained the mark of the God Slayer. Mark of the God Slayer, Divine Grade. Effect 1. You shall be unaffected by divine might. Effect 2. With each divine being you vanquish, you may strip them of one of their powers. Currently, upon slaying the ice and snow goddess, you are granted immunity to ice and snow damage as well as negative effects. Lin Tianhao was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the level of the Slayer's mark. Particularly, When he beheld the second effect of the mark, he was once again rendered speechless. Immunity to ice and snow damage and negative effects? This was akin to wielding a cheat code. It is worth noting that Leona is an ice and snow mage. Even with Lin Tianhao's current attributes, defeating Leona would be exceedingly challenging, if not nearly impossible. However, with this newfound trait, vanquishing Leona would not merely be a trivial task, but rather a moderately significant endeavor. Indeed, a moderately significant one. This was Lin Tianhao's generous estimation of his capabilities. Brave adventurer, press on. I possess little of value. Yet the sealed ancient Eastern kingdom harbors numerous remarkable figures, and they possess an abundance of treasures. Lin Tianhao nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall take a moment to recuperate before embarking on my journey. It is essential to restore some mental fortitude. After all, reaching this point has not been easy. Should high-intensity battles lie ahead, I may struggle to endure. He exited the game. Lin Tianhao reclined comfortably on his bed, opened the forum for Dusk of the Gods, and began to leisurely browse. Currently, the fervor surrounding Dusk of the Gods has reached staggering heights, with a global player count surpassing 2.5 billion. A third of the population is engaged in this game, underscoring its immense popularity. Although discussions about his character still linger, they have waned in comparison to the rampant discourse surrounding talents and class changes. Players are now beginning to reach level 20, at which point they can undergo their first class change. After transitioning, one can learn basic skills. However, Lin Tianhao lamented having been misled, as the summoner class could only summon a single ordinary level 20 skeleton, whose attributes are merely slightly superior to those of standard level 20 wild creatures. That is due to your lack of a hidden class change. I transitioned into the advanced hidden class of Ice Summoner, with my first skill being the summoning of an ice bird, an elite level 25 creature with formidable attributes. Lin Tianhao was truly impressed. The shield warrior seemed utterly foolish, dealing minimal damage and exhibiting excruciatingly slow solo efficiency. Naturally, discussions about classes inevitably led to conversations about talents. Rumor has it that a player from the Rice Empire has emerged with a legendary talent, whose prowess is astounding, doubling attack speed and increasing one-star effects exponentially. Quite preposterous. Goodness, we in Dragon Country have yet to hear of any legendary talents manifesting, although several heavenly talents have already surfaced, each exhibiting truly monstrous effects. I humbly confess that I have awakened an advanced talent, with one star equating to an attack power of 500. I believe that is quite impressive. Currently, not much has been revealed. Some individuals prefer to remain low-key, which does not necessarily imply weakness. They may very well be quietly amassing wealth. Lin Tianhao recalled a fellow from his previous life who possessed a divine talent, dual reflection. With this ability, regardless of whether the attack was physical or magical, he could reflect 10 points of true damage based on armor and magic resistance, even at a mere one-star level. The reflective damage is not determined by the amount of damage endured, but rather by one's own armor and magic resistance. For instance, if one possesses 100 points of magic resistance and endures a magical attack, the reflective damage, being 10% of the magic resistance, would amount to 10 points. The same principle applies to armor, though it necessitates sustaining physical damage to trigger the rebound effect. As a divine talent, it transcends mere reflection of damage. With each physical monster he slays, he permanently increases his armor by 1 point, and similarly, each magical creature defeated grants him a permanent increase in magic resistance by 1 point. Strangely, this individual chose to remain hidden in the novice village, continuously farming low-level monsters for armor and magic resistance. Remarkably, he found no boredom in his year-long seclusion. After a full year, he finally emerged. In Chapter 87, The Ice and Snow Giant, he appeared with an aura of invincibility. Indeed, he was akin to a force of nature, capable of obliterating any adversary, be they physical or magical. A mere touch would spell doom for anyone who dared challenge him. His reflective damage is not contingent upon the damage received, but is dependent on his armor and magic resistance. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao had a chilling thought. What if this enigmatic player were to bind with Zhou Xiaoping? The mere notion sent shivers down his spine, for considering their combined health, alongside the armor and magic resistance of this elusive player. Who could possibly challenge Zhou Xiaoping in the later stages of the game, barring true damage? However, Lin Tianhao also recalled an awkward fact. The promotional video rewarded players with a divine talent awakening stone, which had been revealed later in the game by this elusive player. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhao had already secured the divine talent awakening stone from the promotional video, implying that this individual likely did not obtain it. At that moment, His talent remained dormant. Contemplating this, Lin Tianhao promptly sent a message to Zhou Xiaoping. Buddy, add a player named Go Dao 1 Gu and invite him to the guild. Lin Tianhao had some knowledge of this elusive player. His character appeared to be sound, albeit excessively cautious. Whenever he had a moment, he would retreat to some obscure corner to farm his armor and magic resistance. In his belief, as long as his armor and magic resistance were sufficiently high, he would be invincible. This mindset is not without merit. After all, armor and magic resistance can be infinitely stacked. Moreover, his reflective damage characteristic is quite formidable, as it does not rely on the damage sustained. In the later stages of the game, talents or skills that reflect damage based on incurred damage become less effective, given that even warriors possess commendable lifesteal attributes. If one reflects 30% damage while the opponent heals 30%, the mechanics of reflection and lifesteal become moot. This implies that his reflective damage could potentially exceed the damage he endures. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao encountered some unfavorable remarks on the forum, primarily centered around the theme of sycophancy towards foreign cultures. The root cause lay in the emergence of the Star Kingdom, a nation with Western influences, which worshipped deities from the West. This led many to extol the virtues of Western nations, particularly the great empire of rice. Lin Tianhao observed numerous comments that almost deified the myth of the Rice Empire. To those who idolize foreign cultures, he merely smiled, for he could hardly engage in earnest disputes with such individuals. After perusing the forum for a while, Lin Tianhao performed the second set of elementary school calisthenics before re-entering the game. He found himself once again descending upon the village and stood before a stone tablet inscribed with Eastern Ancient Kingdom, resting in peace here. Passing through the tablet, Lin Tianhao once more felt the descent of divine might. However, this time, it exerted no influence upon him. Even the attack and movement speed of ice descending amidst the snow had vanished. The icy serpent did not appear. Lin Tianhao ventured forward, where he encountered a withered tree, devoid of leaves, save for a few sturdy branches that remained. Approaching the tree, he noticed something concealed beneath the snow. Clearing the snow away, he discovered a chessboard. Is this Go? Though Lin Tianhao was not adept at the game, he had watched every episode of Go Youth, thus recognizing it with relative ease. However, the pieces and the board had frozen into ice sculptures. Beside the board, there were inscriptions: "The heavens create the board, the stars create the pieces, sealing heaven to become divine." Lin Tianhao's fingers rested upon the icy chessboard, and he could not help but feel astonished. This proclamation was indeed quite imposing. Sealing heaven to become divine. It appeared to signify a method of attaining divinity. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao was familiar with the more mainstream paths to divinity, namely the worship of incense and the accumulation of virtues. The former relied on the faith of others, while the latter stemmed from one's own benevolent deeds. Yet, compared to incense worship, accumulating virtues was considerably more arduous, as the evaluation of benevolence was often convoluted. For instance, saving a life could potentially diminish one's virtues if that individual happened to be malevolent. In contrast, incense worship was straightforward, irrespective of good or evil. As long as one garnered faith, the power of incense could be obtained. Besides the paths of incense and virtue, Lin Tianhao was also aware of the method of attaining divinity through enlightenment. Enlightenment, in its literal sense, referred to the profound understanding of a particular path, leading to the birth of a corresponding divine persona. The snow corpse here, likely the former ice and snow goddess, was probably a result of such enlightenment. As for the concept of sealing heaven to become divine, it was the first time Lin Tianhao had encountered this notion. The heavens create the board, the stars create the pieces indeed sounded grand. However, he remained uncertain whether this grandeur was genuine or merely ostentatious. After all, in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had encountered many who spoke grandly yet were ultimately ineffectual. Nonetheless, before him lay the resting place of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom, and he felt a tinge of anticipation. What if he could unlock a new path to divinity? Moreover, Lin Tianhao was keen to discover the identity of the individual who had slain a god with a mortal body and how such a feat was accomplished. The phrase mortal slaying a god comprised merely a few simple words, yet Lin Tianhao was acutely aware of the profound difficulty that lay behind it. The divine beings are inherently exalted, their power reaching celestial heights. When a might is unleashed, the pressure they exert is utterly terrifying. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had heard tales of mortals slaying gods, but such feats were always accomplished by those whose strength was unparalleled, often aided by divine artifacts. It is akin to the God Slayer mark that Lin Tianhao possesses, which signifies a godly status. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Tianhao understood that he must press onward, as he had done on previous occasions. After traversing the chessboard, the snow beneath him began to tremble slightly, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge from the earth. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the snow exploded before him, and a gigantic fist hurtled towards his forehead. This fist was as large as a millstone and moved with incredible speed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. However, Lin Tianhao was well prepared. As soon as he felt the tremor beneath his feet, he had already readied himself to evade. Thus, before the fist could reach him, he had already rolled aside. Upon landing, he unleashed an arrow, which dealt a staggering damage of 97,315. A massive numeral indicating damage materialized before him, as he had managed to inflict nearly 100,000 points of health loss upon this creature. In that moment, Lin Tianhao also glimpsed its attributes. Ice Snow Giant, Silver. Level 50, health points 84, 908, 500, attack power 33, 359 skills. Chapter 88, Vanquishing the Ice Snow Giant. With an astonishing 84, 5 million health points, and over 30,000 in attack power, this entity possessed attributes capable of overwhelming numerous players. It was likely comparable to those like Godao, Wangu, who had fortified their armor and magical resistance to an extraordinary extent, or individuals like Lin Tianhao, who boasted a substantial health pool and high damage output. Otherwise, attempting to conquer this ice snow giant would indeed be akin to scaling a daunting precipice. Having missed its strike, the ice snow giant roared in fury, unleashing a sonic wave that caused Lin Tianhao to suffer considerable damage. The numbers appeared: 25, 803, 25, 799. Such damage could be deemed quite significant. However, it paled in comparison to Lin Tianhao's basic attack, which was merely a drizzle in the grand scheme of things. With a flurry of arrows, Lin Tianhao unleashed a relentless barrage, each basic attack inflicting substantial damage, rendering him a formidable force. Unhindered by divine pressure, he released 12 shots per second, accumulating a staggering total of over 110 million damage in just 1 second. Within a minute, he could potentially deplete over 60 million health points from the ice snow giant. The creature would not withstand even 2 minutes before succumbing to Lin Tianhao's assault. Yet, Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched, for the ice snow giant had collapsed without even enduring a second of combat. The 1% trigger probability did not guarantee that 1 arrow out of 100 would indeed trigger. Conversely, it was entirely possible that even 100,000 arrows might not yield a single activation. Each arrow carried a mere 1% chance, making the probability exceedingly low. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence now. He needed to await the respawn of a second ice snow giant. If his calculations were correct, it would re-emerge in half an hour, and the wait would be rather lengthy. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Tianhao settled down on the spot. He prepared to sort through his thoughts, considering the steps he needed to take next. Thus far, his journey had been relatively smooth, as he had successfully acquired nearly everything he desired: exceptional skills, equipment, and the blessings of the gods. Most importantly, he had amassed a considerable number of free attribute points, enabling his attack speed to surpass 10 early on, while his movement speed had exceeded 14, all without a set of equipment that enhanced these attributes. Should he procure such a set, his power would become truly formidable. When he obtained the transcendent talent, Lin Tianhao briefly contemplated adopting the strategy of survival through the ages. However, while hunting the red-eyed rabbits, he realized that such a plan was unfeasible. Each arrow claimed a single rabbit, and despite the red-eyed rabbit being a mandatory target for novice players with a fast respawn rate, his attack speed and basic attack frequency proved too low. With each arrow only yielding a minimal increase in health, the efficiency was dismally inadequate. Setting aside these thoughts, Lin Tianhao reflected on his current situation. Given his present attributes, he was confident in his ability to conquer the Snow Corpse Ruins dungeon. However, he needed to devise a strategy to support Leona in ascending to the throne of the Star Kingdom. In his previous life, he had gained some understanding of the political affairs within the Star Kingdom. Among the officials, 3 primary factions existed: the Chancellor, the Grand Marshal, and the Director of the Demon Suppression Division. These factions held significant power and engaged in a delicate balance of influence, often clashing as the Chancellor and Grand Marshal were at odds with one another. Although the Demon Suppression Division rarely involved itself in these conflicts, they were known for their cunning against the Night Stalkers of the Demon Lairs. Additionally, within the royal family, the 3 princesses were undoubtedly key players, as the future throne would likely emerge from among them. As for Queen Theodinia, She openly aligned with Qing Fuyun, yet her support merely bolstered Puppet. Furthermore, the king had a brother, the sole prince of the Star Kingdom, who, despite his seemingly idle nature, should not be underestimated. This was the general landscape of the Star Kingdom's court as Lin Tianhao understood it. Presently, it appeared challenging for the three factions among the officials to simultaneously win over both the Chancellor and the Grand Marshal. The most prudent course of action would be to align with the Demon Suppression Division and the Grand Marshal, thus securing support from two factions within the court. However, what Lin Tianhao contemplated was likely evident to others as well. Therefore, the most crucial ally to win over would be Prince Sanyan. Few knew the true extent of his capabilities. Had Lin Tianhao not been reborn, he too might have underestimated Prince Sanyan. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Prince Sanyan already possessed the strength for rebellion. As for the Queen and Qing Fuyun, Lin Tianhao held leverage over them, alleviating his concerns. Her intention in bringing him here was likely to ensnare him, but she would ultimately find herself thwarted. The plan now was to ally with Prince Sanyan, undermine the Ti Shuejian, and subsequently deal with the Queen and Qing Fuyun. Lin Tianhao swiftly made his decision. Half an hour later, the second ice giant emerged. He began to attack with a casual demeanor. There was no other option. If he unleashed his full strength, the ice giant would be swiftly vanquished. Thus, he had to temper his attack speed, engaging in a drawn-out battle. This strategy allowed him to maximize the half-hour refresh mechanism, thereby accumulating his health points. With each ice giant he defeated, he could amass slightly over 8,000 health points. Consequently, Lin Tianhao removed the tier of the Goddess of Life, intentionally lowering his health to ensure that defeating an ice giant would yield an accumulation of over 10,000 health points. The ensuing battles became considerably more manageable. One by one, the ice giants fell before him, thanks to his immunity to ice damage, coupled with the life-stealing ability of his bloodthirsty necklace. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed by their attacks. Soon, two ice giants appeared simultaneously. Unsurprisingly, they too were effortlessly manipulated by Lin Tianhao. Furthermore, due to the restoration of his mental energy, he found it easy to unleash a dual arrow assault. By defeating both ice giants, he could gather over 20,000 health points. Although the potential health gain gradually diminished with increasing damage, it had little impact on Lin Tianhao. Even towards the end, he could still accumulate over 19,000 health points. When the final two ice giants fell, Lin Tianhao had amassed a total of 240,000 health points from his victories. Additionally, two more ice giants were swiftly dispatched, and with a 10% enhancement from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, this amounted to an increase of over 260,000. Factoring in the enhancement from the tier of the Goddess of Life, Lin Tianhao's health had soared to a terrifying 3,500,000. Chapter 89. The Mortal Hall of the Ice Goddess. Next, he continued onward, the landscape still blanketed in pristine white snow. However, this time, Lin Tianhao spotted a palace in the distance. The palace was in a state of ruin, not resembling the typical Western castle, but rather akin to the grand temples of ancient Xia, albeit more imposing than an ordinary temple. As he approached the palace, Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the plaque at its entrance, where two robust traditional characters were inscribed. He recognized them immediately. Mortal Hall. It was an unusual name, lacking the grandeur typically associated with the palaces of Xia, which often bore three character titles. Stepping up to the Mortal Hall, a peculiar force rippled outward, dispelling the divine majesty that had enveloped Lin Tianhao. Although he was unaffected by divine might, due to the mark of the God-Slayer, this did not imply its absence. Yet now, as he stood there, he could distinctly feel the divine presence retreating. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao stepped into the Mortal Hall. Upon entering, he beheld a modest statue standing at the center of the hall. Before him stood a figure clad in armor, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient general from the Daxia dynasty. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon this formidable warrior, who grasped a longsword that was broader than any he had previously encountered. Had it not been for its sufficient length, Lin Tianhao might have mistaken it for a shield. Flanking this ancient general were two stone pillars, inscribed with two lines of text: Godless, unvirtuous immortals, the plight of mortals. Battle against the heavens, slay the gods. Forge the immortal. Lin Tianhao arched an eyebrow. It appeared that this ancient general was indeed the valiant slayer of gods. Surveying his surroundings, he found no indication of the general's name. Curiosity stirred within him. It seemed that danger was absent here. If that were the case, traversing this space would likely lead to peril, as his instinct suggested. This was the palace of the God-Slayer general, but what lay ahead? The answer was tantalizingly close. Lin Tianhao stepped through the Mortal Hall. Behind it, He was met not with endless white snow, but with a sea of molten lava, an expanse of searing heat. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the entirety of his surroundings engulfed in lava. On one side lay pristine snow, while on the other stretched an unending vista of magma. The juxtaposition was terrifying. A path of dark stone, veined with crimson, cut through the molten landscape, stretching far beyond his sight. As he ventured onto this ominous route, uncertainty loomed over him. Surely, it was likely to be inhabited by monstrous beings. The ice giant he had encountered previously possessed a staggering life force of 85 million. What kind of formidable creatures might reside here? A smile crept upon Lin Tianhao's lips. The prospect of accumulating life force was enticing. However, fate seemed intent on disappointing him, for after nearly 10 minutes of walking, no monsters had emerged. This place appeared devoid of life. Just then, an icy chill enveloped him. Was it finally here? Rather than fear, anticipation bubbled within him. After all, it was a rarity to encounter such opportunities for life force accumulation before the second transition. Before his eyes, a woman clad in garments of ice emerged, floating from the heart of the lava. A spirit? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, his attention drawn to her. Life force, attack, skills, all remained shrouded in mystery, with not a single attribute visible to him. Tightening his grip on the longbow, he inquired in a low voice, "Are you the snow goddess?" The snow goddess nodded, confirming. "Indeed, I am the snow goddess." Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly released an arrow that pierced the air. Yet, to his astonishment, the arrow transformed into an ice sculpture before shattering upon reaching her. Truly, she was the snow goddess. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, having anticipated such an outcome. However, having come this far, a confrontation seemed inevitable. "Adventurer, there is no need for us to be adversaries." The ice and snow goddess spoke with a calm, yet ethereal voice, seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. "Oh," Lin Tianhao observed her with keen interest. "There is no necessity for us to be adversaries. Might we not consider the possibility of friendship?" "Why not?" he continued. "If you're willing to assist me, I could offer you an entire kingdom, the kingdom of stars. In exchange for the benefit of a nation, I extend my hand in friendship. Is my sincerity not evident?" At these words, Lin Tianhao felt his breath quicken. While the kingdom of stars might seem insignificant compared to the great powers beyond, the advantages of acquiring it would be immeasurable. Though players would eventually establish territories, developing a mere settlement into a city-state is a rare feat. Achieving further growth would be fraught with challenges. Yet, Lin Tianhao understood one crucial truth: benefits and risks coexist. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. When someone presents a tempting offer of great gain, it often conceals substantial peril. It is akin to the scams in northern Myanmar. What appears as high rewards to one may be merely a lure for exploitation of one's very essence. "Why should I trust you?" Lin Tianhao inquired. The ice and snow goddess, brimming with confidence, replied, "I am a deity and would never deceive." "Spare me the rhetoric. Who can attest to a deity's honesty? You might be powerful, but in your current ethereal state, it is evident you are sealed away. That only proves your past might, not your veracity." His incisive words stirred a flicker of anger within the goddess, who felt affronted by a mere mortal's skepticism. "What must I do to earn your trust?" she asked. "I shan't make it difficult for you. Grant me a few thousand free attribute points, or perhaps a few divine artifacts or skills, and I might consider believing you." The goddess's countenance darkened further upon hearing Lin Tianhao's request. "A few thousand free attribute points? Do you take them for mere cabbages? And artifacts? To bestow even one would be a monumental gift. I cannot offer you such things. I'm currently sealed. The most I can grant is a blessing from the gods." "Very well, then bestow upon me a blessing from the gods." Lin Tianhao acquiesced. "Agreed, but you must promise to help me first." "Help you with what?" he queried. "Assist me in destroying the mortal temple you encountered upon your arrival, so that I may break free from my confinement," the ice and snow goddess explained. "Rest assured, there are no formidable foes within the mortal temple. You can easily manage it." Lin Tianhao nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Then let us proceed with the blessing." "Certainly." The ice and snow goddess lifted her alabaster hand, a smile gracing her lips. A beam of light then descended from above, enveloping Lin Tianhao within its radiance. "Ding. The ice and snow goddess is bestowing a blessing upon you. Do you accept?" "I accept." "Ding. You have received the ice and snow goddess's blessing." Frozen Eye. Frozen Eye, passive, 1 star. Your attack has a 5% chance of freezing your opponent, and upon freezing them, your next attack will shatter the ice, inflicting 15 times the damage. There is no consumption, nor cooldown. Proficiency is at 0 out of 100. Each activation of this passive ability increases proficiency by 1. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This frozen ice seems remarkably impressive. Basic attacks carry an added freezing effect, and shattering the ice amplifies damage. Viewed in this light, this skill indeed qualifies as extraordinarily formidable, combining control with increased damage. One must ask, is there anyone else? The most crucial aspect is the high trigger probability. This is merely a 1-star ability. Imagine if it were 10 stars. A 50% chance of freezing, coupled with an even greater damage amplification, would render one unstoppable. Adventurer, is it not time for you to fulfill your promise? Inquired the ice and snow goddess. What promise? Destroy the mortal palace and release me. Lin Tianhao shook his head. When did I ever promise to assist you in destroying the mortal palace? Furthermore, you have yet to deliver on your claim of granting me the Starry Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the ice and snow goddess's expression darkened. So, you were merely toying with me. Her irritation was palpable. The blessing of the gods was of little concern to her. What truly irked her was that a mere mortal like Lin Tianhao dared to jest with her. This was utterly intolerable. I'm not toying with you. Releasing you for a mere blessing from the gods would be unwise, and I have indeed not made any promises. Hearing this, the ice and snow goddess calmed slightly. Adventurer, if you can release me, you shall become the king of the Starry Kingdom. Ding! The ice and snow goddess has issued you a quest. Will you accept? The task requires the destruction of the mortal palace to break her seal. The penalties of failure are unknown, and the reward is the Starry Kingdom. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The quest's formal presentation indicated its authenticity and significance. Should he destroy the mortal palace and break the seal, he could indeed obtain the Starry Kingdom. However, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Tianhao chose not to accept the quest, for his ambitions did not lie with the Starry Kingdom. To put it differently, while the Starry Kingdom is appealing, it is ultimately merely a second-tier realm, bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Even the mightiest within the Starry Kingdom cannot reach the third-tier level. In other words, the Starry Kingdom is only strong in its early stages, becoming mediocre in the mid-game and utterly insignificant in the late game. Of course, if one disregards other factors, claiming the Starry Kingdom could pose no issue. Yet, throughout his journey, Lin Tianhao had learned of the ancient Eastern Kingdom concealed below. Should the ice and snow goddess be released, his current quest might come to an abrupt end. He yearned to uncover the mysteries of the ancient Eastern Kingdom, even contemplating its revival. Thus, he chose to relinquish immediate gains. Sometimes, taking risks can lead to rewards beyond measure. Lin Tianhao's lips curled into a subtle smile, a trace of amusement gracing his countenance. With a swift motion, he released a flurry of arrows, which in the blink of an eye found their way to the frost goddess. In a fit of exasperation, she bellowed, "You wretched human, how dare you toy with me?" The arrows reached her, only to be frozen in place and shattered. Lin Tianhao remained unfazed. The frost goddess was no longer in her prime. In truth, she was already deceased, merely a remnant of her spirit lingering here, within the confines of the Star Kingdom. This fallen deity was bound by the local laws, unable to surpass the second-tier limitations. Thus, Lin Tianhao had little faith in her capacity to indefinitely freeze his arrows. The evidence substantiated his belief. Indeed, it was as he suspected. His attack speed was maximized, unleashing 12 arrows per second. Yet, the frost goddess could only manage to freeze 10 of them, leaving 2 to fly unimpeded. The damage from a single normal attack surged past 100,000, leaving the enraged frost goddess momentarily dumbfounded. How is this possible? She exclaimed, incredulous at the terrifying damage Lin Tianhao was inflicting. Even in her diminished state, her power was but a fraction of what it once was. How could a mere level 1 player, even one of a higher tier, possibly deal such catastrophic damage? Yet, she had no time for contemplation, for Lin Tianhao's onslaught continued unabated. "Wretched human, I shall end your life," the frost goddess cried out, summoning a multitude of ice spikes that rained down upon him like a tempest. Such a widespread assault could not be evaded by mere evasion tactics. However, Lin Tianhao had no intention of dodging. Immunity. Immunity. Thanks to the Slayer's Mark, he had acquired immunity to frost damage. Thus, the ice spikes posed no threat to him whatsoever. What is happening? Who are you? The frost goddess shrieked in disbelief, as her abilities were rendered ineffective against him. Cursed be it, it must be the Slayer's Mark. That lunatic bestowed it upon you. You may be immune to my frost attacks, but I refuse to believe you can withstand my basic strikes. With a furious roar, she dashed toward him, her form blurring as she closed the distance in an instant. Bang! She struck him with a forceful blow. A massive damage figure of 135, 985 appeared, causing Lin Tianhao to lose a sliver of health. Witnessing this, the frost goddess was on the brink of despair. How is this possible? She gasped, unable to comprehend the scene before her. While she could begrudgingly accept the high damage he dealt, she could not fathom how he maintained such an absurd amount of health alongside it. Chapter 91. The Master of the Mortal Hall. As a deity, her knowledge was vast. Yet encountering a being as utterly abnormal as Lin Tianhao was an unprecedented experience for her. Lin Tianhao did not afford her much opportunity for contemplation, as his assault had already commenced. Engaging in combat with a deity devoid of discernible attributes demanded his utmost vigilance. Any lapse in attention would undoubtedly culminate in catastrophic consequences. With an unwavering attack speed, Lin Tianhao unleashed a relentless barrage. Such intense combat posed little threat to the ice and snow goddess, who mused that despite the unexpected prowess he displayed, he remained merely an ordinary adventurer, even with the Godslayer insignia adorning him. Gradually, she regained her composure. Although Lin Tianhao's output was formidable, her current strength paled in comparison to even a fraction of her peak power. Yet, what did it matter? Even a basic attack from her would suffice to eliminate Lin Tianhao, though she deemed it unnecessary. The ultimate outcome of their clash would only be revealed post-battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows in Lin Tianhao's hand continued to rain down mercilessly. The ice and snow goddess, refusing to remain idle, glided behind him with a ghostly grace. In swift succession, she struck Lin Tianhao 10 times. Such speed was not to be underestimated. Lin Tianhao's health plummeted by over 1,000,000 points. A smirk crept across the ice and snow goddess's face as she observed his health decline so drastically. How amusing, she thought. I had expected more. Yet it seems you were merely average. To her, the battle had lost all suspense. Lin Tianhao's demise was inevitable. Just as the ice and snow goddess reveled in her triumph, an unshakable sense of impending doom surged within her, leaving her inexplicably anxious. Despite her keen perception, she could not decipher the unique power contained within Lin Tianhao's arrows. Whoosh! With a delicate sound, the ice and snow goddess fell. Even in her final moments, she could not comprehend why a level 1 adventurer had the capability to vanquish her so swiftly. No, as she sensed her vitality dissipating, she could only manage a chilling scream before her complete downfall. Ding! You have slain the spirit of the ice and snow goddess. Ding! You have cleared the dungeon of the footprints of the snow corpse. Ding! You have acquired 311 skill books. Ding! You have obtained 598 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have amassed 39,999 gold coins. Ding! You have received 500 free attribute points. Ding! You have acquired the heart of the Golden Lord. The system notifications rang incessantly. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao's level surged rapidly, reaching level 20 in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the constraints of class transition, his ascension would have been even more pronounced, certainly exceeding level 20. The dungeon was thus cleared. At that moment, a radiant light ascended within the Hall of Mortals, cascading down upon Lin Tianhao. Ding! Brave adventurer, congratulations on slaying the ice and snow goddess. I see in you the hope for the resurgence of humanity. Alas, you are but an archer, unable to attain my legacy, otherwise I would surely bestow it upon you. However, you have rendered me a great service, and I shall grant you a most substantial reward. As the words fell, the ethereal figure before me pointed with a finger. A chime rang out, and the Lord of the Mortal Hall offered you a special skill. Do you accept? Accept. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped Lin Tianhao's body. Simultaneously, a new skill appeared in his skill bar. Double true damage, passive, non-upgradable. Effect: your damage will be converted into true damage, and the inflicted damage will be doubled. No consumption, no cooldown, no proficiency. All aspects are devoid of limitations. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill is indeed formidable, exceedingly powerful. Yet, for him, it felt rather mundane. Firstly, Lin Tianhao's basic attacks already dealt true damage, rendering the conversion to true damage somewhat redundant. The double true damage could prove useful, but in Lin Tianhao's view, it may not necessarily be advantageous. He sought to accumulate health points. If his damage were excessively high, a single arrow could annihilate a monster, thereby hindering his ability to steadily increase his health. Nevertheless, this skill is now bound to him, and there is little he can alter for the time being. Furthermore, greater damage is beneficial. It will enhance his efficiency in monster farming and allow him to explore more maps. Additionally, Lin Tianhao discovered an intriguing fact. The 3 passive skills acquired by Zhou Xiaopeng also commenced with the prefix double. Might there be some form of exchange between them? Contemplating this, Lin Tianhao refrained from inquiring further. Senior, are you the one who vanquished the ice and snow goddess? Lin Tianhao asked curiously. The ethereal figure nodded, affirming, indeed, that is I. In my youth, I could not abide the oppression imposed upon us by the deities, and thus I intervened, resulting in the eternal slumber of the entire Eastern ancient kingdom. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. He had not sought the kingdom of the stars, but rather to confront the ice and snow goddess, precisely for this opportunity. Senior, what must I do to revive the Eastern ancient kingdom? The Lord of the Mortal Hall regarded Lin Tianhao with a hint of surprise. Reviving the Eastern ancient kingdom is a commendable aspiration. However, it was suppressed by the Western deities collectively. To restore it, you must break the power of the Western gods. Yet, you currently lack the strength to do so. Before your second transition, gather the blessings of the 10 Eastern deities and return here, then you may shatter the seal. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Remember, it must be before your second transition. Should you complete the second transition, it is highly unlikely you will be able to enter here, the Lord of the Mortal Hall cautioned. Lin Tianhao found himself at a loss for words. Before the second transition, the blessings of 10 deities? And they must specifically be the blessings of Eastern deities? This is truly absurd. For an ordinary player, let alone the second transition, even receiving a single deity's blessing before the third transition would be a cause for immense gratitude. He was unexpectedly required to gather 10 blessings from different Eastern deities before his second transformation. The difficulty of this task was not to be underestimated. Currently, he had received 3 blessings from the gods, 2 from the Earth Mother and 1 from the Ice Goddess. However, according to the stipulations set forth by the Lord of the Mortal Hall, he could only count this as a blessing from a single Eastern deity. Very well. I shall exert my utmost effort to secure the blessings of 10 Eastern deities before my second transformation, Lin Tianhao declared with a nod. Chapter 92. Enhancing the Purifying Jade Pendant. Despite Lin Tianhao feeling that obtaining the blessings of 10 Eastern deities before his second transformation was an arduous challenge, he remained resolute in his decision to attempt it. The difficulty of this task stemmed from 2 main factors. The first was the time frame before the second transformation. Players could only reach level 50, which was the apex of their capabilities. However, for Lin Tianhao, level was never constrained. Even at level 1, he had managed to stir up a storm within such a challenging dungeon. The true challenge lay in the limitations imposed by the Starry Kingdom. Based on his knowledge from his previous life, players were unable to leave the Starry Kingdom before their second transformation unless under special circumstances. Thus, obtaining the blessings of 10 Eastern deities within the confines of the Starry Kingdom was exceedingly difficult. The second point of difficulty was the requirement for the 10 distinct blessings from different Eastern deities. Lin Tianhao had received 2 blessings, but both were from the Earth Mother. The challenge of acquiring 10 unique blessings far surpassed that of gathering 10 general blessings from the gods. His current 3 blessings could only be counted as 1, highlighting the issue at hand. Nevertheless, the arrow was already knocked, and it had to be released. It seemed that he would need to strive to obtain the blessings of the gods as much as possible. Lin Tianhao's expression grew serious. As a person of the East, he yearned for the revival of the ancient Eastern nations. With his extensive gaming experience from his previous life, he understood that reviving these ancient nations would yield immense benefits. At that moment, Lin Tianhao had the option to leave the dungeon, yet he chose not to. Village Chief Li stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lin Tianhao. Brave adventurer, your strength surpasses my imagination. You may take any 3 items from our village. As he finished speaking, Village Chief Li gestured, and immediately, several villagers produced various items. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened as he recognized Dr. Liu holding a job transfer scroll, a heavenly level hidden profession, toxic alchemist. Alongside this, there were several other rewards for hidden professions. Lin Tianhao merely glanced at them, as he was already familiar with some strategies for acquiring hidden professions. Suddenly, a small booklet caught Lin Tianhao's attention. The Fragmented Codex of Laws, Unknown. The introduction contained insights into the comprehension of the Ice Law, and if he could study it, he would undoubtedly be able to approach the threshold of the Ice Law in the future. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Had it not been for his memories from a past life, he might not have considered this item to be of any significant value. Yet at this moment, he was so exhilarated that his hands trembled slightly. This was astonishingly a tome of the laws, and even in its incomplete form, it was an exceedingly precious artifact. One of the paths to divinity lay in comprehending these laws. The reason this path was fraught with difficulties for the majority of ordinary individuals was that entering its realm seemed utterly implausible. However now, Such a rare opportunity lay before him, leaving him utterly astonished, despite the fact that, at present, the icy essence of this law appeared to offer him little assistance. The possibility that it might prove useful in the future remained. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was captivated by another item, the weapon evolution scroll in the hands of village chief Li. This scroll was unique, capable of evolving a weapon, albeit as a one-time use item. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was yet another treasure that he longed to possess, and now it lay before him, filling him with joy. Upon acquiring it, his first thought was to evolve the Book of Life and Death. However, he soon discovered that it could not be evolved. What a pity! Had he been able to elevate the Book of Life and Death, it would have propelled him to new heights. Since that was not feasible, the weapon he sought to enhance was naturally the tears of the Goddess of Life, which could effectively augment his vitality and resonated perfectly with him. In addition, there was the Purification Pendant. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately resolved to evolve the Purification Pendant. For while his life force could be infinitely augmented, such an extraordinary item as the Purification Pendant could not be compared to ordinary purification skills. Ding! Do you confirm the use of the Weapon Evolution Scroll on the Purification Pendant? Confirm. Ding! Evolving the Purification Pendant. Evolution successful. The Purification Pendant is now a special equipment. Requirements for wearing. Only the active transferor may don it. It cannot be dropped, absorbed, or worn by others unless actively gifted. Effect: immunity to 85 of knockback, control, slow, curses, poisoning, burning, freezing, paralysis, and other negative effects. Durability: 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He still possessed the Eternal Scroll and had previously hesitated over which weapon to enhance. Now he had firmly decided to use it on the Purification Pendant. As long as the Purification Pendant remained indestructible, he would be free to act without concern. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao activated the Eternal Scroll. The durability of the Purification Pendant, which had been 100, was now transformed into an indestructible state. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. From a conventional perspective, the Purification Pendant, lacking any offensive attributes, might not seem particularly formidable. Yet Lin Tianhao understood just how astonishing that 85 immunity to control truly was. A special thought began to form in the depths of his mind. Could it be possible to elevate the Purification Pendant to a full 100 immunity to control? The scrolls for weapon evolution are exceedingly rare. However, this does not imply that they are exclusively found in this location. Although, as per the tendencies of the Twilight of the Gods, the enhancement of attributes becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, this difficulty exists within certain bounds. The villagers possess a considerable number of valuable items, and Lin Tianhao has once again spotted a sacred talent awakening stone. While this item holds little significance for him, it proves to be quite beneficial for those around him. After all, the higher one's talent, the more challenging it is to awaken it in the early stages. The sacred talent awakening stone is already quite valuable. Upon surveying the other items, Lin Tianhao finds nothing of particular interest. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decides to select the sacred talent awakening stone as his third item. Village Chief Li, I have chosen all the items I wish for, Lin Tianhao stated. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Village Chief Li's face, leaving Lin Tianhao somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Chapter 93. The True Novice Village. Indeed. Village Chief Li responded with a smile. For adventurers like yourselves, we should be considered the novice village. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. It was well known that any one of Li and the others could easily overpower the old village chief of the novice village and blacksmith Wang. Yet now, Village Chief Li claimed that they were the true novice village. What a previous novice village. A mere imitation? He sensed Lin Tianhao's thoughts and clarified. That novice village is not truly a novice village in the conventional sense. It merely served as a temporary substitute in our absence. With the spirit of the ice goddess now destroyed, we must depart to fulfill our duties. As Village Chief Li's words fell, a radiant light descended from the heavens. The announcement echoed throughout the server, instantly astonishing countless players. What has transpired? Is the true novice village awakening? Were the novice villages we encountered previously mere facades? Goodness, does this mean that new players entering the game will have an extraordinary experience? How enviable. The murmurs of discussion filled the air. The emergence of the true novice village would undoubtedly astonish many. As Lin Tianhao observed the disappearance of the novice village, a sudden system notification resounded. Ding! You have aided in the revival of the novice village and received the rewards. Elimination of red name value and the title of Friendship Home of the Novice Village. The title of Friendship Home of the Novice Village is unique. Its effect allows you to designate the novice village as your resurrection point at any time and place. Upon seeing this attribute effect, Lin Tianhao's face reflected a look of astonishment. This title appears to lack strength, merely altering the location of his resurrection. However, it seems to provide a means of protection. Nevertheless, the territory is not invincible, as territorial battles will ensue. In other words, other players may launch attacks on the territory, and should it be breached, enemies could dominate the resurrection altar, potentially eliminating guild leaders down to level 1. After all, such occurrences transpired in his previous life. Yet now, this title could significantly assist Lin Tianhao in evading such circumstances. It is akin to the time he was overwhelmed in Blackwind City, unable to escape or retaliate. However, if he possesses this title, he can resurrect directly in the novice village. However, at present, this talent appears to offer him little assistance. Preventing the torment of the fountain? It seems rather illogical. Given his current prowess, being tormented by the fountain is not so easily accomplished. Of course, having it is better than not. Titles, after all, bear no significant influence. Alas, he seems to have little use for it here. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Tianhao reappeared in the palace of the Star Kingdom. At this moment, only a priest awaited him. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao's emergence, the priest was taken aback. "How did you get out?" Lin Tianhao shrugged and replied with a cheerful smile. "Having completed the dungeon, I naturally emerged." "How is that possible?" the priest exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "No one has ever managed to exit that dungeon. How did you accomplish it?" Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and responded with a smile. "How I did it is not the crux of the matter. What matters is that I completed the challenge." Hearing this, the priest immediately called out, "Come quickly. The Snow Empress has emerged." In no time, a multitude gathered in the Grand Hall. Leona, Tixi, the Chancellor, the Grand Marshal, Queen Feudin, and King Abella, all drawn by the unexpected news of Lin Tianhao's survival. "Snow Empress, you have returned." Leona gasped in astonishment. "Have your sins been absolved?" A wave of uncontainable excitement washed over her face, yet she suppressed it, fully aware of the need for discretion, lest the keen minds present detect her turmoil. If anyone were to be deemed the most withdrawn in the room, it would undoubtedly be Queen Feudin. She wished fervently for Lin Tianhao to remain trapped within the dungeon for eternity. Yet now, he had emerged, leaving her utterly astonished. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was privy to her secret. If he were to confront her about his entry into the dungeon, her situation could become perilously precarious. "Your Majesty, how do you perceive the current circumstances?" Lin Tianhao inquired with a charming smile. King Abella nodded, saying, "Snow Empress, you have truly astonished me." With that, the king asked, "Speak, what reward do you seek?" "A divine talent awakening stone," Lin Tianhao stated plainly. While talent awakening stones are not rare, those of sacred or divine quality are of paramount importance to him. Furthermore, since his talent is of super divine caliber, the last time he utilized a talent awakening stone of divine quality, it only awakened a portion of his abilities. Based on his calculations, if he cannot continue using divine talent awakening stones, his talent may stagnate at 3 stars. However, he is not yet proficient enough to ascend to 4 stars. So Lin Tianhao merely speculates, hesitant to assert certainty. What if the new divine talent awakening stone could help him awaken another ability? Regardless of the circumstances, he requires the divine talent awakening stone. King Abriel pondered momentarily. "Snow Empress, I do possess such a divine talent awakening stone. However, this quest was primarily designed to absolve your transgressions, and your request seems somewhat excessive." Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. "Then may I inquire, what would your Majesty consider a reasonable request?" Upon hearing this, King Abriel chuckled softly. "I do not have the divine, but if you have need, I can certainly provide you with a celestial grade one." Lin Tianhao's frown deepened. He understood that he had no grounds to negotiate in this setting. Even if he wished to decline, the current situation did not afford him the luxury of choice. "Very well, since your Majesty has spoken, I shall accept the celestial grade." King Abriel waved his hand, and immediately, someone presented Lin Tianhao with a celestial grade talent awakening stone. Lin Tianhao accepted the precious stone and gestured, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, since my mission has been completed, may I take my leave?" "Of course," King Abriel replied with a smile. Lin Tianhao waved his farewell. Now devoid of the red name value, he contemplated engaging in other endeavors. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao's task concerning the corpse chi bottle had reached completion. "Congratulations. You have completed the corpse chi bottle task. Task rewards: 500 free attribute points, Blessing of the Gods, X1, Resurrection at the original location, X1. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. The rewards were indeed substantial. The resurrection at the original location, passive, cannot be upgraded. Effect, upon being slain. You may choose to resurrect in full state at the original location. If you do not opt for this, you may still resurrect at the altar. No consumption required. No cooldown. No proficiency required. Lin Tianhao was astonished. This was truly an extraordinary artifact. However, a question lingered in his mind. After the integration of the game and reality, would this skill still retain its efficacy? Because, following the merging of the game with reality, water resurrection had become a relic of the past. Each individual possessed but a single life. Naturally, the resurrection skills of priests could still revive players even after the merging of the game and reality, albeit with a significantly reduced probability. The effect of this skill, however, allowed for resurrection at the original location without restrictions. This could certainly be described as outrageous. Even disregarding the merging of game and reality, the ability to resurrect at the original location within the game was exceedingly formidable. Congratulations! As you have cleared the hell-level difficulty of the Snow Corpse's footprint, you have triggered a subsequent quest to revive the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Quest requirement: revive the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Even without the trigger of this subsequent quest, he would still pursue this course of action, having already chosen this path. Utilizing the blessing of the gods, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Lin Tianhao felt a sense of anticipation. Who would bestow their blessing upon him this time? Based on his assessment, it was highly probable that it would be a blessing from a deity of the East. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the gods. Congratulations, the god of marriage is bestowing their blessing upon you. Lin Tianhao was taken aback. The god of marriage? Does he require the blessings of the matchmaker? Certainly not. If he were to receive an unusual blessing for himself, it would lead him to seclusion. Ding! You have acquired the bonding red thread, a special item. Its effect binds you to a female, not limited to adventurers, wild creatures, deities, etc., solely gender-restricted, allowing you to gain enhancements to her attack speed and movement speed. Currently, there are no binding targets. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Upon first encountering this bonding red thread, he experienced a moment of panic, fearing it might be related to romantic fate. However, does it not mean he could soar to new heights? What does he lack the most? Undoubtedly, attack speed and movement speed. These two attributes are immensely beneficial for Lin Tianhao. The bonding red thread is a remarkable boon for him. It bears a resemblance to Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, albeit with differing attributes acquired. Moreover, this bonding red thread can only bind to one individual and is limited to females. In comparison, it cannot be equated to Zhou Xiaopeng's talent. Nonetheless, for Lin Tianhao, this bonding red thread is exceedingly advantageous. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao has already contemplated his first binding target, Leona. Of course, this is merely provisional. Leona is not an archer, perhaps due to her inherent strength. She possesses a relatively decent attack speed and movement speed. However, she surely cannot match the capabilities of an archer of the same level. Besides, Leona is currently the most formidable individual Lin Tianhao can engage with and bind using the bonding red thread. Nickname: Snow Empress. Level: 20, awaiting class change. Profession: Archer. Health: 351, 351, 450, 450. Attack: 2, 129. Magic Strength: 5. Armor: 3. Magic Resistance: 1. Attack Speed: 1, 215. Movement Speed: 143. Physical Penetration: 0. Magic Penetration: 0. Special Attributes: Lifesteal 5, Critical Hit 55. Free Attributes: 1, 0, 0, 0. Hidden Luck: Guild: Solitary Snow Guild, 6 stars. Talent: Hand of Divine Retribution, Super God level. Mark: God Slayer. Title: Friendship House of Novice Village. Equipment: 9 Harmony Longbow, Golden. Bloodthirsty Necklace, Special. Purification Jade Pendant, Special. Eye of Innocence, Special. Book of Life and Death, Divine Gift. Order of Ice, Special. Tears of the Goddess of Life, Special. Due to his performance in the Snow Corpse Ruins, Lin Tianhao has seen improvements across his various skills. Additionally, his guild has ascended from 5 stars to 6 stars. Do not perceive the elevation from a challenging dungeon as a mere triviality. On the contrary, advancing a guild's rank is inherently arduous. The contribution value of a guild does not rely solely on the guild leader. Every member can accrue contribution points. In the later stages of the game, guilds with tens of thousands or even millions of players find it immensely challenging to rank up due to the substantial increase in requirements. The enhancement gained from Lin Tianhao's guild transitioning from 5 to 6 stars is a universal lifesteal of 5. Universal lifesteal 5. If this attribute enhancement were to be applied to a single player, it would indeed appear rather mediocre. However, imagine the impact if a guild comprising hundreds of thousands, or even millions of players were to benefit from such an increase. This exemplifies the transformation that occurs through quantitative change, leading to qualitative change. Moreover, the universal lifesteal of 5 is exceptionally advantageous for Lin Tianhao. Although his health points are sufficiently high, his dual resistances are rather low. When faced with formidable opponents, he may still suffer significant health loss. Yet, as long as his lifesteal is rapid enough, no one can pose a threat to him. Upon exiting the palace, Lin Tianhao found that he no longer bore a red name value. His next endeavor should be to devise a strategy to acquire the legendary Hidden Archer class. Previously, Lin Tianhao had contemplated whether an extraordinary talent might also correspond to an extraordinary hidden class. He pondered whether he might delay his pursuit to see if he could attain such a remarkable hidden profession. Ultimately, however, he abandoned this train of thought. Without a guide, triggering an extraordinary hidden class would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Relying on luck, Lin Tianhao deemed that unwise. Chapter 95. The Peach Blossom Pavilion. Water like smoke. Emerging from the palace, Lin Tianhao began to organize the strategy for the legendary Hidden Archer class in the capital city of Tianqing. However, scarcely had he stepped outside when a figure abruptly blocked his path. The individual was none other than Clintfifth Bird. With a serious expression, Clintfifth Bird scrutinized Lin Tianhao for a moment before speaking slowly. Snow Emperor, set forth your conditions. What must be done to safeguard this secret? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow at her swift arrival. Very well. Let us adhere to the requests made within the Grand Hall. The Stone of Awakening for Divine Talents. Clintfifth Bird frowned. The stones of divine talent awakening within the palace were meticulously documented. If the queen were to grant one to him, it would likely pose complications. Lin Tianhao chuckled. What complications could arise? I could nominally align myself with the queen's faction, and this Stone of Awakening could serve as remuneration. Having traversed the path of the Snow Corpse and successfully completed it, you must understand that our god resides there. Gaining the god's recognition places your influence within the Star Empire, among nobles second only to the king. Lin Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, completing the path of the Snow Corpse did not necessarily require the defeat of the Ice Goddess. Gaining her recognition sufficed. However, Clintfifth Bird believed he had earned the Ice Goddess's approval. Were she to learn that he had emerged from vanquishing the remnants of the Ice Goddess, her reaction would surely be intriguing. Since you cannot provide it now, we shall discuss it further at a later date. I am aware of this secret and seek only personal gain, so you need not worry. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not divulge it, Lin Tianhao stated. Clintfifth Bird regarded him with a profound gaze. His words held merit, indeed. Very well, should you desire anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I also hope the Snow Emperor will honor his commitments. Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He did not rush to venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Instead, he made his way directly to the Peach Blossom Pavilion in Tianqing City. Do not misunderstand. It is a place frequented by many wayward young women. Lin Tianhao's primary intention for visiting was to trigger the hidden class of a legendary archer. Should he also manage to rescue a few of the lost souls, that would be an added bonus. In this immersive virtual realm, those in the know understand the nuances. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary ability to amass nearly 100,000 gold coins in just a few days like Lin Tianhao. While the Peach Blossom Pavilion may not attract many players, it does see a fair share of visitors, particularly merchants who seek to gain an advantage. They find it necessary to acquire a premium membership to host lavish banquets for the nobility of the Starry Kingdom. What is this called? Catering to their tastes. After all, there is a certain satisfaction in acquiring companionship with one's own resources rather than relying on luck. Ahem. Lin Tianhao cleared his throat and stepped into the pavilion. The matron of the establishment appeared to be in her 30s, still retaining a semblance of allure. However, she was not there to attend to Lin Tianhao, but rather to greet a viscount who entered alongside him. Ah, Lord Flins. It has been quite some time since your last visit. Cherry has missed you dearly. The viscount named Flins waved his hand dismissively. I am not here for Cherry today. I have long heard that today marks the debut of the courtesan Shui Ruyan, and as an esteemed guest, I must be present. The matron nodded with a forced smile. Miss Shui Ruyan has been preparing for this occasion. However, many distinguished guests have arrived today. Lin Tianhao's ears perked up at their exchange. Shui Ruyan, one of the 3 renowned beauties of the Starry Kingdom. Of course, this title was bestowed by players. If a contest were to be held, the three princesses of the kingdom would undoubtedly take precedence. Lin Tianhao, however, recalled that during his previous life in the game, Shui Rian had never actually debuted. Although there had been numerous events held to announce her coming out, none could meet her stringent criteria. Eventually, some even speculated that her debut was merely a gimmick devised to enrich the Peach Blossom Pavilion. Lin Tianhao's purpose for this visit was not solely for Shui Rian, but the prospect of feasting his eyes upon her was certainly appealing. He found a seat and was soon approached by a woman clad in translucent azure silk. Lin Tianhao tossed a bag of gold coins onto the table and inquired, "Is the Jiufeng room still available?" The azure-clad woman was taken aback by the sight of the bag of coins. After all, just a handful of coins sufficed for an overnight stay here. This bag contained no less than 100 coins. "Sir, you are in luck. Tonight, the esteemed guests are all here for Sister Ruin, and the Jiufeng room is indeed available." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he followed her lead. The azure-clad woman guided him to the entrance of the Jiufeng room. As the name suggests, this room houses 9 unique beauties, offering an experience of utmost pleasure. However, Lin Tianhao's intention for coming here was not mere indulgence. Such matters are yet to unfold. Upon entering the Nine Phoenix Pavilion, Lin Tianhao surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted a vase towering over him in a corner. According to his previous life's experience, within this vase lay a quest scroll. Following the directives of this scroll would lead to the acquisition of a legendary hidden profession for archers. Previously, a player, in a moment of excitement, had accidentally toppled this very vase, resulting in a compensation of 100 gold coins. Such a sum was trivial. 4 gold coins and a legendary hidden profession were not to be compared. Just as Lin Tianhao was preparing to feign a casual act of shattering the vase, an urgent voice echoed from outside. "General Ke Jun, there truly is a guest at the Nine Phoenix Pavilion. I care not who it is. Today, the Nine Phoenix Pavilion belongs solely to me. It matters not who arrives." As the voice faded, the door of the Nine Phoenix Pavilion was forcefully kicked open, revealing a fierce-looking general clad in armor. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. After General Ke Jun kicked open the door, upon spotting Lin Tianhao, he barked, "Kid, if you wish to live, scram." "Scram?" Lin Tianhao replied with a nonchalant smile. "And what if I choose to stay?" "Choose to stay?" General Ke Jun sneered. "Do you even know who I am?" "Randy Ke Jun, the mightiest general under the Grand Marshal." Lin Tianhao responded, "Knowing your identity is one thing. But do you know who I am?" Chapter 96, Divine Shadow. At this, Randy Ke Jun regarded Lin Tianhao with suspicion. Could it be that this lad was a hidden powerhouse? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly suppressed it. He was well aware of the individuals within the Star Kingdom whom he could not afford to offend, and he was certain that this person before him was not among them. Moreover, this individual was merely an adventurer. His list of untouchables was already short, and adventurers were not included. He had intended to vent his frustrations here, but instead encountered Lin Tianhao. Had he been aware of the political intricacies, he would have never uttered such words. "I care not who you are. Having offended me, today I shall end you." Although slaying an adventurer in the main city would incur penalties for someone of his stature, even should he accept punishment for killing an adventurer, it would be of little consequence. In other words, the repercussions were negligible, and he could easily accept them. With his resolution firm, he wasted no time in launching an attack. As a general of the Star Kingdom, his combat prowess was indisputable. Even a casual strike emanated immense pressure. Lin Tianhao did not evade, bracing himself against the blow. 51,958. A mere casual strike had already depleted Lin Tianhao's health by 50,000, a formidable feat indeed. "Ding! You have suffered malicious attack from the main city. You may retaliate for the next 24 hours. Lin Tianhao showed no inclination to retaliate. "You dare lay hands on me? I wonder how the Grand Marshal and the King would respond to this." "Respond to me?" Randy Ke Jun scoffed disdainfully. "You foolish boy. You truly do not comprehend the vastness of the world. Do you believe that the Grand Marshal and His Majesty the King would punish me for the sake of a mere insignificant character like you? Huh? Do you think that's implausible? Then behold this." With a raised hand, Lin Tianhao's aura shifted dramatically. Behind him, a towering ethereal figure emerged, exuding an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. How can this be possible? Randy Ke Jun staggered back in shock. Not only he, but everyone around them displayed expressions of incredulity upon witnessing this apparition. Instantly, the entire Peach Blossom Pavilion, both inside and out, be it ordinary citizens, the fallen maidens of the establishment, or the noble aristocrats, fell to their knees, bowing reverently towards Lin Tianhao. "Hail our God! May our God endure forever! Hail our God! May our God endure forever!" The collective voices resonated, filled with utmost respect. After recovering from his astonishment, Randy Kujin too bent his knee in reverence. Hail our God! May our God endure forever! The figure behind Lin Tianhao was none other than the goddess of ice and snow. This apparition, a manifestation of divine blessing, was referred to as a God-given shadow. While it lacked combat prowess, it served to impress and intimidate opponents, as evidenced in this moment. Within the Peach Blossom Pavilion, aside from Lin Tianhao, only one other individual remained standing, Shui Ruyan, the pavilion's esteemed courtesan. Had there been outsiders present, they would surely have been astounded. For all within the Starry Kingdom worshipped the goddess of ice and snow. Witnessing the goddess remain standing would signify a betrayal of faith. A sly smile curled on Shui Ruyan's lips, her expression hinting at deeper implications. The blessing of the goddess of ice and snow was unexpected. It seemed Lin Tianhao had garnered her favor, suggesting her imminent resurgence. In Shui Ruyan's eyes, Lin Tianhao's receipt of divine favor implied he had indeed gained the goddess's recognition. After all, to conquer the Snow Corpse's realm, one must either earn the goddess's approval or vanquish the remnants of her spirit. Having received the goddess's blessing, the answer was clear. Yet, it was perhaps beyond Shui Ruyan's wildest dreams that Lin Tianhao was a cunning trickster, capable of deceiving even deities. Was this truly Lin Tianhao's fault? It was not. Rather, one could only lament that the goddess of ice and snow had not implemented a national anti-fraud initiative. But did such measures exist in the West? Probably not. At this moment, within the Nine Phoenix Chamber, Lin Tianhao regarded Randy Kujin with keen interest, speaking leisurely now. Do you still wish for me to depart? Randy Kujin repeatedly bowed his head, trembling with anxiety as he stammered. I dare not. I dare not. Had I known a divine envoy was present, even with 1,000 lives, I would never have dared to show disrespect. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and said, everyone leave. It was quite a refined atmosphere, but you have all ruined it. Randy Kujin nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Lin Tianhao then addressed the women in the room. You all may leave as well. The 9 women who knelt on the ground did not dare to hesitate, and promptly exited. Once they departed, a smile emerged on Lin Tianhao's face. Although the 9 women each possessed their own unique charm, Lin Tianhao was acutely aware that women could be a distraction. His purpose for coming here was to acquire the divine hidden profession, and he could not afford any delays caused by women. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to shatter the vase, an unexpected voice interrupted. Snow Empress. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone would seek him out at this moment. Turning to look, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a woman with an alluring figure and breathtaking beauty. Her beauty was such that Lin Tianhao found it beyond description. Moreover, she displayed neither deference nor submission. Instead, there was a hint of hostility, perhaps even murderous intent. After revealing the divine phantom of the ice goddess, she even contemplated taking his life. This could only imply that she was not from the Star Kingdom. Or perhaps she was a Nightwalker. Are you Shui Ruyan? In this place, such a beautiful woman could only be the famed courtesan Shui Ruyan. As for his past life, he had only heard of her but had never truly encountered her. After all, entering this Peach Blossom Pavilion required a minimum expenditure of 5 gold coins, a sum that his previous identity as a gold farmer could hardly afford. Knowledge of this establishment strategies had come from a seasoned player who boasted of their successful class change. Having accomplished such a feat, sharing it would only serve to enhance one's popularity. Indeed, Shui Ruyan nodded. You have gained the ice goddess's recognition, and it seems she is on the verge of resurrection. We must depart from here. However, before we leave, I have decided to kill you once. Chapter 97. Clue to the super divine hidden profession. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Do you have a grudge against the ice goddess? But what does that have to do with me? I am merely an ordinary adventurer. An ordinary adventurer? Shui Ruyan replied with an ambiguous smile. Yes, you are just an adventurer. Dying means you can be resurrected. Since that is the case, let me enjoy this once. Lin Tianhao instinctively took a step back. This is the royal capital. Do you not fear that you will not be able to leave if you act here? Shui Ruyan did not respond. She raised her hand, conjuring a dark gray longbow before her. The moment the bow materialized, Lin Tianhao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. You traitor to the West. I invoke divine retribution on behalf of the Lord of the Mortal Hall. Wait. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Do you think I destroyed the Mortal Hall? What else could it be? Shui Ruyan replied coldly. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I did not destroy the Mortal Hall. Humph. Do you think I would believe your words? If you did not destroy the Mortal Hall, how did you receive its blessing? Lin Tianhao smiled slightly, his finger pressing against his brow. At that moment, A unique mark appeared on his forehead. Upon seeing this mark, Shui Ruyan was taken aback. The Slayer of Gods mark? How could this be? Even if the village chief bestowed it upon you, it would vanish after you destroyed the mortal hall. Lin Tianhao was secretly astonished. It seemed his suspicions were indeed correct. If the mortal hall were destroyed, the Slayer of Gods mark, once possessed by its master, would also dissipate. Thus, his choice to eliminate the remnant soul of the ice and snow goddess was undeniably prudent. The Slayer of Gods mark not only grants immunity to divine might, but also allows one to strip the powers of a deity upon their demise. For instance, the ice and snow goddess, who was vanquished at the hands of the mortal hall's master, contributed the trait of ice and snow damage immunity. Since you are aware, you must understand that I did not destroy the mortal hall. Shui Rian looked at Lin Tianhao with uncertainty. Then how did you acquire this blessing from the ice and snow goddess? Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? I am 50. Demonstrate your strength. Shui Rian? Lin Tianhao could tell from her expression that she had not heard it before. The ice and snow goddess instructed me to destroy the mortal hall, promising me the kingdom of stars as a reward, which I certainly did not believe, so I asked her to demonstrate her strength at 50. You are 50? Is that her blessing? Shui Ruyan inquired with skepticism. Lin Tianhao nodded affirmatively. So you receive benefits without destroying the mortal hall? Shui Ruyan pressed. Lin Tianhao confirmed, yes. After all, I merely showcased my strength at 50, acknowledging hers, which led me to slay her. Shui Ruyan's pupils constricted as she realized she could no longer see through Lin Tianhao. Yet, the Slayer of Gods mark could not be feigned. She sheathed her longbow, and Lin Tianhao cautiously asked, May I inquire about your profession? I have yet to change my class. Heavenly punishment? Lin Tianhao had not heard of this class in his past life, but given how Shui Rian summoned the longbow, it was evident she was an archer. Moreover, the oppressive aura she emanated convinced Lin Tianhao that her profession was anything but ordinary. What? Do you wish to acquire my profession? Shui Rian teased. Lin Tianhao nodded somewhat. I wonder if your class is sacred or divine. Upon hearing this, a clear look of disdain flickered in Shui Rian's eyes, as if sacred and divine hidden classes were of little significance to her. Indeed, heavenly punishment shares the same name as his super divine talent. Super divine? Lin Tianhao's inquiry was a test, and from Shui Rian's reaction, it was highly probable that his assumption was correct. Shui Rian possessed a super divine hidden class. Moreover, when an archer, if that were the case, Lin Tianhao would go to great lengths to obtain it. With a super divine talent, coupled with a super divine hidden class, Lin Tianhao could scarcely imagine the extent of his potential strength. What the Elater star system, what the Western deities, what are the ancient gods? I apologize. I'm not targeting anyone. I merely wish to express that all present are but garbage. To attain my legacy, await the revival of the Eastern ancient nation before seeking me. At that time, I shall grant you the opportunity to inherit my legacy, Water like Smoke calmly stated. With a wave of her hand, she stepped forward and vanished from sight. Lin Tianhao gestured, and a vase shattered. Within it, he discovered a mission scroll. Upon unfolding the scroll, its contents materialized before his eyes. As a person of the East, how could one stoop to plead in the lands of the West? Even if one's strength is lacking, one must contribute to the resurgence of the Eastern ancient nation. The task requires the elimination of 100 officials from the Kingdom of Stars, with penalties and rewards yet undisclosed. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It appeared that information about the Eastern ancient nation existed in his past life, albeit not widely disseminated. The individual who revealed this strategy merely shared the method of acquiring the scroll, omitting the specific details of the task and its subsequent series. Thus, Lin Tianhao only comprehended the task's content now. However, having interacted with Water like Smoke, he refrained from accepting the mission immediately. Since all clues pointed towards the revival of the Eastern ancient nation, it would be prudent to focus on that endeavor first. Should he inadvertently trigger the archer's divine hidden class, it would truly propel him forward. According to the master of the ordinary pavilion, he required the blessings of 10 Eastern deities to facilitate the revival. Currently, he had only received the blessings of the god of marriage and the goddess of the earth, leaving him short of 8. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao pondered the various strategies he had encountered in his previous life and the locations where he could receive the blessings of the gods. Such strategies were rarely disclosed by players. Among 10, only 1 or 2 might share their insights. Nevertheless, with 2 or 3 options available, he would have to rely on his own abilities for the rest. He believed that, with his strength, it was entirely feasible to trigger further divine blessings. With the mission scroll in hand, Lin Tianhao saw no reason to linger, and he departed. Just as he exited the Peach Blossom Pavilion, another figure obstructed his path. The Snow Empress has quite the taste. You must be the first adventurer to grace the Peach Blossom Pavilion, she remarked. Lin Tianhao was taken aback by the newcomer. The Grand Princess? I hadn't intended to come, but I spotted the divine shadow of my god from afar and decided to meet you, she replied. Lin Tianhao nodded. And then? Snow Empress. I am uncertain whether you align with Qing Fuyun or Leona, yet aiding either seems rather unwise, he stated. Your words displease me. The Snow Empress retorted, dismissively waving her hand. Among the three princesses, I possess the greatest strength and the deepest heritage. Any benefits they can offer, I can provide as well. Lin Tianhao was not surprised. Endowed with the blessings of the Ice Goddess, his influence in the Star Kingdom had significantly transformed. It was entirely reasonable for Tixuejin to seek to win him over. Pray tell, what benefits can you offer me? Tixuejin pondered briefly, her gaze drifting to the Peach Blossom Pavilion behind her. The Peach Blossom Pavilion shall be yours, and upon the completion of our endeavor, both Qing Fuyun and Leona will also belong to you. Clearly, Tixuejin regarded Lin Tianhao as a man of lewd desires. Is that all? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I possess no unicorn's kidney, and besides, I am not in want of women. Tixuejin contemplated for a moment. Can you divulge what Qing Fuyun and Leona have promised you? That is confidential, Lin Tianhao replied, shaking his head. However, I do hold you in high regard within the Star Kingdom. As for Qing Fuyun, despite the Queen's assistance, her straightforwardness renders her of little use. Leona's foundation is shallow. Had it not been for this incident, she might have had the qualification to challenge you with the Star Merchants Association. Yet now, she has lost that qualification. Upon hearing this, Tixuejin's eyes brightened. So, you're willing to assist me? I am, but I require the blessings of the gods. Are you aware of how to obtain such blessings? Tixuejin furrowed her brow, clearly aware that even she could not easily procure the blessings of the gods. I can inform you of those who possess them, but you must assist me in eliminating someone. Whom? Kellen Feising Yao. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. A token of loyalty? Consider it so. Will you accept? Ding. Princess Tixuejin has assigned you a task. Will you accept? The task required the elimination of Kellen Feising Yao with a time limit of half a month. The consequences of failure were unknown, while the reward consisted of 7 clues to the blessings of the gods. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted. The reward was utterly outrageous. 7 clues. Though merely clues, activating them would significantly increase the probability of obtaining those divine blessings. With the mere act of slaying one, there was no reason for Lin Tianhao to refuse. Accepted. He unhesitatingly accepted the task, recognizing its implications for the revival of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Eliminating Kellen Feising Yao, as Lin Tianhao surmised, would likely entail a level 50 dungeon, a hellish difficulty akin to Gold Standard. Typically, in the wild, a standard party of 12 players of the same level could feasibly conquer it, similar to the twisted trance in novice villages, with around 100,000 health points. A party of 12 players equipped with novice gear at level 10 would have a success rate of no less than 10%. A party of 12 usually consisted of 5 damage dealers, with mages and archers mixed according to the situation for warriors to tank and draw aggro, and 3 priests to heal the tanking warriors while also applying enhancement skills or silencing wild monsters. Such a well-coordinated party could effectively vanquish ordinary wild foes. Unlike the wilderness, dungeons, even with equivalently titled foes, possess enhanced attributes. Furthermore, the higher the difficulty, the stronger the attributes. This is precisely why Lin Tianhao consistently encounters exceptionally strong wild monsters within the dungeons. He invariably opts for the hellish difficulty level. The Clintfist bird, in Lin Tianhao's estimation, is most likely a level 50 gold tier creature from a hellish dungeon. However, its true strength remains unknown to him and will only be revealed through direct confrontation. Concurrently, Lin Tianhao contemplates whether to first transition into a standard profession, which would enhance his attributes and permit further leveling. Transitioning to a standard profession does not impede the eventual shift to a hidden profession. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, Lin Tianhao decides against transitioning to a hidden profession just yet. He intends to tackle the 3 strategies he is familiar with, 2 of which are guaranteed to yield divine blessings, while the third also possesses a considerable probability of doing so. With this in mind, Lin Tianhao proceeds in a different direction. In the southeastern corner of the capital city, Tianqing City, there exists a beggar. Initially, many believed this beggar harbored a hidden quest, as he received numerous gifts ranging from food to gold coins. However, none were able to procure any quest from him, a classic case of wasted effort. Yet, Lin Tianhao understands that their approach is misguided. Although the beggar cannot trigger a quest, eliminating him could yield a quest scroll. This was evidenced when a particularly foolish player, after failing to trigger a quest despite investing considerable effort, succumbed to frustration and killed the beggar, ultimately obtaining a quest scroll from him. Completing the task outlined in the scroll would then grant the divine blessings. Upon reaching the southeastern corner, Lin Tianhao spots the beggar. At this moment, several players are attempting to offer him gifts in hopes of receiving a quest. However, they soon depart disheartened. Lin Tianhao steps before the beggar, who greets him with a smile and extends his hand. The beggar is level 15, with a health pool of 580, and an attack power of 108. He possesses no skills. The description hints at the potential for unexpected benefits from him. This very description has misled many, causing them to believe he holds a quest. Indeed, he does possess a quest that rewards divine blessings, but the means to obtain it lies not in appeasing him, but rather in directly eliminating him to extract the quest scroll. Please, kind sir, I have not eaten for 3 days, the beggar implores. Lin Tianhao grins and replies, very well, I shall take you to a place free of hunger. With that, he swiftly draws an arrow and releases it without hesitation. Whoosh! 580. The beggar's eyes widen in disbelief, but as his health is depleted, he can only fall in defeat. Chapter 99. Auctioning the Heart of the Golden Lord. Ding! You have engaged in indiscriminate slaughter within the main city. The city guards are preparing to apprehend you. Lin Tianhao collecting the quest scroll dropped by the beggar. Meanwhile, more than a dozen city guards surrounded Lin Tianhao. Impudence! Within the confines of Tianqing City, you dare to commit murder and pass judgment upon me? Lin Tianhao smiled playfully. You are not qualified for such an endeavor. As his words fell, the ethereal image of the ice and snow goddess materialized. It must be said, the divine apparition of the ice and snow goddess proved exceptionally effective. Upon witnessing her presence, the city guards all fell to their knees. We revere our deity. May our goddess reign forever. Not only they, but several bystanders also knelt in utmost reverence. As for the players in the vicinity, they stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before them. Some quick-witted individuals had already captured this moment on video and posted it on the forum. Is this really happening? In Tianqing City, a murder occurs, and instead of apprehending him, the city guards kneel before him. Am I playing the same game? Just last time, I had merely attacked another player and was penalized 5 gold coins. A multitude of discussions erupted. The video of Lin Tianhao intimidating the city guards with the divine apparition rapidly gained traction online, prompting various esteemed players to share their insights. Among the players, there were nobles, and with the notion of prestige points in play, our guild's vice president is currently a baron of the Starry Kingdom, enjoying certain privileges. Can a baron truly kill in a main city? Is it because the victim was merely a beggar that no consequences followed? It seems unlikely. I believe that even a baron should not command such reverence after taking a life. Moreover, the city guards proclaimed, we revere our deity, may our goddess reign forever, which evidently relates to the apparition behind that player. In a moment, opinions on the internet were rife. Subsequently, a player named Ambitious Taoist began to elucidate the matter in the forum. It must be the apparition. I completed a quest myself and received the blessings of the gods. After obtaining the blessing, I can summon a phenomenon known as the divine apparition, quite similar to our friends here. The deity of faith in the Starry Kingdom is the ice and snow goddess, so this player's divine apparition must be hers. Once Ambitious Taoist's explanation emerged, many suddenly understood. So that's how it is. But to think there exists such a thing as divine blessings, how absurd. I wonder, it sounds impressive. Could Taoist Ambitious elaborate on what these divine blessings entail? Yes, indeed, please enlighten us. A multitude clamored for Ambitious Taoist's insights. Divine blessings grant extraordinary skills. I received the blessing of the Golden Light Immortal from the Taoist sect, bestowing upon me the Golden Light spell, which functions similarly to what you see on television. Combining offense and defense, quite formidable. As for how to obtain it, ordinary quests do not suffice. One must acquire a quest scroll and complete the tasks therein for a chance to receive the blessings. Ambitious Taoist continued his exposition. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao had already exited Tianqing City. After obtaining the quest scroll, he scrutinized its contents. If one lives without dreams, what distinguishes them from salted fish? Even a beggar should harbor aspirations of becoming a tycoon. The quest demanded the acquisition of 1 million gold coins within 3 days. The penalties for failure remained unknown, as did the rewards for success. Upon receiving this task, Lin Tianhao found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Making money? Is it really that difficult? Not at all. Thus, Lin Tianhao resolved to organize an auction. As for the venue, he opted for a group chat auction. He then embarked on a fervent quest to add friends. In his previous life, he had known several prominent figures, guild leaders, heads of conglomerates, government officials, and private tycoons. Lin Tianhao added every wealthy individual he could think of as a friend. Leveraging the influence he gained from the Snow Emperor, 90% of his friend requests were accepted. Subsequently, he gathered them all into one group. Snow Emperor, what's this about? The floating Buddha god wolf bubbled in the chat. Has the mad blade of war suddenly pulled us big guilds into a group to dominate the world? Snow Emperor, are you perhaps ready to share some lucrative opportunities? Asked Xiao Luoiza. As Lin Tianhao noticed that he had added enough people, he spoke up in the group, stating his need for gold coins and his intention to auction off some equipment, ranging from level 10 to level 50. He then shared a few sets of level 10 gear that he had obtained from the novice village. Snow Emperor, this equipment is rather lacking. Level 10 is somewhat outdated, remarked Jing Hongmeng Shuang. Lin Tianhao hesitated for a moment before posting a collection of level 45 gear, all of which he had acquired from the bloodback Xiangui. Snow Emperor, our elite team is only at level 21 or 22 right now. We cannot afford such high-level equipment, replied Xiao Luoiza. Lin Tianhao face-bombed. He had indeed made some assumptions. Although he had amassed quite a bit of gear, the level disparity was too great. As for the skill books he had previously obtained, most have been fed into the skill Kumu Fengshan. Just wait. Equipment may become obsolete, but skills do not. He needed to farm a few more skill books. However, he seemed to have a better option in mind, such as the Heart of the Lord. With this thought, Lin Tianhao promptly shared the attributes of the Golden Heart of the Lord. Golden Heart of the Lord. Securing this now allows for the establishment of territory. Moreover, as it is of golden quality, the constructed territory can possess 5 unique traits. A brief silence fell over the group chat. After a moment, Xiao Luoiza spoke. I'll offer 2,000 gold coins. Floating Buddha God Wolf interjected. If Brother Iza is not interested, then our Floating Buddha Guild will offer 200,000 gold coins. Snow Emperor, you're quite generous. Our Jinghong Guild has always aspired to establish our own territory. We'll bid 250,000 gold coins. Enough of the bickering. Our Mad Blade Guild will offer 400,000 gold coins. The price soared dramatically. However, after reaching 400,000 gold coins, the bidding seemed to stall. The reason was simple. Even with the full strength of these guilds combined, reaching 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins was about their limit. Snow Emperor, I truly have no more gold. How about 400,000 gold coins plus 5 million in cash? Click, 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 Madblade remarked. Xiao Luoiza, weren't you just saying it was so-so? Why the sudden increase in your bid? Chapter 100, The Limitless Golden Set. Shura Iza jested, urging others not to take it too seriously. The Mad Warrior, with a bid of 500,000 gold coins plus 5 million, was truly remarkable. Lin Tianhao remained silent, while others could not help but express their disbelief. Brother Frostblade, what have you done? Our guild possesses a considerable amount of gold, yet we sustain over 1,500 gold farmers, and there is such a disparity with you. The salary for a gold farmer is approximately 5,000, and with over 1,500, the monthly wages alone amount to 8 million. The Mad Warrior boasts 6,000 gold farmers. Brother Frostblade, you are indeed impressive. Wealth is truly admirable. Ultimately, the Mad Warrior successfully secured the Heart of the Golden Lord with his substantial bid. The transaction was swiftly completed. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed across the server. Congratulations to player Mad Warrior for establishing the territory of Mad War, the first player to do so. You have been rewarded with 50 free attribute points, a territory attribute bonus of 1, and a limitless golden set. This announcement is intended to encourage all players to strive further. As the server-wide announcement resonated, the chat exploded with excitement. What? A reward of a limitless golden set? In Lin Tianhao's group chat, the atmosphere was electric. Just look at Dreaming Snow. Her golden staff is already outrageous. This limitless golden set is simply beyond comprehension. The most crucial aspect is its lack of wearing requirements. Anyone can adorn it. In the chat, Brother Frostblade, please share the attributes. Let us revel in envy. I suspect that the so-called Death Ledger on the equipment leaderboard may not even compare to this set. The Mad Warrior expressed gratitude towards the formidable Snow Emperor. Subsequently, the Mad Warrior revealed the attributes of his golden set. Lord's Battle Armor Set, Golden. Wearing requirements, none. Attribute 1, Attack 19, 580. Attribute 2, Armor 20, 000. Attribute 3, Magic Resistance 18, 500. Attribute 4, Health 300, 000. Attribute 5, attack speed 4. Attribute 6, life steal 20. Set trait 1, universal reflection damage 20. Set trait 2, restores 10, 000 health per second, unaffected by interruption from attacks. Set trait 3, 1 chance to become immune to damage taken. Set trait 4, during territory defense battles, can summon 3 level 50 golden warriors to assist in combat. Note, the summoned are confined to the territory and cannot leave. Each summon lasts 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Upon revealing the attributes, everyone in the group chat, except for Lin Tianhao, was left speechless. My goodness! Blade, you have struck gold. Equip this on a berserker, and it is undoubtedly a moving vault of health. The attribute bonuses are astonishing, and the set traits are equally remarkable. The Mad Warrior is rather average, to be honest. The fourth set effect is somewhat lackluster, as it cannot be utilized outside the territory. Shura Iza, having witnessed extravagance before, had never encountered such ostentation. How infuriating. In the realm of gaming, the illustrious figure known as the Blade Master of the Frost Dream beckons for companionship. Brother Blade Master, do lend a hand to your little sister. The fervent warrior, Blade Master of the Frenzy, interjects Frost Dream. Do not feign helplessness. Just this morning, I learned that someone in your guild has transitioned to a hidden profession of the Earth level. The esteemed Frost Dream, possessing an Earth level hidden profession, pales in comparison to your boundless golden ensemble, Blade Master. What about the territorial bonuses? Do share them, so we may glean some insight. The Blade Master of the Frenzy, without reservation, presents his credentials. Frenzy Territory, Golden Leader. Leader, Blade Master of the Frenzy. Subjects, 13. Construction value, 1 billion. Territorial bonuses include attack power, 50, attack speed, 1, movement speed, 3, critical hit, 10, health, 10, 000, skill cooldown, 5, and heavy injury, 5. Note, these bonuses apply to all subjects and are doubled during territorial defense battles. Is Frost Dream truly this remarkable? All players entering the territory can receive such enhancements. The eminent figure of the Snow Emperor, Shura Iza, inquires about the guild's bonuses. If they are equally formidable, would that not elevate our guild alongside the territory, allowing our subordinates to soar to new heights? Lin Tianhao, unreserved, reveals his guild's enhancements. Guild bonuses include damage, 1 critical hit, 10 attack, 20 attack speed, 1 movement speed, 3 health, 10, 000, and universal lifesteal, 5. Following this revelation, he adds, in a moment, I shall auction a construction order. Prepare yourselves. With that, he exits the group chat. Lin Tianhao finds himself in the vicinity of the level 50 two-headed demon wolf. According to strategies from his previous life, the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf king yields a construction order. Two-headed demon wolf, normal, level 50. Health, 6, 500. Attack, 568. Skills, dual element cannon. Demon wolf howl, flying demon claw. Its attributes are rather pedestrian. Lin Tianhao releases an arrow, and with a resounding impact, the wolf's health is entirely depleted. With remarkable ease, he continues his onslaught. The substantial health of over 6,000 proves no challenge to him, even in the face of elite-level two-headed demon wolves, which meet a similar fate, 1 arrow, 1 kill. At this juncture, Lin Tianhao boasts a health of 3,500,000, with a normal attack inflicting genuine damage exceeding 100,000. Coupled with the effects of double heavy injury, his arrows now unleash a devastating 21,000 in true damage. As he progresses, he soon encounters the Black Iron level two-headed demon wolves. Two-headed demon wolf, Black Iron, level 50. Health, 13, 250, 000. Attack, 792. Skills, dual beam. Demon source cannon, flying demon claw, demon wolf roar, ninefold claw of shadows, bloodthirsty red eye, lone wolf instinct, invulnerability, frenzy. Lin Tianhao chuckles at the sight of 5 Black Iron level two-headed demon wolves appearing simultaneously. With a swift motion, he releases 5 arrows in unison. In less than a second, all 5 Black Iron level two-headed demon wolves meet their demise. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the two-headed demon wolf. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for achieving the first kill of the dual-headed wolf, Black Iron. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. Lin Tianhao casually looted the corpse, discovering 5 Black Iron items, and the rewards were quite numerous. Unfortunately, none of them piqued Lin Tianhao's interest. Of course, he did acquire some gold. Yet it merely served as a drop in the ocean in his quest to amass 1 million.